Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat dandruff and itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hello, my name is Chu and I play ESP.
My name is Bleed and I play jungler.
Yeah, my name is Chesty and I play mid lane.
Hi, I'm Forza and I'm the roam.
Hello, I'm Howski and I'm the marksman.
I don't think we have a particular playstyle. Like, maybe we like to team fight a lot.
We like to let people kill a lot.
Yeah, we got a baiting strategy. Forza will play Hilda and run in. Then after that, we help him.
No help.
Style.
Zero help.
Have help.
No help.
Have.
Zero.
Last season I helped you.
No, this season don't have.
Yeah.
One trick betrix. That means without betrix I cannot function.
Not bad, I like. Think we're still improving, slowly improving.
Yeah,
Not the best yet.
Yeah, we're just trying to work with
Yeah.
what we have now. Then like Forza can step up. Maybe Chu also will step up to help the new players.
I mean, it's like new cause like I don't really scrim a lot last time, like play a lot then with like this new team, then I get to like, how is it, play as a team more cause last time never mind.
So yeah,
Just say.
Cause
solo ranker.
no trio ranker every single time.
Haven't experienced the team dynamic yet.
Slowly adjusting. He's slowly adjusting.
Very helpful.
The level of play, like the people we scrim is like much harder. From my previous team, we usually scrim like Singaporean team, and now we scrim like other country.
Eight Minimum 8
Wow.
Wow.
Maybe not so bad lah. Our goal maybe don't get relegated. Yeah. We'll try our best.
Yes.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, every gamers, nobody would like to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometimes doing practices, you have to be constantly thinking about the next move. If not, you will not be able to catch up to the enemy. Yeah. It's like you'll be quite draining on your mind sometimes. It's like communication and also planning. It's like we don't usually do that a lot in ranked games. We just play and see how it goes.
You guys can try lah. You guys can try lah. You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Opens up to more versatility to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead. The game is like everybody plays the same way, but now it's like you can play it differently. Like there are a lot of things to explore. So it just takes time to really integrate into the new emblem system.
For me, I think the the mid lane got quite big changes recently because now the rotation is also very different. And if you mess up your rotation early game, I feel now early game very important. So if you mess up your rotation early game, it's very hard to come back, especially when you lose the fight early, especially at the first turtle. So because of the recent EXP changes, now there's specific rotations for specific heroes. So depending on which hero you play, you have to rotate differently. So this part is quite new, and also we have to I feel mid laners need to adapt to it, and me also.
To all the fans out there, thank you for your continuous support. I mean, we tried to make you guys proud on MSC but unfortunately we fall short of getting our dream place So hopefully if this time we ever make it to M5, I wish to see more of you guys support, because it really helps us with our international tournaments. Like I see like how much the Cambodian fans supports Next Flash and how much it actually helps them. I mean, you all can see how much the crowd buff actually helped them. If the Singaporeans actually give us as much support as them, I believe we will not disappoint you guys.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Osim.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy?
Yo, your hands for gaming, not for
You
scratching.
call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hello, my name is Chu and I play ESP.
My name is Bleed and I play jungler.
Yeah, my name is Chesty and I play mid lane.
Hi, I'm Forza and I'm the roam.
Hello, I'm Howski and I'm the marksman.
I don't think we have a particular playstyle. Like, maybe we like to team fight a lot.
We like to let people kill a lot.
Yeah. We got a baiting strategy. Forza will play Hilda and run in. Then after that, we help him.
No help.
Style.
Zero help.
Have help.
No help.
Okay.
Zero.
Last season I helped you.
No, this season don't have.
Yeah.
One trick beatrix. That means without beatrix I cannot function.
Not bad, I like. Think we're still improving, slowly improving.
Yeah,
Not the best yet.
Yeah, we're just trying to work with
Yeah.
what we have now. Then like Forza can step up. Maybe Chu also will step up to help the new players.
I mean, it's like new cause like I don't really scrim a lot last time, like play a lot then with like this new team, then I get to like, how is it, play as a team more cause last time never mind.
Just say
Just say.
Cause
solo ranker.
no, trio ranker every single time.
Haven't experienced the team dynamic yet.
Slowly adjusting. He's slowly adjusting.
The level of play, like the people we scrim is like much harder. From my previous team, we usually scrim like Singaporean team, and now we scrim like other country.
Eight Minimum 8
Wow. Maybe not so bad Our goal maybe don't get relegated. Yeah. We'll try our best.
Yes.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, this one.
I mean, every gamers, nobody would like to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometimes doing practices, you have to be constantly thinking about the next move. If not, you will not be able to catch up to the enemy. Yeah. It's like you'll be quite draining on your mind sometimes. It's like communication and also planning. It's like we don't usually do that a lot in ranked games. We just play and see how it goes. Yeah.
You guys can try lah. You guys can try lah. Yeah. You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Opens up to more versatility to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead. The game is like everybody plays the same way, but now it's like you can play differently. Like there are a lot of things to explore, so it just takes time to really integrate into the new emblem system.
For me, I think the the mid lane got quite big changes recently because now the rotation is also very different. And if you mess up your rotation early game, I feel now early game very important. So if you mess up your rotation early game, it's very hard to come back, especially when you lose the fight early, especially at the first turtle. Yeah, so because of the recent EXP changes, now there's specific rotations for specific heroes. So depending on which hero you play, you have to rotate differently. So this part is quite new, and also we have to. I feel mid laners need to adapt to it, and me also. Yeah.
To all the fans out there, thank you for your continuous support.
Okay.
I mean, we tried to make you guys proud on MSC lah, but unfortunately we fall short of getting our dream place lah. So hopefully if this time we ever make it to M5, I wish to see more of you guys support, because it really helps us with our international tournaments. Like I see like how much the Cambodian fans support Next Flash and how much it actually helps them lah. I mean, you all can see how much the crowd buff actually helped them. If the Singaporeans actually give us as much support as them, I believe we will not disappoint you guys. Yeah.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro?
MPL SG Season 6 is brought to you by Moonton Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Official partner, Head & Shoulders. Level up your game and wipe out dandruff and itch with the new Head & Shoulders MLBB Anti-Dandruff Shampoos, now available in all supermarkets and online stores. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.
And welcome back, everyone. Today is the final day of the regular season. Now, as we speak, the upper bracket and lower bracket positions are pretty much solidified at this point. But of course, today in the overall seedings, we're still expected to see some changes. So who will face off who in the playoff season? Today will be the deciding factor. So with that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings. So as you see here on your screens, we have Team Flash SG right now in first position with 15 points to their name. RSGSG hot on their tails with 14 points, just 1 point difference. Now Homebois SG in third position, tied neck to neck with Bleed Esports with 12 points. We have Team Evil right now in 8 points in fifth position. Vanguard Esports with 7 points to their name. Stellark SG with 3 points at 7th position, and Alchemy SG with 1 point at the 8th position. Now we could see some of the points very, very close to each other. So today's games are going to decide what is the final seeding going to be like for the playoff season. So it's going to be an exciting one. So let's take a look at today's match schedule. So yes, friends, today for match 1, opening the show, we see Stellark SG going head-to-head against our defending champions, RSGSG, happening in just a few moments' time at 10 a.m. And for match 2, we see Alchemy SG duking it out with Team Evil, happening at 12:30 p.m. Now for match 3, we see Team Flash clashing it out with Bleed Esports at 3 p.m. This is a match that you don't want to miss. And of course, for match 4, closing off the regular season itself, we see Vanguard Esports, actually duking it out today at 5:30 p.m. So yes, friends, this is the upcoming match schedule for today. With that being said, MPL SG Season 6 wouldn't be possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 6 is powered by Moonton and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's, I'm loving it. Our official partner, Head & Shoulders, and our partners in esports, OSIM. So let's jump straight into match 1 for the day. We're going to be seeing 2 teams go head-to-head against each other, and they're none other than Stellark SG against our defending champions, RSGSG. So without further ado, let's take a look at their beautiful faces. First up, Stellark SG. Now the boys are getting ready to head on over to the land of Dal. Now what's very exciting, we don't see the Ski brothers anymore. Now right here in the roam position, we have Kirby. So a new face right here today over on the roster. So with that being said, let's take a look at the beautiful faces of our defending champions, presenting to you RSGSG. Now, our defending champions are just looking absolutely suave right here at their battle stations. Now, this is going to be a very integral match if everything works out for them, because whether they get their top spot right here in the overall seeding is also very much dependent on this game. So yes, let's take a look at, all of the wonderful stats from each of the team, and I'm going to hand my time over to the wonderful casters to take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good very morning, and we are now finally reaching to the close of regular season with week number 4. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys have been waiting for this very moment because it just takes two more weeks from now to actually be in the playoffs. My name is Astrid. With me here is Jace as well as Scrubby. How are you boys and girls doing today?
How are you boys and girls? You saved yourself right there. Good very morning indeed. But of course, I feel like I really will have to echo what Cheryl Yao was sharing earlier just now, is that, yeah, unfortunately, it feels like the regular season in terms of going into the playoffs, the standings has already been cemented, but now the question is, who will be facing who going into the playoffs?
I think that's the interesting thing, right? Because today it's almost like the teams are fighting each other, but not really. They're fighting the other teams from the other matchups in order to secure their seeds, right?
Yeah,
a bit too early for the big brain.
Yeah, to be honest, when you guys are doing all the big brain behind, I couldn't comprehend a single thing at all, because all I want to care about is who is playing today, because we do have some transfer windows here and there. But okay, Stellar SG, Jace, walk me through this.
All right, so we've got Howski, Chesty, Chu, and Blade. But of course, Stellar SG on their Instagram has been teasing that they've got a new roamer, so no more Forza, it's going to be Kirby. So no more Ski Brothers anymore. Kirby, the last time you saw him, if I'm not mistaken, was Zion Season 4? Sorry, Revival. Season 4, I think, can't exactly remember, but
Revival, yeah.
He was one of the roamers there, and was also kind of like on like a secondary sub role as well. So yeah, rest assured, this is something that Stellar SG desperately need, right? Someone to replace Yoonski because of his performance in the past few weeks. Yeah, Kirby seems like a better fit right here, but we shall see going to the game.
But okay, so no more Ski Brothers, but do we have any changes? Okay, right off the bat, we don't see any changes, but is there anything else you can tell me over here, Scrubby?
No, I mean, this is business as usual, right, for RSG SG. And today, we're banking on RSG come on to take the lead, to be honest here, right?
Yep.
So it's really up to how much of a lead they can take in order to maintain or even upgrade their standings a little in the finality of today.
So here's a problem when it comes down to today, to the very first rundown of today's games, right? With RSGSG versus our friends over here from Vanguard. So Vanguard so far doesn't seem to really have a very good idea what they are trying to achieve in most of the games that they have played so far. So that is something that I really ponder and really think a lot. Sorry, Stellar, sorry. Stellar versus RSG, right? No, Vanguard, where did Vanguard come from?
I was like,
Sorry, just the inclusion of Kirby.
Are we in front of the time?
So RSG and Stellar. Okay, so the same thing is that Stellar doesn't really have a very good idea what they are trying to go for. So I always will want to understand what is the win conditions for themselves, what is unique to them.
Yep, production. You asked the production and they give it to you. Here's the keys to victory. Some of the things that you really got to look out for from the side of Stellar is, of course, you got to have to try to pressure Oki. The problem about RSGSG is that Diablo has been absorbing all of this attention from everybody, and that is on purpose because it allows Oki to gain a lot of pressure and a lot of advantage in the gold lane. So I think Stellar SG need to switch that focus around to focus around Oki and at the same time get Howski, onto form. Chu, on the other hand, also needs to try to out-rotate Diablo for teamfights. Basically, Diablo, in terms of this particular keys of victory, he needs to be that unwanted rod, right? He's here going to be fighting for attention. You gotta have not to give it to them.
So basically, the first two line is to get lane priority.
Yep, correct. Get lane priority, but at the gold lane instead of the XP lane. Then after that, it's Blade needs to step up in initiative for teamfights. Now, he's been phenomenal in terms of these assassin junglers, but we need to see more. But that's also dependent on how Kirby blends into this particular team at the very last minute of the regular season.
RSG's keys to victory, on the other hand, should generally be the very same idea, right? They have the same kind of foundation.
Yeah, well, same but different, right? We talk a lot about Oki, pressuring Oki in the gold lane, but on the flip side, you know, he's going to be the star of the show as well. Before we get to Oki, like we talked about, business as usual for RSG SG. Diablo's going to be on his bursty fighters, his damage EXP, again, creating space, rotating, and putting so much pressure in the team fights. Bray, on the other hand, will be the focus in making space for Oki to engage. And he's done that so well, you know, when he's played Fredrin, you know, really being that front line to be able to create that space. And last but not least, stable farming for Oki in the early to mid phases of the game. That's really what's going to get him online. And it's a tall order here for Stellark to pressure Oki, because you know how good he is in this gold lane, and only as a method for him to get bigger in the late game.
So with that all said and done, RSG have got the same kind of game plan that they should be looking out for with, you know, so all the other teams that they have been fighting so far. So this is really Stellark's game to win in some sense. They're gonna have to go all out and really understand what they're trying to do here against RSG. Do they have a very special strategy that they gotta come up with? Let us know if whether you have any ideas as what Stellark has got to do in the comment section, or what you suggest they should be doing. But, you know, throughout the entire regular seasons, I'm gonna have to take a look at stats. Stats ultimately is the math, and the math is ultimately not something that Math Track should be talking about.
Alright, call me analyst Jace right here. Call me Math J. I don't know what you want to call me anyways, but
try that.
Here are the stats for Stellark SG. Of course, Kirby, the hashtag NA as well, because we don't have any data. This is his debut in season number 6, but don't forget he's performed in past seasons as well. These engaged roamer, but he also showed some form of flexibility going to soft roamers. Whereas for the other few people, I think it's still, you know, common suspects, right? True on his Paquito needs to be respected because of his rotation speed. Apart from that, Chesty on this one-trick Lilia, Howski also on this one-trick Lilia. Blade, on the other hand, there's a little bit of flexibility in him, but it feels like, you know, his signature hero is definitely still the Martyrs. I feel like the stats right here, it's not really in the favor for Stellark because, you know, of their performance during the regular season itself.
So it is unfortunate, indeed. So we don't really have a lot of statistics that really puts them on a very good spot. So far is on a, you know, with their step behind, one step behind. But for RSG, I think that this is completely kind of inflated.
I mean, just you compare that side by side, right? You can see obviously RSG already has a lot of higher statistics across the board, across all their players compared to Stellark. So this is really gonna be a difficult one for Stellark. But you can see all around signature heroes, right? And this is, yes, signature heroes, but it does not show and tell you how big their hero pool is. So not only do you need to mine these signature heroes, they have just so many more that they can use. So honestly, these stats really just show how strong RSG is and how much does Stellark need to do in order to try and gain a leg in this match.
Fun fact, every single one of their signature hero, you put them in a single team, it actually comes up with a very good team.
I think that's a point of
That's just
very
everybody.
Very
I don't
good.
know where we're going there.
It fills in the holes that certain hero. Okay, you know what? Screw it.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
What am I talking about?
But the most important thing, I think,
EXP laners,
correct.
There's a gold laner.
I feel like the most important thing, I like what Scrubby was pointing out just now, earlier just now, is that the stats are really inflated in the favor of RSG because like if you take the stats from Stellark, multiply by 2. It's almost there, but barely there against RSG as well. Don't forget, this is upper seed versus lower seed for this particular series.
So you're telling me that they have to play out of their minds?
Yeah.
Well, how about...
And a miracle.
And a miracle. Okay. Do
And
we
double
have
miracle.
a miracle then? On guessing who is right, or rather who is right and who is wrong, or who wins.
I guess. Well, without Vertigo, there's not much of a dissenting vote here.
Yeah, so I suppose that we are all on the same track, you know, understanding that RSG will be the one that gets this game against Stellark. I mean, the chances of Stellark getting the win is pretty low unless they actually had
It's not zero.
It's not zero. It's still mathematically at a certain point in time where they can actually get a win. But the main thing that we should be looking out for here is whether it will be a 2-0 victory in favor for RSG or a 2-1 victory.
It's going to be very interesting because, you know, you got Kirby being that wild card as well. But, you know, audience predictions, let's take a look. In terms of predictions, yeah, it's not zero, I told you.
Yeah, it's not zero.
It's not zero. There's still chance. There's still hope there. All right, it's all about that hopium, ladies and gents.
There always is a possibility, right? And I
Yep.
think Stellar recognizes this as well, right? The reason why they changed up Kirby, I would imagine, is also to throw some of that hopium in there.
Yeah.
And maybe Kirby with his experience in the league, and you know, just maybe he has some secret magic sauce
Secret
that can
sauce.
change up the synergy of Stellark
Yeah.
in a way that can really help them go up against a high tier team like RSG.
I mean, a roamer do definitely
It
make
does.
a very big difference to the game, and we don't really actually have a very good idea how Kirby plays with this team just yet.
Yeah.
What kind of identity does he have? Is he more of an enchanter style kind of roamer at this point in time? Does he want to play more of the front lines kind of thing? So that is just kind of like the main thing that we are looking out for, to be very honest. But for now, we're just going to jump on over to the head-to-head videos and take a look at that.
The past RSG roster, the chance may be slim, but this current coming season, I think their lineup is changing. I think their chances will be higher. It's not guaranteed, but the fighting chance is there.
Okay, one of the reasons why RSG is on the top teams, maybe I can say like their players they have full-time players compared to other teams that they only have part-time players. So they have more time to train. They have more time to play with other nations or other scrims, so they can easily adapt and learn from them also.
A lot of things, man. I think they just have better chemistry, better teamwork and everything. They play together for very long, yeah, most of the players, and they have a lot more experience than me also. So yeah, it's definitely very tough to go against them.
For me, Team Stellar is not a problem for us. Yeah. Maybe they can prove me wrong, but so far it's not the problem. How they change the roster. Also, I talk with the players. They still confidence against them. So yeah, I think it's not a problem.
I cannot say the new roster Stellar are stronger or weaker than previous season, because I never hear the new names, like the new player from the Stellar. But I know one, the jungler Blade. I got play with him in the rank before. I think he is quite a good player, I think.
Realistically speaking, since they don't have imports and they are not full-timers, judging from statistics wise, I'll rank them in the bottom 2 lah. Yeah, but if they're able to prove their worth, then who knows, right? Maybe my speech to them might be a motivation for them to do better, who knows, right? I think even if you ask anyone else around, they will tell the same thing.
Stirring the pot. That's what Diablo's doing.
Yeah, definitely.
Just keep on stirring.
Motivational speaker.
It's
Diablo.
motivating for me too.
Just keep stirring.
Yeah.
Just keep stirring. Just keep
It's very
stirring.
motivating. I'm very motivated by Diablo right now.
Tell me, which part of it motivates you?
What are you motivated to do?
The word
It's not even done.
motivated. Just him saying motivated motivates me already. Now I have more motivation to push into Mythic Immortal now.
I cannot comprehend this. Like
You don't need to comprehend because
He's not even talking to you.
Which reminds me, I believe that this is a panel between me and Scrubby Cheeks. So, Scrubby, tell me a little bit more about Diablo here.
You should ask him. Not me. But they do have a point, right? They not only do they talk about, I mean, it's backed why they think Stellark would be in the bottom 2, and Diablo was right about that, right? They are in the lower part of the standings at this point in time, and yeah, that's because they do have local players, but they're also not full-time players. And that just sense of synergy, you have to remember that RSG has been playing together season after season, back-to-back champions.
Not only just that, they've also played in international scenes as well, butting heads against more experienced players. So yeah, experience is going to be something very, very important that's coming in from the side of RSG. Now we're going to go into the draft, ladies and gents. Youngin, wrong side of the table, by the way. Of course, Stellark will be drafted by Tenshi, a PH coach that has been coaching them for I feel like the past few seasons already. So right now, it's just RSG going in, banning away Novaria, lending a lot of respect. Stellark going into common suspects realm midfielder is always top bad in MPL Singapore. And that's a Lilia that Chesty likes to play.
Yeah, but I think interesting, right? The teams have really hopped onto this Matilda ban really quickly. We've barely seen her so far in the entire league, save for I think twice the last week. So the bans are actually going pretty quick. You can see that the teams have their game plan in mind here. They're also banning out Lilia as in the first phase, so a bit surprising to me, but a target ban against Chesty. And Chesty actually chooses to take out the Valentina himself, so that narrows his options a little bit.
Yeah, and this goes to show, right? Like RSGSG, Youngin definitely did his homework, right? Like especially when he's on the desk, watching all these drafts happening in real time on the desk as well. And now it's going to be on the side of RSG banning away these soft supports, right? Look at that, RSG just literally banned away 3 technically mid laners away from Stellark SG.
Yeah, that's for all targeted at Chesty, right?
Yep.
And the thing is, you know, in this league so far, I think Chesty has played Lilia and Valentina the most. So right now, I'm actually quite interested to see what he's gonna pull out now that they're trying to narrow down his pool.
And now, right now, Stellark needs to definitely reserve that for a Khalid.
When
there
I
you
give the
go.
word.
That should be a Khalid get taken away. RSG right here has first pick. They can always immediately go in and take that Fredrin away, which has been proven one of his strongest heroes, right, in professional scene. But of course, you know, they can always pull out a Joy that's upcoming, but right now your first pick. So usually a Fredrin is usually safest, or if RSG wants to be a little bit cheeky, they can pull out even a Paquito to take it away from Chu, give it over to Diablo.
And that's also Diablo's comfort pick, right? Paquito.
Season 1.
I am the priestess of primal lightning.
Again,
The
Edith going to
hunter
be
of all
locked
the
in
evil
as a
gods.
prio pick, so it does give Stellark the chance to take up Fredrin if they wanted to.
Now, here's the thing. Whenever I'm looking at the Edith, the first thing that we think of is, yes, flexibility. They can flex over to the EXP or to a roam. But after looking at RSG, we actually have seen so much of their games that we know that Diablo don't play the Edith.
Exactly.
So it kind of immediately sets the Edith into the roam role. So the flexibility option kind of goes away to the point that I don't think that it's kind of worth it to get it as first pick.
But it could be big braining the big brain, you know. So right now I'm just gonna show you, hey, here's Edith, and then you look back at the
Diablo
stats.
plays Edith.
Diablo never plays Edith, right? And then suddenly, hey, Diablo plays Edith, and you get caught with your pants down literally right now. Stellark, notice that there's gonna be an Edith going in. They're also going to start to cut down on these healing meta already, so that's a box already picked up to counter that heal, and they're also going to add on. That's going to be a Rafaela given over to Kirby. Yes, that's a soft support that's going to be played by Kirby in his debut.
See value in me?
Yeah, and okay, Bray
You
goes
should.
with the Fredrin
It's
again, so
my
these are
way or
really
the
comfort
highway.
picks. Pulling out the Ixia here for Oki, actually very, very early on in this draft.
The fact that they actually picked up Ixia this early, in fact within the first phase, it pretty much suggests that RSG will want to play a lot more of a goal lane oriented team. They will want to put a lot more of their emphasis on the goal lane to ensure that they are going to be making sure that Oki gets his farm well. As such, that Edith very likely, or rather, you know, kind of 99.999%, not because of the fact that Diablo is playing in RSG, but because of the fact that they need that priority. They need the lane priority over the EXP in order to really enable their Ixia to get a really safe farm.
I just feel like, from the side of RSG right here, I feel like this Ixia is going to have a little bit of trouble going into these team fights unless RSG, with the help of the Fredrin and the Edith, to set it up really well. Because don't forget, Stellark does have a Baxia that could just immediately flank and just roll out of the way,
When the
especially
body
from the ultimate
suffers,
as well.
your team
And on
is
top
the
of that, you
spirit
also got a Terisla that could just jump in, flicker penalty zone, and then trap you. Because don't forget, right now the width is actually slightly reduced for Ixia, but the range is increased. So this Ixia needs to be really peeled really well by RGSG, but this is RGSG
Among the
we're talking about.
planes
They played
exists
together
the
for
equilibrium,
a very long time,
which
so I'm
I
not
was made
really
for.
too concerned about that, especially looking at just the name tags.
I think one more thing to top it off, right? When you're saying that they need the peel, the thing is, on the side of Stellark, they have a lot of movement speed, a lot of mobility right now on their hands, and that's something that RSG does not really have in their draft right now. So it really gives Stellark a potential to be able to engage better and disengage from the team fights if they don't want to take that up with RSG.
Yep, definitely, right? Stellark can always easily sidestep whatever RSG wants to do. don't forget, even if you've managed RSG draft someone that could like infinitely slow somebody down, you've also got a Rafaela to give them the movement boost, and then just Stellar just gonna be running around in rings around RSG. That's why Stellar go ahead and ban away the Benedetta and the Yuzhong. These are EXP laners that potentially Diablo can do. They're not even gonna fall for the bait that Edith is going to go into Diablo. Yeah, they're just gonna eliminate any form of mobility away from RSG.
I don't think it's a bait, right? We all know that Diablo most likely wouldn't play, but I would say that even though you know it, you cannot count out the possibility that they can flex it just because, you know, RSG's at that level where they can flex the pick if they really wanted to. Now, Yves and Gort gonna be the last bans out here from RSG onto Stellark, so that takes away a lot of their team fighting ability, the burst damage coming in that would pair up so well with the penalty zone of the Terizla and that zone space created by the Baksha.
What is this?
So,
what is this, youngin? That's 4 mages already banned away by RSG.
That's true.
I guess that's just how much they
actually
don't want to
5.
do with it.
It could be 5 if you consider
Yeah,
Angela.
I mean, oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. You know? Okay, so now we focus back onto the lineup from the side of Stellark, right? They're gonna have to look out for a single blind pick. So the fact that the Ixia is already out, it only makes sense for them to actually blind pick into a marksman. I was hoping that it would be a Brody, but in this case, it's gonna be an Irithel.
Oh man, I'm gonna tell you this, ladies and gents. As if you play an Ixia against an Irithel, the most annoying part is basically just getting ring around, because don't forget, it's a cone shape that you're using as compared to a Eve real world manipulation, right? So house key on this Irithel can easily sidestep. You tap, you use the sprint. You could even use the great crossbow, great drive crossbow as well as a.
Oh my god, youngin, I hate you so much!
What is going on here? What is going on here, ladies and gents? RGSG proceeds to ban all 5 mid laners and pick Cyclops. Youngin's talking to you right now, man. Youngin's talking to you right now.
I swear, this guy has a personal vendetta against me. I swear.
His very first game back into the fray, and he decides to go with the Cyclops. I think it's a gift.
I think this is just, you know, borderline RSG showing confidence. Overwhelming amount of confidence against Stellark SG. And it's the first game of Cyclops in this season. Yeah, we keep track. We keep track of that.
I mean, you don't really need to it's just given Abstract's reaction here, you can tell how big and that it's never come up before. Stella are going to go ahead and round their draft up here with a Farsa, so really adding on to their team fighting capabilities. You know that they're going to play into this really well, and not to mention Farsa also have mobility on her own. So to me, Stellark here really screams, Jace, what you said, ring around the roses.
Yep.
This is the gameplay for them here. And RSG, on the other hand, I don't know, can they actually fight that, right? It seems like Cyclops and X-Borg is the answer to that.
The amount of slows that RSG can potentially put out using the X-Borg and also the Fredrin. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna help a little bit, but you got a Rafaela that could just give slow immunity, and then yeah, you're just gonna boom and zoom for the side of Stellark. They're gonna go fast in this kind of engagements.
Why am I the play-by-play for this series?
It was all planned by the universe and Youngin.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So I whispered to Youngin, hey.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches
very good morning to every single one of you, and very good morning to me! Well, without said and done, let us just jump right into the land of dawn as we look at RSG versus Stellark, and also with the debut of Cyclops.
Come on!
I feel like, you know, Scrubby, I feel like whenever we go into the team fights, Abstract will only look at the Cyclops and will clap every time it dies.
So I apologize to Bougie in advance in the event that
it's not him.
Yeah, it's not you. It's the hero. But speaking of which, taking a look at this, it does seem as though we are going to look at a very a fast 2 coming in from the side of Stellark, but we are not looking at that for the side of RSG. They actually sent their Edith as well as their who's this against the one-eye Cyclops.
Oh my god! You put Yunski here at the bottom of the screen. Oh my god. when he's not playing. But it's Kirby that's playing. Chesty blinkers away. Muji. Okay, that's Cyclops now. Okay, Yusuke is removed already.
Alright, so with that all said and done, that is going to be the first kill that's going to be credited over to the side of Stellark. So with that all said, that means that RSG is having a pretty bad spot. You know why? Because it's a Cyclops.
So much hate. Scrubby, so much hate.
Yeah, you can see it. Oh, Bray narrowly misses that Praise's Wrath on Chu there, so he's gonna get away just fine. Right. If you could be here to see Abstract's face right now, it's a mix of like shock and anger.
Yeah, do you remember Yunsky's face just now at the bottom? Yeah, that's exactly the face I'm making right now.
Anyways, let's take a look at the emblem before we proceed on. That's going to be Mage Emblem for both of these two mid laners, and also Festival of Blood instead of going for, Mystery Shop, right? Because he wants that sustain.
Oh, one thing that I did realize as well is that Kirby actually didn't use the new emblem. So that is something nice, but for now we're going to be looking at Diablo that's just going to be jumping right in, and it does seem like he did manage to make a roasted Baxia on top of all of that. The turtle will go down to the hands of RSG with only a single death from the side of Stellark.
So Kirby picking up the Wilderness Blessing is something that's already a given, because now you see Kirby going to be zooming around, right?
He didn't pick it up.
He did.
He did?
He did. He picked up the Wilderness Blessing, which is like the latest emblem for movement speed boost in the river and also the jungle, so that he can rotate faster and be the ambulance whenever he needs, right? And now, you RSG secure a turtle, but Stella will only take one person in trade. I don't think that's a fair trade, Scrubby.
For sure. I mean, why would you ever want to trade that plus a turtle on top, right? So you can see RSG clearly has the lead over here. And so, Star Power lockdown on the top side here. You can see one thing is that the members now, this game feels a lot more accelerated than it has, I think, in the past few weeks, right? The changes they've made to the EXP that's needed in order to contest for these first turtles. So you can see the team fights already starting to happen. That's super, super apparent.
I mean, we are currently 3 minutes into the game and down to the bottom lane, which is something that RSG should be focusing on. They didn't. As such, they actually gave Stellark a free kill on top of Oki, and that is a 0-1 scoreline for them already. And they knew. They know that, okay, with Oki down, we can't do much.
And it's a win for them, right? Because not only has Oki and Lucian Cutie used their flicker here in this situation, they know that, and they can brawl again.
They don't really have a lot of damage coming in, so the best thing that they can go on with this is going to be a single kill onto Rafaela. They don't have an Ixia. Ixia doesn't have the kind of power creep in the early stages. Sorry, a power spike in the early stages of the game, so it would take quite a bit of time. So most of the early game dominance will probably come in from the hands of Bougie, but we're talking about a Cyclops here.
I feel like this particular game will be a bashing fest of Cyclops. But another thing we also have to take a look about is that, definitely want to take a look at how Ixia is building, because there are two camps, right? Yep. Some camps want to build Ixia on the attack speed. Some camps want to build the Ixia on the damage. Like
I am team damage for the lifesteal.
Team damage usually for Oki, for the Ixia. But then again, we got another second turtle coming up. Blake is rolling around. Lucian Cutie, Kirby around the turtle pit already.
Yep, grabbing aggro as much as possible, while Blade is just going to be hunting him down. But he crashes on top of the turtle, so he kind of lost the mobility. But Chesty all over at the back. He did manage to pop off with the ultimate, but that means that Stellark actually lost out a lot of the ultimate, unable to take this fight off for themselves. We've got Diablo joining into the fray. Bray takes the turtle off for themselves, while Chu zones off everyone else. Bougie left behind, but unfortunately he's not going to stay alive throughout all of that.
That was a good fight coming up from Stellark SG, if you ask me. The engage was really well, but the Retro Finger definitely goes down to Bray. Securing that turtle, and everything that Stellark worked hard for is just gone, because RSG still managed to secure the turtle.
Good zoning coming in from Bray. This allows Oki to actually whittle down the turret down as fast as he could, and that will enable them to go for a swap.
Feels almost a little bit premature, right? The way that Chesty, I don't know, maybe he was trying to zone for the team, but Feathered Airstrike being laid now so early that RSG managed to buy enough time for them to come back at them. And right now you can see Ixia going for Corrosion Scythe already built up as the first item. I think, to your point, it's a bit of a hybrid between attack speed and damage, right? I think the build now could be, Corrosion Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword for that attack speed as well, but then you go into a BOD top lane though.
There's gonna be a dead Chu, and Blade joins into the fray, hoping that he'll be able to wipe things clean on the Diablo as well as Lucian Cutie. A lot of the movement speed is just gonna be dropped off from the side of Diablo, as Chesty just gonna be flicking forward with the Feathered Airstrike, and that will bring too
but them down, leaving Pooji all alone.
So Stellar actually found a really good picking right there. RSG committed and burned so many resources all the way up top, and they tried to turret dive. But at the same time, you look at how Stellar managed to pick 2 kills over there. RSG takes away the mid lane turret. And that is how RSG wants to play. Yes, I can give you these fights. At the same time, there's always this different layers of, you know, the macro game that RSG is playing against Stellar SG.
I honestly don't really see much of a problem, you know, giving 2 or 3 kills for a standing objective. By the end, I mean, the main thing... Yeah, especially is in the mid lane. RSG, what they are trying to go for here is to bring down all of the first tier defense turret in order to starve out a Stellar, make sure that they are unable to get much farm for themselves. In the meantime, Lucian Cutie actually broke out of his Firelag bomb pretty early, even though he don't have a lot of high stacks of Wrath, and that puts Pooji in a very bad spot. And we are talking about a Cyclops. He can't run.
You're just waiting for him to die.
Yeah, you're just waiting for it. It's now 3 times them, and RSG is just, but okay, ooh, ultimate.
Kirby, he's not going to be receiving that much damage actually, but he's going to be whittled down the all-time low. Blade actually went too deep in. I think that was a very committal yet non-committal act from Stellark.
I think they ultimately looked down on Ixia's ultimate, especially when you saw how Oki uses that to wave clear very quickly, and then after that just, you know, engage in the team fight and continue on. So that's basically RSG gameplay.
Well, Chesty, he's been pretty trigger happy with his Panther airstrike, putting himself in a pretty bad spot all the time, and positioning-wise as well. Since they don't have a lot of information onto their own upper jungle, that actually gave a free avenue for Diablo to just casually walk right in, and there we go, Chesty's there with his ulti popped up.
I like what you say about trigger happy, right? Because Stellar in this case really needs to be super careful about their timings here, right? Their ultimates are really crucial for the team fights that they want to play, and so far RSG has been able to capitalize on these timings as well. When they know that Stellar has expanded, that's when they start to engage onto Stellar, and they are aware that they don't have anything to fight back against. So right now RSG looks like they're camping again. Lucian Cutie with the throwback,
and it does seem like we do have immobilization onto Chu, but there's going to be a double flicker just so that he will be able to catch up on the 2. And he uses the penalty zone to try to get himself away, but unfortunately that's not going to be working too much for him. Diablo still have his immortality. They didn't manage to bring that final dot of HP off of him, while Brain jumps over to the backline, just hoping that he will be able to catch Chesty. He did manage to, but that forced the flicker.
All this started because RSG decided to take away mid lane turret, and that's also because Stellar actually tunnel vision on trying to get a kill on Oki all the way up top side. So yeah, this is the problem when you give up your mid lane turret so early on. RSG was able to just all of a sudden burst onto your jungle, and Stellar couldn't farm at all. Even if you take a look, the kill score is almost like 3 kills, right? But RSG, that map dominance has given them a 6k gold lead.
I think this is the problem about Stellark, is that they are just jumping into a mindless amount of rage just so that they can go for a kill. Yes, this is like Unga Bunga for them. But they didn't really quite expect or think about, when we go for these kills, what are the things that we are trying to look for in value? What are we translating into? If we go into a fight, what are we risking? I think what Stellark has been doing is that we see someone, we go for the kill. Unfortunately, their lineup is not built to do that. They don't have, like, you know, assassins that can really help them engage and, you know, kind of disengage at a very fast rate. They don't have that kind of ability. They don't have the kind of mobility as well.
Well, they do, right? I mean, we talked about Stellark. You were talking about Stellark mobility. Yep. I mean, with the Rafaela, I think that's what they were trying to go for, right? Adding on to that mobility. But you're right, because it doesn't seem like that's playing out the way that they want it to. We talked about Ring Around the Roses. It's supposed to be Stellark playing Ring Around the Roses with RSG. But in this case, that's not what's happening. And RSG, very, very objective focus here, taking that down and whittling the Stellark's defenses down to just the mid lane turret, also with the Lord coming down the bottom.
All I can see from this is Stellark is actually building into more of a siege comp, but they're not really playing into the siege comp, right? We're looking at a Baxia, great at zoning, Terizla, great at zoning, we've got a Chesty, also great at zoning, but they're not exactly doing that. But for now, we'll take a look at this fight as Ixia is all the way at the back line, popping up the ultimate, and flickers backwards so that he will be able to touch on the other players as well. There's going to be 2 Chesty as well, the house is going to be taken down as the Lord tramples right within their reach. And Stellark, they are unable to do anything against RSG, and that is a 10 minutes and 50 seconds game clocked in.
A speed run with a Cyclops with a...
You want to know why?
Victory!
It's not because of Cyclops.
Look, okay, it's a speed run with a Cyclops and a marksman that cannot reposition itself very well because of the ultimate as well. And you also got a matchup for a marksman that kind of works against them, right? Stellar SG are supposed to be able to just rotate around and just play around the cooldowns of RSGSG, but it became the other way around. It's RSGSG themselves that play around the cooldowns of Stellar SG.
Exactly. I think that's just, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
You thought you had this game plan, but the other team takes your game plan and plays it out better, even though that's what your draft was supposed to do.
How did Oki get 2 kills? I mean, how did Puji get 2 kills?
It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. They will not have a Cyclops next game, right?
Yes, they will not.
We hope that for that. But right now, if you take a look through the items, right, if you look at Stellar SG, there are just starved items. The only person that could really output damage is Chesty on the Club and also the Lightning Trunkin, right? That's very crucial, and that's why he's able to secure that 2 kills. And RSGSG is starting to respect that a lot, right? That's why they're investing a lot of things, especially from the side of Lucian Cutie, to just flicker and knock up, especially when it caught on Chesty and Husky. That's almost game over the side Stellar. And don't forget, I feel like Stellar SG right now, because of this newcomer coming in, could also affect in terms of how they want to play the game. Because as a Rafaela, you're supposed to basically like go in together and get out together. But right now, I feel like they're always going in, but they don't really like, okay, you know what? We're a little bit behind. Let's take a step back and chill and make sure Husky get his farm. If you take a look, Husky is not exactly ready to fight as compared to RSGSG Oki.
Exactly, right? I think the rotations, they were trying to rotate and pick off those fights, and to a certain extent they did that well, but the thing is RSG could actually match that rotation. Yeah. So it was really difficult because every time Stellar found something, RSG was able to find compensation for that, or even more than they wanted to, right? So overall you can see even the level differences between the two teams, it was too hard for Stellar to be able to do anything by the time RSG got to that mid game.
I still feel that the loss of Stellar is also kind of attributed to their lineup. So the main thing that I was looking out for Stellar is that it kind of feels like they have a little bit of this and a little bit of that. When I look out for siege composition, that is something that they have. They have great zoning tools, but their marksman just doesn't play in the way that I would want them to. Like, we're not seeing a Beatrix, we're not seeing a Bruno. Irithel is not necessarily very good at that. But in the meantime, we are also looking at, you know, kind of like team fight orientation, a team fight composition. This is a team that can definitely excel in team fight, but I feel that they shouldn't be, you know, just what's the word? Tunnel vision into a single objective, which is just to kill, and kill, which is what they did. But they lost so much in the process of all of that.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the emblems right here, yeah, my mistake on Kirby, that is actually a tenacity instead of a wilderness blessing. But if you compare that to over to Ixia and also this Edith, right, I feel like what RSG has realized that they're going to take fights in the river most of the time. They like to fight at the choke points. That's where Diablo was able to shine. That's why the 2 wilderness blessing really goes really well for Ixia and also this Edith from the side of RSG.
Yeah, not just the taking fights in the jungle, right? It also helps them move around a lot faster, and I think it was surprising, but that plays exactly to what Ixia's supposed to do. So we talked about how they wanted to pressure Oki in the lanes, right? But he's gonna go ahead, pick up that Wilderness Blessing and take you in the jungle where he can camp you out and just pop that ultimate on you and be able to take you out immediately. So even though you have that sustain on Rafaela, it's not gonna be enough for you to sustain through that fight and damage.
So with that said, we ended the game with a 10,000 gold lead in just under 11 minutes. Now that is definitely a very tough blow over to Stellar. The question is if whether they will be able to change much of their lineup or perhaps change much of their play, their gameplay a while later.
I feel like they had a chance at the, I think it was the second turtle, where both these two teams, the goal gap is not too far away. Hope we'll be able to see that during the highlights. But of course, if you notice, most of the damage done is of course done by RSGSG.
Diablo has the highest GPM.
He's been farming. Basically, this is exactly what happens, right? Stellar, as you remember during the keys to victory, we want them to focus more on Oki. They did, but they left Diablo unattended.
Huh. That is not what I was expecting, to be fairly honest. So at least when it comes down to Xborg versus Terizla, the both of them are... I feel that it is very micro-intensive. It really depends on who's just going to be positioning themselves in a bad spot. But they both can leave the lane relatively on the same time. But I think that it is also attributed to the fact that RSG did manage to put quite a bit of emphasis onto Diablo's lane too.
I think what's interesting here also is that the total heal of RSG exceeds that of Stellark, even though you have a Rafaela on the team of Stellark. That just plays to how much Stellark was not able to fight in team fights as much as they wanted to.
So I don't really know how is the MVP gonna be played out like that. It better be Diablo on the Xbox, not... Okay, perfect.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
It's of course Diablo. Of course.
Can you stop?
Why not?
With your fanboy service.
It's a #1 fan thing, alright? Okay, because most important thing you have to take a look out is that Diablo, I wasn't really expecting this kind of performance out of Diablo on the Xborg as well. Don't forget, Xborg is not one of his heroes as well, but this time around, he's really shown during the regular season, hey, I can actually play on this Xborg, right? And he knows the limits of this Xborg already, so that's something very new. And don't forget, we talk about bursty EXP laners. He actually went in full tank first.
So the thing is, Diablo did say this one thing before, that he wanted to prove to people that he don't only play Badang and Kali / off-meta heroes. He can definitely play meta heroes as well. But the question is if whether this game is a testament to that quote and if whether it weighs enough of a weight. I think that will take a little bit more time as we go into the playoff, then we'll maybe answer that. But for now, let's break down the highlights a little bit and take a look onto the screen of Diablo.
This is the exact fight I was talking about. If you notice the positioning of Kirby and the goalie is more or less even Stevens right now, right? But it is about two overextending a little bit too much. That allows RSG to kind of split that whole fight apart. We focus down two. All of a sudden, you don't really have a frontliner. That's why Hauski wasn't able to join the fight. Now, in this particular one, is where, Select come in, they caught a very good timing, but if you notice immediately how Oki was actually all the way down bot and Fredgen already hard pushing it, and then they just quickly pushed that mid lane turret, and everything that Stella worked so hard to get actually gone, and it made it even worse.
Yeah, I mean, in the early, this is where it starts to turn, right? This is Stellark trying to take a fight here, but look at Diablo going all the way in. RSG still manages to capitalize on Stellark being so split up, and you can see the rest of the members coming in late and not being able to be in this team fight. By the time they arrive, that fight is over.
Yep, and Oki here also nice positioning using the flicker as well to kind of connect and basically zone everybody from the side of Stellark to not being able to defend this Lord. Don't forget, this Lord is not even a Luminous one. It's only just a baby Lord, and they use that to end the game right there and then.
Initially, when I was looking at the lineups of Stellark, I thought that hey, when they pick up a Rafaela, they shouldn't have too big of a problem, scouting up bushes or perhaps even opening up the maps because she's got a great disengaging tool. Just from the healing, you get the slow immunity, right? Get slow immunity and you get a burst of movement speed. And when it comes down to your from your first skill, you also can see anyone that's in the brush as long as they are within of your range, right?
And it's a big range and it slows people down. So basically, it's like a very good. It's a very flexible hero right now in this particular meta. Don't forget with the new item, the photo, Flash of the Oracle photo.
Oasis.
Get it?
Oasis.
Sorry. Oasis. My bad. I keep thinking it's Oracle.
You but the drink point being, from the Oasis.
I just know it as a photo. How MPL PH has been coining that term. But the point being is that if you notice how Kirby and also the rest of the team wants to play, I feel like they really need to stick to one decision. In the first part of the whole fight, especially that second turtle that I said, hey, Stellark does have a chance right there. Yeah, they're fighting as a unit. They're very decisively wanting to get that turtle, but unfortunately it gave over to Bray because of Wretched Finger. But then again, towards the last part of the team fight, Stellark SG was kind of split into two, right?
Yeah.
One camp wants to engage, the other camp wants to disengage. Hauski cannot, once your front line is in the front, you really cannot actually get Hauski to be on the front line to deal out the damage.
It's unfortunate that they are unable to drag on the game for long enough in order to get the glory that they want for, this very first game. But maybe the second game will be not too bad. But speaking of glory, the road to glory has never been tastier.
Salesman abstract coming online.
Exactly. With McDonald's, as you see at the bottom of the bottom side of the screen, we've got the new and improved Chicken McCrispy, which you can get in any McDonald's near you. And if you don't want to head on down because you want to watch more of MPL SG, feel free to, of course, launch the McDonald's app and use the McDelivery and get yourself one of these crispy McCrispy, spicy McCrispy, chicken McCrispy, whatever that you like to call it, because they are super juicy and succulent. That's something that I absolutely love, and now I'm super hungry.
Yeah. Actually, right, I had it just last night, right?
No, shut up.
I was just having it last night. The best part about this is that because I don't like spicy, right? So I went for the honey soy, right?
Yeah.
And it's super good.
Like
So
spicy?
you know, like how some fried chicken, right? Like you don't get it perfect, right? But somehow with the improved recipe, it's very smooth. It looks very smooth. It looks very succulent as well. And then when you bite it off, right, the oil is just not very oily. It's just enough. And then after that, on top of that, with the skin, oh man, goodness, the skin is infused with the flavors of the honey soy. Just so nice. And then the chicken is actually tender. You know, sometimes they may deep fry a little bit too dry. Yeah, so nice.
Sorry, I didn't hear you over the sound of you not eating spicy.
Come on.
I was just like, are you guys like commentators or like food critics or?
Time to change my job right now.
No, we're not food critics. We are more
food enjoyers.
Yes.
That's
I
right.
live to eat.
Down to the detail. The oil is just nice, succulent meat and tender yet crispy. Oh my goodness.
You're on your way. Are you the kind that live to eat or eat to live?
I live to eat.
Perfect. Eat to live or live to eat?
I don't know the difference.
Yeah, she eats to live.
She eats to live.
Yeah, she eats to live.
Yeah. So basically, you eat food in order to survive,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
you
yeah.
survive
It
just so you
depends
can
on
eat
my
good
mood.
food.
It depends on my mood.
She eats to
But I can eat.
A different kind of lalang we have here.
Yeah.
Crispy anytime.
All right, don't forget also for the side of McDonald's as well. I'm just gonna add on shaker fries are back.
Oh, yes.
Yes. I'm so happy. You know, I was like, and the samurai burger as well. I just had it yesterday as well. On top of that, I'm like, oh, it's so good. I was like, oh, you know, after work, I was just like feeling a little bit stressed out. Then you know what? I just went to McDonald's and just ordered one of them, a samurai burger and a shaker fries. Yeah, it's just so nice. And I went back home, slept like a baby, and it came today for MPL Singapore.
Yeah, that sounds like a great Friday.
Yeah, great Friday night alone
sounds like a
eating
great
McDonald's.
Friday. Yeah.
Perfect. Because my girlfriend's in Australia right now, so yeah.
Oh.
Oh, so that's why you're stuffing yourself.
Okay. When is she gonna be your fiance?
Hey,
Oh wow,
come
that
on.
escalated quickly.
Hey, come on.
Not
Come
everyone can pull a
on.
proposal out, alright? Alright? Okay.
Okay, you know one thing I gotta have to say to everyone in the comment section as well, right? Seaweed shaker fries is the best fries. Changed my mind.
We're still on McDonald's?
Yes, because we're talking about seaweed shaker.
Okay, you
Yeah,
know.
seaweed shaker is the best.
Okay,
Seaweed
you know
shaker
what
is the
else
best.
needs to be shaken up? The draft.
No,
here.
seaweed shaker needs to be shaken up.
It's gotta be seaweed.
Yeah. That fry needs to be shaken up.
Look, the only one of the best ways that Stellar that can win is we sprinkle some seaweed on them.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough
And then
food.
shake them up
Yes.
a little bit more.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And they will actually stand a chance against RSG in this very upcoming game.
Yeah, they need that McDonald's buff right there.
Exactly. They need themselves the chicken McCrispy. Change my mind.
Okay.
Alright, I don't know where exactly we're going with this, ladies and gents, but rest assured, Stellar SG, they kind of tried to pull a very good one against RSGSG, but RSGSG turned the game plan that's supposed to counter them against them. RSGSG drafted a whole roster that I don't expect them to be very, you know, mobile and fluid, but RSGSG made it seem like this roster is meant to flank and be fluid at the same time. So this is absolutely wonderful coming up from RSGSG, but we gotta have to take a look at game number 2.
Yeah, it's not just the mobility, right? The healing as well, you know? So RSG uses all these small details, the micro stuff, you know, the spell vamp emblems, the items, and in the kit as well, and using things like Wilderness Blessing to be able to get that movement speed around. And it's almost like they use these details to play up against the game plan of Stellark. So whether or not they will continue to do that this game, we will see, but this time it's going to be Stellark taking out the Nuvaria, and again RSG going with
Here we
Chesty's
go.
comfort bands.
Here we go, we're gonna ban all the mages out there. And I feel like RSGSG had to pull out the
Sun
Cyclops
rises
because
when I give the
there
word.
are no other because they've been banning all the mages away. But there's always still a Xavier that they can potentially play. But I think it's just youngins that, you know what, let's just pick a Cyclops because they know that Abstract is casting right there for the content and the memes.
Well, maybe in part, right? But you know that Youngin doesn't just pick anything willy-nilly. I think the Cyclops really work to their favor in terms of how it helps to lock down someone, right?
Yeah.
And when you play against a composition that has so much mobility, if you just target at the Irithel, right? We saw them going against the Irithel, that you basically can't do anything.
Let me defend for Abstract, right? Xavier lockdown is an AoE lockdown. As compared to, and it's not even a ultimate. It's actually a skill that you can spam after you build your book, right? So yeah, Xavier could potentially replace that Cyclops slot anytime, or any mages out there, even the Nana as well. But RSGSG right there, you know, going to be banning away the Boxer this time around.
Always on the way.
And
Your
shifting
team
their
is
attention
banning.
towards more sustainable heroes such as a Uranus, perhaps, coming out from RSG.
Now, of course, there are definitely people that will say that, hey, the reason why you pick a Cyclops up is because you get a guaranteed stun at the end of the duration, right? Well, so does Eudora. And it's
Eudora
right
doesn't
there.
have the same kind of mobility that you need.
Well, it doesn't matter. Why do you care about mobility if you can just burst anyone that comes into your face?
Let's not argue with Abstract, because Abstract is going to continuously talk about how bad Cyclops is. So ladies and gents, if you guys are still playing a Cyclops, Abstract is coming for you.
Yeah. Betoski, I'm coming after you.
Anyways, first pick going over to Stellar right here. A lot of opportunities right to Edith. But okay, we're going to first pick the Valentina right off the bat.
Okay.
Because they know if they let it go, RSGSG is going to start hunting down Chesty. They're going to take that away first.
But I don't think that they would care too much about, you know, not picking big ultimates though.
Not big out. No, but the thing is, for Chesty, Valentina is also a very comfort pick.
Yep.
And it allows him to be aggressive, and that plays to his playstyle very well, because actually he likes to be the one that's in the front line, get aggressive, and then have the ability to kite backwards. Or when he plays the Lilia, he goes in the front line and then pops the black shoes and goes back as well. So I think that's one thing that really helps them. It also sets up for, you know, with the Terrify, the CCs, a lot of flexibility in how he can
See
play
value
it.
in me?
But I have this sense
I am the power
that
of
Youngin
light
might be
incarnate.
baiting that pick out in a way, because he has changed the bans out this round as well. Instead of taking out the Valentina or something to the extent, he banned out the Baxia. So he must have seen this pick coming as well.
Yep.
So far, their response is Fredrin and Kaja.
Yeah, Baxia can also kind of counter the Fredrin just a little bit. You limit their healing. And it's pretty annoying, right? Especially in this particular meta when RSGSG, Oki can go into the Bruno. The last thing you need is that the Bruno receives lesser healing from his Hearth Claws as the first item. So yeah, RSGSG definitely respecting Blade's Baxia.
It doesn't. The current draft doesn't really tell us anything just yet. But the only thing that we can fall back on is going to be the bans itself. So Baxia ban, Angela ban, as well as the the Lilia ban. One thing that I can probably draw a reference is that they're probably going to pick an Enchanter style mid lane player.
Are you my next conquest?
What else do we have?
It's my way or the
Rafaela.
highway. Your team is
Okay, so
banning.
at least for Youngin, he still prefers to go onto Ixia and try to focus a bit more onto the gold lane. So they set up their win condition out there already, and they're gonna have to craft their mid laner as well as their EXP laner based on what is required. I still believe that they will fall back to based on their bans here. What kind of Enchanter style heroes we can see in middle lane?
Well, personally, the Rafaela in the mid doesn't really work very well because you're sacrificing a lot of magic damage. And the best Enchanter healer that could go into the mid lane are already banned out, i.e. the Angela and the Mathilda. So I feel like RSGSG, instead of going for that soft Enchanter mid
There's
laner, I think
nowhere for the evil
gonna
to hide.
let,
Team is
they're not
banning.
even going to go for it. In fact, RSGSG is starting to trim down even more of these healers, right? Like, look at that. That's also a Rafaela already gone. What's next?
Light me
Florin?
up and
Your
watch
team
the
is
world
banning.
Well,
burn.
possibly, but they don't have to, right? I mean,
Yep.
Florin was nerfed, and at this moment, it might not help, or Stellar might not consider it as well. I do think they need to consider possibly a bit of a beefier frontline here. They have the Edith, they have the Martis, but what else could they go into?
A Terizla would be always good for the side of Stellark as well.
That is true.
Yep, and in fact, you already got an Edith that could act as a pseudo damage as well. So I feel like they're really kind of okay in the damage department. If the Terizla is banned by RSG, they can always fall back into the Lapu Lapu. Now Stellark right here, don't forget it's RSG that's gonna get the first pick after this banning phase. Stellark is targeting mostly on Diablo's heroes already. Xbox taken away, and that's also should be maybe an Yuzhong coming out from Stellark ban as well. Grok will be taken away by RSG, noting that yeah, they need. Stellark doesn't really have that tankiness yet, and they also don't want this wild charge that could just extend the CCs from a mile away.
So they're whittling down the amount of roamers that's currently available on the board, based on the fact that they already have got a Kaja for themselves. While Stellark still have the Edith, they're trying to force the Edith to really play on this roam role in order to open up the EXP role for Stellark themselves. Although, I mean, they definitely still have an opportunity to change things up if they want to, but what I see right now is that they should just probably keep it to the Edith onto the roam instead. And
may the blood of my enemies flow in my spear.
Diablo.
Yeah, that's gonna be a Mincetar, man. Stellark, you doesn't want to give the double pick over to side of RSG. That's a really good ban. Mincetar, yeah, Diablo has been playing it to quite some time, and you know, because of the King's Con, Stellark can't use any dashes again, and there you go.
Youngin, I hate you so much!
That's a Cyclops being picked out by Buji once again. 100% win rate, by the way.
It does play into what they're trying to do here, right? It's a very, very heavy focus on a single target pick-off right now. So the moment you get picked off by RSG, whether it be by the Divine Judgment or the Star Power Lockdown, it's going to be fatal.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised that RSG, instead of going into the EXP pick first, they went to secure Cycle, who Stellark has already selected a mage. Nobody picks Cyclops at all, but yet they want to show you RSG is super confident going up against Stellark SG.
Yeah, no, how I see things is a little bit different here. RSG, they have absolute faith in Diablo, and they want to keep Diablo to be the final last pick. They want to give Diablo a winning matchup no matter what. It's an either-or situation. Give him a winning matchup for sure, but it also requires him to be very flexible. That's what I'm trying to get into. In the meantime, they picked the Cyclops, probably just for one condition, to run away from the Smartest. That's probably the only thing that I would want to see from it.
Yeah, today we're seeing two debut in MPL Singapore, right? A Cyclops and a Phobius. Don't forget, Phobius has been buffed recently, right? And it's going to work very well, especially whenever the Martyrs dashes around and with the second skill. Yes, that's actually considered a dash, so Phobius can always immediately jump on. And you can chase that Cloud all the way using the BMI. And don't forget, whenever the Valentina uses goes into her combo, that's also dashes. So yeah, that Phobius coming in, looking really, really interesting from RSG.
Maybe I shouldn't think too much about the Cyclops this round because, to be honest, I can see the reason why Cyclops is picked.
Really?
Just for the mobility, really. Just really for the mobility. You wouldn't want the Martyrs to keep on dunking on you. You wouldn't want to be the guy that fuel onto his dunks and dunks. You wouldn't want to give him that. So that's probably what Youngin is trying to do.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Alright, I guess we're going to go into game number 2. Don't forget, Phobius was kind of like what Youngin likes to pick because I think he respects that hero a lot. And don't forget, because of the current meta, there's a lot of dashes around. Yeah, Phobius is going to have a lot of fun time. Even bringing in with the Flame Shot as well, just to create even more, pushing power to get that proc up for the ultimate.
Oh, and with that all said, Buji and Losing Cutie has already cleared the middle lane and pushing Rush all the way up top. So the combination of a Kaja plus the Cyclops apparently give them such a huge amount of lane priority. They can actually clear so fast, way faster than what Stellark is capable of doing. Losing Cutie forced to expend a flicker. Bray joins into the fray, and it takes a little bit longer until Chesney eventually goes down.
I'm surprised at the Phobius pick, right? Still reeling from it. This might be... I mean, I didn't see that coming,
Me too, but I like it.
I was gonna say, is this Diablo's first Phobius game
ever
in
on
the
like
season?
Yes, as a fanboy myself,
no,
I can
on like
attest you.
any stage.
I don't think.
No. He has
Season
played
one?
Phobius before. He
Season
definitely played Phobius before.
Trust. He has played for years before. And you call yourself a Diablo fanboy. I'm gonna dig out source information right now and show it to you.
I like the fact that that source information comes from me.
Yes.
But jokes aside, right? But yeah, RSGSG, a wonderful start in the early game, right? 2 kills going event, and it's just because Bougie was able to wave clear very quickly along with Lucian Cutie, and now the fight ensues.
And now Chu finds himself taken down. RSG, they're just on such a crazy lead just because of the lane priority that they have. Chastity is still currently at level 3. In fact, probably neck and neck with Lucian Cutie, even though Lucian Cutie is actually the roamer.
The other thing about the Cyclops pick, right, that also blends very well with Lucian Cutie you were talking about is not only does it give it the mobility to run away from the Martyrs, he's also been using that mobility to rotate around so quickly. So RSG, you know, going to the top, I think twice now, just to pressure down Chu and make sure that he doesn't have a game to play. So this pick-up composition is really working out for them, even in the early parts of the game. And now that they are all, you know, have their ultimates up, level 5, it's only going to be a lot easier for RSG to do that. And I don't know, Stellark now, looking at their composition, it seems like, oh, hold on here.
Alright, that's gonna be the divine judgment. Well, Epic is just a little, just chill.
I found it!
Prove me wrong.
I found it. There we go. Here we go. Season 4.
Okay.
Okay. But okay, for now we're just gonna be jumping right into the game as now we've got Ogi. In fact, every single one of the ultimate just gonna be tossing right out. This is literally free real estate for RSG to reign control it. Chu comes in with the Black Dragon form. Unfortunately, that means that this is going to be all 4 members from the side of Stellark just going to be completely kept inside the Pandora's box. And RSG had decided to open it, except that this is complete opposite of what the Pandora's box is supposed to be. Kirby and Chu is now stuck within of their first tier defense turret. Bougie, I don't think that he will be able to stay long in the fight for any much longer. Man. If he continues to go in, he might actually have a tad bit of a trouble. As Blade is just going to go in for a straight little kill and may actually give Blade a good amount of kills if he continues dunking.
Okay, RSGSG overstayed the welcome down bot, right? Yeah, Bougie, they stayed so long.
I'm done.
Bougie stayed so long that he actually used the ultimate twice, right? Coming up from RSGSG. But now, you know, ultimately they're unable to, you know, get any gold energy out just because Blade was just there just in the nick of time. But RSG, you know, they've got just 3k gold lead. They're still 8-OK. And this is a roster that could just scale well into the later parts of the game. Same could be said over the side of Stellark, but Chu does have a bit of an early game priority, and Blade, don't forget, as a Martyrs, also falls off in late game.
Yeah, I mean, late game definitely doesn't look great for them, but the thing is, right now, already in the early game, they're suffering so much, right? Yep. RSG, not only do they have the ability to fight, and they've been doing that, right? Sandwiching Stellark at the bottom lane. They have so much CCs on their side, not just guaranteed CCs like the Star Power Lockdown. You also have from Oki, you know, from Bray as well, to be able to taunt them and lock them up. So far, Stellark, doesn't seem like they have the kit to fight back against RSG, but they're still trying to take priority here.
Chastity stole the Star Power Lockdown out of every single ultimate that is currently available on the side of RSG. I am just disappointed, but for now, we're just going to be looking at Kirby as he's just going to be taken down by Bougie once again. How is Bougie getting all these kills? As now Diablo is just going to be hoping that he will be able to get an Astaros' eye to eventually land on top of the Martyrs. Please don't tell me thank you, Diablo, for taking the kill.
Producer, let's give Bougie the MVP.
No!
Just for the memes. But RSG, right? Like right there, right? Because Chesty actually went for the ultimate of the Cyclops instead of going for the Lucian Cutie's ultimate. And not only just that, like, RSG was actually showed themselves down bot with Lucian Cutie and Oki already, but Stellark was a little bit slow in terms of pulling the trigger to kind of try to burst down the turtle, right? And because of that, RSG baited Stellark into, hey, we're going into this turtle fight. No, I take top, I take bot, I take mid. So that's a 3-pronged attack that RSG actually did against Stellark SG.
In theory, it was a window for them, right? Because you see 2 people down there, then yes, go ahead and try the objective. But RSG totally recognized that, but Kirby, no.
And it's just going to be completely retreating out of his fire axe. He's hoping that he will be able to run away. He even used a flicker, but that was way too late. Kirby, that's not how it's supposed to go. So now we've got 1-for-1 trade. And luckily for Stellark, I would say that that is actually a very valuable trade, though.
Definitely, right? You trade a roamer for a gold laner, that's a-okay, but does Stellark have enough to continue on this fight?
As Diablo is just going to be jumping right up into the sky and landing right on top of Blade one after another. Oh my god! I'm not even gonna.
I saw that.
I'm sorry, I just did not see that coming. I had to burst
Are we playing NBA? Is this NBA?
Well, that was fun, but what has happened so far is that it is a 2-for-2 trade so far, and Stellark seems to be trying to get themselves back into the fight. I would say that Chesty did technically prolong the fight just by a tad little bit longer.
Somebody needs to TikTok that, right? The phobias dunking on each other, and then just add on some like music in the background. That would be perfect for a meme. But there you go. That's already Diablo going in with the clock and the lightning chunk, and you know this Diablo is going to do a lot of damage as well. And not only just that, Bougie is already on the way for the concentrated energy. And speaking about Bougie, that's the ultimate going down. Not too sure whether RG wants to handshake this fight at all, because Turtle is coming up in 37 seconds.
Lucicutie got caught. That is not very good at all, but it does seem as though that Lucicutie is just going to be expending his ultimate just to make sure that he will be able to lock someone down. Blade and Kirby finds himself taken down, but two-person got pulled in by the Astaros' eye. Allows Diablo just keep on going in and over and over and over and over and over again. But for some reason, Bougie still gets himself a triple kill. Why? Why? But thank you for dying.
Man. But then again, Diablo this time around gets caught in a very awkward position. He has to walk through. There's no minions coming in, but Oki, not even there, and not even enough to push Chu away. But RSG definitely had a lot of fun in the game number 2.
You can see, right? The smiles on their faces. Honestly, they are having fun. As much fun as you both are having, for sure.
Am I really having fun here?
I'm very sure Abstract is enjoying his time in Game 1 and Game 2.
Okay, the thing is, you know,
Yes,
it's so oppressive right now.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, not again.
Kirby Flicker, Oki Flicker. It's just trying to seem as though that Oki is going to be safe and sound, even though Kirby was just trying to jump right in. It was a flicker for a flicker trade, I gotta have to say. Why is Bougie getting all these kills? But now, Howski's just going to be going in with a blazing duet. Bougie did manage to get himself away from all of that. Chesty gets a final kill down onto Oki, and that is going to be tallying things out a little bit more, because Chu is not dead. Now, might take it back. Chu is now dead. Howski, he did manage to get himself in and retreating almost immediately too.
Yep. Okay, both sides of these junglers have already blown their retribution, but Bray is going to go into a 1v2, and if you notice how Chesty and Blade were like, nope, I'm out of there. They know the damage that and the burst damage that Bray, and also the tankiness that Bray can do against Stellark SG, and with that, they've already shot bottom. Now they have full Lord priority.
By the way, Abstract, Bougie has 10
No,
kills.
no. Let's not get there. Let's not get there.
Half of RSG's
Let's not get there.
Divine Judgment.
It's just going to be connected down onto Blade, and that is not going to give them much value at all. Chesty did manage to steal the Divine Judgment as well, so they're definitely trying to look for something out here. A lot of damage that's going to be thrown onto Bray, but look at Bray's HP! It's hardly even 50% HP! And RSG, number 1, wiped out the... Oh wait, they didn't kill the Lord.
Yeah, Stellark actually stole the Lord right underneath RSG, and not only just that, they also paid the ultimate price. 4 men down. Howski wasn't even there to actually join the team fight as well, so that's also one big problem for the side of Stellark SG. Now he has to defend, because RSG could potentially just nullify whatever this Lord is trying to do, and no structures will be taken away by side of Stellark. Look at RSG, look at all the turrets, all healthy.
Yeah, RSG is just gonna take that all in one fell swoop. It's like as though they took the Lord.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't. With everyone did, just gives you free reign to do that, right? So Stellark, even though they played
Who took the Lord?
I mean, yeah, even though they managed to get the steal, right? It doesn't matter, because now they're back to square one, where they're trying to defend against RSG. So far, their team fights have been really difficult against RSG. Oki's positioning, right? Perfect. Always finding that backline position.
Oh my god, what was that? Oki! It just popped off the ultimate just for a split second, and Howski's HP dropped all the way down to 50 HP. Now Chu popped up the Black Dragon form, was hoping that he will be able to find some avenue and weave himself in between of RSG's lines, but it does seem as though he doesn't really quite have that defenses to really breach in.
Alright, RSG needs to deal with top side, because I've been looking at the top side for this long. RSG still handshake that team fight right there. Don't forget, top side, Stellark does have a 7 minutes march up against them, and they've already took down 1 turret without Stellark actually doing anything. And they're going to potentially take a second one.
Yeah, they're going to take a second one.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, I don't think that RSG cares about that at all, right? It's just 2 turrets, what does it matter?
They let it go, right? I do feel like RSG knows that they can take a backseat a little in this game, and that's what they've been doing, but it looks like Stellark wants to make a play here, though. going for the mid lane. There aren't any objectives for them to take right now,
Nothing.
so even if they were to pull this off, I don't know what that would translate into.
Yeah, there is a priority all the way up to the northern side, so even when Stark pushed all the way to the riverside, it's not gonna give them anything. But you know, a little bit of a change when it comes down to conceal play. It does seem like RSG is the one that's trying to go for the conceal play. Chesty was caught in between of, or rather within the animation. That's not looking great at all. Buji just gonna be fortifying himself within and encasing him in ice. That allows him to stay away from all of the team fight and just get himself back onto a tip-top condition. Blade being the final member remaining, man against the world. The Blade against, I don't know,
The Tyrant.
The Tyrant. But it does seem as though the Tyrant is going to be overwhelming the Blade, because all we're talking about is an unrefined and probably an unsharpened Blade going to be chipped off by the end of everything.
Buji had 13 kills, by the way.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
That 3 times, so.
Shut up.
And the MVP was already given to Diablo in the previous games. I feel like, yeah, I think it's gonna be a Cyclops MVP.
Shut up.
First in history.
Look. I at least, you know, the only thing that worked out for me there was that I actually gave a disclaimer that I understand why Cyclops was picked.
Oh, wow. I'm so glad you walked over to the dark side.
Shut up.
Anyways, we should be going into the items. Well, Abstract untilts himself.
I am betraying my own morals.
Yeah, exactly. But you can tell definitely, you know, the amount of confidence of RSG just stepping into the ring against Stellar SG is a little bit overwhelming and a little bit very
It's not a little bit overwhelming, right? It's very overwhelming. You can see that Stellar, there was nothing they could do against RSG. Every time they tried to come back, and there were small glimpses where they made good plays, right? But it just wasn't enough.
Yep, and even if you take a look at the items out for the side of Buji as well. Winter Trunkin was actually like just in case that he get caught out, because don't forget.
Well, technically he did. Yeah, and he actually popped out.
He popped it out because True does have this gap closer that will jump onto Buji. But that's again RG, right? Now Stellar RG has to make a decision. Do you go for Buji or do you go for Oki? If you go for Buji, yeah, he will just outrun you with your second skill. But if you go for Oki, I think that should be the main play coming off of Stellar SG. But then again, you got Lucian QD forcing all these bad issues, right? These pick-offs onto Stellar SG is just so hard to bear. Haupski wasn't even able to just BMI, Blazing Duet, to just skip over the Ixia ultimate because of the new updated range of the Ixia. Yes, it's a little bit thinner, but it's longer. So that's something that Stellar wasn't able to do against RSG.
Exactly what a marksman want, huh? Range. That's the main thing that we all want to see out of Ixia, and I think that will keep
Cyclops
that
MVP
to the T. Shut up. Okay, so one thing that we were talking about during the drafting phase was you were kind of like we were talking about, oh, why would we want to see, you know, the Cyclops being picked out here first? Why don't we just leave the Cyclops for the last so that we can come off as a surprise pick? What's bigger of a surprise than a surprise is a bigger surprise. As such, the Phobius is a bigger surprise.
I'm not even
going to follow that one. But then again, if you take a look at all across the emblems, right? Stellar, I think they realized that they're lacking in terms of this mobility, so they really need to correct the positioning. That's why they went on full-on agility, even with Chesty going in with the Wilderness Blessings to match on the movement speed of Buji. But don't forget, Buji pops the second skill. Yeah, I can just rotate it as fast as you going around the map as well.
Yeah, and you know, Stellar on the side of Husky as well, with going for a more defensive emblem here, right? Tenacity, but up against you, Oki, it full out just wants to brawl with you with the attack speed emblem as well to top that off. So you know that he's going to keep triggering that Siphon Starling as well over and over again, and he did that so well in the game. So Siphon Starling?
Oh,
his passive.
Okay.
I
I wouldn't know that.
You're not a gold laner, so it's okay. I've been playing a lot of Ixia myself. But going in Assassin emblem is also quite good for Ixia because your attack speed is meant to proc the passive over and over again. And your passive, even if you go for a marksman emblem, you don't really have a lot of damage on the passive. You need more armor penetration. That's where the Assassin emblem is preferred by Ixia.
And in this game as well, Oki went for the Trinity build actually. So he already has a lot of attack speed, and now he can just go for the penetration,
machine gun, literally.
Well, looking at the stats here, you can see total heal again. I mean, all the stats obviously in favor, right? Rich guy going to be bougie with 814 gold per minute here. But Oki obviously with that impeccable positioning
Yeah.
on his full barrage as well, right? Full damage, top of the charts in terms of the damage dealt. Kirby not actually the one being the sandbag here. It's going to be Blade. So you can see he was really in the front line trying to do as much as possible, create that space and take the engagements, but just ended up taking damage, right? And Diablo, I love that he's the forgotten one.
90%.
But don't
kill
worry, he will
participation,
not
by
be
the way.
forgotten for the MVP. He will not be forgotten for the MVP. As such, I think that the MVP is gonna
Cyclops.
appear soon. No, Furvious.
And then the production goes like, okay.
Furvious. Okay, I don't care if it's okay. God damn it!
For the memes! I love your production. I love you. Yes, it is going to be Cyclops Bougie. The positioning was actually kind of crazy. And don't forget, he is basically having like a painted crosshair in the back, the painted target behind his back, right? Because he's gonna be the main damage dealer from the side of RSG, and he wave clear the first wave very quickly. That's how he's able to get that first kill all the way up top. Allows his team to snowball out of control.
Yeah, that rotation, right? Just from the beginning of the game. By the way, Abstract, soak in the zoomed in large position, large image of Cyclops there. I think like what you said, the rotations were really on point and enabled Bougie. And
why would you care about the second skill?
And his use of the ultimate as well. Not only did he have crosshairs on his back, he was able to put crosshairs on the enemy as well.
Yep.
A lot on targeted like Houseky priority targets, right?
I think you need an OSIM chair to tip.
He needs everything.
Yeah,
he needs to sink himself in a chair with a
let me
plate of
turn it on.
McDonald's and McCrispy and just like lie there for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and also a good shower with the Head and Shoulders, a cold mental one.
If
right?
only Head and Shoulders had Cyclops Sprinter.
No! Oh, yeah,
I
that would
would
be great.
give
Yeah.
that
No.
to him as like
No.
a present.
That would be great.
No.
Immediately.
But I think we got a mic check coming up soon, right?
You can see exactly how he wanted to play that Cyclops.
Let's listen to what Fuji have got to say during the mic check.
Apa SB ya? Okay, can poke this guy first. He know ulti. Point. Nice double. I hold the turtle.
Okay, ulti sama, okay, ulti. Ulti the chesty.
No flick, pasa, no flick.
Can box the box here.
Tanking, guys. Tahu. Nice.
Nice one. Nice one, bro.
Nice try, bro. Bantai dia, bro. Bantai. I think the tower for you, dia, bro.
Bro.
Cannot, dia, bro. Finish dia, bro.
Bro.
Buji. Cannot help me, bro. Hey, Yuzong behind, guys.
How about keep fast?
Yeah.
Okay, serious a bit.
They owe me. Back.
Play fast.
Back.
Call here, call behind, bro.
Top tower, okay.
Separate. Back. Go.
Melty intent ya, can end ya, guys.
Okay.
Oh, close.
Nice, bro. Melty in 3, man.
It's a very different mood altogether this time.
It's such a mood. It's
like they're not flooding the comms that much this time.
There's no need to.
Because it's a simple game.
Because they know that they have a lot of gap to play with.
Yes. So honestly, yeah, you know what? I just don't want to talk anymore about the Cyclops. Everything is great. I love the Furvious. I love everything that they're trying to do. But all in all, if we are looking at just the Cyclops, I mean, yeah, you pick up the Cyclops because Cyclops is great when it comes down to movement speed. Yeah.
I feel like you're really tilted. You know what you need? A good, nice shower.
I actually do, because I kind of feel like I am melting down from everything.
And perfect, right? Because we got the cool mental right here. Just perfect for you to really cool down.
At least it's a Tigreal.
Yep.
I gotta have to say.
And there's a Eudora there too.
Exactly. So at least Head and Shoulders really knows their hero priorities. They know who to put on the Head and Shoulders, but not the Cyclops. So thank you so much, Head and Shoulders. I am forever supporting you for every single one of these bottles that does not have Cyclops on top of it. So we may have more limited edition designs in the future. For now, we do have Tigro as well as Eudora, never the Cyclops. And of course, you guys, whenever you buy a bottle of one of these and the kind of stuff, you know, you have a chance to win coins, skins, exclusive Head and Shoulders MLBB merchandise as well. There's so much things for you guys. So make sure you guys check them out, and they are available in every single one of in most retail stores near you, and perhaps even on your online apps, online marketing, online shopping apps,
e-commerce, basically like Redmart, Shopee, Lazada. Get yours right now. Don't forget, these are limited edition designs that you will want to be able to feature. So yeah, you can look quite well, like you know how the Arlot, you know, we actually posted something on the Instagram as well, right? Like who has the best hair? Remember?
Really?
Yeah. Are you not? Didn't you follow our MPL Singapore Instagram?
How do I find the MPL Singapore page again?
Just search mpl.sg the official.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Yeah, that's why I tagged you, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, he ignores me already.
Yeah. This is why you guys should follow the mpl.sg.official Instagram page, because we post a lot of stuff over there. You know, highlights, reels, funny stuff sometimes.
And then where
I
you
want to
get
see the double demonic force later on.
Me too.
Me too. But for now, we're just gonna be throwing the segment over to Cheryl Yao to really interview them. Hopefully not Buji to talk about Cyclops.
Unfortunately, guys, it isn't Buji as much as you guys want to know a little bit more about that Cyclops. But here, in match 1 today, it's evident it takes 2 Frovius to tango. So here I have Joel H right here beside me. Now, a few questions. We have seen this Cyclops pop up, if I'm not wrong, Season 4 and even during playoffs itself. And here, the Cyclops is making its grand appearance once again. So what's the whole idea behind this Cyclops? Is it like just purely youngins, big brain play, or what is it about?
Yeah, I think a bit of youngin also planned, and also with the way he draft, also maybe every team already know like how he planned really well about the Cyclops, about the Porpheus thing. But this one also suit us really well because also we prepare for the playoff, right? So every team now we will see how our comms now will be a lot of heroes they should.
Right. So what was very interesting rather is, I'm not sure if you remember, but Youngin tried it in Season 4. It didn't work out very well, but what makes him decide to pull it out right now, you know, here in the regular season?
Yeah, I think because we try in Scream also, right? We try in Scream, we try also in MPL also. It works really well. And also the execution-wise, I think better how Buji plays Cyclops, the way he aggressive with the Cyclops also, that's the key for the team also.
So can we say it's not about the hero, it's about the player?
Safe to say it like that because you know everything we look at the Buji, how he play Kadita, right? How he play other hero like Farsa, Valentina. Now with Cyclops in the pool also, maybe need to be careful.
I guess we can only use one word to describe Buji's mage, and that is impeccable.
Yeah.
Really, absolutely amazing. And when it comes to the draft today, very exciting. I don't know what's going on. Like usually when it comes to changes, there is like 1 or 2s. But right here we see 3. We see Oki on the Ixia. We see Diablo on the Frovius. We see Buji on the Cyclops. Like, why so many changes? Are you guys putting a show for us? Or is this something that you guys have been planning already and you just decided to pull it out on the last day?
Yeah, we plan already. So every team now see the heroes is a lot, right? So they should prepare. That's our plan. And also the way that we draft, there is a lot of hero that we still keep it. Maybe in the playoff will be revealed.
Cannot show hand all the way.
Yeah,
right?
cannot show hand. This is only the
And it's very exciting already. Trust me. I tell you, the casters watching it, they can't even sit still.
Yeah.
The Cyclops, they're just going crazy already. So that's very exciting. Now today, you guys have won the first match, clinching a 2-0 clean sweep. and you're just like 1 point away from Team Flash before this game even started. So the fact that you guys can potentially get back that first position depending on how Team Flash plays, what are your thoughts about this idea?
Yeah, this one, see how they play against. Also last week I talked about this. See how Flash and Bleed play. Like if Bleed win, then we get the first place, right? Yeah, but the thing is, both teams really good lah. So I just excited to see also the match.
Right, I love it. Joel H, you have been using a lot of laughs. You're part of us already. You're Singaporean already.
Yeah.
I love it. So moving on to the playoff season, that's going to be in about 2 weeks' time. So, is there any adjustments that you'll be anticipating from the team for them to be more prepared for playoffs?
Yeah, I think the adjustment, only the discipline lah. Because throughout the regular season, we show already we prepare for the champion. So we need to be more disciplined in terms of how we play in important matches lah. Yeah, that's only.
Right. So in you as an analyst standpoint, is mechanically they're all great. It's just really down to discipline.
True.
Interesting. So we'll see how the boys clean up and get ready for playoffs. So thank you so much, Joel H, for this wonderful interview. Very exciting indeed. The brains behind RSGSG, Joel H, as well as Youngin are dishing out all of these wonderful new heroes for us to be entertained. And I sure hope that you guys are. We have seen the Furious Tango earlier in bot lane. We have seen the Cyclops getting MVP. Things are heating up right here at MPLSG Season 6, and I am beyond excited. Now, next up, what's coming? We will see Alchemy SG go head-to-head against Evil. Now, this is a lower bracket grind, so let's see who will emerge victorious for them to secure their seeding in the overall standing. Stick around, and we'll see you for match 2.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose.
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat dandruff and itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team. So what? I just shout at my team.
I just mute.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade, invade. Yeah. If our main player don't throw in the first 2 minutes of the game, we will do well.
Split.
No,
There's really nothing that we do. I mean, we just, as a team, we bonded for quite long. So going into games, we are comfortable with each other. As long as we don't mess up.
No fumble.
We have a ritual after we lose.
What's the ritual? I don't even know the ritual.
Entire day so emo.
It basically started from none of us. It's actually
Yeah, Alchemy was created 6 years ago, I think.
it's from one of our good friends, which is currently pursuing another career. He met he's good friends with Jet, then he introduced me to the squad, and then I joined, and then a few others came, and that's how it went by. We joined a few community tournaments. We were known as a community team, and then we started pursuing professional tournaments, like pro tournaments kind of, and then now we're here. Better to go at our own pace. You know, we might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go at our own pace.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. You will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
knows him.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team.
What?
I just shout at my team.
I just
They don't
mute
talk.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade, invade. Yeah. If our main player don't throw in the first 2 minutes of the game, we have
do
high
well,
chances.
Split.
There's really nothing that we do. I mean, we just, as a team, we bonded for quite long. So going into games, we are comfortable with each other. As long as we don't mess up.
No fumble.
We have a ritual after we lose.
What's the ritual? I don't even know the ritual.
Entire day so emo.
It basically started from none of us. It's actually
Yeah, Alchemy was created 6 years ago, I think.
it's from one of our good friends, which is currently pursuing another career. He met he's good friends with Jet. Then he introduced me to the squad, and then I joined, and then a few others came, and that's how it went by. We joined a few community tournaments. We were known as a community team, and then we started pursuing professional tournaments, like pro tournaments, kind of, and then now we're here. Better to go at our own pace. You know, we might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go at our own pace.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. Now you will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection, dandruff and itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team.
So what?
I just shout at my team.
I just
They don't
mute.
talk.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade, invade. Yeah. If our main player don't throw in the first 2 minutes of the game, we have
do
high chance of winning.
Split.
There's really nothing that we do. I mean, we just, as a team, we bonded for quite long. So going into games, we are comfortable with each other. As long as we don't mess up.
No fumble.
We have a ritual after we lose.
What's the ritual? I don't even know the ritual.
Entire day so emo.
It basically started from none of us. It's actually
Yeah, Alchemy was created 6 years ago, I think.
it's from one of our good friends, which is currently pursuing another career. He's good friends with Jet, and he introduced me to the squad, and then I joined, and then a few others came, and that's how it went by. We joined a few community tournaments. We were known as a community team, and then we started pursuing professional tournaments, like pro tournaments, kind of, and then now we're here. Better to go at our own pace. You know, we might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go at our own pace.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. You will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team. What? I just shout at my team.
I just mute.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade. Yeah. If our main player don't throw in the first 2 minutes of the game, we will do well.
Split.
No,
There's really nothing that we do. I mean, we just, as a team, we bonded for quite long. So going into games, we are comfortable with each other. As long as we don't mess up.
No fumble.
We have a ritual after we lose.
What's the ritual? I don't even know the ritual.
Entire day so emo.
It basically started from none of us. It's actually
Yeah, Alchemy was created 6 years ago, I think.
it's from one of our good friends, which is currently pursuing another career. He met he's good friends with Jet, then he introduced me to the squad, and then I joined, and then a few others came, and that's how it went by. We joined a few community tournaments. We were known as a community team, and then we started pursuing professional tournaments, like pro tournaments, kind of, and then now we're here. Better to go at our own pace. You know, we might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go at our own pace.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. You will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team. So what? I just shout at my team.
I just
They don't
mute
talk.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade, invade. Yeah. If our main player don't throw in the first 2 minutes of the game, we have
do
high
well,
chances.
Split.
There's really nothing that we do. I mean, we just, as a team, we bonded for quite long. So going into games, we are comfortable with each other. As long as we don't mess up.
No fumble.
We have a ritual after we lose.
What's the ritual? I don't even know the ritual.
Entire day so emo.
It basically started from none of us. It's actually
Yeah, Alchemy was created 6 years ago, I think.
it's from one of our good friends, which is currently pursuing another career. He met he's good friends with Jet, then he introduced me to the squad, and then I joined, and then a few others came, and that's how it went by. We joined a few community tournaments. We were known as a community team, and then we started pursuing professional tournaments, like pro tournaments, kind of, and then now we're here. Better to go at our own pace. You know, we might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go at our own pace. Yeah.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. You will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier Chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team.
Oh, what?
I just shout at my team.
I just
They don't
mute.
talk.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade, invade. Yeah. If our main player don't throw in the first 2 minutes of the game, we have
do
high
well,
chances.
Split.
There's really nothing that we do. I mean, we just, as a team, we bonded for quite long. So going into games, we are comfortable with each other. As long as we don't mess up.
No fumble.
We have a ritual after we lose.
What's the ritual? I don't even know the ritual.
Entire day so emo.
It basically started from none of us. It's actually
Yeah, Alchemy was created 6 years ago, I think.
it's from one of our good friends, which is currently pursuing another career. He met he's good friends with Jet, then he introduced me to the squad, and then I joined, and then a few others came, and that's how it went by. We joined a few community tournaments. We were known as a community team, and then we started pursuing professional tournaments, like pro tournaments, kind of, and then now we're here. Better to go at our own pace. You know, we might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go at our own pace.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. You will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team.
Oh, what?
I just shout at my team.
I just mute.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade, invade. Yeah. If our main player don't throw in the first 2 minutes of the game, we have
do
high
well,
chances.
Split.
No,
There's really nothing that we do. I mean, we just, as a team, we bonded for quite long. So going into games, we are comfortable with each other. As long as we don't mess up.
No fumble.
we have a ritual after we lose.
What's the ritual? I don't even know the ritual.
Entire day so emo.
It basically started from none of us. It's actually
Yeah, Alchemy was created 6 years ago, I think.
it's from one of our good friends, which is currently pursuing another career. He met he's good friends with Jet, then he introduced me to the squad, and then I joined, and then a few others came, and that's how it went by. We joined a few community tournaments. We were known as a community team, and then we started pursuing professional tournaments, like pro tournaments, kind of, and then now we're here. Better to go at our own pace. You know, we might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go at our own pace.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. Now you will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot lah. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared lah, because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around.
MPL SG Season 6 is brought to you by Moonton Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Official partner, Head & Shoulders. Level up your game and wipe out dandruff and itch with the new Head & Shoulders MLBB Anti-Dandruff Shampoos, now available in all supermarkets and online stores. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.
I don't know about you, ladies and gents, but earlier on during our little break, inspired by Bougie, I actually tried to play Cyclops in game, opens the app, plays Cyclops, loses, closes apps, and really wondered. And I know now why I'm not a pro player, but that was a clean sweep earlier by RSG 2-0. Beautiful stuff. And let's see later if RSG is able to top the charts at the end of the day. Now, the next match is going to come up real soon. We're going to be seeing the likes of Alchemy SG go head-to-head against Evil. Now, they are still going to be in the lower bracket at the end of the day, but of course, their placement for the playoff season is still on the table with this match alone. So let's see how this match will go. So without further ado, let's take a look at their wonderful faces. First up, Alchemy SG. Now, right here at their battle stations, we have Alchemy SG, super known right here at MPL SG Season 6 for having unorthodox picks. Will they be bringing more of this unorthodox picks right here from Match 2 of the final day of the regular season? Let's find out as they face off against our community giants, presenting to you Evil. So as of now, as we speak, to kickstart the final day, we see Team Evil right now in 5th position on the top of the lower brackets. Now, if they want to secure this win, they will ultimately or likely be facing Alchemy SG over in the playoffs. Now, if this is what they have planned for playoff season, then this is absolutely integral for them to take this match. So what does the casters think? Let's throw it over to find out from them.
Thank you very much, Earl. My name is Jay. Joining me right here this time on the desk is Scrubby Cheeks and also Churros. Yeah, we'll be bringing you for this particular series. And yes, Alchemy SG going up against Team Evil. Team Evil, top of the charts in terms of the lower brackets. The lower 4. Then, of course, Alchemy SG, lowest current seed right now, of course. It's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for Alchemy SG.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's when you're at a lower seed, right? It feels bad, right? It's gotta feel bad. But coming up against them, right now they're fighting for better placements so that in the playoffs they will have an easier time.
Definitely, right? Like, it's all about battling and making sure that you get the proper seed, especially when the lower brackets, right? You only got one life. And we've seen some preferred teams getting dropped off in the first series of the day, in the first day of the playoff because of an unfortunate best of 3.
Yeah, a little bit of a fun fact. This is Alchemy versus Evil is the only teams remaining in the lower brackets that are Singaporean versus Singaporean. So it's going to be local versus local. It's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be fun to watch. Let's take a look at the lineup as well. Don't forget, full Singaporean team, Alchemy SG, Scrubby Cheeks. Why don't you just introduce us the team once again?
We have Danny, Jet, Husky, Icon, as well as Pacifist. And we've seen them, in the past past couple of weeks, swapped their roles and their heroes. Like they're playing with really different strategies here. We saw the no marksman strategy coming in as well. So we really don't know what to expect. I think coming from Alchemy SG, they can pull out anything from their bag.
Yeah, it all boils down to how passive this wants to drop in terms of this kind of drops, right? But let's take a look on the other side of the aisle, right? What about Team Evo, right?
Yeah, not a lot of changes. Coconut in the gold lane, Jaces in mid lane, Twist, EXP, Powerful Jungle, and Carrot in the roam position. But I have to say, the introduction of Jaces in this season in the mid lane has made an impeccable impact in setting up the early game tempo for a lot of their games. They actually took a game from Bleed Esports. So one of the main giants, and we talked about this earlier on, Titan Slayers into Titans themselves.
Yep, it's really great, right? Like Team Evo that have been like already a mainstay of MPL Singapore in terms of the seeded teams. Yeah, they've always have been like, what, fourth in terms of their survival in the MPL Singapore. But we want to see more of them. Maybe potentially go into, second seed or even, rep. Who knows? In another parallel universe, they may represent Singapore.
And it's kind of like a curse that you want to break, right? You've been stuck in like this, third, fourth placements for a while, but never in the top two. They want to be there, really battling the Titans and living up to that title that they earn for themselves.
Now, battling Titans, I would say this time around, Alchemy SG has to really battle one of these Titans, right? Let's take a look at the keys of victory, especially for Alchemy SG. I'm going to bring it to Scrubby back right here, right? How are they going to deal with Team Evo?
Yeah, firstly, effective conversion of objectives from successful team fights. Now, we see a lot of players from the community teams, right, come up to this, but the macro is super important. Yes, you win the team fight, but then so what? That conversion needs to happen for you to be able to push the game, push the objectives, because at the end of the day, you need to get the core, right? You need to get the turrets and win the core. That's how you're going to get the game. So, fighters in the gold lane have seen glimpses of success. Okay, well, yes, the unconventional things that we were talking about,
double fighter
right?
side lanes.
Yeah, no marksman. So whether or not they pull that out and if it can work for them once again. Last but not least, out-rotating Evo's forte on team fights with split pushes. So we know that Evo loves to play in that 5v5 and they're going to make Alchemy force them as much as possible to play into that. So will they be able to counter that strategy by splitting them apart?
Yeah, now speaking of Team Evo in terms of, not making sure that, Alchemy SG handshake into these bad team fights, what about Team Evo? How do they get to their victory?
Well, there's no doubt that Team Evo, as a independent player, like each individual five, they have the micro mechanics up. Twist is also dubbed the Baby Diablo for a short while.
Diablo.
Sharpening of macro plays to secure turrets is what they essentially need to do. They still have the magic of team fights, so I'm looking for a lot of clash compositions coming out from Evo. Twist to continue on his hot form. Now, the Baby Diablo himself, he has to perform. He has to set that tempo for the rest of Team Evo. He has to maintain his composure, especially in the later stages of this game. Carrot's adaptability on supports and tanks is very pivotal and vital for Coconut's success as well. We've seen that Carrot has played the Rafaela, and it has been to Coconut's success in the gold lane, especially in the later stages
Matilda
of the game.
as well.
Yeah.
Matilda too.
No, I'm even going to call Carrot out right here. Right, he has played the Angela, he's played the Valer, he's played the Matilda, and Rafaela. So basically, the hot seasonal flavors of roams, he's tried it all.
Yeah, I do like the fact that he is using the regular season kind of period to just try and test out his heroes. He's still definitely more comfortable in the tank roles, which is how Evo likes to operate. Like, just go in with flashes, go in with setups. But then trying out new heroes is something that is pretty key to the versatility of Evo.
Definitely regular seasons where you want to do some experiments. But speaking about experiments, let's take a look at the statistics, right? Like, for the side of Alchemy SG, what can we infer from them?
Yeah, for Alchemy SG, you can see average GPM on Danny 496. I mean, we've definitely seen higher ones coming from the top tier teams. So you can see that right now they're kind of struggling to be one of those teams that can achieve that, right? But signature hero on Jet here stands out to me, right? The fact that he's been using Gord and Pacifist on the Minotaur, you can see how different this team is from the other teams that we see, right? Very, very unique kind of picks as their signature hero. The fact that they like to play around with all these unconventional strategies.
Yeah, don't forget that there's not a lot of sample size, especially when Alchemy SG is going through a few forms of identity as well, right? Like Pacifist was a gold laner turned roamer, and then Danny was a roamer turned gold laner right now, and then he also flexed into the fighter. But I feel like right now Alchemy SG, they're still fine-tuning that ingredient. They're still fine-tuning all their recipes in order to find their successes, especially right now. The only thing they've gotten so far in the regular season is just only one game win. Not one series win, it's one game win.
That's right.
Now, let's go over just straight away to Team Evil, right? I want to take a look at how they compared to Alchemy SG.
Well, right off the bat, a lot more higher statistics. I mean, Evil has been performing in the regular season. We've talked about this in previous seasons as well. Evil might have had a regular season debuff, but not this season. It's time for change. Take a look at Coconut. Gold per minute, 730 gold. KDA at 6.23. Same signature heroes right off across the bat. Jace's has seen a lot of success in Novarius. Powerful has been playing heroes that are a little bit more on the invadey kind of strategies, high tempo, high rotations. Twist, pretty similar playstyle as Diablo himself. And Carrot has been taking a lot of damage in his tank roles as well, but he has the versatility. We talked about that before with support heroes as
I feel like the average damage taken is not really accurate from the side of Carrot. So yeah, he's been playing per minute. Oh, okay, so this is per minute. So yeah, so this is okay for the side of Carrot. It's not your regular, you know, how many damage that you've taken, because I feel like in previous few stats, it's like 1 million, right?
1
but
million
now,
plus,
this is actually average damage taken per minute. That's why the number is a little small.
That's still a lot of damage.
It's still a lot of damage, right? I feel like that's like one marksman worth of HP right there.
Yeah, one
per minute.
or like one Leslie shot worth of damage every single minute.
Yep, we're gonna go into the talent prediction as well, but I feel like we, if you guys follow us on Instagram, so that's where you get all the nice and juicy details. You know where we're going at, and I also realized something, right?
Vertigo actually has the. We're all in sync this time around.
We're all in sync this time around. It's very rare that all the casters agree on something, yeah, because we always have differing opinion as well. But if you notice as well, right, on the casters prediction, if you notice on our social media, it's always like smiling all the way, and then
That's
at the
right.
end,
That's
you got
right.
this guy that's just frowning. I think it's you, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, it's Youngin.
Oh, it's Youngin. Yeah, that's right. It's Youngin.
Was the one.
Yeah, Youngin's the last one he's rounding. But of course, talents prediction by McDonald's as well. All evil.
Yeah, all evil. The thing is, it will be a great upset if Evil does not win this 2-0,
Of course.
because clearly they are the ones who are expected to win, right? And the thing is, both of these are kind of like community teams, but the thing is, Evil has now proven themselves to be a step up from the community because they have been in the league for so many seasons now.
Yeah, don't forget, right? It's Team Evil that qualified through the qualifiers. Same over to the side of Alchemy SG. Right now, it's just like, this is Padawan, right? Like the mentor, Team Evil trying to teach Alchemy SG, the newcomer in the from the qualifiers. You know what? Welcome to MPL Singapore, right? But with that said, let's take a look at your predictions as well. It is, it's
Well, it's
not
actually
a
surprising.
landslide,
Yeah. Surprising. I think community support-wise, Evil might have had a lot of fans. If you're here down in the production studio, every single time Evil plays, it's mayhem and chaos from the fans themselves.
It's Team Evil.
It's
It's literally where they like to cook, right? But now, speaking about cooking, right, we're going to go and take a look at the video head-to-head. But before we go on to that, let's also just quickly summarize what we were talking about earlier just now. Keys to victory for the side of Team Evil is to basically just handshake the team fight and sharpen the macro, whereas Alchemy SG, on the other hand, is to not really handshake the team fights, but try to be a little bit flexible and split up. With that said, ladies and gents, this is just us speculating for now. Let's take a look how the players are feeling about each other.
Honestly, they're very intriguing because always in playoffs they show up, they do their best, and somehow they manage to be in the top 4 every time. As a community team before and joining the MPL and being one of the top teams, me including myself, I aspire to be like them.
Okay, so from what I heard, their shot caller is Powerful, which is the jungler. So if we can focus a lot on the jungler and try to like invade them more, they'll lose their mental. I think they are pretty inspiring. They are proof that a small team can really go up there and fight with the big leagues.
I mean, Evo is definitely surprising. They always manage to get top 4 in playoffs somehow. I would call it luck, but they've done it for like 3 seasons now, so they must have some kind of secret to it. It's honestly quite impressive how they do it for 3 seasons straight.
In my opinion, I feel that they don't have enough synergy as well as not disciplined enough. So maybe one member will like rush in, then the others would not be prepared, so which caused their miscommunications, then having like mistakes. These mistakes then will be other teams will take advantage of these mistakes and win the game.
I think for Alchemy SG, maybe it could have been their communication, but their teamwork and synergy didn't really seem to be there, and they were like afraid of making plays. They like, perhaps it was because of their lack of experience, but they were like playing very scared and giving up a lot of space. And I think that was one of their biggest mistakes.
No, I don't see us as having any similarity. I just see us as a two different team, and let's see what they can bring up this season lah.
Wow, spicy. I love the fact that how Alchemy SG was like, oh yeah, I respect, this is a team I aspire,
Yep.
and then Team Evil's captain's like, nope, we're a different team.
We're a totally different team. Like for Alchemy, every single one of the players were saying,
Yeah.
"Hey man, we look up to this team. It's a
Yeah.
community team. It's like little brother, big brother,
Yeah,
right?"
yeah.
Exactly into that. But then Powerful came up and was like, "Oh, we're totally different, man. There's
Yeah, man.
nothing similar." But no coach, no problem for both teams.
Yeah.
There's a lot of very, very close similarities. You have the shot caller being pacifist and Powerful himself. They're doing the shot calls. They're doing the coaching. They're doing the drafting. All in game too.
Yeah, and don't forget, at the very least, Pacifist was a coach, right? So you do have some form of, seniority in terms of the macro play, hopefully. But this time around, at the very least, he is in a roam position, right? So he should have a better, map awareness in terms. But this time around, I'm not too sure, right? Because Alchemy SG has shown that they can cook up really weird strats like the double fighter. What do you think this time they will be bringing out?
Actually, that's a really good point that I was thinking about as well, right? Because Evil is so used to playing against the big giants,
leagues, right?
Not only do they have information about the meta picks, the comfort picks,
greatest
they know how to play against that. But when you're up against something so experimental like Alchemy, is that something that's gonna catch Evil off their guard and potentially surprise them too much? We're gonna find out in this drafting phase here, right? We're heading into game 1. Alchemy is gonna ban out Valentina and Akai, actually. Target ban towards Powerful.
Yeah, that's right. Don't forget, right? Alchemy and Team Evil as well. No coach for both sides.
I
So
am
yeah,
the
this
power
is
of light incarnate.
battle of no coaches and battle of Singaporeans.
Like I always say, no coach, no problem. I mean, Evil brought it up.
Alchemy SG has problems.
Alchemy SG does have a little bit of a hurdle they need to climb, but Kaja will be the last man for the side of Alchemy. Both teams not wasting time at all. Evil targeting ban the support heroes and as well as the X-Borg, something that they are uncomfortable with dealing with. So my consensus is Alchemy will not go for the fighter strategy because they know that Evil is playing the clash composition. They have the magic of team fights. If you play a double fighter synergy for Alchemy, it's basically biting yourself in the foot because you really need to find flanks, and Evil is not going to be getting that gap.
What's
so
your
Alchemy
command?
will
Your
be picking
team
up the
is
Fanny. This is basically just them knowing their win condition is Coconut. Just take out Coconut, take down Jaces from that back lines, and Evil does not have enough damage to deal towards any form of clashes that come their way through. In any case, Fanny is still an insurance for a late game split push.
Yeah, and you know that Icon can play on these assassin heroes, right?
3,000
Like
worlds.
Lancelot, the Fanny as well.
And
So
not a
it's really
single
exciting to
word
see him
will
pull that out so
succumb to my
early in the
power.
draft.
Your team is
Powerful's
picking.
gonna go ahead and lock in that Martis for himself. So it's a really, really comfort pick, and it served him well. So far, I think he's played it at least 5 times now in this league. Carrot gonna be the Kufra again, so very comfortable picks for them both here, and also a good setup and
I
counter
am the
towards
priestess
that
of
Fanny
primal lightning.
Oh, it does look like both teams wasting no time at all. Oh, Lilia and Edith getting picked up by Alchemy, but for the side of Evo though, this is very standard pick for them.
Yep,
They want to
it's
go for
me,
the early game
Lilia.
aggression with the Martis and with the Kufra, and we've seen that Carrot has a lot of success with the Kufra as well, but are they throwing a little bit too much eggs into one basket? Carrot needs to really have that setup capability in the mid game, and Evo has to find a way
Let's
to convert
go.
all the small little clashes
Your
into
team is
objective
banning.
takes. Irithel is one of the better picks for the side of Evil, but it takes a little bit of time for Irithel to really scale up, especially in the mid game power spike into that late game. Alchemy though, looking for a lot of early game rotations. They have a lot of split push capability. They have a lot of backline flanking capabilities as well. Alchemy just really needs to have something that is an objective converter. So knowing that they pick up the Fanny, they're going to be having a very tough time within the turtle fights.
Fun fact for you guys, ladies and gents, this is the 10th time Coconut has picked up the Irithel, so yeah.
Yeah, basically like two heroes. Like I see Coconut, I see Irithel, I see Bruno. That's pretty much it for...
Four. I think he's played Clint once.
Played Clint and Bruno before, so yeah, just a fun fact for you guys. Coconut has been spamming this hero and just left unattended because there's so many things from the side of Evil that they have to, for all the enemies have to ban away because they're letting a lot of respect over to Twist. Don't forget the Khalid is also wide open for the side of Evil to take. Now we're going to go into the banning phase. Alchemy is slowly encroaching on the EXP territory, taking away the Yuzhong. Evil, on the other hand, banning the Bruno.
It's pretty set in stone, right? Evil wants Coconut to have a better time. Alchemy, on the other hand, wants the EXP lane, wants Pruski to have a better time, especially up against someone who is undoubtedly one of the better EXPs, or if not the second best EXP in the league, such as Twist. So Evil, giving Coconut a better time, he has to also try to
the proof that I'm still alive.
find it in himself to try to hold back, because I know that Coconut is a little bit more of the... He panics quite a bit. Whenever there's a clash, there's a team fight, he pops his Purify, he pops a lot of his ultimates, try to get away. Uses of his skills are very, very defensive in a lot of these very crucial clashes for Coconut. So Alchemy might be able to find a weakness point and try to get Coconut down as fast as they can.
They could, right? I mean, and that's exactly what they're trying to do with this Fanny here, right? They're really not fighting against that 5v5 that we were talking about as part of their keys to victory. So they didn't actually ban out the Khalid here, so it could be an option for Evil to take. We know how Twist has played this impeccably, and it right now is completely open for him.
Pruski can also play the Khalid as well, so yeah, Evil... If they don't pick the Khalid now, is definitely going to get taken away by Alchemy SG, because once you lock down the Irithel in the backline for the side of Evil, Icon on the Spanish could just swoop in, and if Coconut is Carrot's not on the case with the bouncing ball, yeah, that Coconut is not going to have a good time.
I kind of have a feeling like they might want to try Twist on Martis on the EXP lane. Again, it's still a little bit of a flexible thing. They've done it once before. So they don't pick up the EXP lane. It will be the Novaria. If Alchemy picks up the Khalid, then Evil could respond with either picking up a Terizla just to counteract into that backline, or try to pick up something that would be very, very disruptive.
So with this Novaria here, especially going up against the Fanny, you're increasing the hitbox potentially, and it might make it easier for you to catch out that Fanny, especially when you're trying to fight them hit to hit. So prioritizing that over the Khalid, Alchemy is going to go ahead now and pick up the Melissa for themselves. So recently rebuffed back from her previous nerf as well.
Merkel must be very happy about this buff, man.
Yeah, you must be happy too as a gold laner.
Nah, I play every single gold laner.
Perfect opportunity to pick up a Melissa right here. You know that Evil is going to be playing a clash kind of competition. Alchemy picks up the Melissa to try to split them apart, especially with the Muddles. Evil is going to have a tougher time within a lot of these late game clashes. But early game though, I think that Coconut would have a easy 1-to-1 matchup against the Melissa. You can always pounce away, you can always kite around this Melissa, try to pull in the Muddles, try to bait the Muddles out, and then try to go for a lot of the early game skill damage that Irithel has. So last pick from Alchemy will be the Grok. They want to try for a Grok Fanny kind of composition, kind of combo, so Fanny could utilize that wall to her advantage. Evil, on the other hand, how would they respond? This is something that is pretty interesting, right? They could very well go for the Akai here, and then putting Twist back into the Martis in the EXP lane. Okay, it will be the Terizla.
Alright,
so
Khalid.
the first option, definitely fine.
Khalid definitely to forgotten by both of these two teams. They're going to go for something that's more tried and tested by other MPL regions. That's going to be a Terizla that can find a potential penalty zone onto the backline, onto whoever that's going to be playing the gold laner. But hold on a second, Alchemy, they're not switching around. Passive is going back to the gold lane.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, so he's going to be shot calling again from the gold lane as to whether or not he can play that. I'm quite curious, actually. What made them, revert back to this strategy?
Well, probably a week is a long time. A week is a pretty long time. They might have had a couple new strategies coming through, right?
Yeah, but I feel like if you keep switching around your roles like that, and even if you keep switching your players, we saw what happened in Stellar, right? You don't have enough time to integrate Kirby into the team, and now we're going back to basics once again, and also don't forget, Icon first debut in MPL Singapore Season 6 with a Fanny, and now he's bringing it back again in Week 4. They've got nothing to lose, because right now we're going to game number 1 of Team Evil, and of course going up against Alchemy SG.
A lot of things I'm looking for
Welcome
right
to
now.
Mobile
Evil
Legends.
and Alchemy SG, they have been known to do the early level 2, but there's a bit of a change in gameplay. And Carrot just wants to give a little bit of vision onto this Fanny. He wants Powerful to have an easier time. Once Powerful hits level 4, that's where the Power Spark comes, and that's where he will be a cleanup crew. But Alchemy is still sticking to their guns, going into the EXP lane, trying to get that level 2. Danny already at level 2, so Alchemy a little bit on top, a little bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect that actually Evil wants to have that lane advantage here and start rotating, but hold on, here's skirmish in the mid lane already.
Jesus, we'll just phase through the wall. There's no catch potentially coming out from Alchemy SG right now, but yeah, they do have a bit of damage coming out from Jet, but Powerful will still be able to take away the Lethal Wanderer. Alchemy SG, they talk about, you know, hard invading against Powerful. Powerful is still safe and sound for now.
Oh, Alchemy actually doing a very early game EXP rotation down into that mid lane. Taking a look at the emblems really quickly. Quantum charge for this Edith. This is going to give her a little bit more movement speed. So Pooski going to have a little bit of a better time settling against the Terizlar. Holding his own, actually.
Yeah, and JS also going for that penetration, right? You know that JS is going to hurt, especially with this. He's very good at poking down the enemy. And I think with the addition of the Novaria, it's going to give them more time in the fights as well, right? Especially like when you consider having Jet with the Lilia, the ability to reset, or Melissa to protect himself, having that Novaria to constantly poke them out might give them a chance.
Nice flicker right there. It's Icon that will be able to dish out quite a little bit of damage on top of Twitch, but JC is also already there at the same time. Now the Fanny has to go back to reset, giving the turtle pile over to the side of Evil.
Icon actually doing a pretty decent job, just not going in for those kills. Very disciplined in trying to get back. This is Alchemy trying to show their maturity, but Powerful will have an easier time on this turtle. But here comes Icon.
Oh! Retribution will be able to take it away, and now it's all about Team Evil to punish. That's also going to be the wild charge coming through by Danny for now. Powerful a little bit low. It's going to get buzzed down by Jet. Giving the first one over the side of Alchemy already. And Twitch right here. Jet pops. The purple shoots this time around the slow. Jet picks up another double kill. This is a different Alchemy coming into game number 1.
No, that was a very good layered team fight from Alchemy. Just waiting, giving a lot of vision into Icon. He swoops in, gets that turtle, and throws Evil out of position. Twist a little bit slow on that level 4, so he wasn't in position for the really nice penalty zone to try to zone out Alchemy from that turtle. So this turtle, very important for Alchemy. They need to convert all these little gold leads into their advantage.
Yeah, it's the keys to victory that we mentioned, right? Being able to convert that. So with that turtle takedown now, Icon on the bottom side.
Icon, that's a lot of damage. Bouncing ball is the one that kept himself alive. Passive is following up. Icon dives all the way into the turret, and nobody was able to punish. Jason misses the shot onto Icon. Alchemy getting a 3-kill lead.
Very quick rotation from Alchemy, just chowing down, and then Icon coming in as a janitor for cleanup duty.
And he's doing that so well, right? Immediately after getting that turtle, rotating down to take the kill. And the thing is, actually now, with that Novaria, even though you get the poke, you have to hit the poke to begin with. And you can see that he has not been doing that effectively yet so far in the game. It's so hard to catch a Fanny, I mean, how?
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of suppressive capabilities, but Evil already trying to do a 4-man rotation as a reaction to Alchemy's play down in the gold lane. They really need Coconut to have an easier time, but then Pacifist is giving Coconut a tough time, a run for his money, because it is supposedly a even 1-1 matchup, but in the end of the day, because of that slow gold lead from that turtle alone, Pacifist is having a better time in the gold lane.
Yeah, and now you can see Alchemy, when they mentioned earlier, right, invading Powerful's jungle, recognizing that he's one of the key conditions for Evil to win out in the later parts of the game. So making sure that they deny him of that farm, you can see that Alchemy's already chalking up that gold lead and trying to shut him down.
Yeah, Evil actually showing a lot of respect to Alchemy. This point of time, when you pick up a Fanny, actually you don't go for that turtle, but Alchemy is sizing themselves up for that turtle, especially that lane 2. So EXP lane still in the turtle. Evil, they have full control of that turtle. It does look like Alchemy wants to go for easier pickoff. So looking for another trade down bottom lane.
Coconut now getting on top, the puppet just a little bit more. Danny's throwing that wall. But earlier just now, where you guys are talking about, hold on a second, Carrot will be able to find onto Danny as well. That's also going to be a puppet thrown out by Pacifist just to zone away Coconut. No way for him to basically just output the damage against, and he gets away unpunished.
Icon coming in from the flank here. I thought he might have gone in, but using the cut through onto JS and not
Pooski,
the
oh,
finish.
flicker forward, dives right there, picks up in the kill, and after that should have a bit of turret damage up top right there. It's Evil that picked up the second turtle for now as we take a look at the items.
Not a lot of, oh, hold on a second, right here, Icon gets taken out by Powerful, just caught in the bouncing ball. But back to that items.
Yep.
It does look like, okay, Evil going a little bit more defensively on this route right now. You have steel-plated leggings onto 3 members. As of now, this is just to psych himself up for Icon, because we don't know when he's coming through. Danny taking a lot of damage, though.
Quite a lot of damage from the Nova, especially this early on. I'm actually quite surprised. Don't forget, Jace's has been playing this Nova area over and over again.
This is not a comfortable spot, right? We don't see JS, like you said, on the Novaria being so much behind.
Yeah.
And to top that off, Twist as well. They're both playing behind in their lanes, and because of that, they haven't been able to rotate as fast. Oh, Alchemy!
Here's the continue play coming out. Will not be able to knock up anybody. Pooski around. Bouncing ball is actually just putting in a little bit of trouble against Alchemy's engage. Pacifist clears out the bottom lane turret, and not only does that carry, looking a bit low right there. It's going to be Pooski with the smash kill, picking up a double kill at the same time. The Roma and also the gold laner for the time that Evo is already gone, but they still continue to push it through. Powerful decimation will miss, and Pacifist going in, and Twist trying to dive to the backline, but Pacifist free hitting in the backline as well. Twist also going down in the hands of Jen, and now Evil has to run for the hills. 3 men down in the unfavorable team fight, but Alchemy is looking for more. Pacifist just sending out the shots onto the turrets, but Icon going in to spin and the win. Powerful going down. That's a 4 men down.
My goodness, Alchemy, what a showing! This is so different from the team that we've been seeing so far up to now. And the thing is, immediately with that team fight, taking that bottom turret along with that, they've completely cleared it out.
Terra charging it up. There's going to be Pooski stunned up all the way. Pooski just will be able to jump into human form to dive away. Twist penalty zone will be able to reveal. Splash and dash. That will be enough damage for them to put Pooski down to the ground for now. Coconut up and damage. Jace's, will be able to walk away. Just a sliver of health. Danny survives that fight.
Just that 1 minute, Alchemy came up on top with 4,000 gold lead. They overstayed their welcome. Evil counteracted their engage, their aggressive engage. But the better trade came out for Alchemy. I mean, like Scrubby said, they took down all tier 1 turrets, so the map was open. Especially if you have someone like a Fanny in your team, you need a lot of that map presence. So now, last turret of the game, it does look like they want to try to reset it. 15 seconds until that Lord spawns. Evil might try to wait for the Lord to come up, and then they contest around this Lord. There's no point trying to dance around this turtle.
Yes, they are going to look for it, but the thing is, can they, right? Right now, they're playing so much on the back foot, and with those turrets gone, it's so much space and so much less control that they have to be able to contest this. You can see Alchemy already taking the aggressive posture here, and Evil just waiting on the sidelines, trying to find an opening here.
Twist didn't have a good early game, 1-3-0, but as long as he tries to find a good penalty zone along with the Astro Echo coming down, Jace is almost so close, taking out that turtle.
Yeah, the Retribution is proven to be the better way to secure the turtle instead. However, Carrot charging up gets denied, but Danny with the wall block.
Right now, Evil trying to look for some sort of compensation, right? Hovering around this. I don't know if they can. So far, Alchemy's been able to take every objective off their hands and being able to convert things from team fights.
Okay, Carrot will be jumping around. Danny would not get pinned by the wall. Pacifist free hitting with the go away models as well. The puppet just tagging on to so many people. Powerful. Oh no, that's the second time the decimation wasn't able to reset. And now Evil will lose 2 members.
So much work by Icon there. Just one person zoning out. JS zoning out. Coconut, they're so afraid and respect given to Icon here to be able to take them out. And because of that, Evil playing completely on the back foot.
A very, very smart move from Alchemy. They're playing a 4-1 composition, if you guys realize. They know that Evil, they need to fight S5. So Evil, they don't have that loose man. They're playing that macro game very well. Now, in the late game, they're shifting their win conditions. Fanny going on to the split push. They have lane priority, maintaining lane priority. Evil needs to back off. Evil always has Coconut and Jaces on the back foot. Alchemy finding a right angle for that flank. And now Evil trying to struggle. They don't have the vision. They don't have the vision play onto Alchemy. Alchemy can very well do a flank. Oh,
okay, nice penalty zone taking onto 2. Pooski won't be able to flip anybody around. Danny a little bit low. At the same time, Coconut in the back line taking so much damage, and he has to run for the hills. Pooski credit them for the kill instead. And Powerful goes all the way to back line, finds Massive and Decimation, finally lands that person down to the ground for now, but Icon is still wrecking havoc in the backline of Evil. Alchemy and also Evil trending backlines right here. Powerful does still not have the decimation anyways. And Alchemy, they take 4 members down.
Pooskie's playing out of his mind right
Man.
now. And he has a target lock onto Coconut. Coconut can't even step forward. He has to be aware of Pooski, he has to be aware of Icon. It's just this composition and the way that Alchemy is playing it is phenomenal. The split really forcing Evil to play into their hands and prevent that 5v5 that we know Evil is so good at.
Now, Alchemy taking full control of the early game. This is seeping into the mid game already.
Yep.
We've seen this one too many times before.
Golden stuff.
Alchemy has to mature up a bit. They have to be a little bit disciplined, wait for that Lord, and then crash in where Evil is unable to fight. Whenever Evil comes out to the jungle, they can't find a flank. So Alchemy, this is where the tables will turn. Evil has the power of team fights. We've seen this one too many times before.
Right now, I mean, with them playing on the back foot, right? Evil, it is their game to lose. So they have to find some way to come back into that. I mean, like you said, Alchemy playing into the late game, maybe, yeah, you can have the split push from Icon, but will they still be able to pull that off? If Evil continues to farm up, get their last items and the damage, and if Coconut manages to, kite around and get the key targets, maybe there's still a way back into this.
Well, for Alchemy, I think split push capability will be better if they sync up all 3 waves. Evil, they have to spread themselves thin. They have to defend, and Evil works well together as a 5-man. So Alchemy, they have the advantage over here, especially with that Lord.
Nora marching in, the puppets dishing out quite a lot of damage. Astro Echo already committed. Pacifist goes into the go-away models as well. The Lords absorbing so much damage, and Team Evil was still able to defend without that Lord even touching that turret. And now topside, they just have to clear that very quickly, and then Evil, crisis averted, they defended the base for now.
They still have that huge vision, right? JS, with the Astro Echo, being able to spot out exactly where Alchemy might be coming from. So I think in terms of that, together with the clear capabilities, they might be able to still hold this off for now. But the question is, how long?
For now, I think Alchemy, they're trying to just drag Evil out of their base. They're trying to manipulate their overall macro attention. Damage dealt Pacifist still up on top. Jace is not far behind, but this is where Jace is actually starts to shine. He has a lot of damage. Coconut in the bottom few of the damage dealt charts. Evil, though, trying to look for an angle, trying to look for a flank, but they have to move as 5 men. Alchemy, they know this. They're trying to draw themselves out.
Look at how thinly spread out Alchemy is. And Evil, on the other hand, this is like this death ball. Okay, I think Evil does know, Ibuski knows that Evil is there, and they know each other's positioning. But now it's just this slow little fight that Alchemy is putting up against Evil because they want to secure that Lord for that final push.
This is very smart from Alchemy. They're not even touching the waves. They want to draw Evil out. They need to find the flank, especially in the jungle. They know that they cannot win team fights within the base. And this is Evil being very disciplined about their macro plays, their macro advantages in their positioning now.
Evil grouping up as 5 though, right, is a bit of a disadvantage where you can't allow Coconut to farm as effectively, and right now he really needs to get those last items and damage in order to save his team here. So it's a bit like a double bind, right? Damn you don't, damn if you do.
Yeah.
And Alchemy just freezing the waves in the mid, and it's just beckoning Evil just to come up and play, but Evil doesn't want to play, they want to farm.
They're just picking up the scraps that Alchemy left behind, but it's all scripted. It's all a bait. Like, they just want to draw Evil out. That's just the plan right now. They don't know where Pacifist is. They don't know where Icon is. They're just hiding within the bushes. At any one point of time, if Evil makes a wrong mistake, a wrong engage, that's where Icon is able to capitalize on the backline. Especially Coconut and Jaces, they have to play it safe.
They're forcing Evil's hand, right? Icon split pushing all the way at the top, forcing Twist to react to that, and now they have this 5v5. Evil's gonna take some time to come back, and they might pull the trigger here.
Yeah, they have to pull the trigger. Carrot will be the first one doing it, bouncing ball around. Members of Alchemy just pulled the Lord over to their side of the map for now. It's just up to Team Evil how they want to do it. Look at how Pooski just stepping forward, not making sure that Jaces doesn't really land a shot on top of that. But eyes on Icon, it's a little bit too far away. Coconut will be able to find him and push him all the way onto the other side. The Lord resets.
Oh
This
my
is
gosh,
this is looking good for Alchemy right now. Just manipulating Evo. They're just drawing out all their ultimates so that they know that they can play for that Lord Dance. And if anything goes sour, Icon could very well do a split push. Evo has to stay together.
Yep.
If they don't go together, Twist will have to go onto the offside, the long lane, to clear and maintain that lane priority. So this all in the loss for Evo right now. It's looking good for Alchemy.
They don't have that same mobility as well, right? The amount of time that Icon takes to go up and down as compared to Twist. There you go. He's back up again, and now Alchemy.
That's going to get a knock-off as well. Pacifist rolls out the puppet. Carrot the big first casualty of the whole fight right now. And Powerful following next. Normal jungler for the side they're able to work with to be able to take this turn away unless Jaces lands out the snipe.
This is so smart coming in from Alchemy. They knew Twist were up on that top side. They pulled the trigger. Evo just has to go back to defend. They can't come out. So this is a free Lord for Alchemy.
It's like, do you want to give up?
Oh, you saw that,
all
Charles?
the items coming in.
Those are big item power spikes for Alchemy. And you thought they've already done a lot of damage. They will do even more right now.
Fanny on full build. Lily on full build. Edith slowly getting there. Melissa already on full build. Evo just struggling. They still have a lot of defensive items coming their way. They don't have a lot of damage.
All right, at the very least, Coconut does have full build right now, right? Like, even goes
He has to still play with leggings.
Yeah, just sell it away. There you go. He's going to sell it away. He's going to replace it with more damage.
I mean, they need that, right? Right now, they're not doing enough to Alchemy as well. The thing is, they haven't been able to keep up to the pace of Alchemy. Lord is coming down the top side, so this is Alchemy's time to try and siege this down.
Yep, right now, luckily, Twist is just trying to hold the Lord right there, but it will still smash onto the top side turret right now. Puppets will be used to kind of zone it away. The turret in the mid lane takes half HP already, making a quarter HP left. Nice snipe coming out. Jason tried to push Alchemy SG away. Twist right here spinning for the win, but there's still another minute that he could play potential work with. Members of Alchemy weren't able to reach. Okay, maybe not. I say it, and they go against everything I say. They crack open top side.
Great win here by Alchemy, just with that Lord, right? Taking that inhibitor, that base turret up top, and now they just go back to playing the game, right?
Yeah.
Forcing Evil to come out once again of their base. I think the only difference now is, like you pointed out, they have their items. So with Evil being able to dish out the damage, whether or not it can make a difference in these fights that are going to come forth.
I mean, Evo has a slower late game kind of skill off. So Marta skills off pretty fast in the late game, so Alchemy can fully take control of that. The win condition for Evo is try to get Pacifist and Jet out of the way. Icon, you can't deal with it. You need Carrot to try to focus his fire onto Icon, but Carrot always trying to focus himself onto Danny, using the Tyrant's Revenge, try to pin Danny down so that they can't make a move. But I think that's the wrong play coming in from Evil. They still have to split push, they still have to maintain lane priority, because with the top lane tier 3 down, Alchemy at any one point in time, we've seen this one too many times before, the Fanny could always go for a backdoor opportunity.
This should be a easy win from Evil, but Alchemy SG, they're not making it easy at all.
It's not. I mean, from the beginning, it's not been an easy game at all. Alchemy saw right through and knew what they wanted to play into. Evil now grouping up as 5 at the top, looking for something, but not at the moment. I think maybe the advantage Evil has slightly now is that with this next Lord, it's not all the way across the map to protect that base turret, so they might have a quicker time getting back to the objective here. But I don't know if that's quite enough to be able to prevent Alchemy's siege onto them. Because you were talking about it, Churros, or Jace, right? If Carrot looks out for Icon, yes, he might be able to do that, but you also have damage coming through from Pooski, from Jet, from Pacifist as well. It's not enough to protect Coconut.
Yeah, Coconut doesn't really have enough damage, especially in this later stage of the game, because you have a huge, thick wall in front of you.
Yep.
No pun intended for Rock, but now Alchemy trying to push Evil away, trying to find a pick off, and then they can go for that Lord.
Okay, that's going to be a snipe. Conceal play committed by the side of Carrot right here, but look at Danny just giving an arm's length, burning away to conceal away from Evil right here. Booski will be able to flip. That's going to be a Twist. A little bit of trouble right here. Go away. Mother's already committed a Twist. Penalty zone actually sets up 2 members on the side of Alchemy already gone. That's the damage deal already deleted by Evil. That's also the miracle that Evil desperately needs, and Alchemy, their miracle, already gone.
That's what JS is for, right? That huge burst damage coming from the Star Shadow really sealed that for them. And this time, Evil is the one prostrating with the Lord here.
Oh man, I mean,
How did this happen?
They found the right target.
Twist.
Pacifist was a little bit too close for comfort. He came out a little bit too soon. He popped his go away a little bit too soon. Evo took control of this. You have the penalty zone directly.
Retry. Oh, he would not be able to tag it. It's going to be powerful, securing the Lord away from Alchemy. But don't forget, Alchemy does have all 3 turrets still alive though. Another super minion wave marching up top.
There's a slow push coming in from Evo onto all 3 lanes. Alchemy from 12k gold lead up to half right now. Doesn't really matter, but it just goes to show Evo, once they find a right pickoff, once they find your win condition, they are going to capitalize.
I guess this is also starting to become a bit uphill, right, for Alchemy to be able to close this one. Yes, you have Icon trying to play the split, but when you're fighting 4-1, it's sort of still a numbers disadvantage for you playing into 5 members of Evil. And if Icon tries to go into the backline, then he could just easily be caught out as well by Coconut or the rest of the team.
Okay, big bombs coming out. JC's just trying to go down slow. Flicker already committed, but JC just to reposition. Afraid of Fluski. Just pounce on him. Danny just absorbing so much damage for now, but then again, Alchemy SG, they're just fighting and posturing for a fight, which Cameron desperately looking for, but he's gonna get busted down. All the way, attacking forward, but he will unfortunately give his life away. Puski outputting a lot of damage, pushing Evo away. Already 2 members from the side of Evo already down. Puski right here still takes out Twist though. Powerful, and Jason's a little bit wounded. Coconut has to run for the hills as well, but Alchemy SG is still just in time to try to protect and defend the bottom top lane turret, but no, the Lord is actually dishing out a lot of damage, and they're unable to clear just a little bit close, but able to take down top side.
Wow, what a defense there, I think, by Alchemy. Yes, I felt like
Wait, what happened to Alchemy's turrets?
It's all gone because Powerful went down for the split push. So that is their insurance. So Martis, it falls off in the late game kind of clashes. So Powerful, knowing the change, he adapted to going for split pushes. So this one Lord, they took down the tier 3 down bottom lane.
Guys, let me explain what just happened. Evo was losing Alchemy SG with a 10k gold lead. 1 lane up top that's cracked open. Alchemy has full turrets. 1 team fight and 1 Lord later. Alchemy 5 reduced to 4k gold lead. An open base down bot. A also almost open base up top. And then all of a sudden Evo's back to the game.
Yeah, I saw the Puski bought the Starlium Scythe to have a little bit more offensive capabilities once he throws himself into Primal Wrath. This is very, very good coming in from Puski because you soak in a lot of damage, you can output as much as you can too. So again, Alchemy with the insurance, but hold on a second right here.
It feels like a deja vu right here. Karen just charging it all up. We'll be onto 2 member, and now Evo just collapsed onto the person that Karen was able to catch. And now that's going to be Pacifist outputting the damage from the go away models at the same time, just outputting like a machine gun. But unfortunately, Coconut with the heavy crossbow still finds his target, pins him down to the ground. And now there's also going to be 1 person from the side of Evo already down. Icon looking for the cleanup right here, looking for Jason, but Jason's not giving going low. He's actually just going to go straight for the juggler, but then there's no minions.
Icon desperately trying to split push. The Lord coming up. Evil still has 4 members up and alive. They don't have Powerful, but they can try to zone Alchemy out of the way.
Icon is in the wrong place.
Icon's in the wrong place. He's trying to just split push. He wants to take the turrets down. He wants to maintain lane priority.
I mean, they know, right? That right now it's so hard for them to close. It's really objective. If they manage to get that, then it's a window for them to be able to push forward in the map and gain more control. But that play there by Karen, I'm just going to have to rewind to that. That catch there on the back, 2 members, phenomenal. And the thing is, right now, Evil is trying to almost play, countering Alchemy's strategy of splitting them up. They're going to go ahead and try to split Alchemy up from the flank and from the back.
Yeah, I do agree with you. That was a very, very pivotal catch for Evil, but they left Pacifist and they left Puski alone right on that backside. So they're just free hitting, dealing a lot of damage, a ton of damage. Puski healing all of that up. He has a little bit more hybrid lifesteal from that Starlium Scythe alone. He has the Oracle as well, so he's going to be staying in battle quite a bit.
Right now, Carrot, that's Danny knocked out all the way up top. Pacifist still does have a lot of damage. Carrot just absorbed, but hold on a second. Who's that actually getting Jace's Icon just hunting him down like nobody's business, but Jace's finds safety through his own wall. And also with the Astral Echo revealing where he is, and now he has to fly back.
Well, it's easier for him though, right, to be able to make it back. So it's not too bad. At least he didn't lose his life there, but forced to back away. Now Alchemy again slowly putting out that map control, trying to clear up the lanes, and again forcing Twist. Will this strategy work this time? It does feel like Alchemy is a little bit shaken from the past 2 fights.
This is going to be a very pivotal lore for both teams. Whoever gets this pretty much has the upper hand and pretty much is able to clear the game out. But Evil desperately trying to get the Lord without Twist. There's no follow-up from Carrot.
That's a knockout right there. Jaces gets busted down by Pacifist. That's exactly what the catch Alchemy is looking out for. And now all of a sudden there's no mage, no long range. And Carrot, oh, that's not a very good place for you to be in. Pooski, Powerful still picks him up. And now Powerful on the chase onto Jet. Don't forget Jet has already committed. No, he does have the ultimate right here. But no damage coming up on Powerful, unfortunately, because he's a tank. Carrot all the way on down bot. Peeling for Coconut right here. Winds of Nature already popped by Coconut as well. Icon just waiting for his time to find his target, and he spins. Immortality already secured by Coconut, just trying to get on away. Carrot right now charging out, trying to peel, but don't forget, Coconut's already down. Not much damage dealer for the side of Evil already. And Alchemy right here with Icon in tow. They're looking at the Lord.
70 seconds on the death timer. Evil has to go back to defend. Both teams lost their marksman.
No, they're going to push mid lane.
They're going to push. Alchemy wants to cycle the rest of Evil.
They might have a chance here, right? I mean, 50-second timers here on Evil. If they push up the mid lanes, they would at least be able to get the turret, hopefully, and play that macro game that they wanted to play all this time.
They definitely need that Lord, so they're shifting their win conditions, getting that enhanced Lord all the way through. Jason's coming up in 5 seconds. Kara giving a little bit more vision, but to no avail. I mean, he's trying his best to try to take that Lord. He does have the penalty zone. Twist coming in.
What are the chances of Twist taking this Lord away? Danny montage just to make sure that that's not the case. Icon Retribution secures the Lord for themselves.
Again, Alchemy. After all that, it felt like it was even for a while, but they got themselves back here. A super, super important Lord here for Alchemy. And with that, they're going to be able to clear out these base turrets. And Evil has to put up one big defense for themselves.
Alchemy would have an easier time to push this out. They have to sink in all 3 waves. You have a lot of mobility, so this won't be a problem. Evil doesn't have the high ground capabilities, doesn't have a lot of wave clear, so this is going to be a very, very tough 3-wave skirmish down to defend.
Alchemy needs to end the game with this particular Lord.
That's
Don't
right.
allow Evil to handshake in any of these team fights, but I'm looking at the bottom lane. Alchemy is not fixing that. Mid lane is going to get pushed in.
Oh, he can't get the orange buff. Coconut.
Review. Everybody. The Lord still getting dealt with. Icon looking for a target. Powerful coming in just a nick of time. Icon will try to land on the target, but he's not able to find it at all. He's just posturing. Evil push and defend this Lord once again. Don't forget, Alchemy needs this Lord to win this game.
I mean, I thought they would at least be able to take one inhibitor tower, but completely untouched here. Alchemy was not able to maximize the use of this Lord.
They don't even have the high ground.
Well, I mean, looking at Alchemy right now, right? Yes, they had that Lord, but the thing is, with Icon, he needs space to be able to find that entry into Evil. And when you're out in the jungle, when you're out in the map, there is space for him to cable around and look for Coconut. But when you're trying to go into the base of Evil, that's a whole different game.
Well, Danny and Pooski has to pull the trigger. They have to go in. Massive wave coming down on that bot side.
Massive wave indeed. That's going to be a wall. Pooski, Powerful actually taking a lot of damage, but Carrot banding 2! Follow up with Twist with the penalty zone. There's a double engage coming out from Evil, wiping out the damage dealers from the side of Alchemy already. Icon spin, but was still not able to take down the mid lane turret.
Oh, Evil can just cycle them through. 60 seconds on the clock. Evil, they have to push now.
Yeah, I mean, they can, right? Right now, they're trying to go up to the top lane and push this as quick as possible. I guess one thing that they have also is that the Lord is coming up in 40 seconds, and that's before Pacifist and Jet will come back. So at least they should have this objective in their back as well to make the next push even easier for them.
Alright, at the very least, bottom lane for the side of Evo is already gone. So there's 2 open lanes that Evo needs to defend. Right now, Evo is just spearheading in the mid lane right here. They need to take advantage of no damage dealers on the side of Alchemy except for Pooski right here. And Evo, with this 1 siege minion, they will attempt to siege it all the way down the mid lane.
Evo needs to try to take down all tier 3s. Top lane coming through. Coconut has a lot of damage. He will make easy work of this turret. Karen with the nice catch!
Hitting two members at the same time. Don't forget, Icon right now, he's trying to split for the win instead, but now Eva's just going to be pouncing onto the remaining members of Alchemy, and now Icon trying to spin, but he's taking too much damage from Coconut as well, and he's going to get pinned down. With the Jugular Activator, he's going to be by just in case. Now the reveal, Jason will not be able to land, but then again, Evil will be able to walk away with no person dead for now, luckily because of the item changes by Alchemy.
Oh, Lord coming in. Alchemy going straight for that Lord. Evil in no position to contest for this Lord. They have to retreat. Oh no.
Icon use the Retribution. Powerful Retribution is going to come up every time soon.
Oh my goodness, this is instant back and forth, right? You thought Evil was gonna come crashing out. Yes, they took some objectives, but now the Lord is having again. Alchemy has the advantage here to pull back while Evil needs to go back and reset.
Potential backdoors.
Seeping into the 30-minute mark already, guys.
Potential backdoor from Alchemy. Don't forget, Icon, this is something that Evil needs to pay attention to. But now they're actually sieging around the Lord Pit right here. Don't forget, Evil is strong as 5. Alchemy SG seeking to exorcise them one by one.
Even Stevens, as of now, Evil has to go back to defense.
Lots of damage. Down bot. That's going to be Danny taking a lot of damage. Flickers away back into safety. Conceal play just for good measure. Now Powerful taking a lot of damage from passive. There's a lot of punishment right here. That's also going to be a knock up onto Coconut. Coconut get chased upon. Flickers forward. And now Coconut. Immortality being popped. And now it's going to be Jet finishing the job right there. No damage dealer right now. Foul charge connecting onto Carrier for now. Jason's ultimate reveal. Pacifist goes into the back line. And he cleans up the back line of Team Evil!
Oh, massive find for Alchemy. They're not stopping here. They're trying to cycle their way through. Wave coming in. 70 seconds on the death timer. It's only Twist up alive. He does have the penalty zone, but at what cost? How much time can he buy for Evil?
He's just one person.
There's no way. It's Twist, one man against this whole army of minions.
And not only just that, 5 men as well. And now Alchemy SG bouncing onto Twist. No more Twist. And now Alchemy SG will walk to the victory of their second game in the regular season.
My goodness, what is this? We expect across the board, everyone expecting Evil to win it. Alchemy coming in strong, taking the first game off of their hands.
What can I say, guys? But it's the caster's curse coming true. All of us. Full power, man. 2-0? Ain't no way.
And not only just that, right? It's also on Instagram. Everybody voted for Evil. So that's double the caster's curse, double the miracles, and Alchemy SG managed to pull through this one.
This is insane. My brain is still trying to process this, right? It's absolutely crazy, but really, Pooski, that last catch, Pooski going straight for Coconut, and he just went all in, right? He didn't get it, they backed up, he flickered in, just to catch Coconut, and that sealed it.
The massive find by Pooski.
And Passive is coming in at the back and at another flank as well, so there's so many flanks that Team Evil has to look out for, and they're already running out of steam.
This is a very pivotal game for Alchemy. Let's take a look at the itemizations for both sides. Now, Alchemy, I saw Lilia buying the Encourage onto the boots, so he sold the boots in order to get that item. So we talked to Youngin about like, hey, is this worth it, buying the roam items? But he said that, hey, you know, if you're playing into ultra late game, which is it is 31 minutes 22 seconds on this clock, Jet sells his boots, buys all his 6 item slots. So very, very effective use. Evil, on the other hand, doesn't have a lot of damage.
This is a massive upset.
It was a massive
This is a massive upset, Scarby. And now, if you take a look at the items, I don't feel like they actually tell you the whole story, right?
Yeah.
And don't forget, Evil at one period of time was able to fight against all odds, right? They took a Lord, they took, like, they converted a 10k gold lead into a 5k gold lead, they pushed Alchemy back into the base, and Alchemy SG is the one that finally dealt the finishing blow.
And I think it really came down to the way that Alchemy played this, right? To their draft, to their game plan, luring Evil out and being able to catch them off guard. Now, looking at the emblems here, you can see, I mean, I'm not even sure. It's just the way they played it.
Honestly, it's the macro. It's the macro, Scrubby. Yeah, I agree with you. There's nothing much that we can say right here. The early game was in favor of Alchemy. They took control of the early game. Evil, against all odds, they overturned the battle, and then it became a wrestling match, right?
I mean, we talked about how JS was going out for the penetration, right, and the damage, and
He did show up.
It showed he was able to get that burst in for some, especially when Carrot was able to catch that damage came through, but, you know, just not enough, not quite enough.
It's not quite enough, definitely. You have two tanky front lines for the side of Alchemy. Jace's, all he can do is slowly but surely peel them off with his first and Astral Shatter coming down. Once Coconut was taken out of the way, that's the window of opportunity that Alchemy was able to use to just overcome the entirety of that situation. They didn't care about that Lord as well. So Alchemy has the high score of like, okay, first longest game of the season, second longest game of the regular season. It was all down to macro movement.
Yeah, Alchemy SG, in fact, they showed that they have the macro, right? And Evil, in that particular fight that I was talking about that I would like to harp upon once again, was literally forcing Alchemy SG to fight so that they don't defend. And even though Evil was the one that got out, you know, not as good in terms of a handshake of the team fight, but hey, Evil got exactly what they want. They whittled down the gold lead, and then all of a sudden they caught up.
Yeah, I have to say though, like, Jace's with a 171k damage dealt in the entirety of that game. This is basically what a Novaria is for. Just slowly but surely peel them off, try to force Alchemy back. But Alchemy just healing themselves back up. Pooski with a very, very crucial item change to the Stardom side, giving him a little bit more hybrid lifesteal from the Primal Wrath alone. So, powerful, taking down almost 300,000 damage in the entirety of this game. Two Icons just farming up all the way through, and I think they hit the nail right in that coffin. I think overall Icon was the MVP. What do you guys think?
Right now, I feel like, you know, I'm just going to stop predicting in terms of the MVPs. I'm just going to go straight into showing you who the MVP of that match is. I feel like all of these players have played out of their minds. Jet, on the other hand, was outputting so much damage from the backline using this Lilia.
I think they found the Achilles heel for Evil. Just split pushing, clearing that waves, and maintaining lane priority. Evil has nothing to do but respond. And once they throw Twist out of the picture, once they throw Twist out of the 5-man composition they have, that is where Alchemy truly, truly shines. And Lilia was a testament of that, dealing so much damage within a lot of these team fights, having the black shoe, soaking in all the ultimates, soaking in all the stuns, and then just getting the ultimate to safety.
Yeah, and that's how, you know, low commitment that you can use a Lilia as well, right? Just take on all these ultimates, and then all of a sudden, all the damage that Evil was able to output, hey, it's all nullified. And I'm expecting this Lilia gonna get banned in the next game because it's giving them so many problems, so much zone denial on top of Pacifist Melissa, and we're gonna be able to take a look at that highlights just to show you what I'm talking about later on.
Crazy game, right? We started off here with, okay, this is Twist coming in, actually, and being able to take the team fight. Just look at Pooski on the top, seriously. Catching out Coconut there and being able to win them that fight and force them back.
Yo, Carrot actually missing the jump. He had a very, very nice position, but the Muddles Protect Me was able to push him out of the way. And this was very, very pivotal for Pacifist because he needs to be able to protect himself. He is the main win condition for Alchemy as it is. And this is where Pooski, throwing in the Primal Wrath, he was a sliver of health and then he was back to a third. So this was a very, very crucial item change. He has the Storm Type and the Oracle. So Pooski, props off to him. He had a very, very decent game. This was where Evil actually overturned the situation, finding the right push over onto Pacifist. Once they take him out, they layered in the team fights. Evil pushed right back in.
This was where Evil, like you said, right, slowly got it back. But this one was back and forth particularly. You can see Alchemy coming back in after that fight. And the catches by Carrot though.
Oh, chef's kiss.
Exactly, and he did it multiple times throughout the game as well, and that gave Evil that window to be able to contest this. This was when Pooski managed to get that catch on Carrot, on Coconut.
Yeah, crucial, massive play by Jet, just taking Coconut out of the picture, giving them a lot of space to really fight that clash front to back.
There's so much slow and so much zoning around that Alchemy SG was able to just deal up against Team Evil, right?
Yeah.
And if you notice how once Pooski gets a knock up, and you saw it was because of the Lilia, right? It just constantly slows all throughout as Team Evil attempts to run away.
Yeah, that's like utility at its finest. Because the thing that you lack as a Edith, as a Grok, is that mobility. So you throw in a Lilia right there, you slow all of them down, you're able to chase up, and you're able to turn team fights.
Yeah,
a lot
so
of good reactions.
Going to game number 2 right here, right? But don't forget, there's so many things that Evil did right as well in terms of these decision-making this time around. It actually surprises me, but it's also because of that one Pooski catch that ended Team Evil's, clean sweep, right? But before that, you know what? I feel like Alchemy SG, they deserve a very good in-between break, and the best way to get your break is to get your own awesome chair.
Yeah, I was constantly off my seat from my very comfortable awesome chair. When we were casting this game, it was constantly back and forth. It was anyone's game at this point, Jace.
Exactly, and don't forget, it's all about the V-Hands massage technology patented by them as well. That really helps your blood circulation and you will sleep very well. Don't forget, just now, Abstract was a little bit tilted because of the Cyclops MVP. Yeah, we got him fixed. He's going to be back in form later on after he gets a bit more time with his awesome chair.
Yeah, it's an upset that we didn't see Xborg in this matchup. We have a very nice, like, 2 different skins.
That's right.
We have the players downstairs sitting on either the Bumblebee one or the Optimum
Prime.
Optimum Prime.
Optimum Prime. I feel like you don't watch Transformers too, right?
I do.
Optimum Prime.
Yeah. It was just that TikTok that like the guy goes like Optimum Prime.
I haven't. I don't watch it. I don't watch TikTok. But then again, get yours right now, ladies and gents. And also, thank you very much, Osim, for being a staunch supporter of MPL Singapore, and of course, blessing our bags and also our seats with your chair.
The true carries.
They're the true carries. They're the true carries of the champion.
Right? Which is the most important thing here when you're carrying the team.
Yeah, exactly. And the best part is when it massages as well, when you turn it on. Wow, it feels really good in terms of your blood circulation. And sometimes when there's a long breaks, you also get to see the players literally chilling in the awesome chair. Man, speaking of awesome chair, there you go. On his Blue Glory, they're just chilling. But of course, on the other hand, Evil looking very stressed this time around. Don't forget, right? It's not about the points anymore. It's about their branding being at stake right here. Don't forget, Powerful is like, no, I don't see us as a equal team.
We're a different team. And then Alchemy actually showed a lot of respect. They're like they see themselves as the little brother to Evil during the interviews, and now they beat the big brother. They beat I would say like maybe strongest rivals, the local versus local kind of matchup right here. Alchemy feeling good about themselves. They're smiling. They're just looking around. Look at them. Look at Pacifist just having a good time. This is a very crucial win for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the morale and the momentum that you can get from the game,
right. Yes, sir.
And the thing is, I don't know, for Evil, there's just something, they win out all these big Titan teams like Bleed, like Homeboys, and then they drop a game to Alchemy.
Yeah.
So in terms of I think how they're feeling right now, you can see, right, they're pretty demoralized, and you can understand why. Dropping 1 game to Alchemy when you really expected to be the bigger team here, I think
be the bigger brother here, right?
Be the bigger brother, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know, it's just gonna be very demoralizing, especially for Evil. Don't forget, they rely based on this momentum going in, right? Like, it's just all about this momentum that they need to carry on. And now, because, Evil just getting the wins knocked out, that's something that I think Evil really need to buck up just a little bit more.
Contrary to I mean, we talked about this before the game starts during our keys to victory, that Powerful was the main shot caller of the team. It does look like within the game itself, the entire team of Evo, they were doing their own things. Like Carrot was jumping in, there was a quick follow-up from Twist. Are they not communicating as much as they should? They have played a very decent macro game. They can defend against the turrets. We've seen that one too many times before, but they need that communication, and does not only have to come from Powerful.
It could be the case, right? I mean, I think in previous seasons we've seen before, when Evil gets demoralized, sometimes
the entire team just goes down.
Exactly, and it impacts the way that they talk to each other and communicate and play out these fights. And that's their strong suit, right? The ability to communicate and fight together as one. And when you lose that, it's like a crack for Alchemy to come in and pick you off and split you up, which is exactly what their game plan was made to be.
Yeah, to be honest, going into the draft, I think Alchemy really found a cheat code into how to beat Evil. They play a split push against a clash composition, a thoroughly clash composition that they know that Evil will pick. So Evil, they might be able to respond with like, hey, if you're going to play a split push, I might play a pick-off composition. So we might see a lot of changes, especially from Evil's draft going into the next game. Man, this is going to be tough. Alchemy, they have this in the bag. One more game for them.
I'm curious about that, right? Because Evil so far, we all know them as that team that can play the team fights in 5v5. So can they adapt on the fly? And Was this something that they were expecting? Might they pull off a plan B to this?
Look at that, a Fanny ban
A lot
right
of
here.
respect ban
A
from
lot
Edith
of things.
and Fanny.
The Fanny icon actually opened up the game so easily for themselves earlier just now. Evil identifying
I
that
am
as
the
a
power
threat
of light incarnate.
immediately. And there's also going to be the Kaja and also the Kai ban away by the side of Alchemy SG.
Alchemy knows this, right? They are trying to psych themselves up for Evil playing a pick-off kind of composition. So Kaja taken off, the Kai taken off, very early game pick-off focused for the side of Evil. And Evil, they want to try to play a kind of a pick-off kind of composition. So it does work
Evil
with
playing a
Bruno.
pick-off composition?
I know it's unheard of, but I think this is what they need to do to adapt to Alchemy's picks now.
I really don't feel like you should be adapting something into, you know, if you don't really use it as one of the keys to victory.
Your team is
I feel like this is a place where you don't really try and like,
Always
you
on
know,
the way.
like
Your
gamble it
team is
away, right?
picking.
Especially when you need 2 clean wins against Alchemy SG.
I think it very well go to Fredrin. I was gonna say
Definitely.
I see a lot of value in Fredrin. Do you?
Of course we do. Of course we do.
Okay, Fredrin, a very, very comfortable, powerful type of hero. No pun intended, too powerful himself. But this opens up a lot of opportunities for Evil.
Time to
Twist could
drop
very
the
much play
wherever I go.
the
Your
Fredrin as
team
well. But
is picking.
response from Alchemy is the Rafaela
feel
and
it,
Joy.
pain.
Very, very high
I
mobility, high movement speed. Joy with the iframes as
Sand
well.
rises when I give the
A
word.
little bit similar as well. The way that they can play this is playing around Evil, right? And they have the option not to fight into their team fight. Evil this time getting that comfort pick, the Khalid on Twist, reverting to what they're really, really good at here. JS as well, picking up the Valentina from themselves. So it seems as if right now, instead of adapting to a new strategy, they're just going to double down on what has given them a lot of their successes so far. Go
Yeah.
back to the basics of what they were good at.
Yeah, the Valentina provides a lot of versatility, a lot of flexibility. And Alchemy now has to watch out for what they pick because it will definitely affect their own game plan. With the IMU, they are able to throw a Uno reverse card onto themselves. The Melissa will come to yet again.
I would like to throw Uno reverse card onto the referee. Sorry, yeah, I just when you talk about Uno reverse card, that's
Yeah,
the first
the
image
meme
came
that
to mind.
comes to mind
Yeah,
too.
but Alchemy right here, right? This is a very... There's gonna be a lot of AoEs coming out, right? That's gonna be the Melissa
Time to
with the
take the
puppet,
field.
and of course the
Your team
Joy
is
coming in with the ultimate at the same time. If Danny was able to land down the perfect Holy Baptism, man, Evil may be stopped in the tracks.
Well, bottom line is Coconut needs to have an easier time in the goat lane. This is their key to victory within the early part of the game because Coconut
I
needs to
would
get his
rather
farm, needs to
betray the
show up
world
in that
than
late
let
game.
the world
Maybe he will go for
betray
Irithel
me.
yet again. Alchemy might look to ban that out as well, and then Coconut going back to his basics might be going in for a Clint or even a, I would say maybe a 1-1 might be good over here. Facing up against a 1v1, he needs to have an easier time.
Well, he's played Brody before as well, potentially. If he wants to go into that.
Difficult on a one-to-one matchup with the Melissa because of the attack speed kind of changes. You throw the models protect me, you ruin Brody's attack speed animation as well. So he needs to like really ramp up his attack coming in. So if he wants to open up the Irithel, there might be cycling up for the Irithel once again.
Alright, yeah, that will make more sense.
That will make a lot of sense. That will make a lot of sense for Evil. Going back to basics again. So Coconut has a three hero pool as of now. A 4 hero pool. He has a Clint.
Yeah, there's still a Clint that potentially Evil could also pull out. You do have some sort of lockdown, just in case if the Joy is just running after you. And also, you know, if somebody's chasing after you, you do have the person to like just immobilize you and reposition. Your damage also penetrates through that shield and you have extended range. And because Evil does have a strong front line in terms of the Fredrin and a Khalid, yeah, I think Clint on the side of Evil will look very good. But of course, Alchemy SG right here, it's their pick first.
You have a lot of like very versatile players that Kara can go into. You can play a support hero as well, so you fight support with support. Alchemy's sustain is going to be very disastrously for the side of Evil. If Carrot picks up an Estes, we will see an Ube strategy yet again. It will be very easy for Coconut to try to maintain and sustain himself within the laning phase and into that late game too.
Bumblebee reporting for duty.
Oh,
Your team
Pacifist,
is picking.
Alchemy here picking up the X-Borg as well, which was banned out in last game. So I think this really adds to their ability to be in the front line and in the faces of Evil as well, to zone them and give them more sustainability in the fights that they want to take. So right now, Evil, I mean, yes, they have that team fighting potential. What else can they go into? They're looking for marksman for Coconut here, as well as one more roam for Carrot to round this up.
Oh, I heard it's the X-Borg with a Bumbleskin skin. No, you
Yeah,
asked for it,
Bumblebee.
right?
I asked for it. I
There you
ask
go.
and they shall receive. Evil, I do agree with Scrubby though. They really need that range game. So going back to a Beatrix might not be a bad idea.
Beatrix
after
is always
all.
good.
It's always good.
Begin.
It will be a Ruby and Irithel
Oh, okay, it's going
yet
back into
again.
Irithel.
11th
This is the
time.
11th time that Coconut has played Irithel.
But a Ruby I do like though. It will try to disrupt the Joy, but if Joy plays towards the iframes and we know how he psychs himself up, he has the 3 stacks in the jungle, comes through and just takes Coconut out, it's going to be very tough for Evil to come back into this game. They don't really have a lot of late game damage apart from this Irithel. The last pick from Alchemy will be the Cho. It will be a pick off kind of strategy for Alchemy, and if anything goes sour, they do have split push potential from the Joy himself.
Again, right? But kind of just in a different format. You get the Cho to be able to pick them off one by one and force them out of that team fight that they want to play so badly. The question is it going to be as effective as the Fanny in the previous game?
Well, that is the question we're all asking ourselves. But I do like Alchemy's draft. It does seem very comfortable to them.
Yep, that said, ladies and gents, feels like, you know, there's no backing away right now. Alchemy SG, one more game in securing their very first series on the last day of regular season. We shall see whether they will be able to break their lose streak in game number 2. Team Evil going up against Alchemy SG.
All troops deployed.
Well, this is game point potentially here. If
Welcome
Alchemy
to
somehow
Mobile
clocks
Legends.
this up to a 2-0, it's a major upset for, you know, most of the world here who has been rooting for Evil to win this.
Okay, it does look like it's a Cho mid lane, so with the concussive blast as well. So damage Rafaela will give a lot more healing capabilities for Jet. So Jet is playing a Rafa in the mid lane, has the Impure Rage as well. So vision game, the healing game, sustain game for Alchemy is looking very, very strong. Now the early game invade coming in from Evil, trying to zone the rest of Alchemy out of the wing, giving a lot of vision. Now this is where you strike when you're playing up against a Joy. You need to strike early and you need to shut Joy down as much as you can.
Exactly what they're trying to do to invade, right? And I think they, instead of letting them get the advantage over their jungle, Powerful does not want that. So I think Fredrin giving him that stability to be able to gain control of that and take over Joy, so the Icon is not so much of an issue like he was in that previous game. So I think Evil has adjusted pretty well this time to their draft. I think, especially with the Ruby, I'm looking forward to what Carrot can bring to the engagers.
On a lane-to-lane matchup, though, Alchemy is having a very good time in the bottom lane. Now, you pick up an Irithel, the only defensive capability is the ultimate.
But
but
Dash
Jace's-
has ultimate, flickers all the way over the wall. Jace is a little bit down low. Puski right here having a lot of trouble. Twist and Powerful is on the case as well.
Rotation's coming
Icon
in.
coming in. Unfortunately, he already blown away the ultimate. Puski just flamethrower just a little bit. That Powerful dashes forward, not able to connect onto the Appraiser's Wrath.
Twist doesn't have the level 4 yet. Alchemy looks like they are far ahead. They are cycling themselves up for that turtle. Icon is right there as well. It does look like, in all reasonings, Evil should have an easier time in this turtle pit because of this Fredrin. So now zoning capabilities coming in. Alchemy needs to back off. They don't need to face up against this turtle. Look at backside though, Danny.
All right, right
Verified
here,
angle.
it's going to be Puski. Doesn't really have level 4 as well. Twist does have the ultimate, just holding onto the trigger, just making sure there's a good time. Powerful takes away the turtle right underneath. Alchemy knows this for now. Danny stuck in a very awkward position and will get pounced upon. Another kill given over the sorry, first blood given over to Evil for now.
There was a very good angle coming in from Danny. He just doesn't have that level 4 in the nick of time. He went in as level 3, and then Evil, out of all of that, you have a Ruby who is able to just crop control you. But hold on a second, right
That's
here.
a hook as well. Go away. Mothers will be committed. Pacifist will use that as cover to run back to the turret. And now I think it's just going to be up to how Coconut. Just turret dies right here. Danny coming in, landing on support very soon down bot.
Yeah, right now you can see Carrot, I mean, being on the bottom side here ensures that Coconut gets a better game, especially in the early part. So he wouldn't take as long as he had in the last game to scale up and get his items. And like we said, right, that's a huge condition for them to win. JS.
Well, Icon actually misses the dash right there. He does have the ultimate at the ready. His only goal is to get Coconut out of the game as fast as possible so that Alchemy will have a better time within clashes. Now, Alchemy, with a pickoff composition, they have to really find a pickoff. So now this Cho and this Rafaela combo does not really work out.
Dashes over the wall. That's going to be a taunt. Jet, no way for him to run. Not even the Holy Baptism will save him.
Doesn't have a lot of burst damage in the early game. Danny, if you have a Jeet Kune Do, you're unable to follow up. And this is where Alchemy's draft breaks down.
At least in the early part, right? I think, and they're even though it's broken down so far, I mean, Evil does have a lead over them. They can fight against, I think, Evil when they want to play together as a team, right? The ability to sustain.
That's a nice tag onto Pacifist, doing free damage all the way in the back line, but Coconut does have the damage and Jace's as well. Enough to burst Danny all the way down, and now the turret dive ensues. Twist using the Raging Sandstorm, flickers forward. Pacifist, no way for him to run. He's going to get busted down. Twist gets away with murder at the same time.
Beautiful, beautiful layering in. We see Twist all the way from that north coming down to that bottom lane and just securing the kill onto Pacifist and opening the opportunity for them to take down that turret. And now Alchemy has to defend onto that bottom side. Evil has free reign over the turtle.
And this is a lot more reminiscent of what Evil is comfortable playing with, right? You see Twist being able to rotate and set up those fights together for them, and that's what has got that's what's gotten Evil ahead so far in a lot of their matches. So now Powerful has the advantage to be able to take the objective. I think finally this is looking really different.
Blue team has
If you
slain
look at the pathing
turtle.
of Evil, they're always going down over towards the junglers of Alchemy, but hold on a second.
Jace's double ultimate's already committed. Pooski tries to outplay Flicker, but Twist takes too much turret punishment. He will go down for the count. First kill over the side of Alchemy for now. But don't forget, there's also something happening down bot. Pacifist, that the puppet being thrown out for now. Evil just looking for an angle, but Alchemy actually is not giving it over to them.
Evil's just playing the gold lane as the heavy lane, throwing all their resources down at the bottom side. Powerful, unable to secure the purple buff, but Pacifist tries to push the rest of the team away with the muddles.
Red team turret has been
Mid-lane, though, I think they're putting some pressure as well. Powerful being able to hold them off at this moment, but Evil right now 5-1, and having a clocking up to slowly a significant lead over them, I think is. Oh, hold on here, JS being chased down in mid lane.
They're not going to commit to that one because they don't really have any damage dealers right there. You don't trust a Rafaela to output the damage, right? So yeah. But at the very least, Coconut this time around is having a lot of fun time down bot.
That's right. You have a lot of core items being built up on the side of Evil already. Guardian Helmet. Meaning
Danny.
Powerful is sustaining a lot of damage. Danny forced to flicker out.
Oh. No flicker kick anymore for the next turtle for now, so that's good news over the side of Evil right here. Carrot will be able to hook Icon right there. No way for him to run. At the same time, Pacifist opting so much damage with the puppets, and Danny comes in for the re-engage. Pooski coming in for the flank instead. Burns Carrot down to the ground. The last Insanity committed as well. Burns Jason's right here. Pooski leading on the charge, but Twist with the Raging Sandstorm cuts him down to the ground. Powerful setting up on a good, strong front line to peel for Coconut, but no damage will be done by Evil for now. They walk away with 1-for-1.
I'm waiting for a very nice kick from Alchemy, but he's always using the flickers. He's always using the ultimate very, very defensively. And when you're playing pick-off composition, you really need to play a pick-off composition. If not, your entire composition falls apart. And this is where Evil, they start to shine. They know that they are up ahead in terms of economy. They will try to invade. They will try to force a retribution and extend their lead.
Powerful, that's going to be a knockup as well. Danny gets taunted once again. No pickoff coming out from the side of Alchemy SG. Pacifist, the puppets would not be able to zone anybody for now. Pooski burning away any form of engagements coming out from Evil, but that's not their main target. They're not looking for a team fight. They're looking at the turtle.
It's been difficult, right? I mean, yes, you want to get the pickoffs, especially from Danny here. That's why you pick it. But the thing is, Evil has been grouping up from really early on in the game. You know, protecting Coconut from the beginning. I think Carrot has been babysitting pretty much as well. And even Twist coming all the way down. So Evil really going back to rotate and play as a team. Twist.
Raging Sandstorm, and also does have the flicker just in tow, trying to buy some time. Icon already burns ultimate, so no kills over the side of this droid for now, unable to snowball into the assassin droid.
So Evo has been, Alchemy has been really forced to play into Evo's hand and pace
Yep.
that they have set for the game so far.
And not only just that, Icon right now dashing around. This is the where you really need ultimate, but you don't get anything. And now that's a nice holy baptism by Jet, but no follow-up from Alchemy SG.
There's a lot of impact from Jaces. Danny wanted to look for a very nice kick backwards, but Jaces was there with the Terrify, pushing Danny away. He finds Coconut!
Okay, he finds Coconut, but kicks it all the way back into safety instead. And now it's Coconut's turn to just outpit all the damage right there. The heavy crossbow. Danny! Oh my goodness! Coconut just shot you down to the ground.
Oh, that was such a good opportunity. Powerful 1v3
Powerful,
though.
1v3, that's the last insanity. Will clip onto Powerful. That's A-okay for now. That's good value, but then again, there's no neutral objective for Alchemy SG to take.
Photo already built up by Jet. This is a sustained power spike coming in from Alchemy. Now, the babysitting game is going to be coming through for both teams. Jet only needs to protect Pacifist and try to protect him from any imminent death.
I think he solo killed Danny right there.
He did.
But I kid a little bit too much. But then again, Evo, this is the form that we expected in game number 1, and now they're finally showing it. Okay, this is how I exactly want to play, but don't forget, Alchemy SG could potentially even force Evo to awkward circumstances that they did in game number 1, so a lot of pressure is riding on Team Evo in themselves.
I think, yes, they have a lot of pressure on them, but so far it seems like they haven't lost their form at all, right? Coming from game 1 into the second game, I expected maybe they'll take a hit and start to shake a little, but looking at their performance so far, they're really being able to step ahead of Alchemy and keep their pace. It's Alchemy right now playing on the back foot and trying to match up to Evo.
Now, Evil is just trying to play the...
Carrot, that's going to be a hook. Jet gets hit. Nap, Holy Baptism, that's going to be by Jaces. But look at the damage dealt by Pacifist. Just pushes Evil all away. And now Alchemy SG looking for a cleanup. Last Insanity to 2 by Pooski. And now he'll be going down for the count. But that's good value taken away by the side of Alchemy SG. And now they're going to look for more. Pacifist dashes away from Twist right here. But Coconut still outputting damage at the front line right here. Pooski nowhere to run. Faraga armor already burned. And Twist just looking for the peel. And Coconut will show who's boss.
That's the reason why Evil has been babysitting, right? Yes,
Yep.
they lost Powerful and JS in the mid lane, but the moment you saw the trio rotate from the bottom, Twist, Coconut, and Carrot, just Twist's ability to zone everyone out from Alchemy gives so much space for Coconut to be able to take down the members of Alchemy.
Coconut is just literally redeeming himself. Coconut is not a nut.
What are you saying, Jays? But yeah, I do agree with both of your points, man. Alchemy is always playing on a reactive front, very, very defensive with their skills. They haven't found a right pickup onto any one member, and now Evo has the opening to try to do a flank twist. He's been finding the right target, which is Pacifist, and they don't have the capabilities to do a teamfight kind of approach anymore.
I guess one difference also for Alchemy, this game Icon playing on that Joy and Carrot with that Ruby makes him a lot more susceptible to being caught out to that CC and stuck in the midst of Evo, and that's not a place that he wants to be, right? So Evo really finding their mark here.
Also damage right there.
mid lane.
Coconut used the ultimate just to try to get on the way. Last Insanity, a defensive one. Twist coming in for a flank. Will not pull that trigger because there's another Lord marching down bot. Alchemy SG needs to defend.
The silver lining is Alchemy has Pacifist on a Melissa, so this is the high ground that they need to defend against this Lord. They should make quick work of this Lord, but Evil will take control of all the tier 2s.
Yeah, when they group up as 5 on the side of Evil and Pacifist lays down the puppet, I think potentially you saw the damage that he was beginning to output as well, and it could lead to a turnaround if they really go into a full-on clash here. Icon, though, in some trouble, has to back off.
He's taking a lot of damage from that top side. Evil actually managed to take down the tier 3 up on that north side.
Yep. Pacifist also doing a lot of work in terms of just zoning out Evil, but nobody from the side of Alchemy SG was able to catch anybody from the side of Evil right now, and now Evil sieging up top that Danny. Oh wait, I think it's no, that's not a kick right here, but the mid lane turret is already going to get taken down by the side of Evil right now. Icon takes a lot of damage from the heavy crossbow. This is not a Coconut that you want to tangle with.
Definitely.
Base actually cracked open for Evil. They could very well do a very nice push down into the mid and top side.
For sure. I think that's what they're going to have their sights on next, right? Now that they've already taken the top and the mid, Evil's just hanging around here, making sure that Alchemy is not going to have any way of coming out. And the thing is, preventing Alchemy from aggressing also prevents them from finding that pick-off that they want all along. So Evil's just not letting any holes in.
Conceal play coming in. Carrot trying to find a right hook. Oh!
Will be able to drag in 2 members, but here comes Pacifist with the damage. Coconut right here takes a little bit too much right here. Icon will be able to chase him down. No ultimate by the Icon, but he's also get busted down by Jace's instead.
Didn't work out quite the way they wanted to. Great catch by Carrot there, but unfortunately it was Coconut that went down, and now Alchemy, this is the opportunity that they wanted, right? And finally they're able to come out of, well, pretty much that cave that they've been hiding in.
A bit too over-aggressive for Evil. What they could have done was do the same thing that Alchemy done with them before. Evil has a composition that plays better within the jungle fights, so they could actually draw Alchemy out and then go for a nice flank. Twist could very well destroy Pacifist once he gets his sights on him. But Evil, on the other hand, they want to end the game a little bit too soon. Now, Alchemy finding out where Twist is, they want to go for a off-lane kind of pickoff.
That could potentially be a downfall, right? If Evil continues to be, if they lose their patience here.
I agree. I feel like Evil does have a bit of a tolerance, a bit of a wiggle room to
turret
play
has
with,
been
but you don't
destroyed.
really want to give it over to Alchemy SG. You want to win fight, you want to win it clean, right? But there you go. It's going to be Evil taking away the Lord up top as Alchemy SG trading for a turret down bot. That's the first turret that Alchemy SG was able to secure for themselves.
No, Carrot is very crucial in this stage. This is the enhanced Lord that we're talking about. If Evil manages to find a nice I'm offended onto at least 2 members and onto at least Pacifist, the win condition for Alchemy, Evil will definitely overturn this and cycle Alchemy to their victory.
They're gonna start to push up, right? So instead of luring Alchemy out, I mean, now they have the Lord in their pocket and going down here. Danny don't find the kick.
Oh, that's finally a good kick as well, and it also delivers Twist in the silver platter for the side of Evil, but look at the damage coming up from Icon. Not enough though, Pooski coming in, no more Firaga Armor Pacifist, up in the damage, powerful will be trying to pouncing on tip of him, but then again, the Lord is ultimately forgotten by the side of Alchemy SG instead, and Evil just pences onto the base, and there you go, game number 1, and Alchemy SG will lose this. Evil brings us a game number 3.
Quick and decisive, that last lot there, just knowing that they had that in their hands, and even though Denny finally found the kick, unfortunately it wasn't, and it was on Twist, right? So you still had Coconut as well as JS running up into the base to take that down and just finish off the game. They don't even want to fight.
Looking at their faces, they're like, okay, this is another day in the office. It's not too much going in, but man, this is the tempo that I wanted to see Evil ride on in game number 1. Game number 1 was way too long. Game number 2, very, very quick victory. It really solidifies where Evil's position is in the entirety of the league.
Yep, but with that said, we should be going on into the item builds as well. But I feel like Alchemy SG kind of struggling in terms of the item builds, right? They don't really have a lot of items. Danny wasn't able to survive as much as well. And then now you replace Jet playing a soft mid support as well. Yeah, I know most of the damage is going to come out from Icon, but you see, you don't really have this Genius Wand to be able to pop it off, and he's always out of tempo. And it's pretty hard for Alchemy SG to try to flank and gank, right?
Especially with Coconut on full build already, right? I mean, 5, 1, and 6, and you can see he's even had the defense item. So basically, Coconut now is not the same Coconut as the previous
Coconut
game,
is
right?
not
He's
a
able
nut.
to just shred you down.
Yeah, Twist, if you take a look at Twist's build right here, he actually went for the rapid boot. So that means he's going to have that movement speed to reposition himself in any types of flank situation. He has double physical penetration items as well as the Sea Halberd to try to mitigate the sustain coming in from that Rafaela. His only target is Pacifist.
The reason why Rapid Boots is really good here, especially going up against Alchemy SG lineup, is well, there's so many slows that potentially Alchemy Evil needs to go through, right? There's also the Ice Queen 1. There's also, well, technically speaking, yes, Icon with the first skill. There's also Pacifist with the Corrosive Scythe as well, and the Rafaela. So Rapid Boots is desperately needed by Twist if he really wants to reach to the back line, want to reach towards Pacifist.
Yeah, do agree with you 100%. Evo just played this game really textbook. If we take a look at the emblems right now, we'll see the Wilderness Blessing coming in from this Valentina as well as the Ruby. So there was so much impact coming in from the mid duo. Jace's and Carrot doing so much work in the early game. They just sat in the gold lane most of the time. Pacifist was having a really tough time.
Yeah, you can see even though he was trying as much to output, you know, the damage, and he did at some points in time, but it wasn't enough when Evo, especially with Carrot, just got the catches that they wanted to, right? Looking, I mean, at the emblems here, Coconut on the Assassin emblem even, you know, for the extra damage.
Yep.
Instead of, you know, an attack speed even, and countering that with more slow, so they're trying to fight against, I mean, Alchemy, right? Getting that movement speed and also attack speed to be able to go up against them.
I think one thing that I want to note is that Evo, they play towards the gold lane, try to push them back. They don't have to take any pickoffs, they don't have to go for kills. They just have to push Alchemy back out of the way. So Joy, knowing that Joy is a little bit slower of a jungle farmer as a Fredrin, they open up opportunities for Powerful to just jump right into that purple buff, especially when Joy is all alone. You don't have enough backup from the gold lane. You have to pull in Puski up from that north side down to just defend against your the skirmish that Powerful brings onto you.
Yeah, we're gonna go into the next page where we talk about the game, the damage dealt. Right, if you notice, it's still kind of neck and neck, but most of the time, most of the damage being dealt is by pacifists, but not enough to seal the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 14 to 7 kills, right? Even though you do that much damage, like we said, he was trying to output that damage, and at one point, I think, you know, he did enough in that mid lane fight to be able to take down Powerful and JS, but it just when there's not enough peel for you, eventually you're gonna go down as well when Carrot catches up.
Yeah, the reason why he has a lot of damage dealt, the first item that he got was the Corrosive Scythe, and then building into the DHS, which is HP based. Playing up against Powerful, who is always soaking up a lot of damage, he tries to push Pacifist away from the rest of the team fights. And of course, knowing that Evo plays as 5 men, Pacifist will throw in models onto 5 members.
Yep, right now we're just gonna go around. I feel like at the end of the day, the stats really ultimately didn't... I feel like the stats and the items really don't tell the story. You really have to take game number 1 into account, why Evo is being forced into playing this perfect, beautiful game. And with that said, let's take a look at the MVP. Going to go over to Jace's on this Valentina.
Man, like I said during the game, I'll say it after again. Jace's has so much impact with the Valentina. The fear comes in so clutch, protecting Coconut from any harm whatsoever, especially from Danny. We will see that in the replay later on when Danny comes right in and targets Coconut. He throws down his combo so quick, so swiftly that he gets terrified and Danny can't go on with his combo.
Yeah, it's basically muscle memory by now. Don't forget, Jace's was an EXP laner first when he's first debut, but then again, he's like, actually, I'm a mage player. And then he did not disappoint, right? He's able to deliver in terms of the gameplay really well. You should be able to see it in the highlights that we'll be showing later on.
Yeah, and I mean, even the way that JS took the ultimates as well, right? That Holy Baptism to be able to stun out and add on to that peel that he can provide.
Yeah, you see the IMU taking down Rhythm of Joy as well. They have a lot of sustain coming in, building up with the passive. Take a look at how this plays out. Actually, Passive is throwing down a lot of the model's damage coming through. Needles dealing a lot of work. This is where Puski flickers in and takes down 2 members of Evil. But look on the flank, Twist has his sight onto the main member. So Pacifist needs to be able to push away, and Twist doing a lot of work, having a lot of impact right there as well.
But this is after when Coconut really was able to shine, right?
Yeah.
Get all his items, wasn't getting a lot of pressure from the side of Alchemy SG. And if we're talking about this particular fight, I feel like this is the one where they really overcommitted. Look at that models, man, connecting onto all 5 members of Team Evo. This is the hero that I feel like Team Evo need to look out for in game number 3.
Yeah, for sure. They can pull that again, right? I mean, earlier in the fight, though, Coconut jumped in and was taken down. But the thing is, Evo recognized that and immediately backed off as well. So they know that once they fail to peel for Coconut, they can't prolong that fight any longer, especially not with Jet on the other side of the team.
I think that was a small mistake by Coconut. He jumped right into the model, so the needles were actually affecting onto him as well. He's taking a lot of damage because Coconut, as we all know, is a glass cannon. But at the end of the day, it was a team battle. Evil played a clash kind of composition and worked out very, very well in the game number 2.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we want to see from Team Evo, right? Game number 1, Team Evo came in so strong, it made it feel like Alchemy SG game number 1 was a fluke, right? So this is something that I feel like Alchemy SG really needs to take this some time in between game number 2 and number 3 to really suss it out. I feel like the mid lane Rafaela does not really work in terms of execution, but it seems really fine on paper because of the Joy outputting the damage in terms of the magic damage, so you can kind of, you're thinking, oh, okay, I can replace it with some sort of support, right? Because this is the flavor of the month, but unfortunately it just did not work out well because they're lacking in terms of the damage.
Yeah, well,
it
like
also
an
gives them a
arcade,
lot
right?
of like movement speed, right, to be able to engage and disengage from the fights. And they wanted to play into that pick-off composition that they did so well, but it just didn't quite work out as the first game.
Yeah, the Rafaela and the Cho wasn't two peas in a pod. The kickback, there's no burst damage coming in from Rafaela, but the idea was there. They have to reset. Back to the drawing board for both teams.
Yeah, I think they're banking onto Icon to actually coming in, swooping in for that burst damage, so you have to roam with 3 instead of roam with 2. But with that said, I feel like, you know, I think it goes to show that Jet should really go back into that Lilia. And of course, with that said, Lilia, Neobisks, man, it's 5 days left, right? It's just 5 days left for you guys to pick it up right now, if I'm not mistaken, because I was just checking in earlier because I always, you know, press the 50%.
The 50%.
And then I can get it. I'm very close over, but I can only make one decision. Do I go for the Regent or the Lilia? Man, it's a tough decision.
Well, hey, if you're lucky, you can get one off the spin, and then you can get the other one off the buy. If you're lucky. If you're lucky.
That's a miracle if Alchemy represents MPL Singapore in M5. That's the miracle.
That's a huge statement right there from Jace
I'm
himself.
going to have to say it right there. But of course, get yours right now. Don't forget, that's what I mentioned every day. One-time draw will be on 50% off. So get yours right now today because you see it in its full glory. Especially all the pro players are literally using it all the time. And rest assured, they are definitely loving it.
And then both of them, right? Fredrin and Lilia as well.
They
Are you talking about me? Do I have both of them? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Wow. What a whale. Thank you for making
Thank you. I don't know how this awesome U-Turn 5 is able to support the weight of my wailing.
I don't know where you're going there, but thank you for showing off to the whole of the world that, you know, you do have...
When it's time to flex, I have to. I have to. It's an
flex
opportunity.
card right there.
Yeah,
Flex card right there. So with that said, ladies and gents, we're going to go into a short break. Don't go away because we need to see how this particular series will end off. Will Evo prevail or Alchemy actually cook something up and throw it at Evo? We shall see later on. Take care. Welcome back, ladies and gents. The saga of putting down the evil is continuing, of course. Alchemy SG, one more game in shutting down evil, but at the same time, evil, one more game to shutting down this old man.
It's
Floating
1-1,
Ripper.
right?
Yep.
And right now it could be anybody's game. We've seen game number 1 was very much in favor of Alchemy.
Yep.
And then game number 2 was very much in favor of Evil.
It's a seesaw.
It is a seesaw. It is also a wrestling match, and I think there will be a little bit of a change with the roster for Evil, but we'll get back into it once we go into the draft. But Big Brother versus Little Brother, they have a lot of...
Actually, no. Let me pull that up. All right, ladies and gents, we're gonna... Coconut will be swapped by Nako, also known as Exalt. And Exalt was the gold laner, or, well, from the team Alchemy SG in the last season as well. So, yeah, we have to talk about this. I feel like this is very important because, man, it's like, on top of, you know, it's basically a, hey, you kick me out of the team, now I'm back in another team that's on the stronger seat, and I'm looking to basically topple you down.
It's like a revenge plot.
It's a
almost,
revenge plot.
the way that you're saying it,
Yep,
right?
it is.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if he actually got kicked out for Alchemy. I don't know.
He's not in the roster, so...
But hey, in any ways, he does know Alchemy's game plan. He played with them before. He knows how Pacifist thinks. He knows how Pacifist operates within the entirety of the match. And him facing up against Pacifist, his old coach, is going to be a very, very spicy 1-to-1 matchup right there.
Yeah, definitely. So I was actually kind of surprised, like, hey, you don't want to talk about them. I was like, no, this is very spicy. You talk about it because it's as spicy as the McCrispy spicy.
Fair.
Yeah, but of course, you know what? I feel like there's a lot of things both these two teams can work on. Even right now, they're having this momentum, and momentum is something that I think even Youngin is also afraid of, especially when they're drafting, when he was back as a coach fighting against him.
Yeah, I do think that aside from momentum, though, the draft is really important as well, right? The
That's
way
right.
that Alchemy drafted was super advantageous to them in the first game, and that's how they played it. But I think in the second game, it felt like it didn't play out as well to what they wanted to.
Yeah, Lilia wasn't even banned or by any of these sides, right? And it's really wide open for, you know, Jet to pick it up. But no, instead they went for the Rafaela mid lane, so they're lacking a lot of this like magic damage as well, and potentially utility. Because right now, I think we also identified that Danny as the Cho. There's a lot of questionable moves by him.
It was a weird pick of a Cho. Usually you pair up Cho with a very, very bursty mid laner. Maybe something like a Farsa, or maybe the Lilia would work out well. You kick him back and then you have the bombs to burst anyone down, but there was zero pickoffs. It's only on the last second that Twist actually walked into the bush and walked into that minefield and he got taken down. But it was only on the last second and they wasted all of their ultimates on this.
Yeah, and it goes to show that, you know, right, Team Evo is also slowly growing up, right? Like remember we touted them as like, you know, the Titan Slayers, and now they're joining the big leagues right now, right? Like it's kind of like finally there are this community team without a coach, and now they're like the big leagues right here because they've also built quite their own fan base as well, and I'm really starting to be a little bit proud of them, but I still feel like without a coach, you're unable to unleash this evil. And with that said, we're going to go into the draft, ladies and gents. Alchemy SG going in first pick, Team Evil going in second.
Off the bat, the Alchemy's already taken out the Kaja and Valentina, so don't want JS to be able to pick up that Valentina once again. We saw, you were talking about it, Churros, how he used the Terrify to peel for Coconut in the last game.
I think it was very, very well. It was a good decision by Alchemy
Sir,
to just ban
what's
out
your command?
Kaja and
Your
Valentina
team
right
is
off the
picking.
bat, and now they are going to be playing a assassin. I'm 100% believing in how they operate. They take down all the counters for potential assassins. Evil, they understand this. They ban out the Fanny, which is something that Evil cannot risk. You cannot leave Naka open. This is his debut anyway, so I don't know what kind of heroes he is.
Time
a little
to
bit
drop
more
the
suited to.
beat
He
of
can
the
always
flag.
go
Your
back.
team is
There's going to
picking.
be a Joy immediately secured by Icon for the side of Alchemy SG. Game number 2 wasn't really working well because I realized that he's a little bit out of tempo, and if you're out of tempo as a Joy, right, you don't use your creeps to basically jump into your ultimate, right? You're unable to burst anybody down.
It's very, very punny, right? You need to be able to keep your
Enjoy.
composure. You need to be able to ride on Joy's rhythm. Again, no pun intended, but it is true. You have to be able to just find that right dashes on that right time. In this Joy, I think
I
will
am the
be a
priestess
select
of
pick
primal
on the side of
lightning,
Alchemy.
the hunter of all the evil
double
gods.
whammy tanky combo with the Fredrin and the Edith, something that they're very comfortable with. They are cycling out for a clash comp yet again. Alchemy, they might respond. I want them to respond with an assassin pickup. Maybe a Lancelot would be good. This is Icon's main kind of hero, and you were talking about Lilia a lot. Jet finally picks it up yet again.
Yeah, so you know that these are comfort heroes, right? Well, we saw how Jet played the Lilia in game number 1. Now, on the side of Evil, with that Fredrin and the Edith, still flexible picks actually. Powerful for sure. I think gonna use that Fredrin, but
Your
Twist,
online.
maybe I think most likely Carrot's gonna be the one on this Edith, but it could still be flexed into the EXP if they really wanted to.
It's very open for Evil, right? Edith can be flexed into the Rome, EXP.
Sand
The
rises
Fredrin-
when
okay,
I give
fine.
the
This
word.
will review everything
is
already.
banned.
With Twist going in back into the Khalid, that's going to be a powerful on that Fredrin, and of course going to be Carrot back onto the Edith.
I think how Fredrin and this Edith operates is basically a very similar mechanic. They try to soak in as much damage as they can, and at the last second, the Prison Wrath, Primal Wrath will be able to dish out the return damage onto them. So soakability as well as reactability
fallen stars brought
towards
us
the damage
here.
that comes
Team
through
is
from Alchemy.
banning.
Now, we have to talk about the second phase of that draft. Evil is lacking a mid lane and a gold laner. On the hands of Alchemy, though, they're lacking a gold lane and a EXP lane. So Evil trying to ban out as many EXP heroes as possible. Alchemy, on the other hand, they are fearing Jace's. Jace's has had so much impact for Evil, especially in the early game. They should look to ban out as many rangy, high rotation kind of mages, artillery mages like the Farsa would be a viable option for Alchemy as well.
Yeah, really narrowing the
I would
options
rather
that
betray
Evil
the
basically has
world
here for
than
JS,
let the
right? But it
world
also feels like
betray
Evil's
me.
keeping their cards close because we don't really know too
Your
much about
southern
Nako
seas
yet
are
and what
my
he might potentially
domain.
pull out. So he could be the condition that Evil's banking on in this game. Alchemy gonna go ahead and take out the Kadita actually, so it could be an option for JS to go into that Farsa.
What Evil could do right now is try to pick up a Beatrix, something
Let's
that
go.
peel them out in the late game. But
Your
it,
Coconut,
it
is that
goes-
you?
It goes into the Irithel yet again. It does look like Alchemy goes. Look at the smiles of Pacifist, just smiling again. This is the third time. 1 of 3 tries. You want to try me again with Irithel? And he's just so happy about this pick.
Of course, because Alchemy right here, don't forget, it's also Melissa that's also wide open for Alchemy to pick. Then it's going to be almost similar to game number 1's round. That's why Pacifist is definitely going to be happy about this, no?
It's like a deja vu on a deja vu on a deja vu.
I like the fact that Scorpio was like psyching up. Oh wait, we don't have a lot of information about them, you see, but no.
Keeping their cards close.
Yeah,
May
Irithel is the
my
same thing as what
enemies fall for my
Nako, sorry, same thing as what Coconut plays, but that's going to be in mid-star. Oh wait, why is it 100% win rate?
Oh, but
Diablo,
it's
is
only
that
picked
you?
twice. It's only picked 2 or 3 times. I think Diablo picked it 1 time, and then Alchemy picked it up twice with the double fighter side lanes. I thought the Mincetar picked up first. I thought that Alchemy would go for a double fighter side lane, but they are going to be playing it safe. The Melissa is getting picked up again here. So 3 games, Melissa versus Irithel on both sides. Evil, they need to be able to respond with something. Now, I don't know why the Khalid was picked up here first instead of maybe a Lapu Lapu. I was psyching up for the Farsa. I'm very happy that was picked up. Just counteracts the Melissa right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, like you predicted as well, right? The Farsa coming in, and well, Pacifist did do very well that Melissa last game. I mean, the damage that he could dish out if he had the space to do it. And you top that off now with Pruski on the Mincetar. I mean, we all know he plays a great Mincetar game, so Nako could be in some trouble here.
Yeah, Twist is going to have a tougher time in a 1-to-1 matchup, especially when he utilizes the first skill. He has to have 3 dashes all the way through. But we will see in the execution, both teams are pretty much neck and neck in terms of the drafting. There's no one side I favor. I want to see the execution.
I really feel like execution is definitely required for both these 2 teams, right? Alchemy SG. This is, if you play your cards right, if you layer your ultimates properly, this is almost like a checkmate, right? Like, Mincetar King's calling, and then you fall out with a wall charge. You have no way to run because you cannot dash. That's it, ladies and gents. It's going to be boiled down to the execution as we talked about. Team Evil going up against Alchemy SG. Game number 3. Will Evil reign supreme in the land of Dawn.
Welcome to
It's the make or break. It comes down to this 1-2-1 for both in the back, and with these two drafts here, Churros, you don't even have a preference because you're not sure which way it could go.
Yeah, it's very, very 50-50 on both sides. It's all down to how both of these teams layer in their team fights. It is basically a clash comp up against a clash comp. On the side of Evo, though, Twist will be the insurance for the off-lane kind of lane management. On Alchemy's side, you always have that choice. But now, Evo will be favored within the Turtle and Lord fights just because they have very, very frontline Soki heroes and a range artillery machine in the Farsa played by Jace's.
Lots of damage in the early game. That's a given over the side of the Farsa as well. Danny takes a lot of damage, has to pay a little bit of respect over to the mid duo of Evil.
They actually rotating really early in the game as well, right? Going down to the EXP, and I think that was what helped Twist in a previous game. The fact that he could nail that EXP in something that he's super comfortable with and start to rotate and help out the other lanes. Now, whether or not Evil can play the same game this time in this match remains to be seen. But right now, it looks like they are still grouping up to be able to run that same strategy.
I think for both Alchemy and Evo, they have very fast rotations down on the mid lane duo. It does look like Alchemy, they're taking control of the early game in terms of the wave management. On the top lane, though, on the 1-to-1 matchup, Pacifist will have no problem at all facing up against the Earthdown, albeit it's a different person right now. Nako holding himself up well in this front.
I feel like Coconut never left.
Yeah, it does feel like that, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that because in terms of playstyle, I feel like right now, based on the rotation, being on a lane matchup, kind of similar as well, and they're also picking almost the same. So Evo, this is like a plug and play, and this is a-okay for the side of Evo right now. Turtle priority given over the side of Evo. Powerful on the roll right here. It's up to Hao Danny to really try to take it away, but he doesn't really have the wild charge. Jet outputting so much damage. Alchemy SG a little bit slow on turtle take, giving it over to Evo.
Oh, this is very, very smart. On that top lane, though, Nako actually pushing Pacifist back out of the way, forced to use a little bit of a heal, but a fair airstrike, and the Raging Sandstorm takes down first blood. Jet goes out.
Yeah, Jet is ultimately stunned right there, unable to use the magic shoes to just to get out of the way. Jason's wing by wings. Oops, a little bit too slow right there.
Yeah, I mean, Evil, they have the upper hand here, right? Knowing that they had the advantage at the first turtle, because Powerful already hit level 4, but Alchemy a little bit slower in terms of getting their big ultimate advantages up. But right now, Danny.
Okay, Danny gets knocked out by Carrot. It's kind of rare to see a Grog getting stunned right there, but hey, that's a-okay for now as long as he doesn't die.
I think this Joy in the early game is it has a very, very slow start. Usually when you play as a Joy, you want to get your level 4 and then you want to be able to shut down at least one lane. Most particularly the goat lane. And this is where we see an early lane swap coming in. 55 seconds until the turtle spawns up. After this wave, we will see maybe Twist coming up. So the faster team to do that, the faster team that will clear the wave and try to do a lane swap will have priority over that turtle.
Ooh, Evo congregating all the way up top. Feels like they really want to party right there. Icon will be scouted right here. Is actually trying to die for Nako instead, but Icon wouldn't be able to pop the ultimate, so he is going to go on cooldown. Evil may take this opportunity to try to punish him for now. Danny does have a wall charge, will not chase onto Jace for now.
Twist already rotating upwards. He's cycling himself up for that turtle. So Evo, they really want to take this turtle, and we will have a little bit of extension in terms of economy if Evo takes down this turtle.
Nice damage as well. Raging Sands on Pruski flickers. The hook will miss for now, but Twist, that's also big commitments happening down all the way in the EXP lane for both these two teams. But Pruski still has the King's Calling, and he may walk over. But hold on a second, Jason's fed an airstrike, and Carrot right here. Danny has one for the hills. Carrot is ultimately getting buzzed about by Jet. Right here, Pacifist outputs a lot of damage, pushing Evil away, warding them away, and Carrot pays the price.
Oh, Alchemy could actually overturn this turtle fight right off the bat. Evil, they're still pushing into that turtle. Eventually gets the retribution. Icon caught in the middle.
Icon right here, unfortunately, will not be able to trigger the dash anymore. He's already committed so much. Evil takes away the turtle and also losing the jungler for the side of Alchemy.
Icon so far hasn't been able to kind of find his pace, right, and his mark here. Not being able to trigger the ultimates and kind of going in straight for the objective, but not being able to secure that as well. So Powerful been having a great game so far and already one level ahead of him.
Taking a load of items right now. Twist will be able to walk out of the King's Calling. without much of a scratch, but
gonna
the
heal it
Enchanted
all the way
Talisman
back up.
already bought up for Jet. He will be looking into buying the Ice Queen wand, so I'm going to be looking out for that power spike, enabling Alchemy to really gun down onto all of these small little clashes. It does look like the heavy side for Evil, though, up on the gold lane.
At the moment, they are camping for it though. So you can see JS and Narco, but they're gonna put pressure on the EXP.
Raging Sandstorm at the same time, no way for Brewski to run away. But have you ever seen two Diablos fighting against each other? Yeah, that's happening down bot lane, right? Like both these two teams, both these two heroes are exactly what Diablo likes to play. Danny flickers forward, ultimates as well, catches Narco right underneath the doorstep of his own base. Ikari right here, a little bit slow for the party, but big ultimates committed by Alchemy and takes one gold laner down.
Very quick to recognize that. I mean, the fact that Alchemy saw, they knew that Powerful was down bottom, right? So it was their chance to be able to put Nako down, and together with that, they even got Jesus.
Good macro plays coming up from Alchemy SG right here, but they need to keep this up. Right here, the gold lead is still slightly in the favor of Evil, but it's still winnable for Evil and also for Alchemy SG as well.
Very 50-50 at this point. This is the closest match that Alchemy and Evil had in the early game that we've seen in the three matches so far. Jace is down in the protect composition up to Narco. He really needs to protect Narco as much as they can. Try to get him up to scale. Try to get his damage up as well. But again, when you're fighting an Irithel, you want to be able to make sure that you pounce onto Pacifist after the models have been thrown.
Well, we're looking at Evil right now,
Bot lane.
securing the objective for themselves, and Alchemy wants to play on the bottom side, knowing that
Red team has slain the turtle.
Yeah, but then again, I don't know where the macro decision, why is Alchemy SG trying to siege down bottom when the turtle is all the way up? 3 for the taking for the side of Evil.
The thing is, when you're playing a Joy up against a Fredrin, you know that you will lose the turtle fight. You don't have much of a crowd control ability, so Alchemy just gave that up. They want to look for other trades. Now Alchemy already peeled open on that top side. First tier turret already opened up. They will be able to sit within the jungles in that top side. Take a look at the damage dealt, Jaces and Twist. It still looks primarily Evil on that top few areas so far.
For sure, right? All 3 members top of the chart are from Evil, so they do have a lot of control in terms of the damage and also the CCs that they're outputting to be able to have the upper hand in these fights. Now, they've already gotten the first tier turret on the bottom side as well, so this gives them a lot of space to be able to contest these objectives.
Jet and Pacifist already got their power spike items. Jet has the Ice Queen Wand, Pacifist the Demon Hunter Sword. If they look for a fight right now, they would be able to overturn a lot of these conditions. Joy already pushing up on the off lane, which is very smart. Alchemy needs to play a split push.
Yeah, but do you split push as a Joy? That's the question. I was talking about even the Fanny or a Ling actually works really well in terms of Icon's playstyle, right? If all else fails, you can always rely on the splits, right? But Joy, you can't really exactly clear the wave as quickly as compared to a Ling or even a Fanny as well. And you don't really have the mobility to instantly rotate from mid all the way down to top or wherever you want to go.
The idea there is Icon needs to target Nako. As long as he takes down Nako, as long as he takes down Jaces, then there's the window of opportunity that Alchemy is looking for. As much as split push is concerned, Icon would be able to clear the wave, but he will not have a lot of objective damage, the turret damage, right off the bat. Powerful already has that on his helmet. He'll be able to go in. King's calling on Twist.
Okay, that's actually good news for the side of Alchemy SG right now. There's no more EXP than for the side of Evil. Maybe they can make their plays elsewhere. Maybe push up top right here, right? This is a little bit of a window of opportunity for Alchemy SG to punish.
This is not great for Evil, right? Just when the Lord is up as well, you know that they're gonna want to contest around these objectives, and with Twist down, that's huge.
Okay, only 10 seconds left. It's not over for the side of Evil right here, unless Alchemy SG was able to cycle, and that's Current gonna get dragged in. Icon just dashes forward just a little bit, unable to jump into the ultimate. Right here, Alchemy SG is threatening. Do you go for the Lord, or do you go for the mid?
It looks like they're a bit torn, right? And right now, with the deliberation that they've been making, Twist has already made his way back into this fight.
And not only just that, the Lord is already quarter HP right here. Okay, Pooski will be able to stun Twist. Twist goes into healing mode right here. Does have the Raging Sandstorm. If Pacifist even shows himself, that's also going to be the fair airstrike to reveal. But Icon coming in and stealing the Lord away from Evil for now. Pooski dragging in. Deco all the way into the damage from Pacifist right here. Twist coming in, picking up a double kill onto Danny right here. Raging Sandstorm still catches on Pacifist as well. Twist is making the catch of the season. Pooski doing the same at the same time. time, but Twist is still here, picking up a Maniac for Evil.
That's what you get when you give Twist this hero, right? A mini Diablo, we said. Khalid on, no. I even got a name space, a Twist on this Khalid. And I think just the ability to go all the way back and dive in, insane. That was such a good play for Evil. Alchemy, you know, we talked about how they had to make the decision right there and then, but they didn't. And by the time they wanted to do something, Evil was back in the game. And JS, with that feathered airstrike, got so much space for them to be able to control that Lord pit.
At the end of the day, Evil got the better trade, right? The Maniac, 4 takedowns, they have control of the entirety of the map. They peeled down the Piercer turret for the side of Alchemy. They will make quick work of the Lord up on the north side. And Alchemy, now they have to play very, very defensively. I think Pruski made a huge mistake right there. He should have used the King's Calling onto Twist, but he actually wasted the ultimate onto this Edith. So Carrot, unable to move, unable to set up. That was pretty good for Alchemy, but then protection from the main damage dealer, which is Twist in the mid stage of the game.
At this moment, I feel like Alchemy, you know, trying to go into a reset here. They had the heroes that they wanted, like Jet, right? But so far, they just haven't been able to use it as effective as they wanted to. Danny in the mid side.
Right here, mid lane, you know, getting pincered by Evil for now. Then Alchemy actually is not showing their soft underbelly as well, right? Pacifist just gonna have to hide because, you know, Twist is on the hunt. This Prince is on the hunt of Pacifist right there. Nobara's definitely not be able to absorb all that damage. And if you notice right now, it's just Dom Eyes and also Blade Armor being built by the side of Powerful because they are starting to respect Pacifist damage.
From macro perspective, it does look like Evil have control of the map so far. Twist down on that bottom lane, trying to maintain lane priority. Alchemy trying to stay as 5, but they have to spread themselves thin because of Evil's management of the waves on all 3 fronts. Evil will need to crack down that top side tier 1 and before they start on the Lord Dance this time around.
That's a taunt. Pooski burns the flicker as well. King's Calling following up. Jet is in the corner as well. That's why Pooski stands forward as well. Icon, where's your dash coming in? But then again, it's gonna be Jet. Gets busted down into the ground. Icon trying to dash around with ultimate still in hand. He needs to activate right now, but no, it's a little bit too slow. Pacifist right there, putting down the damage. Karen fingers forward, catching the damage dealer for the side of Alchemy SG. This is getting a little bit messy. Icon finally activating the ultimate right here. Will be able to burst down JC's as well. 2 members down for the side of Alchemy SG, but Evil losing 1 there, and they also have a push up top.
There's still a big win for Evil up on top in terms of economy. They took down Pacifist, they took down Jet. They will take some time to move towards that Lord fight, and Evil will try to draw them out into that Lord. It does look like they will not contest for this one.
I mean, there's no space for them to do that, right? It's difficult, and you don't want a repeat of what the last fight happened in last fight as well. When Joy went in for the objective, but they gave up all their lives.
He's actually going for it. Icon activate Retribution, stealing away Evil's Lord right here, and he's running for the hills. He's literally a thief.
Definitely, it's not a repeat. This time he managed to get it and get away with it.
The Lord was so close, and Powerful just walked out of the way. He should have just focused on that Lord.
No, Evil wanted to punish Alchemy SG's aggression in order to try to take away the Lord, right? So that's actually a good decision making coming up from Evil, and now Twist getting caught in the no man's land. He's actually buying a lot of time. So many ultimates committed onto this one boy.
Evil slowly but surely, the economy just dropping steadily. It was at 4K at one point, now at 1.8. Slowly dipping. Lord marching down the south side. Evil has to defend against that mid lane range.
Yep, right now, I think that with that Lord turret going down, that means that the gold lead should be swinging in the favor of the side Alchemy SG, but don't forget, Powerful getting caught by 4-5 members, just gonna gobble him all the way up. No way for this jungler to run away. With 3 men left on the side of Evil, they need to defend against Lord. They should be able to make short work of it, but don't forget, there's good damage dealt by Alchemy SG against Evil.
Pooski is just going fishing at this point. When you get too close, Pooski hooks you back out. Oh, there we go again.
He's going fishing once again. Jason needs to use the Wings by Wings to fly over and away. And Alchemy SG, they crack open mid lane again.
That's what Evil has to be afraid of, right? The Pooski, yes, even though in the early stage of the game wasn't as useful, but now that they have clumped up as 5, wanting to take the team fights, they have so much to be able to pick off the members of Evil, right? Pooski or Danny with the wild charge as well, that create the space for them to go in to take the fights with Evil. Now, Evil's the one for this time, game number 3, playing back and forth between these two teams.
Will be another Mexican standoff right here. They say you can't teach old dog new tricks, but here we go. Conceal play, they want to seek out someone else to...
Raging Sandstorm flickers, catching 2. Pacifist use the go away models right now, and that's big information given over the side of Evo for now. Neko outputting the damage from afar. King's Calling activated by the side of Pooski. Powerful still going on strong. Praises Wrath will be shutting down Pooski down to the ground, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Evo still does have a bit of momentum, and they can continue going on the cycle. And don't forget, Evo right here with that kill, with that team fight, they're looking to end or basically push down mid lane, but Pacifist has to say no against Evo.
Oh man, Pacifist dishing out so much damage. Evo wants to take the fights within the jungles. That is where Twist and Powerful are able to fly and flank onto that back line, onto Jet and Pacifist. But Jet and Pacifist slowly but surely dishing out so much damage. We're seeping into the 20-minute marks, guys. 15 seconds until the third Lord of the game spawns up. Evo has the upper hand as of now.
Shaping up to become like another 30-minute game, potentially between between Alchemy and Evo. Great catch earlier on by Twist, right? Again with the flicker and the raging stance. I think he caught 3 members.
Is Alchemy SG gonna do this again? Is Icon just gonna come in, just swoop for the Lord, and then just run away?
I mean, you best be sure he's gonna try, right? He's already hanging there and he's done it before, so he could do it once more. And the thing is, the last steal that he got on the Lord. Yeah, they resetted it. But the last steal that they got on the Lord won them so much in terms of the game.
Evo now, I think, going for a 3-2 kind of composition, which would work out very well for themselves. They will push in onto that top side, try to push in the wave, try to maintain lane priority. You want to shift Joy out of the turtle pit so that Powerful is able to get the turtle, the Lord, all to himself. But he does look like he keeps wanting to reset. I don't know why. He has the upper hand in terms of taking a Lord down.
It doesn't seem like they want to fully commit, or maybe they're giving respect to Icon coming in to potentially steal that again. Maybe it's the bait strategy, right? They did that before, baited Alchemy out into the fight and managed to win that. So they could be trying to do that this time in the mid lane though.
Evo shows a lot of information. Same can be said over the side of Alchemy SG as well. Icon chasing down Jace's Raging Sandstorm all the way trying to peel. Icon gets it later. Unfortunate Twist spinning to win. And here comes the cavalry from Pacifist and also Neko as well. Neko will be able to find Jet and Magic Shoes, but Neko chasing down with the greatest big crossbow at the same time. King's Calling activated by the side of Evo as well. And Pooski will be able to just try to seek out the damage. Evo right now just chasing down the stragglers and they're in full control of the Lord Pit once again.
What was that by Nako? He just came in with the flank and literally chased down Jet, who I think popped the black shoes, and he still continued that. Now Evil gonna go ahead and secure this objective for themselves.
Very, very smart move by Alchemy right there. Icon actually found the right target, almost taking out Jace's, but he wasn't aware that Twist was just by Jace's side. Now Evo back on top in terms of economy. It's just a buddy system right here. They're playing 3-2, and they know that, okay, Twist is going to be paired up with Jace's. You have Nako paired up with Carrot, and you have Powerful all alone. He could definitely fend for himself. The Lord, it will be very, very huge for Evo at this point. They need to take down at least all tier 2s to be able to secure the entirety of that map.
Well, looking at the build here, right, everyone is at the full build. So it really comes down to this team fight that they can make together with the Lord. Now, we've seen Alchemy try to split them up, Icon diving right in for JS again, but so far it's not played out for them.
I don't like where Alchemy SG is. They're posturing for another team fight, whereas they have got Lord to defend, and now Danny will be able to pick out Carrot right here for the airstrike going in. King's Calling activated for now. Right here, Alchemy SG really need to call for a retreat because they need to defend against this Lord marching down up top.
Oh no, Alchemy need to defend. Evil trying to pillage all through towards that turret. Bottom lane tier 2 barely standing up. Evo trying to force that wave in. This is the 18-minute Lord that's pillaging through.
Right now, it's just Holy Crystal already built by Jet. Pacifist outputting a lot of damage. Respectable coming out from the side of Alchemy SG, but Evo right here, they managed to crack open top side. And then again, it's just, you know, Evo cleaning up as much as possible, burning every bridges, burning away as much farm as possible from the side of Alchemy so that they don't get these, you know, item resets.
Well, I mean, in the previous fight, right, they probably expected that maybe Evo would go ahead with the loss, so they wanted to take somebody out that will give them an easier time to be able to defend against the entire team. probably didn't quite work out for them because I mean not really any advantage gain, and they lost the base turret because of that.
Yep.
It does look like Evil wants to go for the clashes. They're just using the objectives as bait. So 60 seconds until the next all-in fight occurs because Powerful just really wants to play around that Lord. But Alchemy, on the other hand, they are pulling out of their base. They do have sufficient wave clear. They could basically try to clear that wave and try to push it in, try to go for those small little pickoffs onto any members whatsoever, especially onto Twist, because once you have the lane party on one side, Twist is forced to go in, but the conceal play from Carrot, though, is trying to find an outlook.
Oh, Danny punching back for now. Fede Airstrike also committed as well. Twist all the way in the front line will be able to zone out. King's Calling just to slow down Alchemy SG from going in to protect Danny. Danny, the roamer, going down for the side of Alchemy SG right now. Evil, that's a good pickoff right there.
Yeah, knowing that, I mean, that it's going to be too difficult for Evil to fight through and be able to find Pacifist in the backline, right? So taking out Danny, a key factor in the initiation that Alchemy is going to have, especially when they contest for this Lord.
Again, a 3-2 composition. Like what you said, Scrubby, they're just pulling Alchemy away from that top side so that Evil, they might be able to find an opening for a backdoor approach onto the throne itself. And Alchemy, they know this, so they send Pooski back up there. They want to try to get a pick off onto Pooski.
Pooski got to run away. Don't forget, there's a Mincetar on attack speed, not tank. So that's a good pick off on the side of Evil right now, but they've already blown their surprises. It's going to be up to how Evil punishes Icon for now. Twist burns away the ultimate already, unable to catch Icon for now.
They don't manage to do that, but still they've gotten a huge win so far, right? I mean, hold up!
There's gonna be a flip at the same time. The victim will be Icon once again. No more jungler, no more thievery from the side of Evil. Says Alchemy. Says Evil instead, picking up that kill. No more retribution steal. Powerful goes in to secure the Lord for themselves.
Danny doesn't have to wall charge anymore. Carrot wastes the flicker, tries to go in for Jet. They do take down Pacifist, and the entire outcome of this, Twist walks out alive onto the Wings Calling.
Wow, Pooski is actually lasting so long. I wasn't expecting that, and he's just healing all the way out, but even eating the Praises Wrath right in the face. Evil right here just spending a lot of time onto Pooski, but then again, the main damage going up top.
Oh, massive for Evil. Evil can just end this right here, right now. Base cracked open, second tier in the mid lane, cracked open as well. They have to defend Jet. All he can do is just clear the waves up.
Okay, Jet does have a certain amount of wave clear as well. Wall charge still available for the side of Alchemy SG if they really want to play this, but no, Evil says no.
Oh!
Look at the advanced damage on that Praises Wrath. Good enough to push Alchemy SG away from the defense, and Evil, they will secure game number 3.
Look at all their faces, just, oh man, another day in the office. It took too long for game 1. Jace is just not phased at all. It's just like, yeah.
I don't know if that's like, they kind of seem relieved, but not that happy.
No.
So,
yeah.
I don't think they're relieved at all.
This
should have. No, I don't think they're relieved, but I feel like this is not how it's supposed to play out.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a 2-0, but they overstayed one more game.
They did. I mean, but props off to Evil. They took down the final game. Unfortunately, Alchemy in their last bout for a victory, they weren't able to secure a win. So regular season didn't work out well for them. Let's take a look at the itemizations.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, full build, and you can see Nago with the immortality as well. I think they managed to catch him out once or twice, but because he had that, it didn't end the game. It didn't end the life of Nago there, and because of that, Evil could come back into that. I think that was one of the fights at the bottom lane.
Yeah, I have to say though, like Nago has a lot of impact within this game. Like he waits for the right time. He waits for to use his ultimate after Pacifist throws Muddles, so he won't get affected whatsoever, and then he's just slowly but surely just diving his way through into that back line. Alchemy unable to find an opening to just capture Nago at all. Pooski going for a full attack speed build. You have the Holy Trinity as well, the Steam Plate Leggings to keep him alive, but he was the one that was supposed to capture someone, the Fisherman, try to get a pick off and try to get like Alchemy cycling Evil all the way through, but unfortunately in the late game it wasn't enough.
I think they did, but Alchemy actually did really well in terms of these team fights. I think they did, right? Like, they've also got good zoning for the side of the Danny and also Pooski, right? A lot of trouble being thrown over the side of Evil because if they step close, they got this risk of being, kidnapped by Pooski, right? Then again, I'm also starting to question all the follow-ups, right? Yes, Jet and, Passive is just doing a wonderful job outputting the damage, but where is Icon and where is Danny?
I mean, I think Icon was always trying to be there to contest the huge objectives, right? But the thing is, Evo read that exactly. You can do that once or twice, but by the third time, they know exactly what you're trying to do. And I think that caused the demise in that last lot fight when they just latched onto him and took him out first.
Yeah, they were very predictable when it comes down to the clashes, and that's what makes Evo very, very special. They were very on brand going into that magic of team fights. Icon, though, was a little bit too slow. You know you're using a droid to face up against a Fredrin. You waited too long to get your power spikes. Let's take a look at the post-game statistics. Again, Jace's with the most impact, the most damage out of all 3 games.
Really did wonderfully in actually punishing and adapting on the fly. Remember in the earlier parts of the game, in the regular season, where I was talking about how Evo wasn't able to adapt in between games. Right now, Evo is adapting that particular adaptation.
Yeah, it looks very, very red based on the post-game statistics right here. Nako with the highest GPM, Jace's with the highest damage dealt. I don't know, everyone on Evo played exceptionally well.
All right, let's take a look at the MVP, ladies and gents. I feel like, I think you give it a twist, right? He picked up a Maniac halfway through. Okay, we're not the MVP, right? We'll be going into the MVP screen
right here.
very soon. There
it
you
will
go.
be twist.
It's definitely going to be a twist. I think this game, he also picked up a Maniac as well on this Khalid. He knows who to catch. He prioritized onto a Pacifist, and he's able to catch it out. Even Pacifist needs to make sure that he saved like at least 1 dash so that he could get away, and sacrificing in terms of the attack speed.
Actually, I have to add, like, his emblem choices going tank Khalid into this match was actually very, very smart. Like, I didn't notice that right off the bat. He has the Concussive Blast as well. So he wants to clear the way the off lane fast and then join his team. Look at his item builds as well. 2 defensive items and 1 anti-heal, shield capabilities coming in with the Steel Helmet. So I think he played an exceptionally good game. He knows his job and he knows his goal. Evo was a very good game.
Of course, I feel like this game lasted 1 game too long, right? This particular series lasted 1 game too long, and I feel like we also gotta have to take a look at how the mentality of each, especially Evo, right? Don't forget, game number 1, they were a little bit underwhelming. Game number 2, they start to gain this momentum, and game number 3, this is where they're, okay, this is my time for my momentum to shine. And with that said, ladies and gents, we're gonna hop over to the mic check, especially of the winning team from Team Evo.
Up this. Hey, I go in.
I zone Lilia.
Hey, the back door.
I go freeze the race.
Sound claim it. Too low. Push out. Pressure into power.
Hey, 打，来。
Let's go. Nice.
Pull up.
Hey, careful.
Melissa damage.
Melissa low also.
I got.
I freeze. Can you help me?
继续 push。
你好。
再打，门塞到。
Fanny ulti.
可以杀。
哇，一些。哎，passive。
来。
Let's go. Nice. 要命啊！
对啊。
Me. Let's go.
Last two first.
Keep going. Yeah, keep going. I got flicker. I know.
Nice.
Push on me.
Nice.
Keep going. Hey, G. Go. Hey, cannot.
Relax.
I'm going. Hey, me, go.
Nice. Hey, Lilia ulti. I zoning Lilia.
Hey, go. Help me. I'm dead. I got. Help me.
Shooting. 拿了。
continue. 哎，而家有 house 啊！
有人 cross
哎，我殺對隻，哎 ！This。哎，是啦，先。
Yep, there you go. That's the mic check. And yeah, you can start to feel a bit of a adaptation from Team Evo already, right? First of all, remember the oldest gung-ho Uga Muga, I just want to fight, right?
Yeah.
But after a while, you just start to realize they adapted, and they even talked about, maybe I can split push, or maybe I can actually just push in the turret, whereas everybody hold Alchemy SG at bay.
The discipline as well, right? To recognize when they want to aggress, when they want to go in, potentially close the game, or not, because it's a bit premature. And I think the way that they played it is quite interesting, right? From, I think, back when they went all 5 in, now it's like a relay. Like, they take turns. Twist goes in, Powerful goes take the front line, and they just play that role super, super well.
Yeah, and this is the power of Team Evo, right? This camaraderie, this brotherhood that they've been able to build up for themselves. is super impeccable. With that said, ladies and gents, we're going to hand our time over to the host as well as we go into the winner player interview.
That's right, the game was impeccable. Yes, here I have Powerful here beside me. You look very tired. It was a very drawn out game, wasn't it? Yeah, so what happened in game one, I have to ask?
I think my draft was wrong for game one, which causes us to struggle a bit.
Right, so the notebook this time didn't work out.
Oh, today I didn't bring.
Didn't bring! No wonder! What happened? Oh, go digital already, must be on the phone or tablet.
Cause like today we lose also stay on low bracket, so the book safe for playoff.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's true, but of course, it is very integral for you guys to win this as well because the fact that you guys have won means, and if nothing changes, which I don't think so, you guys heading over to the playoffs, you guys will be facing off Alchemy again. So with this match, you know, how are you going to approach that first game during playoffs?
Definitely the draft will be different during playoff, and during playoff we will come in way stronger.
So we'll bring the notebook for sure playoffs.
Yeah, playoff definitely .
So if you guys want the EVO merch, you guys can pay attention to their Instagram page. They have tons of merch, such as their phone cases and more. So, you know, what can we be expecting of Team EVO when it comes to the playoffs?
We'll be going all out . So hopefully we'll be able to climb all the way to the finals.
Right. And just curious, when it came to the match against RSG, how did you guys recalibrate yourselves from that game, and what have you learned from that game in particular?
For the ISG game, I would say we underperform a lot . I think when you go up against the ISG, I think we are just a bit too passive, which causes us not to at least give them a fight . I think for the ISG game, we choke a lot .
But I mean, after all, this is regular season. So what have you learned from the RSG match that you will apply once you face them, if you do face them off again in playoffs?
I will study them more, then on the playoff you'll see .
So got 2 weeks, You study hard and then we will give you homework and then we will see if that notebook 10-year series pays off. We are all watching, all of the fans here from EVO are rooting for you guys. So thank you so much, Powerful, for joining us for this interview.
Thank you.
So yes, that was Powerful. So the homework has been assigned to Team EVO, and hopefully, you know, they will hand in that well-drafted homework that we can all see during the playoff season. Now, the next match that's going to come up real soon is something that you definitely don't want to miss, and that will be happening at 3:30 p.m. and we will see the likes of Team Flash go head-to-head against Bleed Esports. Stick around and we'll see you then.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season,
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat dandruff and itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Venix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adamir, and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Lowzy and I'm playing the roam for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm playing mage for Team Flash.
Just good luck and have fun. We'll see why I've been going to the M series. So hopefully it will be continuing with this team.
I think Adamir got some thoughts about Bleed.
I think their lineup is very strong.
Yeah, without you lah.
It's very strong.
The challenge is to eat lesser.
You find food, they got rice.
Yeah, and see all the carbs he's making us. Only him.
Only him.
Because he don't want to eat a lot of things. Then you see no choice, we need to eat. Then I think we need to join the Biggest Loser soon. You do anything before you play?
I think he will play before playing.
Oh, Lozzy will slap his face lah.
Wake myself.
But in the end, still the same.
Still lose eyes.
I think I just watch TikTok.
Watch what kind of TikTok?
Girls,
I just swipe.
Swipe.
Any.
Animals. No stress.
The 3 times champion can answer.
No stress. Just do it. If we don't make mistakes in Scream, how do we improve? So just treat every Scream as a learning process. I mean, there's no like being toxic or scolding the teammates will not make the team go lah.
This guy, the face always the blackest,
So we just learn to improve together as a team.
Yeah,
that's how we move forward lah.
I never hear this team scolding to somebody.
Okay, Venix has been quite quiet so ask Venix.
Always me.
Felix got the most fans. I don't have fans.
Let's go, Venix.
I don't have any fans.
Faster lah.
Continue supporting Flash.
Thank you for the support.
Enjoy us in making gamers heroes.
Oh, you say already. Yeah, can already.
No always I say. You keep hearing my voice, Wei Xian meh?
Your voice sexy.
Faster lah.
Just say the whole line.
Thank you for supporting Flash and
watch
us make gamers heroes.
And get champions.
jumping to make your energy hype.
Me, I'm just eating chocolate first to get hype. Yeah. Yeah.
No, bro, don't eat chocolate in game, bro.
I am hype if I eat chocolate, bro.
Think with Coach Yang Yin's departure, the team as a whole really looked to buck up because we realized that we underperform or we don't do well, anyone could be kicked out, and everyone just stiffened up and we are trying our best now, and the culture of the team has taken quite a change.
I think for me, my playstyle, I adjust my playstyle to fit on them. I adjust so many things to fit to the team. So I think that's why I can fit to any team because I always adjust for the team.
For me, I think it's like I'm wearing wait. It's like for me, it's I cannot still give my 200% as when I'm playing in Philippines because I'm really comfortable speaking Tagalog. That's why when my experience is like I cannot explain in better English, right? So maybe still adjusting. Then let's see how after the MPL start.
As FMM wants to be Suns and I want to be CW.
Oh, nice.
My idol Suns. My idol CW. That's why we also. Last season I couldn't get my blue buff, but this season I don't even need blue buff. Hope you guys come down to the MPL Arena and support us.
And watch you taking on blue buff.
And hope you guys can continue supporting us for this upcoming season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will do our best.
Thank you. Welcome.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Venix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Elamir, and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Lowzy and I'm playing the roam for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm playing mage for Team Flash.
Just good luck and have fun. We'll see why I've been going to the M series. So hopefully it will be continuing with this team.
I think Adamir got some thoughts about Bleed.
I think their lineup is very strong.
Yeah, without you lah.
Very strong.
The challenge is to eat lesser.
You find food, they got rice.
Yeah, and see all the carbs he's making us. Only him.
Only him.
Because he don't want to eat a lot of things. Then you see no choice, we need to eat. Then I think we need to join the Biggest Loser soon. You do anything before you play?
I think he will play before playing.
Oh, Lozzy will slap his face lah.
Wake up, wake myself.
But in the end, still the same.
Still lose eyes.
I think I just watch TikTok.
Watch what kind of TikTok?
Girls,
I just swipe.
Swipe.
Any.
Animals. No stress.
The 3 times champion can answer.
No stress. Just do it. If we don't make mistakes in Scream, how do we improve? So just treat every Scream as a learning process. I mean, there's no like being toxic or scolding the teammates. Will not make the team go lah.
This guy, the face always the blackest.
So we just learn to improve together as a team.
Yeah,
that's how we move forward.
I never hear this team scolding to somebody.
Okay, Venix has been quite quiet, so ask Venix.
Always me.
Felix got the most fans.
Let's go, Venix.
I don't have any fans.
Faster lah.
Continue supporting Flash.
Thank you for the support.
Enjoy us in making gamers heroes.
Oh, you say already. Yeah, can already.
No always I say. You keep hearing my voice, boy, man.
Your voice sexy.
Faster lah.
Just say the whole line.
Thank you for supporting Flash and
supporting
watch us
Flash.
make gamers heroes
And get champions.
and get champions.
Jumping to make your energy hype.
Me, I'm just eating chocolate first to get hype. Yeah.
Chocolate.
Yeah.
No, bro, don't eat chocolate in game, bro.
I am hype if I eat chocolate, bro.
Think with Coach Yang Yin's departure, the team as a whole really look to buck up because we realized that we underperform or we don't do well, anyone could be kicked out, and everyone just stiffened up and we are trying our best now, and the culture of the team has take quite a change.
I think for me, my playstyle, I adjust my playstyle to fit on them. I adjust so many things to fit to the team. So I think that's why I can fit to any team because I always adjust for the team.
For me, I think it's like I'm wearing. Wait. It's like for me, it's I cannot still give my 200% as when I'm playing in Philippines because I'm really comfortable speaking Tagalog. That's why when my experience is like I cannot explain in better English, right? So maybe still adjusting. Then let's see how after the MPL start.
As FMM wants to be Suns and I want to be CW.
Oh, nice.
My idol Suns. My idol CW. That's why we also. Last season I couldn't get my blue buff, but this season I don't even need blue buff. Hope you guys come down to the MPL Arena and support us.
And watch you taking on blue buff.
And hope you guys can continue supporting us for this upcoming season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will do our best.
Thank you. Welcome.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
MPL SG Season 6 is brought to you by Moonton Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Official partner, Head & Shoulders. Level up your game and wipe out dandruff and itch with the new Head & Shoulders MLBB Anti-Dandruff Shampoos, now available in all supermarkets and online stores. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Right here, we're down to the final 2 matches right here of the regular season, and it's just absolutely crazy. Now, for the past few weeks, we have seen some unorthodox plays, and will our next few teams bring that to the table? Let's stick around and find out more. Now, for the next match, is going to be a very, very exciting one. We're going to see 2 teams clash head-to-head over at the Land of Dawn, and namely, they are Team Flash and Bleed Esports. Now, what makes this matchup super interesting is previously, or rather I would say throughout the regular season, we see Team Flash in the #1 spot. But right now, RSGSG, our defending champions, as we speak, have overtaken Team Flash. But of course, that's because this game hasn't yet commenced. Now, if they actually score 2-0, now they can overtake RSGSG once more and secure that first position. Will the boys be pulling out all the stops to deny our defending champions of that #1 seed spot? Let's stick around and find out. But first, let's meet the wonderful faces of Team Flash, making gamers heroes, presenting to you Team Flash. Now the boys are looking absolutely comfy right here at the OSIM chairs, the throne V, may I add, and they are looking super ready and pumped up, ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now next up, contesting Team Flash, presenting to you the wonderful faces of Bleed Esports. Now, as we speak here on my left, we have Bleed Esports getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now, it is also very integral. If Bleed takes this match, they can really shake up the overall positioning in the upper bracket, in this upper bracket battle. Now, for this game, it's very interesting. Perhaps, things are gonna get heated up in the EXP lane in particular. I don't know if you guys know, Adamir used to be from Bleed or Slate Esports, so this is going to be him proving his worth over at the EXP lane. And of course, a fierce battle is about to ensue over at the Land of Dawn. So I'm just gonna stop talking now and hand my time over to our wonderful casters to take it away.
Oh, come on, please, Cheryl. Never stop talking because you are our lovely host for MPL Singapore. My name is Jay. Join me right here on the desk this time round. It's Abstract and Cheryl. We will be your casters that will be bringing you this particular spicy series. Now, something that you guys have to take note in this particular series is Hades. going up against KelVJ and Sagitnu.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Filipino.
Right. Okay, so I suppose that is what we're going to be looking out for.
Exactly.
A lot of people has been, kind of like going head over heels. Okay, maybe not head over heels, but
Head over
everyone
heels.
has been like, roaring about the fact that, baby, Hades is the best one in Singapore, or maybe it was Sagitnu, since Sagitnu came in from like MSC 2021.
Execration. Super long time ago.
Yeah, those were the days.
Yep, those were the days as well. But of course, you also talk about, Adamir and EXP later, and then, Adamir used to be from Bleed as
Esports.
well. But you know what? Let's also go and show you who will be playing from the side of Team Flash.
Now, Team Flash, Jay will not be joining us today. Will be Vanix, Bloopy Miku, Adamir, Hades, and Lawsy. Now, I want to focus on
no
a
J-Cho?
lane-to-lane matchup. There's no more J-Cho this
Oh,
time
man.
around. It will be Bloopy Miku, so we kind of know how they're going to be playing. Bloopy Miku likes to play on the artillery mages. He has found a lot of success in this team. Frankenstein Flash has a lot of things to prove. They have shown a lot of successes so far, but it is down to a traditional matchup. Lawsy back in the Roam position, facing up against JPL. I'm really, really excited about this entirety of this matchup.
Yep. And don't forget, to a period of time, we started to call, Team Flash is Hades Esports, right? But also, let's take a look on the other side of our Adamir X team.
Okay. Let's run down Bleed Esports, right? We have Deck, FMM, Sagitnu, KillVJ, and JPL.
Yep.
All 5 of them are great within their own means and very, I would say that they have very unique kind of playstyles. As when I was kind of like analyzing their kind of playstyle, they are the only team in Singapore that has a identity that kind of like reflects based on the kind of players that they have.
Yep.
Generally around JPL.
Definitely right. The best part about how I like to see Bleed Esports like to engage in these fights is that there's so many ways that they love to engage. To a certain point, it's very rare for you to see a mid laner that can also engage as well. That one we should be able to see that later. And don't forget, this is going to be a very important game for both these two teams. First of all, Team Flash lost a series against Homebois already, so that's a little bit of hurt. So you don't want to lose another another series, because especially when we're closing up in the regular season. So how are they going to do that? In order not to lose against Bleed Esports?
Well, it's all down to the KTV.
That's
so
right.
we'll be looking at the keys to victories for the side of Flash Esports right on your screen right here. So trapping Bleed into a bad team fight around Turtle and Lord. So I understand that Team Flash likes to play a clash composition. Usually, most of the time, they like to just play it slow, play it to the late game, wait for Vanix to really come online, get his power spikes items, and then go in all ham. Hades can go around within the insurance as a split pusher or a flanker. I like to see how Adamir comes in with the flank as well. They do have a lot of brains, but there will be a little bit of a difference because of the lack of Jay within the team. So the next point, zoning Deck out of team fights. Now, we talked about weakest link a lot. And this is basically win con for the side of the esports. We haven't seen a lot of impact coming off Deck. And I'm not trying to become controversial about this, but Vanix is one of the, if not the best, gold laners
He is the best
within
gold
the league
laner
in Singapore.
in MPL Singapore right now, without
Coming
a
from
doubt.
both of the players that does play gold lane.
Yeah.
And of course,
definitely.
last point before I throw it off is rendering FMM's Valentina ineffective through the draft. I don't know if you will be actually playing Valentina, but we talked about how FMM is so versatile within all his lanes.
Yep.
Playing Valentina is basically his core signature pick going into these matches.
Yeah, with that said, let's take a look on the other side of the aisle, right? Bleed Esports. How are they going to... Because they've got so many things to prove, right? Especially to all the Bleed fans out there. I'm taking it a little bit personal right here. How are they going to be able to make us say that, hey, this is the Bleed Esports that we know and love?
Look, the name of the game for Flash is comfort. And Bleed Esports just gotta have to deny that.
Yep.
Number 1,
Lilia.
Miku. Miku's Lilia. Lilia itself is a very hot commodity in this current meta. And giving Miku a Lilia is essentially just telling Flash, take this game.
Yep.
So that is one thing we're gonna have to work out on. Number 2, Hades, being comfortable in his own jungle. That is one thing that you have to break his comfort zone out of. You have to invade. And based on how Bleed Esports normally plays, with a very tanky frontline from Sagitnu as well as JPL, who is always tagging on to very crucial members on the opponent side, I think that is definitely something that JPL is capable of doing, no problems.
Yep.
And finally, Lolzy. comfort as well. Longzy, he also is someone that likes to tag onto someone, and he always wants to look for initiating catch kind of potential.
That's
and
right.
you need to look out for where Longzy are, or rather where Longzy is, and take advantage of that, because Longzy will always be at his most comfortable spot, waiting for the perfect time to jump.
Yeah, and don't forget, right, JPL has definitely played a lot of times against Lowzy, right?
Yep.
Because, you know, back
El
in the good old
Clasicos.
days, the El Clasico days, right? And not only just that, you're also giving Adamir also a chance for them to shine, because don't forget, Adamir left as part of the Bleed Exodus as well. They're literally bled members dry. But let's take a look at the stats eventually from the side of Team Flash, right? We're going to have to take a look how they're going to compare in terms of the stats. Don't forget, it's already like the last day of the regular season already.
That's
We've
right.
got ample stats. I'll leave Team Flash for you, Churros, to break it down.
Now, Vanix have had a very, very good success. Usually an average GPM is technically around like 650, 660. But this guy himself, 723.91 gold per minute. This is one of the highest farming gold laners around. So Bleed really has to watch out for how Vanix farm. They have to be able to shut him down, especially when he's on his signature hero. If I remember correctly, he has 2 Maniacs on the Bruno alone in the entirety of the regular season. Now, Blue Miku, we talked about him previously, 93% kill participation. So a lot of team fights centering around Blue Miku himself with his signature hero, the Lilia. But I'm also looking forward to how Lawzy plays against JPL, especially when their signature heroes are pretty much the same. You might notice that his damage taken is very, very high. That's because he likes to throw his body. The sacrificial lamb kind of style.
Okay, don't forget, this average damage taken per minute is
That's right.
4.8k, so that's a lot, alright? I always take us as gold laners as a benchmark, right? Like, dude, you can actually absorb the amount of damage of a gold laner per minute. Man, you're good, right? But something also you gotta have to take a look is Bloopy Miku, right? This stats is a little bit bloated because Miku has only played, if I'm not mistaken, 2 to 3 series all throughout the 4 weeks of
Only
MPL
if Jay,
Singapore
if only
regular
if
season.
Jay is not around, then he
That's
comes
right.
in.
All right, now let's take a look on the other side, right? Bleed Esports, right? This is something that I think actually I'll leave you to crack it down in terms of the player statistic, but I think let's take a look at JPL. That's around 5k, 5.3k damage, average damage taken, and
Is that
they're
one of the
both-
highest?
Yeah, both sharing the
Hard to
same
say.
signature hero.
Yeah, so the thing is, JPL is a very taggy person. Whenever he looked at someone, he would just tag onto them and constantly providing information time and time again. And that also means that you're gonna have to get uncomfortably close to your opponent, and that pretty much invites the opponents to take a fight onto you. So you're always gonna be the first line of defense. You're always the one that's gonna be poked on by the opponents, and that pretty much explains why JPL has got so much damage taken. As a Cho, we've an out of the battle, no problem. Makes sense that he would do that. When it comes down to the rest of these stats, we can tell that Vanix is a tad bit above when it comes down to average GPM as compared to Deck in this case. So, but Deck has got better KDA ratio in that case. So technically, it's fair to say that based on the games that we have got so far, the main damage dealer, which is Deck versus Vanix, is relatively equal.
I feel like Vanix's positioning is definitely a lot better as compared to Deck, right? Because I think there are some cases where we already start to question about Deck's positioning. And don't forget, in the middle of the whole regular season, Claude was nerfed down to the ground. So you don't really expect to see a lot of Claudes coming around. Yes, you do see it in MPLPH a little bit every now and then because of the BMI bringing on value. But this means that, you know, I think Deck has to play something else. Maybe fall back into the B-Trick. So that's it, ladies and gents. Let's take a look at our very own predictions, and it should be all Flash.
Will be a landslide, all Flash. But okay, but maybe 2-1 into Flash by Abstract, though. You think Bleed has a fighting chance based on the statistics that we've seen?
I do heavily believe that Bleed, they will have an idea how they want to play this out.
Okay, guys, I have to say this, right? If you take a look at our Instagram page, right? Everybody voted for Flash except for Vertigo and Youngin. And when Vertigo voted for Bleed, that's actually quite telling. When
It is true.
No, when Vertigo starts to vote for your team, you should be worried.
It's true. Because he's always voting for the underdog. So if you understand his voting patterns, maybe it's a caster curse onto him that like he wants Bleed to win.
Exact opposite of what we all would majorly go for.
Exactly, and remember there's a period of time where only me and Scrubby were the ones that actually voted for Bleed. Now we're already starting to see a bit of a switcheroo happening from the casters, but what about you guys? What about your prediction all dead even, and this is exactly why I love esports, right? Because whatever we feel can be very different from what you guys feel, and it's really great because we can have a lot of healthy discussion about it, right? Because maybe some of the audience, they see things differently as compared to us.
Yeah, I think Flash has a lot of streamers. They've been very, very popular around the community. They've been building their community up. We talked about Flash being Frankenstein Flash, you're having a lot of key players within different teams coming together, but they've also like the Singaporean Dream Team that we've seen online as well. So I think most of the people who are active onto streams, they generally support Flash.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, let's hop over to the head-to-head video and let's take a look at what both these two teams have to say for each other.
I think the Bleed's weakness is that they don't really have a good in-game leader now, ever since Potato left the team. And moving forward, I'm not sure whether the two Filipino players are able to fill up that gap for them. I'm pretty confident in Team Flash new roster right now, and I'm pretty sure that the score will be 2-0.
To me, I think Bleed has gotten less versatile because of their roster change. Previously, Deck was their jungler, so he was a very good Fanny player, and that was something that teams had to respect. But I think with the coming of the new jungler who is import from Philippines called KLVJ, I've actually never seen him play Fanny in his other games as well. So that is, I think, a major change. And also Deck stepping into a new role as the main goal laner. He has never played goal lane before. I'm not sure how his standards will be like, but we are confident in our matchup against them.
I think last time our game plan might be more sophisticated because now I heard Deck and FMM playing different roles. I thought that would have been a tougher challenge. But now, seeing them changing roles, I think don't need game plan. Just maybe we try some Mia or Leia. I think can win. Yeah, the roster is so scary until they need to change so many roles. Yeah, quite scary. So we need to be prepared for that. If not, for that series, I think KZP need to play. Since I think Team Flash won them 2-1 at ESL with epic rank KZP. So if need be, I think KZP can replace me for that series if we really need to win them.
I guess against Team Flash, we just need to play more stable, and we should be able to win over time. We will just train more as a team and have better teamwork than them.
If you talk about like the best strat against them, and for us, I would say we just need to improve our team fight. Means like win them off team fights. So just need to team fight better, win them off team fights. Because sometimes if you have 5 individually good, they might not have like 5 good teamwork synergy. So we kind of like maybe just train on the team fight synergy, win them off team fights, turtle fights, lot fights, everything.
Man, someone get an ambulance, but not for Lozy, man. That guy has been on a roll in terms of these burns, and yeah, you gotta have to get some ice packs very, very soon because all his victims, man, are getting like, what, 3rd-degree burn at this rate.
I seriously bloody love that guy.
Yeah, man.
He just says the darnest thing.
Yeah, remember there's this one time, what strategy? I am the strategy. Remember that line?
Look,
man.
The main thing is he can say all of that with a bloody straight face.
Yeah, he's really dead serious about all of this. It's like, hey, maybe this game
serious.
we can just play Mia or Layla. Maybe we'll see Mia and Layla coming out in the next 10 seconds.
Mia and Layla, and then after that you see KZP just like, donning the team jersey, take over Lozy's seat and just sit down, literally jockeying him right there.
Look, he looks so serious that I don't even know if I should take him seriously or not.
Same!
Well, the content that he says is so in such a joke
felt
way.
genuine, but at the same time, I know better not to trust that boy. But ladies and gents, we're going gold into the draft. It's going to be Team Flash coming in first pick, Bleed going in second.
Now, I think there will be a sort of standard strategy for Flash. In the first phase of the draft, I think Flash will want to pick up a sort of a marksman to solidify Vanix's place within the entirety of the roster. So Vanix has been playing Bruno to its fullest potential, and Bruno is by no means a mechanically it's a mechanically skilled hero. You really need to juggle the balls that Bruno brings down to you. I don't know if I should laugh at that pun right there.
It's okay, I'll laugh for you.
But okay, right off the bat, Flash taking out the Paquito, Valentina, and the Baxia. So really respecting FMN's Valentina. Like we talked about, win the keys to victory. Lead, on the other hand, taking out the Edith, Joy, and Fanny, so leaving Matilda open for the taking for Flash.
Yeah, so the difficult thing is that there's so many heroes that you're gonna have to look out for now, right? And unfortunately, that would mean that we're gonna have to let the Matilda pass. While in the meantime, Bleed themselves have picked up an Irithel as well as an Angela. We don't really have a very slight idea as to what they're really trying to inch into, especially for Flash, because there could very well be a possibility that the Matilda can be played in mid. This Matilda, the new tuned Matilda, quote-unquote overtuned Matilda, is pretty darn scary.
It goes back to like Season 3, right? Lawsy has been picking up the Matilda in Season 3 a lot.
Before we say that this Matilda is going to roam, we've seen some teams in other MPLs been bringing Matilda in the mid lane. So there's still a potential flex coming up from the side on Team Flash, and now they're not showing anything, right? This is going to be definitely a Terizla in the EXP lane, and Fredrin going to the jungle.
Well, in and out of battles, Sustain coming in, Matilda is definitely very, very hot commodity right now. So Bleed will respond with a support-to-support kind of matchup. The reason why Flash bans out the Boxer is because you want to make the most out of that sustainability coming in from that Matilda, and it pairs very well with a tanky kind of jungle. So it gives a lot of open space, a lot of front line kind of defense for Flash, especially when you need Vanix to really scale up and hit his power spikes as fast as you can.
I'm trying to fall back onto the bans, right? And really trying to understand if whether there's much of a pattern over here. The main thing that I see from the side of Bleed is that they just want to look for something that, or rather, they want to ban heroes that just doesn't touch their gold laners, their backliners, their gold lane or perhaps their mid laner. That is the main thing they're looking out for, with the Fanny as well as the Joy out of the mix. So at least for Flash, the first thing that they pick up is the Matilda. She does have the ability to bring people right over to the backlines whenever she commands for it. I think that is ultimately a very good first pick.
Imagine a flying Terizla at your face with a penalty zone.
Exactly.
Imagine a flying Fredrin.
I think the Fredrin is the main cause of concern.
Yeah.
The main problem about Fredrin right now really is that once you waste your dash and you miss the dash, it's over. You lost your chances of initiating.
Correct.
That's the power play that opponents can do on you. But with the Matilda, completely changes.
Well, it's a different point of view for me. Like, if you throw in the Fredrin with the Matilda Airlines, you're throwing all your eggs in one basket. So someone has to stay behind and protect Vanix, and that was how Flash played all the way through in the previous games against RSG, against Homeboys, against any other teams, and they really need to be able to protect Vanix. So I think in the second phase of the bans, they will be looking at something that enables Vanix to really scale up, try to express and try to make him amplify his impact within the games.
Which is what makes me, which is what kind of like segues over to a Lilia pick here.
Yes.
Which I think that Bleed made a very good choice to ban out the Lilia. If you don't have anyone to stay in the backlines to really babysit the Lilia, then you got babysit the mage. Then you gotta bring the mage over to the front lines, which is something that a Lilia is capable of doing.
Well, to add on to your point, like, Bleed should be fearing and paying a lot of respect over to Vanix, especially when one of their weaker lanes is their gold lane. Derek has a lot of impact, so the bans coming in really target Bloopy Miku, the mid laners, instead of the gold laners. So this is something very interesting I have to point out.
I feel like Potato could just potentially burn one ban for Bloopy Miku, and then burn another ban for Vanix, right? Ban away to Bruno, right? And then you got a strong, gold lane. The only other lane, a gold laner that could potentially match up with this Irithel. Yeah, but apart from the
we're gonna see Melissa again.
Oh no, they're gonna just focus on banning away and targeting Bloopy Miku. This means that the Bruno is really wide open for Team Flash to take.
I'm really favoring the idea of a Matilda mid right now.
I am. Me too.
Really favoring right now. The main thing that I say that is that I would want to have Lawsy to pick up the Ruby himself.
Yes.
Or Franco as well.
Yeah. Yes.
But he has been playing so much Ruby that I'm more inclined to believe that,
look, the Ruby is going to be great here. Yes, you have quite a bit of lockdowns here. You've got you have the circling eagle, you have the taunt or the knockups coming from
Penalty
Fredrin,
zone.
penalty zone as well. Yes, they all work extremely great against the Irithel. But honestly, right now, you're gonna have to consider an Angela on the side of Bleed as well.
That's
so
right.
you can, of course, believe that there is going to be a jungler from the side of Bleed that is literally going to be more of like an in-your-face kind of hero that warrants the use of a hard guard.
Martyrs, if you want to go into like even the link that could potentially being pulled out by KLVJ. Yeah, there's so many options for the side of Bleed, right? They purposely left it open, and this is a really easy roster to work around with. Anything could practically work with this. I was thinking about the Martyrs as well. There you go. KLVJ will be bringing that and just tag along whoever he marks down.
You know, Bleed is basically playing a homing missile style of composition. Every single one of these heroes, especially the Angela, will be able to use a hard guard on any one of the heroes, and they will die for Flash's win condition, which is most probably Vanix. So I do agree with Abstract's point on like maybe the Ruby will be one of the better picks over here. If a Cho comes in, you're able to just disrupt his jumps in. You'll be able to stop his kill Joes. Creates a lot of opportunity and space for Vanix to just really get into position. But they lack that damage. So I think they wouldn't really go for a Matilda mid lane because of the lack of the magic damage.
Matilda does a lot of magic damage in this
early game.
Early game is not okay. Instead of going for that, they're going to pull back into the utility Yve. If you notice, yes, the pick rate has dropped significantly and not even a single win rate coming out from Yve. And if Loopy Miko really wants to make this Yve work in the post-nerf of that Yve, and luckily for Team Flash, they don't really have a Rafaela to work with. So yeah, Bleed is still A-okay for now, unless JPL goes for the Rafaela, and then you put a Choi at EXP, which is even a very weird case.
Yeah, maybe Esmeralda might even work now for Bleed because you're dealing with a lot of shields.
This is kind of this game pretty much yells zoning.
Yeah.
Both teams are effectively trying to work on a zoning composition, and Team Flash, they have an idea that they can actually kind of like
land is our homeland,
move towards a way whereby they are able to just play a siege comp. So just work on siege comp and then eventually jump over to a team fight. There is a lot of avenues for Team Flash. The only one problem that they have is that combat mechanics is going to be a problem. They don't have a very strong wave clear. As such, even we do have only Yve. Yve, yeah, sure. We can definitely expect that Yve will stick in the middle lane because there's no way that it will be able to fast too with a Matilda in mid.
I think there's a lot of potential for this Yve, and if there's anyone in the league that could make Yve work, it's definitely Precariously. One of the signature heroes from Season 4, Season 5, all the way through to Season 6. But at the end of the day, it's dive composition versus clash composition. Whether or not Flash will be able to protect Vanix so he can dish out the damage is yet to be seen. It's all down to execution.
That's it, ladies and gents. We're going to set out the land down for now to take a look through the final team roster. Both of these two teams have selected what they wanted to. There's a lot of good clashes, also potential, pick-ups coming up from both of these two teams. And with that said, it all boils down to the execution. Going to game number 1, it's Team Flash going up against Bleed Esports.
Welcome to Mobile
The beauty
Legends.
of Bleed Esports dropped. Right now, the main thing is, even though they are not a team, or rather a composition that allows them to zone, their playstyle allows them to zone. Look at JPL. Once again, the tagging, the main tagging that he's looking out for, he's giving information. How is Hades starting his starting his rotation? And this allows them to craft their gameplay in order for JPL to know where he's going to top or bottom.
Big damage already done. That's a lot of damage coming out from Angela, especially in the early game. And of course,
what was it, a 1v2 situation and actually Angela got the better of it?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's just power of the Enchanter style hero, right?
Especially Angela, right? You also not only just you do damage, you slow them down, and you also heal. So that's why it's very annoying. This is basically what Bigatron Alpha used to play in as a mid lane Angela.
So in the mid lane Angela, something that really speaks out to me is that the mystery shop is built, the bargain hunter is built instead of the wilderness blessing that we've seen all too many times. So there's not going to be a lot of early game rotations coming in from FMM. I think all this will be done by Mosquito JPL, is always being on your backs and always just giving a lot of information to the rest of the team of Bleed. And now the early rotations coming in, JPL sitting onto the EXP lane.
Now, isn't that annoying? With the JPL literally in your face all the time, that's something that you gotta have to look out for. Both of the junglers from the side of Bleed as well as Flash are already at level 4. They have an idea that Hades is definitely somewhere in the bottom lane since JPL scouted them at first.
Okay, that's a Shunpo allowing GPL to just slip on the way. So that's the power of the Cho. Both these two teams, especially Lozy and JPL, they love their Chos, right? But now the turtle is spawned. JPL is nowhere near level 4. Same could be said over to the side of Lozy as well. Adamir already hit level 4. Bloopy Miko already did level 4. Team Flash is looking to set up a box at the turtle pit.
Yep. The main thing that that Bleed is trying to go for is to allow JPL to get the upcoming wave in the middle lane. That is the best case scenario. They resetted the turtle once just so that KillVJ will be able to get his own purple buff. So he's already one level ahead of Hades. And this is the point in time where they can prepare to take a fight while JPL focus on the mid lane and Bleed will jump in and spring in anytime whenever they could.
Mid lane though, JPL tries to clear the way, but he actually gets slowed down. And now this time around with FMM inside KLBJ right here, Hades takes away the turtle away with the help of Loopy Miko's Red Wall manipulation, slowing him all the way down. The Wretched Finger works well for Team Flash for now.
At the end of the day, JPL, with the Quantum Charge in his possession, he doesn't have a lot of wave clear. So usually in a mid lane Cho, you would have the Concussive Blast to be able to support you in the early game, especially with when you lack that wave clear, when you lack the AoE kind of damage. So slowing down on the level 3 enables Flash to really overturn the situation. They have a lot more CC anyways.
Yep. There you go, JPL taking a little bit of damage from this slow coming out from the Void Crystals, but Team Flash, you know, selecting this Yi may work very well in their favor.
And it's not just the fact that they have a Yve. I think that this is really them understanding the macro very well. And the previous fight for the Turtle, showcases that. They know that JPL gotta go mid. They know that they want JPL to be level 4, and they know that KLVJ is one cam above it. They need to take advantage of that, and indeed they did.
That's gonna be hard guard committed by FMM. Very early on, just Hades shows up and then, you know, FMM commits to the hard guard. But then again, if we go back into the roster, if you take a look at how Lozy with the Mathilda, I think you can bring a Yve to reposition with your Mathilda Airlines.
No, you can't do that. So once you hit your RWM, it's basically just that box right there. So the RWM will have to be placed down very, very perfectly.
If only.
If only. It would be
that would be funny, man.
Imagine a flying box.
Yeah, right now, KLBJ may find himself in the spot of trouble. Sagino coming in, but nice knockup coming out of JPL. Will be able to isolate Hades all the way out. Lozy letting in for the support right here, trying to knock up JPL. Instead, immobilize Hades, gets stunned right here, but both these two teams, they touch and they go.
Oh, that's the power of this Matilda. And now Lozy is actually just reading into how JPL wants to play. Lozy giving a lot of information to where JPL is at all times. Vanix already has his Haas Claws 3 minutes into the game, so one of the fastest farming goat laners there is. They're still holding their own. Flash is trying to push over the heavy lane down to the EXP side so they can contest for this turtle.
Sagino, Bravest Warrior, finding Lozy right here, going into the Mathilda Airlines right now. Bloopy Miku setting up the box. Hades just turning around. It's going to be KLVJ this time around to secure the turtle away from Team Flash. FMM with the heal and the hard guard, allowing KLVJ to stick onto the target. Lozy, nowhere to be seen, getting deleted by Bleed.
Oh, yikes. So the thing is, Flash actually went into the fight with quite a bit of battle spells that is unavailable for them, as Bleed has managed to force out 2 battle spells, 1 flicker from Miku and 1 of the Purify from Lozy, while Bleed themselves have only used 1 flicker on JPL. In terms of that, even though no one died, Bleed came up on top of that, and that set them up perfectly for the upcoming fight in Turtle.
Okay, I need to point this out, right? If you notice, it's going to be Angela going into the photo already. Where's the magic damage coming out from Bleed?
There is not a lot of magic damage from Bleed, but I think they're just setting their sights on QVJ, just using the Decimate all the way into that backlines. Flash, I was going to say, Bloopy Miku already got that Ice Queen wand. That means the utility from Flash is going to come through. Hades just trying to push QVJ out of the way. Both of the junglers are still neck and neck in terms of the level difference, and Lozy just trying to stay on JPL's back.
Core items from the start of the circuit is now up. He does have his Bloodlust axe up and ready. So you would pretty much be expecting him to run around a lot.
Oh, Hades right here getting gang over by 2-3 members from the side of Bleed Esports. Hades still, you know, having the Mathilda Airlines online doesn't really even need it, but Lozy is just there just in case.
I think that the gold lane, Vanix is struggling a little bit because Deck has already hit the power spike. There is a lot of support from the rest of the team. So Bleed trying to capitalize on Deck's early game advantage over Vanix, they try to go for that jungle, try to force the rest of the team of Flash, especially Lozy, away from Vanix so that Derek can really capitalize.
There's a lot of pressure actually being put up on the top side, you know. In the gold lane, JPL is constantly being around the area, and Team Flash, they also do not have any of those avenues to really find any kills onto deck. It's always kind of like a push and pull, and that's the kind of game that we should be expecting in the top lane for the longest time, or at least between the marksmen. Push, pull with nothing much to gain until one person makes a mistake.
Alright, turtle pit happening. There's a lot of action down bot as well. I think that's a Bravest Warrior already committed by Sagigno. Hades still takes away the turtle right away from Team Bleed Esports instead.
This is the adobo flavor, right? The Filipino versus Filipino kind of turtle dance, lord dance. They really like to play that game. Circling Eagle, Kaka over in JPL, but will not connect.
Leo feel I don't know where Leo. I was like, wait,
there's a very
is Leo around here?
Is
Is Leo around? Am I casting with Leo? Hello?
Beyblade!
Anyways, right now it's going to be Team Flash sieging up top instead. JPL looking for a target to actually knock up. But then again, look at Banix just kicking down the turret with his balls itself. And now Bleed loses topside turret.
There's the Protect comp coming in from Flash. They want to just go for this objective.
Don't say it.
Don't say it.
Protect the president.
Oh, he said
Lord
it!
Vanix.
No, he said it!
Lord Vanix at your service, taking on the first turret. They will be looking down for a little swap, but taking a look at the damage
Oh
to
my
Gitnu,
goodness.
actually doing a lot of work down in the bottom lane.
How is the EXP lane in post 1?
Look. I think the only way that we can find out is... okay, actually, we don't have to find out anything from the items. I mean, the both of them has, like, skilling and, of course, a lot of sustain. They are just gonna keep poking each other out to know tomorrow, and they will just heal themselves back up.
Alright, big ultimate's already committed by Team Flash. Ready, no more circling Eagle for Lozy. Bleed Esports looking for an angle right there. Speaking of which, look at JPL just being sneaky bleaky around, just abusing the mobility right here. But Vanix kicking out deck, half HP already. JPL looking for a pickup right there. Unable to find that Jit Kundo.
Give some respect over to Vanix. I believe that at this point in time, he's pretty much well on his way to his third item. That means that he's already gotten his Heart's Claws as well as his Berserker's Fury. From this point on, you can pretty much expect that Vanix will be able to shoot a couple of soccer balls in the face on deck, and he's gonna have to force to respect him.
Oh, nice kick right there, but Lozy is still alive just in case. KLVJ coming in for the flank. Will be able to catch onto Hades for now. Adamir just screening for Sagignu.
Wow.
Both these two teams, they just don't want to clash. They just want to pick and find somebody, and finally they found onto Adamir right here. Dak does have the hard guy right here. Blue B Miku comes in with a real one manipulation. Adamir trying to fight right inside. Sagignu doing God's work as well. Vanix free on the back line. Adamir goes in. He's still surviving, and Hades coming in. Praises Rab lands on top of Dak, and he has to run for the hills. And now leaving the front line of one Bleed to fend for themselves. And Team Flash cleans up the front line. KLVJ goes down.
Oh, that was such a beautiful clash from Flash. Vanix was just standing at the back, free hitting. He's still taking out the objectives. Here comes Sagitnu, trying to do his best with the Bravest Warrior.
The shield's coming out, but Lozy is actually coming in really clutch, and it allows Vanix to have the secondary lives. Even Sagitnu with the Bravest Warrior still unable to catch onto a Bruno.
This is where we're starting to see the weakness of Bleed's draft. They have a hero which comes down from a Cho. He is the one that will be able to catch onto the opponent. But one thing that we always focus on, and we always say, that when you have a catch hero, you need someone that will be able to capitalize on that. And unfortunately, Bleed, they do not have anyone in the mid stages of the game that can do that. We only have deck, and even with your heavy crossbows, what can you do against one member? You wouldn't want to spend your heavy crossbow on that one member when it's a splash ability, right? So as much as possible, you will probably leave it to KLVJ or FMM or whatever it is. They just don't have enough damage, and that hurts. And Flash is a zoning composition. It is a siege composition. All they gotta do, if you have Hades in front, Adamir in front, their job is done. Vanix goes for free hits.
Yeah. Vanix just trying to find the right position, trying to find a flank over there, and Flash, this is where the scales are tipping, right? They're protecting Vanix with their lives. Bleed has a dive composition. All three members like Deck, VJ, JPL could very well go dive into Vanix. Vanix just showing himself, trying to get B a bait over.
The Lord Cha-Cha being played right here, getting reset at JPL right there, falling in for victim. 4 members of the side. Team Flash will be able to come onto him at the same time. Deck goes in the middle of the real one manipulation. Unfortunately, with FMM, the only person that's keeping him alive, the burn of Charisma. Unfortunately, not enough! And Team Flash, they take down the damage dealer from the side of Bleed already, leaving KLVJ, the jungle, the king of the jungle, only alive just to lick his wounds.
Oh my goodness!
Did he recall there? Did he recall and then the Terizla skill 1 actually targeted onto him.
So what happens is that the skill 1 hit him already, right? He's guaranteed dead. But one thing that we gotta have to remember is FMM is still on hard guard. So you just gotta skill 1, you heal, and you have a sliver of health on top of deck. But it seems like either number 1, Hades have got super fast fingers, or he knew that that's gonna happen because of cooldowns and such. Went straight in, first kill, and that is the dead. That is a dead deck.
Yeah, and the fact that, deck picks up a fight right inside the real world manipulation is Bloopy Miku that caught him in a big square box. There's no way for him to run away.
Bleed has to find a way to just target Vanix, but right now they're just playing 5 games all in once. Every single one of the 5 members, they're just all over the place. And now Bleed, they had the early game advantage of the vision play by JPL, but they have to find where Vanix is at all times. Lord marching down the south side.
Massive push at down bot. Hades actually zoning away. Taunted right here. Real world manipulation committed by Bloopy Miku at the same time, trying to zone. But then again, he has to let it go. Adamir goes in, finds a way in the back line as well. Lozi does have used the circling eagle already. Vanix goes in, 1v1 against the Gignu with the help of his team this time around. We'll be able to put him down to the ground. JPL falling in next. Vanix on his Bruno, just kicking down the one at a time. And while Hades is just zoning away 3 members on his own, like it's nobody's business. This is Hades all against Bleed Esports.
Just beautiful, beautiful positioning from Flash, and they're not over yet. They want to cycle, they want to go for the end. Vanix tries to go for the core.
Yo, BJ, good push on the minions right here. We'll be able to fight for another time. But then again, how do you answer to the bottom lane? So the minions that's marching in. Okay, luckily for Bleed, there's still minions coming out. But then again, top side, Team Flash switches across, has all the way up top. And then Bleed left with nothing but a barren wasteland.
The wave clear coming from the side of Bleed is just working its way as all the waves is just going to be pushed out by a tad little bit. But Bleed can't overextend for too long. They know that they can only push Team Flash away from their jungle, but after that, they cannot continue to pursue the mouse.
Now, this is looking very, very dire for Bleed. They don't really have a lot of wave clear, so if they stay in their base, there's going to be a lot of trouble. They don't have a lot of that damage. They don't have that lane management. So now, Bleed seeping out into the jungle, finding the right angle to go to that backlines, but Flash not giving out any information whatsoever. Taking a little itemizations right here. Vanix almost at full build. That is a 14-minute full build right here. He might go for the Malefic Roar. He might even sell his boost to go for Immortality for a little bit defense.
Oh, so the Eagle catching onto deck. There's once again FMM jumping onto deck at the same time with a hard guard. That's going to be kicked coming off on JPL, but Vanix still hitting on the back line. KLVJ coming in for the flag, sees Lozi right there, decides to just go away instead. Sagino wanted to be able to catch down Vanix, and now Vanix chasing down JPL. Hades coming in for the toe at the same time. Sagino and KLVJ getting screened by each other. Sagino getting chased by Bloopy Miku, and Bloopy Miku, the mouse coming in, and then again, Team Flash is just focusing on Bleed, making sure they don't go back as Team Flash cracks open game number 1.
Oh, they don't even need our man KZP to come in to get themselves the first game. There's so much things that we gotta have to round about this game. Team Flash versus Bleed, I think that what Bleed was trying to do throughout the entire time, at least for what they originally intended to, is to have most of those kills funneled onto Kill VJ. They just want to get all the dunks ready, because at least for the start, we're looking at Mathilda, we're looking at Fredrin, we're looking at Terizla, while they have an Angela, Irithel, and Cho. So their 4th pick was Martis, and that pretty much solidifies that, we're going to go for an early game. We're going to try to funnel as much as possible. We're going to take some fights here and there. Since Team Flash first few picks doesn't show like they have much damage, right?
Yep.
Until they came up with a Bruno and a Eve, I think that completely shatters most of their chances, because that is where the game composition for Team Flash channels it all the way to the gold lane. They're focusing a lot more on the gold lane. They're protecting the main person.
Don't say
Vanix. Don't worry.
Thank you.
They're protecting Vanix.
Look, and items-wise, right, Churros, it's just so day and night, all right? It's a night and day kind of disparity in terms of how farmed up, Vanix is as compared to deck. So the amount of damage, it's just the Great Dragon Spear is one big item for Vanix already. He's already kicking damage down Bleed's throat, and they cannot hold.
I have to point out that JPL actually got the Dom Ice as the 2nd item. So first item, Radiant Armor, just to defend himself against the utility coming on for Blue Miku. The Dom Ice was actually more for Lolzy, because he's coming in with a lot of sustain, but it's a little bit too late when we reach that. But all in all, I'm going to say it, deck was just playing way too passive for JPL's aggressive playstyle.
I think that he can't go too deep in as well, right? But it also means that, you know, it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of moment, right?
I do agree.
Whenever you jump in together with JPL, you put yourself in a very bad spot. But if you stay behind, that pretty much increases the range and the gap between you and your front lines, which is what we saw in the final team fight. Literally, we have the Terizla as well as the Fredrin jump onto Deck, and there's nothing that Deck could do. Deck is just trying to flee, but to no avail. No damage, no bueno.
Honestly though, Flash, they knew their win conditions, they knew their playstyle.
For
It's the same recipe for success. Bleed had the right idea, playing all 5 divers over onto countering Flash's kind of lineup right here. But Flash, they did a phenomenal job breaking all of them apart. Even the hard guard wasn't enough to try to stop Flash's impact over the entirety of this game.
Yeah, and if we take a look around here, right, in terms of the amount of towers taken from the side of Bleed, there's nothing, there's no Lord, there's not even a contest at all, and then, of course, you know, 1 turtle given over side of Bleed because that's still early game. It's like what Abstract was talking about, right? They can't really find the amount of snowball, and why is my EXP laner doing the most damage here?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? The main thing that our the EXP laners is really doing anything is because of the fact that Bleed don't have a lot of damage dealers all the way from the start to the end.
Yeah.
Even when we're looking at FMM, yeah, heal wave, heal wave, heal wave. Are you healing or are you damaging? Well, Sagitnu, he's a Lapu, right? He throws out 2 swords, right? What are swords meant to do? Not heal, damage.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow.
That's a new concept.
One thing that we didn't know, swords can kill.
Wow. I just knew after like centuries or millennia of warfare, I just learned that sword actually do damage.
But here's the thing though, Vanix actually dealing a lot of damage. You would have thought that the Bruno was just free hitting from that back, but he's actually dealing damage to tower. So very, very objective oriented for the side of Flash. I don't know, again, I'm going to say my man Vanix deserves the MVP.
I feel like Team Flash, right? This is a team that is literally like a Frankenstein, right? Don't forget, while we take a look at MVP, oh hell, Lord Vanix right there, we bowed down. He has no depth.
Without a doubt.
Nobody,
Oh, Lord
so
Vanix.
many divers trying to find him, right? But he is almost unkillable, but that's also because Team Flash built a fortress around him.
Look, here's the funny thing. This shows how confident Vanix is. We are facing a full composition of physical damage dealers from the side of Bleed, and we don't even need to care about Angela because Angela is not gonna be reaching
Correct.
Bruno at any point in time.
He's going for what? Malefic Roar.
Okay, so the thing is, usually by the 3rd item, if you're feeling, you know, normal, you know, you build your Wind of Nature.
Yeah.
But no! Great Dragon Spear, screw it! I don't need a Wind of Nature even though I'm dealing with 4 physical damage dealers and no magical damage dealers.
Yeah, to be honest, the entirety of the 14-minute game, my eye was on Vanix 100% of the time.
Okay.
Like, wherever he positions, Jace, you should learn from him. Like, you're almost there. But he was untouchable. Sagitnu tries to go for him, and then he splits up his target prioritization into Bloopy Miku.
Idea shower now.
Hey,
it's my time to shower right now.
Your time to shower, but it's time also.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights, right? Right now, it's just about how decisively Team Flash was able to crush Bleed in terms of these team fights. I think it started from around here when Bloopy Miku already became that pseudo damage and utility.
Now, the thing is, what Bleed wanted to work on was to improve their team fights. So that is one thing that we gotta have to look out for first, right? JPL is always the one in front, and from this point onward, they have deck that unfortunately jump way too deep in. But this is also the problem that Yves possesses, and that is just putting out a box. Where can deck go? If you go over to the side, someone can advance. You go over to the left, someone can advance. So unfortunately, out of 3 options, deck happened to jump into the worst option of them all.
Yeah, look at Vanix. He's just in Sagitnu's face. Every single time there was a box, the rest of the members of Bleed, basically all the members, they focus their fire onto Bloopy Miku, try to get him to turn off the box, and look at where Vanix is at. He's just free hitting from the back. There's no one.
Watch deck throughout this entire time.
Yeah.
2 members ganging up onto him, and then 1 for 1. Okay, not so buy 1 get 1 free. We've got another FMM that is just free for them to take. And unfortunately, this just proves and kind of puts Bleed in a spot whereby they don't have a frontliner at that point in time that constitutes a good hard guard target. the only thing that they can use the hard guard for is not for offensive, but for defensive to try to keep deck alive a little bit earlier.
Yeah, but as a gold laner
Longer,
myself,
sorry.
when you have a Angela that literally I know I'm stuttering right here because it's really it's a tough pill to swallow, right?
It is.
FMM has to burn a hard guard just to defend deck, and at the same time, while KelVJ and Sagitnu has to go all out and try to find the target, and that's why Sagitnu was able to do even more damage and being like the top damage dealer from both of these two teams. Also, another point is that, okay, I paid attention to Vanix as well this time around. One of these fights, right, Sagitnu actually decides go in, manage to find like Blupee, Miku, and Vanix as well. And
he changed his direction, he changed his target.
And if you notice, both of them just split apart and forced Sagitnu to pick one person instead.
Yeah, and he actually picked that Blupee Miku down out of the way. Even if Yi falls off, Vanix will be still free hitting from the back because there's still Lolzy you have to contend for, and the rest of your team is just being blocked out by the Terizla as well as the Fredrin. Terizla. But at the end of the day, though, that was a beautiful, beautiful team fight from or a beautiful game from Flash.
I would say that both these two teams, technically speaking, they have a lot of good team fights, right? Not gonna lie. Even though, yes, it was, Bleed taking a lot of brunt of the damage from Team Flash, but there's a lot of engagements coming up from Bleed that they almost won Team Flash, but because of that certain conditions that were unlocked by Team Flash, especially early on, was able to, triumph them in the later parts of the game. And speaking of the edge that you need to unlock that even more diamonds in order to get your V skins, that is to get the 455% diamond rebate. Yep.
So of course you guys can purchase the weekly diamond pass and enjoy a diamond rebate of not 100%, not 200%, not 300, 455%. And that is what, 4.5 times more? Of course, math. What am I talking about?
I like the fact I throw the math things over to you, but let me just take over just a little bit because I've got an Excel sheet up in front of me. That's why I'm able to do math and stats. But of course, you can chase and enjoy a diamond rebate of 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day when you buy it, and another 120 by logging in the next 6 days. And exactly, if you're worried about missing that rewards, because sometimes, life can be a little bit busy right now, don't forget, just log into your games every day. Layla will also have a saving box for you and automatically save it for you as well.
So that's what Layla's for.
Yeah, it's not a marksman. It's there to save your diamonds.
So Layla's also a financial advisor.
Yep, that's right. And of course, item rewards worth over 280 diamonds are just waiting for you. This offer really good to be missed. Really too good to be missed.
Yes.
So better go ahead and unlock that pass right now and enjoy your benefits.
Maybe I actually need Layla in my life because
you already have Grumpy in your life.
I mean, another. I mean,
You
I
need
need. Okay.
Okay, you're just shooting yourself in your foot right now.
Look, I've hit my lowest low when I'm trying to just say that 455% is 4.5 times.
It is.
But no one needs you to say that to them.
Anyways, ladies and gents, I feel like Math Strike is a little bit tilted, especially from the first series where he saw two Cyclops on the first series of the day, and he is basically just being the play-by-play as well. Yeah, I feel bad for you, man. I really feel bad for you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just crocodile tears from me. But of course, apart from that, the most important thing is that if we go back into the drawing board from the side of Bleed and going up against Team Flash, Hades must be feeling really good about himself, and I feel like the Mathilda being leaked out for Lolzy is just screaming all the way back to Season 3, when Mathilda was still prevalent in the meta.
Now, of course, the question is if whether Mathilda was really, pivotal in that game.
I think it was definitely very, very pivotal. Hades was there just to support at any one point in time. Matilda is basically a mid-range kind of hero. The way you position Matilda is in between your tanks, your
So he sets as an anchor.
As an anchor for the rest of your team. So you have a little bit of backup for your backline if your backline needs a little bit more backup, but Vanix can pretty much hold his own. You have that frontline engage capability as well, just to be able to support and sustain your frontline tanks as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for this Matilda to be played, and Lawsy is one of the best Matilda players in Singapore itself.
Actually, since you're talking about the anchor, right? One thing that I realized about Bleed previously, in Bleed's game just now is that they failed to establish that anchor of their team. They are pretty much spread out throughout the game.
Correct.
And the anchor of the team is supposed to be actually it's either going to be the Lapu or it's either going to be the Martyrs, right?
Yeah.
Because the problem lies is whereby we keep talking about, yo, they don't have damage, yo, they don't have enough damage, blah, blah, blah.
They do.
They don't have that much because the main thing is they want to go for the dunks on the kill VJ.
Yep.
But unfortunately, the Angela just doesn't provide that kind of that bruising aspect to it. And the and for Deck, he only comes in the later stages of the game. So in the early stages, you're just banking onto your raw growth of damage. Since you're not building damage, you're gonna have to focus on the damage that I got from my levels.
I feel like after a while, maybe instead of hard guarding onto Deck, maybe hard guard on someone else. Maybe Sagitnu. Don't forget Sagitnu. After a while, when you realize
Definitely
that
prefer Sagitnu.
when the damage, okay, of course you can't see the amount of damage output that you are able to put out in game, but then again, we can see it because we're third-party observers, right?
Indeed,
Dude
yes.
was just position 1, just whacking out so much damage.
Look, the Bravest Warriors was nuts.
Yeah, and then after that, imagine he has hard guard, he has more sticking power to allow the Lapu Lapu to stick on the main targets that he needs to kill. Maybe the whole game will be a little bit of turnaround against Team Flash.
Well, the thing is, how do you protect your main damage dealer, which is an Irithel? Now, I want to point out that the communication needs to be improved for Bleed. Every single time there was an engage die,
A punch for a punch.
Deck is always far behind.
Dude, if later on during talent versus production, if Abstract is going nuts and whacking out like so much damage, man, hard guard him. Don't hard guard me.
I'm Lapuing. I'm gonna be Lapuing.
Anyways, we're gonna go into game number 2. This is gonna be back into the draft. Bleed right here, banning away the Fanny, and Team Flash bans away the Paquito.
Very, very similar ban kind of a thought process from both teams.
Time to
Bleed
drop
doesn't
the
want to
beat
do
of
up
the
against
forties.
a
Yep.
split push capability. They want to go all in for Clash. So that's why the Joy is out as well. Flash, on the other hand, they are taking out threats to Vanix. Paquito will be a very, very huge threat to him. They might take out the Edith as well because of the overturning power from the Primal Wrath as well. So I'm really looking out for a lot of these threats coming into Vanix's face.
So after 4 weeks, we're starting to figure out
Your
a pattern
team is banning.
regarding Bleed's lineup when it comes down to individuality, right? Who are the weakest link and how are they drafting in order to protect their weakest link here?
Yeah.
And that is mostly going to be Deck, right? Positioning is ultimately going to be the problem, and they want to eliminate all external forces from the Fanny as well as from the Joy in order to really just snipe Deck out.
I really feel like you don't really talk about the weakest link. I feel like we should pay attention to Team Flash. How are they able just to plug and play Loopy Miku with Jay and still perform quite well, even against a team like Bleed, where you've got KelVJ, Sagitnu, FMM, and JPL as well.
So are we singling out
And
who
Deck.
are the weakest link then? Like, or rather kind of like,
See
previously
value in me?
mentioned?
Your
Because
team
for the
is
side of Bleed,
You
it's
should.
got to be Deck, right? While for the
well-
side of Flash, I did an interview with them, they all also agree. Adamir would be the weakest link. So at this point in time, what Bleed could possibly do here is to try to put up so much fundamentals and so much foundation over to their EXP,
Rocks
completely
need no
floor it,
protection
just sandbag
from the rain.
against Adamir. Take control of the EXP, constantly being able to run out of EXP way earlier than Adamir himself. Take control of the goal.
Well,
take
to
control of mid.
be honest though, Adamir has been having so much success. He's been
phenomenal in
so
a
much
sense, yeah.
impact in a lot of these games, and you're calling him a weakest link. That is just so difficult to deal with if you're the side of
I
Bleed.
feel like, no, even if you're gonna not sugarcoat it, right? You're like weakest link versus weakest link, right? Team Flash claims it's gonna be Adamir, Bleed. Okay, fine. People are really starting to doubt a Deck already.
Your team.
Adamir can still hold a candle on his own, especially remember his Terizla and his Xborg.
Look, weakest link doesn't necessarily mean that you're at the bottom of the tiers, right?
That's right.
If you have 4 people that are at 100 points and then 1% at 99 points, the 99 points is still the weakest link. But that doesn't mean that he suck. He's still 99% better than everyone else.
Yep, that's right. But then again, Focus on the draft right now, ladies and gents. Baxia and the Matilda as well being denied by Team Flash. Bleed will proceed on to deny the Fredrin. And now that's going to be an Angela being selected. Don't forget, this could be easily flexed by the side of Bleed Esports.
Flash have picked out heroes that, or rather has banned out heroes that also have mobility within their kit.
Yep.
It seems as though Flash is also is trying to eliminate more of
I
more
am
of
the
the
priestess of
factor.
primal
Maybe
light,
because they
the
want
hunter
to
of
go
all
for
the evil
mobility as
gods.
well.
Ooh, there
They
you
want
go.
to make sure that the opponent doesn't escape from their realms. In this case, they have already picked out the Lancelot almost immediately, and Adamir is going to be picked up for the Edith, just for a tad bit of flexibility.
The reason why Lancelot was picked up first was because Bleed, they are at a loss for options for their roam position. Angela was already picked up. If they pick up Kufra right here, they don't have a lot of mid-game or early-game damage and early-game kind of crowd control abilities trying to force them away. So Flash will have an easier time. They want to try to force the Kufra out from JPL on the side of Bleed. But Flash, on the other hand, they have a lot of flexibility. They have a lot of options right here.
Look, I still believe that the Angela thing works. Angela in the mage role still works because it's global presence after all.
Let me tell you this, something that's very interesting from the stats is that Angela, when it just first popped out, right, Angela has a 0% win rate. Even though it's being picked, okay, ban picked quite a lot of times, but it's mostly banned. It's only picked 8 times, and all 8 times has failed to deliver a single win. So
8 times?
Yeah, it's a very high ban pick rate, by the way.
This is very interesting because it's basically the fun link strat that Bleed is trying to go for right here. And there's a lot of shifting wing conditions. Remember when we talked about like, hey, if you're going into the back line, why do you hard guard me? Don't use the hard guard defensively. Try to use the hard guard as aggression.
Look, we also have to remember this. Whenever you're playing an Angela into the mid lane, you are relegating your mid mage, the FMM in this case, into a position 4 while pushing your jungler into position 1. So you gotta have to really look out for that. Kill VJ, he also played as Martyrs in the previous game. While that didn't work, he went for tank Martyrs. Was that the right answer? Was that the right idea? That is something that is truly based on what they believe would work. If whether they want more damage or whether they want more tank. Either way works. But they have to get a team composition that works out for them.
Wait, let's take a look at the draft right here. Bleed feels like they're going back into the same exact draft as compared to game number 1. And I don't know whether this is good coming out from Bleed, because if this one doesn't work, I feel like you should try something else, right? Maybe the last 2 picks is going to be a little bit different. Team Flash, on the other hand, already picks up the Terizla for Adamir, so we know that's going to be Lozy on that Edith, and then Team Flash bans away the Grok and Cho.
I think that Flash identified that early game, I just have to get rid of JPL. He's basically a mosquito. He's always on your ears. He's always by your side. He always tries to pull you down. And Hades needs to play this Lancelot to hit the best of his ability. Lancelot really struggles in the early game, so that's why they are target banning JPL. On Bleed's, on the side of Bleed though, they can't ban out Phoenix because, let's face it, you can't ban out someone that knows all the heroes ins and outs and one of the best gold laners of all time. They are trying to focus their attention into banning out Bloopy Miku. So one of the main bans would be the Lily, I was going to say. So this leaves Novaria open, this leaves a lot of artillery mages so that you have a lot more protect viability for the side of Flash if Bloopy Miku decides to play an artillery mage.
They still stuck to their keys to victory. So at least Bleed still really understand that, look, we can't let the Lilia pass through over to Flash, especially since they have a very slow mid-wave clearer. They gotta have to make sure that anyone that can clear the wave really fast is ultimately going to be banned out, or not going to be picked, or maybe not recommended, not suggested for them to do that.
Yeah, I'm looking at KZP's face. He's smiling. He's talking a lot. He's having a lot of things running through his mind right now. And I think he's basically going, okay, that's it. There we go. The Gordian again. Again with the artillery mage. But this is a very late game composition. So now Flash has 2 things to look out for. And I think that Lozy will be picking up this Edith. He's going to throw his body. He's going to be defending that backline.
This is a great pick coming in from Valix, right? Since we are looking at Martyrs, we more or less understand that, yes, Martyrs is going to go to the jungle. We're left with the EXP lane. We're left with the roamer. Very likely these 2 are going to be frontliners. And picking up this God essentially forces Bleed into a very uncomfortable position whereby they gotta have to really consider if whether this Angela heads over to the roam position or actually plays as mage. That means that their front lines is going to be at the mercy of the true damage mystic Gush.
Yeah, I do agree with you. This is going to be a very, very scary game, especially when they have a lot of bad compositions. Their backline is going to be exposed. And now I was hinting on the Kufra. Bleed actually picks that up. So that is a natural counter for the Lancelot as well as the Edith. So it's all down to the execution of how JPL really wants to play this. Is it a setup or is it a defensive reaction like we seen in the previous game? The Yuzhong is actually a counter pick over to the Gourd. So the Black Dragon form over onto that backline. So again, homing missile kind of strategy that Bleed is going for.
So we're just missing out on one final roamer in the case of Flash. And based on comfort...
Go lane, go lane.
Go lane. Blah, blah, blah,
Don't forget,
blah,
you're
blah,
casting
blah,
with 2 gold
blah.
laners.
Right. Sorry. Okay,
I think it would be a Bruno.
So there is
go back to basics.
I forgot that that's an Edith, in this case. There could be a chance that
there
Edith
could be.
Gold lane.
Oh, carry!
Oh my god!
Alright,
carry
I was
debut.
thinking of a carry already because you know what? You go for Bruno, you don't really have a lot of dash to actually run away from the Yuzhong. And Yuzhong, what he's afraid of, shredding, right? And don't forget, you also got a Kufra that's going to jump on top of you. And don't forget, there's also, the shields that you got to peel through. You need something with a mobility kind of marksman. The 1-1 is already out of the picture because of the nerfs. Yes, you see in other MPL regions. Then you can come in with, Manix. Don't forget, the Edith and the carry can shred through percentage HP.
It's very, very smart though. They're playing like, okay, you want to dive me? Sure, I'll try to kite you around and I'll try to do true damage to you. I'll melt you down really, really fast. No, Flash looking very, very scary. They're covered all fronts. They have insurance in the late game. They have early game wave clear, the damage. They have that rotations on the way through. I'm definitely favoring Flash. On the other hand though, Bleed going with the same recipe for disaster, for success in the first game. It's all down to execution again. I stopped myself there.
Alright, for disaster indeed, because don't forget the first 3 picks from the side of Bleed Esports are the same. A minor tweaks. Would that be enough to clinch them game number 2? We shall see, ladies and gentlemen. We hop into the land of Dawn. Bleed going up against Team Flash.
So now I'm looking at the early game level 2. You see the mid lane going down onto the EXP. Try to get that level 2. JPL and Lawsy definitely need their level 2 to execute their combos. Lawsy already cleared the wave very, very fast. You have the concussive blast onto JPL. And now the quick rotations coming down. It's definitely on the lethal. Oh, 2-man knockout.
Lots of damage coming out from the side of Sagitnu right off the bat. He is looking to be top damage dealer once again in the game number 2.
Well, the Petrify was very well used.
That is what we want to see, getting a fast 2 coming from the side of Bleed. They even have
fast 2.
Yeah, fast 2.
Fast level 2.
Yeah, fast level 2.
Not only just that, they almost got away with the
okay, I see
kills.
what you're trying to say.
Exactly,
that's not a fast 2. That's a fast 3.
It's a fast 3. That's fair. That's fair. And now, Sagitnu, like we said, the EXP is going to be very, very crucial. If you punish Adamir in lane, that means that the rotations and the tempo setting will be favoring Bleed right from the get-go.
Okay, so after rounding down the entirety of Flash's lineup, I think that one thing that we're gonna have to look out for is that Team Flash, the main thing that they have got in store for the for the divers / the backliners of Bleed is essentially going to be damage, right? They're just going all in. And they're just working all their way to get a kill down onto Sagitnu, hopefully. Because they don't have a lot of lockdown per se. They will expand all of their lockdowns onto anyone in front lines. That is to be catching someone out, using Lawsy's onwards or perhaps Earth Shatter, and then followed by a penalty zone over the backlines. And Yuzhong will be free and open. But that is probably just going to be a Vanix thing. It's like, Vanix, you do you.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit early. Securing First Blood, they have that potential to really scale up, especially going into the turtle fight. Now, Sagitnu has the upper hand over Adamir, and we talked about this during the small break that we had just now, is that Adamir really needs to create that tempo setting in the early game for the rest of Team Flash. We are going to be jumping straight in. Hades still needs a little bit more time.
Yeah, not only just that, it's going to be Lawsy flipping JPL around. The battle of the Romas right here happening. KLBJ already on side. FMM following suit. Lawsy buzzed the flicker already before the turtle fight.
Okay, so now the turtle is gonna be available in about 10 seconds time, and for both of these roamers, they are not exactly at level 4 just yet. I believe that even for the okay, so FMM's not level 4, Sagitno's not level 4. They are all pretty much gonna be the same case. They're gonna have to dance around the turtle for an extended period of time before the EXP leaders will really get there.
Oh, there's a very, very huge difference on the playstyle of Bleed in this game. They are focusing their fire on the EXP lane.
Yep.
This is
so
just
they're targeting
so
the weakest
hard.
link now.
They're targeting the weakest link. We're talking about that too. Black Dragon Form?
Black Dragon Form also with the Heart Guard this time around is exactly what we're talking about. Wow, that's a very big flower coming out from the side of FMM. And then again, it will be able to push Hades all the way back to base. KelVJ secures the turtle for the side of Bleed.
Honestly, a very smart move for Flash. You are playing a Lancelot up against a Martis and a Yuzhong. This, you just give up that turtle and then just farm other areas because you know that you cannot contest for this turtle. You risk losing your life as well as your teammates.
FMM should have went for the duck. You know, the Angela duck.
Oh, yeah, you will get a massive duck
exactly
flying in the sky.
That was such a missed opportunity coming up from Bleed, but hold on a second, that's Losey this time around, finding opportunity for the side of Bleed. That would be one decimated Losey right there, and then some Petrify going on, Sagitnu going on ham, he's on a roll right here.
It's a beautiful rotation coming in for Bleed. It's just one after the other. Now, they're playing a sort of a team fight composition, but they're going in full on pickoff, and they're raising the tempo. They're shifting into high gear. This is how Bleed actually plays. The aggression that's coming in, the impact that they're showing in the early stages of the game.
I mean, right now, looking at how Bleed has, started in that first team fight, it looks very promising.
Again, Losey caught out.
Losey getting out, the heartstrings coming in at the same time, making it so hard for Losey to get on the way. The flicker coming off cooldown, only barely seconds right here. Sagitnu's with the help of FMM, just hard guard, and right now just spreading shot residue all across the board. Another decimate. Wow, from so far away. Apparently he's still holding on to that. And then again, it's another kill over the side of Bleed. 5-0 is the KDA score.
Well, hey, it's still early in the game. Bleed might have gotten the upper hand. Their composition allows for a lot of aggression, a lot of pickoffs, especially with the Decimate and with the Heart Guard. You are basically everywhere in the map. You have very heavy rotations. Flash, on the other hand, leaving the gold lane as an island. So it's Vanix versus Deck, a 1v1 all the way into the late game. So we'll see a very, very quick lane swap now because of that turtle coming online in 5 seconds.
So, I mean, so far, we are looking at a 2,200 gold lead from the side of Bleed. They are definitely playing this out very well for KelVJ, playing as the pos 1. They're gonna have to feed KelVJ as much dunks as possible. They're gonna have to rely a lot on this Yuzhong. Whenever he clears his wave, he's got a free real estate. The thing is, this upcoming fight will be super beneficial for Bleed because they've got an Aether all the way up top, and then the Yuzhong could come in literally any time with the Black Dragon form.
Does look like Bleed just zoning them out the way. They're up ahead in gold lead and Flash. They don't want to contest for this turtle, and that's a very, very smart move. So they're playing that very, very ultra late game. They don't mind losing a turtle as long as they don't lose their mid lane turret. I think that's the most important one that Flash cannot lose. And now Flash, they are trading these objectives. Turtle for the turret. I think Flash has the upper hand on this one.
All right, and the Bay Radies. Oh, hold on a second. JPL flick a stun. Hedemare once again, the punching back for the side of Team Flash. Even burn the penalty zone right underneath, trying to get back to base, but nowhere safe from the aggression of Bleed. And here comes the Dragon with the helmet of Angela Hard Guard. That's a massive, massive hard guard, but Losey will be flipping over the way. This time around may have been biting it more than he could chew. Bloopy Miko using the Mystic Gush to try to push it away. Sagitnu coming off on the rear as well. And Losey gets shredded by Sagitnu, the Dragon.
Now, it is more of a Sagitnu and FMM duo combination. That was pretty intense, I'm not gonna lie. So this two frontliners from Sagitnu as well as FMM, this is proving to be very good. Right now, in the previous game, we don't have the bruises that we're looking out for. Sagitnu, this time it is that bruiser, which allows KelVJ to constantly go for the dunk and the dunk and the dunk in order to slowly bring down all the outer tier turrets one after another.
No damage item for Sagitnu.
No.
No, it's just a Fury Hammer. It actually gives enough in the early game because all you need is basically your second skill to really dish out that damage. And now you have a lot of transform capabilities once you reach into that Black Dragon form. So very, very good target prioritization. And remember, the Heart Guard actually gives a little bit of movement speed for Sagitnu, so he will be able to reach that back line a little bit easier. So now the protect composition coming in for Flash, desperately trying to look for a lot more objectives. But Adamir, like we said just now, he had struggled in the early game. He's struggling to come back online in the mid.
With 8 seconds left on the clock until the next turtle eventually pops up. Bleed has got 7 kills and Flash, unfortunately, not yet gotten themselves a single one. I mean, it's understandably so, right? Their team composition requires quite a bit of damage before they can eventually come online. But we are taking about 7 minutes until the outer turrets, first tier outer turret, top lane, to be taken down. I think that if Bleed continues with this aggression, they should be able to bring the rest of these turrets down if they zone and Flash enough.
Yep, there you go. That's an aggression. Turtle given over the side of Bleed. Once again, 3 turtles in their tummies and their EXP. Bleed will just go on stonks.
Now, Flash, they don't need to worry as of now because this is basically what Bleed's composition enables them to do.
Exactly.
Get that early game aggression and you have an early game kickoff. Sagitnu wants to go for Vanix. He's looking for Vanix.
Yeah, Vanix this time around just in time, picking up the golden stuff right here. He has to run for the wins right here. Lozy trying to peel for his team as well. FMM with the help of Sagitnu at the same time picks Lozy all the way up. Vanix nowhere to run but to go back to base himself.
Yep, no choice. That is kind of the kind of situation whereby you as a post 2 marksman, you're gonna have to feed someone over to the feral dogs. And that is unfortunately gonna be Lozy that takes the brunt of the blow for Vanix.
Oh, Hades just barely misses the jump from JPL. But then again, I'm not too worried. Flash is a very late game composition. Bloopy Miku hasn't really come online. Remember, we talked about the true damage coming in from the Mystic Gush as well. But flip.
That's a flip right here. That get caught out. Great Dragon Warrior right here instead. Oh, Bloopy Miku actually dashes forward just to turn the Mystic Gush just around. But then again, a lot of damage being outputted by Team Flash, not being able to stick onto the main target itself. That gets healed all the way back up because of FMM.
The shield coming in from FMM onto deck was just the entirety of the health bar.
So now I think the main problem is the fact that Team Flash's jungler, when we are looking at a Lancelot, what kind of value is he supposed to bring in for the team of Team Flash? Ultimately, it is for them to bridge the early to the mid to the late stages of the game.
That's right.
Hades is not necessarily there to, you know, provide a lot of kills whatsoever, but to really ensure that he's capable of getting himself into fights, whittle down the opponent's health far enough. If you get a kill, that's a bonus. But the main thing is that he is that disengaged tool of the team. You gotta go in and tag someone and then get yourself out. With that, you gain information. You discourage them from jumping in. You make sure that your team survives a little bit longer within of the laning phase and don't yield too much of that leading gold to Bleed.
Yeah, but now Hades could actually go for a different kind of approach, a different kind of objective, which is split push. So Flash does have that capability. They do have the late game insurance in that Lancelot. Now, they like to play in the protect composition. Adamir should be playing together with Vanix. As long as they keep Vanix alive, I think Flash is still in this game.
I mean, as long as the Lancelot don't die too early, as long as he always have the Phantom Execution or the Thorn Rose to prepare himself for the upcoming turtle or neutral objective fight, they are definitely going to stay along.
There's going to be a pin onto Hades right here. He's almost, luckily with the ultimate, should be able to get on away. That comes into the heavy crossbow, pushing Adamir away, and Bleed right here secures a lot for themselves.
Great prioritization coming from JPL. Understood and really understood that Team Flash, what is going to be keeping them alive right now this very instant. And that is going to be a very potential steal from the side of Hades. As long as I can lock him down, as long as I can discourage him from coming close to the Lord's Pit, I don't care if I use every single one of my skill. I will use it to ensure that Hades don't come back. And we are able to get all of the outer turrets down in one fell swoop. And that will ensure that Flash would not get the farm that they so desperately need.
Now, this game kind of looks a little bit one-sided favoring Bleed as of now, but we've seen this one too many times before. Bleed really struggles to end off games, and Bleed, they will be able to take down the tier 2 on the top side. They're trying to split push and try to maintain the waves, but with this Angela, it makes it a little bit harder for them to close out this game because Flash has a lot of wave clear. They can try to prioritize that wave management as well.
I mean, ultimately, the Lord did go down up to the northern side. The main thing that they have managed to got for themselves is all the outer turrets in the top and all the turrets in the bottom lane. But unfortunately, in the middle lane, outer turret is still standing tall. As such, the plan to get the Lord to bring down all the outer turrets down is unfortunately foiled. As such, Team Flash still have quite a bit of a backup plan whereby they can still farm within their own jungles and especially their own buff.
Okay, Bleed right here, trying to pull the trigger instead. Hades trying to look for a pickup right here. Deck already goes into heavy crossbow. Look at FMM, Sagino just holding on his own. 4 members actually, but no! He gets Mystic Gush all the way down to the ground. The laser finally shooting down this dragon from the sky.
When we finally get an understanding of Bloopy Miku's items, we'll probably have a very good understanding of why that has happened.
Yeah, and Vanix as well. Basically, at this point, he does have the Holy Trinity. That is a melter for any tanks that come their way. But I don't know why Bleed wanted to pull the trigger onto that fight, though. Because they didn't even take down that turret. Here comes
JPL on Conceal right here. We're going to knock out Vanix right here. Purified just in the nick of time. Right now, Hades just coming in for the flank at the same time. FMM goes into hard guard onto deck. Penalty zone coming in. Missing Gush will be committed by Bloopy Miku. But then again, KelVJ going in. Decimation Duck already. And now Team Flash has to run for the hills.
To answer your question, Churros, the main thing that the Bleed was trying to do there was zoning. They needed to zone Flash all the way back, which Sagino didn't manage to do. But unfortunately, they did not manage to find that right opening or enough of an opening to allow Deck to bring the turret down.
Yep.
Not enough of that space. And unfortunately, what happened is that this spiraled out of control and they felt compelled to join in the fight. Probably because Sagino was like, hey, I caught this guy, or hey, this guy is low, or actually no one was low, but it's more of the fact that they managed to push them into a very tight area, which ultimately is actually a very good spot for, number 1, Deck to come in with the heavy crossbow, number 2, JPL with the Tyrant's Revenge.
Yeah, I think Bleed should just focus on the objectives, especially the tier 2 turret at that point. Now, Bleed, they're playing it very, very smart. We've seen this a lot as well, that they're trying to force Flash out of their base. As long as Flash is in the jungle, Bleed is able to find a right flank. Especially, we've seen how dangerous Sagino is within the jungle.
looking for him.
JPL, that's also second skill committed by Hades from now. Thorn Rose, the iframe's coming in, but he's still tempting fate. He's still showing himself. Sagino is just holding on against everybody. FMM does have the cursor holding on to him just in case if he needs help. And now KelVJ, second skill going in. Hades, ultimate will be committed as he takes down Sagino. At the same time, backside is going to be JPL to jump around. But FMM, but Deck comes in for the flank instead. And now, heavy crossbow, pinning Bloopy Miku down. 2 members on the side of Team Flash already gone. That's a double kill. JPL will be able to bounce onto Hades right here. He's already caught all the way out. Iframes for the ultimate will be able to get him away. Bleed forgets about the Lord, but they took 3 members down for the price of 2.
No, this doesn't allow them to end this game just yet. Yes, they may be able to get themselves the middle lane inhibitor turret, but ultimately the main thing that you will want to get is all of the standing objectives, and the neutral objective eventually helps you to go for that. The fact that Bleed has extended the timer for how long this neutral objective stays in the river makes it even tougher for Flash. As long as Hades actually comes in the nick of time, it would all be great. But
actually, this is very smart for Bleed.
Yeah.
They just delayed that Lord fight because their team is coming back up. They didn't want to waste that Lord. Imagine if they had that Lord 10 seconds earlier, FMM wouldn't be in position, Sagino wouldn't be in position, and then Bleed would just lose their lead.
That seems like a positioning game that Team Flash lost. At one point in time, it seems as though, they got a control of the game. They managed to reset the Lord. But I guess that the main thing is, once again, we touched on disengage. They're not exactly a team that's really good at disengage. The only thing that we can see from disengage is Hades. That's why he can retreat literally all the way from the Lost Pit all the way back to base.
Yeah, right now, not only just that, Bleed does have an open base that Team Flash will need to defend against. And right here, don't forget the Lord is actually slowly getting chunked down. Top side right here is going to be Sagino just quickly wave clear just a little bit. That goes in. Jumping a little bit more, but Hades right here may get caught out right here. Nice! From JPL! Catching 3 members for the side of Team Flash, and it's a little bit too much for Team Flash to bear, as Bleed will be able to secure this particular game. Game number 2 goes on to Bleed. We're going to the second game number 3, boys.
JPL out of nowhere!
Oh man, oh man. Okay, so right after that, game number 1, we've got Bleed Esports that came up and they were ready to deliver. This time, we definitely have a very good idea that Bleed, they knew what they wanted, right? even all the way from the start of game 1, they know what they wanted, but unfortunately they just couldn't do that because of the enemy's composition. This time, the enemy's composition allows them to do that because the early game just doesn't seem to work out too well for Flash. They needed more time. They needed to drag that out even longer. But I guess that this is just kind of like a trial run for Team Flash, I suppose. You know, just give it to Bleed, or perhaps they saw my prediction. They're just like, you know, give it a chance.
Losey, literally, Losey being annoying a little bit. But then again, you know, this is a really good game coming up from Bleed this time round. This time round, FMN identifies the main person that he needs a hard guard, which is Sagitnu. And when Sagitnu falls off just a little bit in around the mid-game part, hey, you start the hard guard deck, and look at that, it just... well, he really got it lucky, right? There's no deck because FMM is always all eyes on deck.
Yeah, in this game, deck really did show up this time around. But taking a look at QVJ's itemization choices, he actually built up the Blade of Despair as well as a secondary damage item. So this Martis is very dangerous, and I think he was one of the main impact players for the side of Bleed. On the other hand, though, Flash, they got what they came for. I think it all broke down in terms of the draft. I was hinting at the Kufra, one Kufra would be able to destroy the entirety of the composition, especially when you first picked up a Lancelot as well as the Edith, and it definitely came through right off the bat. JPL really played his heart out.
Jace, you completely missed a very big opportunity to say all hands on deck.
All hands on deck. Oh man.
You missed that opportunity so bad.
It's
and
okay.
That's the first thing that comes to my mind. That's why I started laughing about it.
It's okay.
It's okay. I never chose to be punny. The punny chose me. Anyways, right now it's just Team Flash, right?
Just laughing at himself.
And anyway, just Team Flash, right? Just unable to find that footing in this particular game because, you know, I think it all started from the first minute mark when Sagitnu started to pick up 2 kills right all the way up top, and I feel like, oh yeah. That lizard is not a lizard anymore. That is a really full-grown dragon. And you don't need to watch How to Tame the Dragons. You know that Team Flash wasn't able to tame that dragon at all.
It is definitely a tough game from Flash after all, right? They don't have a lot of lockdowns, like they don't have any passive lockdowns per se.
That's
it's
right.
all very engaging. And technically speaking for Flash, this is number 1, not a disengaged comp. Number 2, this is not a counter-initiative comp as well. This is an all-out initiating comp. However, you're also going head-to-head against Bleed. As such, this is literally a front-to-front composition that these two teams are looking out for. They're just butting heads against one another. The team that has a better dive eventually wins.
You know, this is a fun fact, Angela. This is Angela's first win.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yeah, the main breakdown for Team Flash is they were going up against a sustained comp, a support comp. With the Angela right there, they couldn't shred Bleed fast enough. They had the damage, but it wasn't fast enough because the sustain keep coming through.
Yeah.
It was just very difficult for Flash to find an opening onto deck as well. You see the hard guard along with the photo, the shields was just immense onto deck.
Dude, so much damage from the side of Team Flash. 160k damage, nullified. Look at the total amount of heal. You just take that damage dealt from Team Flash and just compare with the total heal. It's almost like you only output a net damage of what, 10%, 10,000.
Yeah. Wait, is that how you math it? Is that really how you math it?
Is it not?
It's 150,000.
All right, Analyst, you tell me about it.
I think that the heals come in after the damage is calculated, so I think it is a net heal. I don't know. Okay, let's move on, Lyota, guys. Who is MVP?
He can't math. Turns out he can't math too. We're screwed. Anyways, ladies and gents, let's go ahead and review the MVP for this particular game. And I am not... Okay, it's going to be FMM right here. His hard guard, you know, coming in super clutchy every single time. So yeah, have to give it to this Angela. I expected it to be banned in the second game.
Jace, you lost the opportunity to say FMM stole your heart. Again. Oh, Jace, what are you doing?
What? Vertigo's not here, right? Come on.
Stop flirting around.
Stop fooling around, Jace.
What do you mean?
Come on, are you opportunities?
Look,
are you expecting
this may be a sausage fest of a table, but
are you? I can't believe you said that on stream.
Are you expecting me to punt every single time?
Yes. That's what your job is.
Yeah.
It's your job.
I'm not punny.
Look. Do you prefer to be the punny guy? Or do you prefer to be Jimmy Neutron? Or do you prefer to be Arashi? clearly the former than the
Is,
latter.
is there
right?
like a fourth option? None of them. Anyways, we should be going into the highlights very soon. I feel like both of you guys have already broken down in between of calling me not punny today. Really well in terms of how this game number 2, crumbles in terms of the cookie, and it all boils down to FMM in the start.
So just right off the start, you can pretty much tell and you can pretty much see, okay, this is not really the start per se.
12 minutes in already.
This is already 12 minutes in, and Bleed already have a very good idea what they want to do. They have got the damage in the front lines. They do have Sakitnu that is just going absolute ham. This is where we want to look up for Sakitnu. Does he have enough HP to deal with this? No, unfortunately not. So now they are lacking of the damage, but how do they come back from this fight even?
Now the thing is, Deck is just healing up so much more than he can dish out. On top of the hard guard, he has the sustain as well. So FMM doing a lot of work onto FMM himself. Even though he died right here, it opens up so much windows of opportunity for Bleed to just crash through the front door.
Yeah, and whenever Team Flash thought that they could almost
this was
assassinate
the one,
Deck
though. This
right
was
there.
the one.
Yeah, this is the one that ultimately delivered the victory over the side of Bleed. But then again, if you notice all throughout, we always see one common factor, right? Team Flash is output the damage. They thought they were able to burst down Deck or anybody from the side of Team Bleed. But no, it's all of a sudden there's an Angela that from FMM appeared, and then hey, he gets to fight another day, and that shield is like almost like 0 to 100.
Yeah,
right
every
there.
60 seconds, every 1 minute, the photo enhances the shield capability that comes from the heart guard itself. It's a very, very scary Aerithel on top of the Angela on top of the Aerithel.
And then on top of that, you gain bonus movement speed. You got your heartstrings to basically lock someone down, and you're just gonna. You saw how quickly Deck just did a U-turn just to find Bloopy Miku hiding in the jungle, right? That was how quick he was.
But unfortunately, all of these will only be can only happen because Flash do not have control, right? They do not have a lot of zone area denial, zone control, or any form of crowd control. So I think that's definitely something that they should revisit again for this game.
They definitely need to go and revisit that. With that said, ladies and gents, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away, ladies and gents. Game number 3 will be coming right up. feel like in this particular season, ladies and gents, we've got so many 3-game series, right?
Indeed,
Yeah.
especially week 2, right?
Especially week 2, even week 3 itself. And I mean, this goes to show, you know, a bit of a maturity and growing of MPL Singapore. And this is exactly what we would like to see, of course. A good welcome back to all you guys, ladies and gents, so that small little short break. Because, yeah, this is our second best of 3 in this particular day.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to touch on that point, you know,
Yeah,
the
touch.
competition. The competition is just getting more and more tight between the teams, right?
Especially in the middle pack.
Exactly. So now the question lies here, where I want to incite some rioting, or rather, I want to incite some, you know, some passion out of people. Is it that Singaporean players are starting to get better, or is it number 2? The imports are coming in.
Oh,
let us know your comments in the comment section, alright? Is it because of the imports that's coming in, or is it Singaporeans
Is there a McSpicy in here? Because
the
things are
content is
getting
spicy?
things are getting spicy.
No, I feel like you know that meme with the 2 buttons right there? Yeah, that 2 buttons, that meme. Yeah, that one.
The green and the red one?
Yeah, no, the 2 red.
Yeah, like
the
the what if, the what if.
The
what
one
if
that we
one?
see in social media so much.
Okay,
Would you rather?
What do you think then? What do you think, Abstract?
What do I think?
I like the fact that you asked that question without even having
Yeah,
an
you're just
answer.
open-ended and then like expect us to go in.
Alright,
So
never mind.
Okay, so I think, right?
Okay, let me save you. We'll not answer that question
No,
because
let me.
we're saved by the bell.
No, let me. Okay.
Bro, I give you a way out.
No, I don't need a way
Just-
out. I
just
will
let
play
him-
my
let him-
own
let him
way
speak,
out.
let him
Okay?
speak.
Alright, let the guy cook.
Okay. So I personally think that Paquito is a very good
what's your
band here.
It is going back to their old strategy again. Flash banning out all these high mobility, disruptive kinds of heroes. Bleed going back with the same ban on the Fanny. Again, we're looking at even Stevens with a Clash comp against a Clash comp yet again.
Anyways, ladies and gents, yeah, Clash comp, I guess, but then again, it's gonna be the same standard bans. For both these 2 games, Paquito and also the Boxia, just hot commodity for both sides to be banned away. Fanny a bit of a nod over the side of Hades because they don't have a Badang to cough counter that for now. But then again, you're basically leaking out a lot, right? For example, maybe next Bleed to proceed on to ban away that
Always
Joy.
on the way.
And now, okay,
Your
they'll be
team
banning
is
It's
Matilda
still the
this time
backline
around.
kind of thing,
Yeah.
right?
The question is Angela ban worthy for Flash right
Yes.
now, or
I
should they
don't
pick
think
it up?
so.
Or
I
should they pick it
honestly
up?
do not think that.
Or I think they counterpick that one. Or
Technically, they have worked against an Angela before. And
That's
they're gonna
right.
have to understand, whenever you pick up an Angela, especially in middle lane, then you have to put a lot more priority into the opponent's jungler. Where you need to also understand that, okay, which position against which... Oh, god damn it, never mind.
Just as you said it though, I felt like
I think you ban away the Angela this time round, man.
it could be like a resurgence of Esmeralda coming in if you want to target the Angela, but then again,
No.
it's getting banned out. Initially, it was the Cho that was banned out by Flash, so they don't want to do against the Cho within the first phase, but Bleed, now they have a lot of opportunities. Will they ban out the Valentina or give it over to the hands
Time
of
to
Bloopy
drop
Miku?
the beat of the
So,
clock.
yeah, Valentina wide open. Bloopy Miku could very well snatch that up.
Yep, I think you first pick that right off the bat if you were Team Flash. You want to really try to limit the amount of hero that FMN can play comfortably, and also it helps to secure Bloopy Miku's kind of heroes, right? But don't forget, it's also a Lilia that's also wide open for them to pick. But the Edith and also the Fragrance are your mainstays on the side of Team Flash.
So I think that either one of these heroes are great, but I think that one thing that we're gonna have to fall back on again and again and again is the bans. Looking at Bleed's ban, what are they afraid of, right? They're afraid of backlines, they're afraid of people that can just go right in on behind. And if you're looking at Fredrin, you have an issue with going over to the back lines. While in the meantime, it is have got onwards, which is generally the same as the dash of the Fredrin. But however, you don't lose out one more spell, which is the flicker. Because the Fredrin, you gotta have to use your retribution. Unless we're looking at a Fredrin EXP lane, that's a completely different issue here.
For the side of Bleed, because Flash didn't want to pick up the Fredrin and the Valentina, they are going to be snatching that up, wasting no time at all. Now, I agree with your point that, you know, going to the backlines is one of the main conditions for the side of Bleed and for basically both teams to be able to find success. Flash on one hand needs to target Deck. Bleed
It
on
is
one hand
my
needs to
mission
target
to banish all
Adamir,
darkness.
try to push them back.
I like
now,
this.
The Lancelot getting picked up as well as the X-Borg, so I cannot believe X-Borg was slipped out of the ban pool for the first 2 games.
Yeah, because here's the thing, right? Xbox, great zoning tool, right? He's super good at zoning. He deals true damage over to the back lines slash the front lines. It's either number one, you spin around the anchor of Bleed. You either number one, deal enough damage over to the front lines with true damage, or you force the back lines away.
Well, to add onto your point, it's basically a counter towards the Fredrin itself. The true damage will be able to melt the Fredrin down. And I think Adamir just wants to play it safe, wants to ride towards that late game, because it's building up to be a very, very late game composition, especially when you're playing a Lancelot. As a Lance player myself, it's basically
Wipe out all the injustice in the world.
That is a struggle. Playing a Lancelot up against a Fredrin, you have a slower farming rate in the jungle. You need to be able to hit your power spikes in order to dive straight to that backline. So Hades' only job is maybe going into deck, finding deck, or split push in that late game.
So I like the Lancelot pick in the very essence that Lancelot is just generally good at jungling. You're good at jungling, you're good at securing neutral objective, and you're also great at assassinating, which is going to be the main key to victory for the side of Flash. Looking at Bleed, so many people, so many bans for the backlines, they don't want to care, they do not want to babysit the backline so much. But having a Lancelot in there, Bleed is forced to react to that.
I will choose my own path.
Just feel like now Bleed, they are again paying respects to Bloopy Miku. They want to ban out all of his heroes because he didn't pick up the Valentina, so Lilia taken off the tables. They might be looking at a Yve or a Kadita ban for themselves. Then it opens up a lot of opportunities for Deck to really choose whatever he wants to choose. I think he might be going back down to an Irithel again. Flash, on the other hand, they are looking to ban out Sagitnu's hero, so they identify Sagitnu as a threat, especially to Adamir's laning phase. We talked about this a lot. If you keep targeting onto Adamir, make him have a tough time, then the entire game will be in shambles for Team Flash.
I think the blind pick for the side of Bleed is ultimately going to be very important.
There's no
They're going to have
time
to
to
fulfill
chit-chat.
their gold
Is
laner. They're
banning.
also going to have to fulfill their EXP laner. At least they know that when it comes down to fighting EXP versus EXP, the Xbox role is already filled. So what do they want to come up with to fight against an Xbox? Alternatively, if they want to play a gold lane first, then they are giving a lot of that flexibility over to Sagitnu, which is very likely going to be the case. Picking up the gold laner for the for R4 blind is probably going to be the case. In this case, I mean, based on patterns, it is going to be an Irithel again.
I would definitely think so too. I think go back to your comfort heroes. But for Vanix though, it does look like a very, very strong Melissa type of
is
game.
the surest path
for Flash.
to
What do you guys think?
ruination.
Like, because Bleed is definitely playing a very, very team fight composition. You have the go away models to protect yourself against the Cho, so you have a little bit more defensive capabilities. So this is the first game in the entirety of this series that both teams are not picking up any forms of sustain in terms of support roam.
I think that for gold lane, I don't feel that there's any gold lane right now that is disqualified for the picking. Maybe only until Bleed picks up their EXP. So I don't think that Bleed is going to let them do that. The safest pick that we can probably go out for right
Time
now
and
is
tide
going
wait
to
for
be...
no man. Your
okay,
team
Beatrix,
is
right.
girl.
Do the same idea, right? Yep. But regardless, for Flash, I think they have to go blind on this gold lane pick. Is it gold lane? Sorry, EXP, blah, blah, blah. Mage.
EXP.
They have to go
pick,
blind onto... No, sorry. They have to go blind on gold lane pick. Yeah, sorry. So, the main thing that they gotta have to look out for is that they don't know Bleed is going to go for what kind of EXP laners, if whether they are going to be jumping on the backlines whatsoever. Whatever that's safest right now is pick up a Bruno with the Purify, just so that you'll be able to eliminate the chances of being completely singled out by FMM.
That's right.
Because right now, this
Time to take
composition,
the field.
it looks great. Because they have a Beatrix that can take advantage of the catch opportunity of the Cho. It's something that they don't have in game number one.
Right off the bat, I think I spoke too soon. We talked about sustainability as well, especially when you're playing a Protect comp centered around Vanix. They will pick up the Faramis for themselves. It's we never seen Faramis in the longest time as well.
Yep.
So Bleed very well countered that with a Terizla. I do agree with you. Benedetta might work as well if you want to just dive straight into Bruno's face. Purify would not work on that as well. Lapu will work pretty well as well.
I feel like
There's a lot of options for them.
Yeah, Bleed is basically spoiled for choices, right? There's a Lapu and potentially a Terizla, things that you can basically fight against, especially when you go in for the Nether Realm. There you go, definitely Lapu. Sagitnu has been just outputting so much damage for this particular 2 games. He's looking to do it again in game number 3.
Oh man, looking at Bloopy Miku onto the Faramis again, this definitely brings back memories.
Yeah.
Huh? Now, the question is, how are these 2 teams going to be playing things out? Because I definitely do like both of their lineups. Team Flash has something a little bit more unorthodox by bringing the Faramis back into the game, while Bleed is a very orthodox pick. This is a composition that yells Bleed. We've got Deck onto Beatrix, we've got JPL that is on the Cho, and even Sagitnu on the Lapu. This is probably the most comfortable draft that they have drafted so far.
I think pretty even Stevens, if you ask me. There's no one team that I favor more. It's all down to like the macro plays, and what I can imagine is JPL is definitely going to be a nuisance in the early game. It's how Hades responds to how JPL plays.
Yep. That said, both even the desk is not really convincing convince who actually have a lead in a draw, but we shall see whether they can execute their win condition in game number 3. This is Team Flash going up against Bleed Esports, 4th seed versus 1st seed.
Now JPL got the concussive blast. I think he learned from his mistake in game number 1. That is the wave clear that he's looking for in the early game. So he will be playing the annoyance kind of Cho, trying to give a little bit of positioning over towards him. Okay, Hades forced to pop that retribution to get that purple buff. JPL doing a very good job.
I think that, okay, so let's round things up, round things down with the current lineup of Team Flash versus Bleed, right? One thing that works really well for the side of Bleed is that they have very good wave clear. They have great team fight, they have the catch potential as well. Probably the only thing that is probably not as good for them per se is that they don't explicitly win in any of these lanes. It's very even Stevens in my opinion, but most of the time, especially for the gold lane, Bruno outright beats this Beatrix, and Beatrix is just bullied out of the world. So Bleed actually needs to put quite a bit of focus onto the gold lane by expending the resource down to the bottom lane with the help of JPL.
Focusing a bit of resources down bot at the same time. JPL, I think, did quite a decent amount of damage against Vanix, but hey, still be able to dash it away, so everything is okay for now.
Well, for Bleed, JPL really identifies that, like, hey, I really need to protect Deck, I need to babysit him, he really needs to get his power spikes. But for Flash, though, they're playing as a 3-man roam. So you notice Bloopy Miku, Hades, and Lozi, they're just moving together as a unit. So every single time there will be a skirmish coming through, Flash will throw 4 members onto 1. Turtle coming down. It does look like Bloopy Miku not yet level 4, Lozi not yet level 4. On the side of Bleed, it is a similar situation.
Yeah, both of these 2 teams may delay the turtle just a little bit, but instead they're looking for another pastime, which is to actually go and fight. But then again, it's still Adamant and Bloopy Miku taking over to level 4 first. FMM following suit, but JPL, but hold on a second, kill VJ, already starting the turtle already.
But unfortunately, I think that Long C as well as Anime, they already know what they want to do. As we got see this.
Bravest Warrior coming in. Hades still managed to secure the turtle away. Both of these 2 teams pop their nether round at the same time. No, FMM actually holding on just a little bit more. Sagitnu coming in, landing the Bravest Warrior onto Lolzy for now. But it's still going to be Team Flash disengaging and taking away the turtle.
I remember I had this talk with Abstract one time. Like, both of these teams, they're banking a lot on the turtle to get their level 4. If you get that level 4, if you get the turtle, you get your level 4, and then you can overturn the team fights. But for Bleed on one hand, they want to go for team fights. They're using the turtle as bait. This has been their playstyle since the inception of this regular season. And Flash, they understand how Bleed wants to play around. They are just very defensive. They just go in for the objectives.
Okay, that's Lozi knocked up as well. JPL, kicking Lozi all the way back into the turret. And that's going to be Sagitnu picking up the first blood, giving the lead over to Bleed just a little bit in terms of that momentum.
We're starting to see the cracks in the armors of the side of Team Flash. Team Flash, they're gonna have to work on a lot of macro game in order to sustain in both of the lanes, right? Because we know that JPL definitely hits down to the bottom a lot. But unfortunately, for the side of Longzi, he don't have a lot of movement speed. He's not exactly the most mobile roamer, and you don't really have very good ways of opening up the map. Number one, you need to help your Faramis clear the lane so that he can be on par with the Valentina, while you need to go down to the bottom lane to help Vanix. The longer the roamer is away from the gold lane, the more exposed and vulnerable Vanix is. And Vanix has always been the main win condition, and we have seen him strive to the finest details. So Flash gonna have to really balance things out. Do they sacrifice Miku, or do they sacrifice Vanix?
Well, it kind of seems like a very, very tough choice, right? Like, you really need Vanix to scale up, but now Bleed, they actually like this position. They like to be in this position where they force Flash down to babysit Vanix. We haven't seen this in a while. Vanix usually stays in the island all on his own. He's just slowly farming up, getting his lane swaps in. But now, knowing that Lawsy is always with Vanix, this leaves the Lancelot, Hades, wide open for the taking. And when you play a Lancelot, you know that you aren't able to hit the turret. But hold on a second.
That's a way to Dragon committed already. Edemir already losing the last Insanity, and that's good trade coming out from Bleed against Team Flash right now. Saginu coming into Bravest Warrior. We will be able to stun Losy right here. 80s with the Retribution Finger, still able to secure the turtle for himself. The Appraiser's Rab would not be able to hit anything commit for now. Right now, Team Flash already losing the Netherrealm. Same could be said about FMM, but the damage dealt by Team Flash is right there.
None of the members from the side of from both sides actually got taken down. But one thing's for sure is that we know that JPL has expended a flicker. Flash themselves knows it as well. So the only thing that went out of that is Flash winning that outright. And this boils down to the fact that we are looking at Hades playing as the Lancelot.
Okay, finally this kick unfortunately right into the wall, but Dag will be using the Nebulous Passion to spray him down.
No, I'm just thinking like Flash, especially Lawsy, he's not having a good start in the previous 2 games. He's been very, very active in terms of trying to pick off someone, especially within the gold lane. And it always gets thwarted by JPL. So he's trying to build up the defensive items. His first item is definitely going to be a Nom Ice, but it will not be enough, especially when you're facing up someone against a gold laner who deals a lot of point damage, like melty point damage. For JPL, he sees Lawsy out.
Okay, JPL doesn't burn the Way of the Dragon for now. Ultimate still safe in time, but does have a concealed play, just waiting for the cooldowns. Maybe he can engage.
Just waiting for the perfect opportunity coming in from both sides. JPL is looking for one. Longzi is looking for one as well. But it does seem as though Longzi as well as Hades have already spotted out where KillVJ is. Saginu takes one in the bottom lane. That is the macro game that we are looking out for from the classic Bleed. They know that a lot of people are up on the northern side. They're gonna have to do something and translate it into some form of value.
It's just a classic case of team fight versus team fight, and who picks each other off first. Flash on one hand, they are focusing too much on Vanix, if I'm being honest right now, and a little bit less on the macro skill. And in terms of like taking down the turrets, taking down the objectives, Flash really needs to understand where they want to go. So Getting jumps in.
Warrior will be able to stun out Vanix for now. Where's the follow-up coming on for Bleed? They're not going to commit for now because they see Adamir going in, because there's also another turtle coming up, and they are definitely going to want to fight for that.
With the turtle currently available soon, KillVJ going over to... That's fast?
That's the third turtle already secured. Team Flash just bursted that turtle down immediately, and that EXP lead is going to keep Team Flash right in the game for now.
Yeah, so even though Flash is not necessarily going for jump anymore, they have neutral objectives.
Reverse Warrior right here, smacking onto Vanix as well. Look at the damage coming up from Sagino. That's a little bit too much. Even with the Netherrealm, unable to save him. Right here, one more dot, one more swing for the side of Sagino. Will be able to secure the damage dealer from the side of Team Flash. Now Bleed right here will have a lot of time to basically deal with Losy, but then again in the mid lane, Hades finally assassination onto deck.
The gold lane for a gold lane trade, it's just backline dives against backline dives. Flash got the better one out of all of that. They took down that the turtle and the turret as well. Now Vanix really has to play safe. This is where the tipping point for Flash comes through. As long as Vanix stays alive, as long as he gets that free hits, Flash will be basically able to win a lot of these team fights.
Oh, onwards going in, Losy as well, getting knocked out sky high. Taunted at the same time and gonna get kicked. Edemir going in with the last Insanity. Burst coming in, FMM pops the Netherrealm just to save him just a little bit more. Bloopy Miku will commit to his own at the same time, and both of these two teams, they just don't want to die.
Well, Team Flash, they actually don't really have that bad of a fight in the previous one. But by a stroke of chance, Team Flash, or rather Vanix, found himself the first death because of a small little interaction. Whereby, number one, Vanix actually got himself away with the dash a little bit later than Bleed Sagitnu with the flicker. When Sagitnu went in for the flicker plus the stun combination, Vanix was a tad bit too slow. So flicker came in first, then stun came in second. As such, it actually resetted the stun and allowing Sagitnu to go for another stun.
Actually, he was dashing out. He dashed out the nether realm. So like, if he used the time where he had the iframes in the nether realm, he would have healed back up and giving him the ability to counteract the play.
Now with the Lord currently available, is currently 1:3. Flash have got 1.2 thousand gold. And eventually we'll be able to see something working out at this point in time at Ademir.
That's also last insanity committed, and nice knockup coming up for Lozy this time around. Going to human form, maybe that could be the differentiation coming here in with the nether realm. Bloopy Miko will be able to try to see and save his teammate for now. Lozy and Ademir just a little bit barely alive. The snipe coming up from Dak will be able to pin him down to the ground. Hades right here, second skill, the Thorn Rolls coming up at the same time, but then again, ultimate's all the way back to secure the Lord Pit itself. It's all about objective gaming coming up from Team Flash.
We're starting to see a lot of impact coming in from that for Rammus, especially when it's a team fight versus a team fight. When Bleed coagulates themselves together, that's when Bloopy Miku actually has that damage to try to split them all apart. FMM using the Nether Realm to get as a very defensive mechanism, get his teammates out, is not working out too well for them. Flash is still winning in a lot of these team fights.
I'm not sure about this. For the side of Bleed, they seem to be actually putting quite a bit of respect over to Team Flash. Yeah, I mean, Flash is not exactly a team that's super good at zoning, other than the fact that, yes, Ademir has got the last insanity. But in the previous fight, the fight for the Lord, Ademir has already expended his last insanity. And they have even forced the immortality coming in onto the Xbox, which they can actually take advantage of because FMM actually stole the Nether Realm.
Wow.
They could have took that opportunity to jump in. So Bleed, they may actually have something else in mind that is inhibiting them from going in.
Yeah, but speaking about inhibiting, right now, Bleed has to defend and inhibit the turrets, right? And then again, Team Flash, you know, clearing out all these turrets, giving out so much gold over the side of Team Flash to enough to buy, especially Ademir. Ice Queen 1 already available. So much utility in this Xborg already.
This late game Xborg that Flash has in their possession right now. You know, with the late game Xborg, you're able to just push in the offside lanes pretty much effectively. You also have the utility coming from the Ice Queen 1. FMM only got the Lightning Truncheon.
Oh, that's
so
a big
that's
item.
going to be a very huge power spike from FMM, especially when damage comes to play. So Bleed, they really need to look for Banix. Again, it's still the same win condition for Bleed.
There's another power spike coming in from KillVJ as well, picking up the Guardian's Helmet. That is a lot more base HP that he can work with. No, sorry, base HP, overall HP that he can work with, so that is
great health.
Sorry? Yes,
Great
great health
health,
will be
yep.
higher, it thus ultimate will be more damage as well.
Yep.
And it's really unfortunate that we won't be able to see the tagging issue from JPL anymore because Ademir is pretty much online. You got the Ice Queen's one, you gotta have to respect the true damage that Ademir can deal onto JPL. And unfortunately from the side of Bleed, you don't have anyone else that is tanky enough other than KillVJ to really just stick onto either one of these players. Because JPL, if he wants to stick onto someone, especially onto Lonzy, he needs to know where Xborg is.
I feel like, you know, right there, just Team Flash just flamethrowing at the bush, throwing out flames so that, you know, the members of Bleed just giving a wise berth, literally respecting the true damage, but speaking of which, he goes all the way, and now he's going to get picked off by Team Bleed right now, and then again, the Nether Realm coming in, just coming in a little bit clutch, but again, it's a choke point for the side of Bleed to shred down the damage down to the ground. Bleed right here, Deck running for the fields instead, Hades putting a lot of pressure against them, Felix coming in for the re-engage, Deck swaps into the sniper as well, and now Bloopy Miko just pumping out the damage from behind, and Felix just kicking footballs all the way down the ground, nice kick, nice knockup coming over JPL, and then again FMM right here on the chase. Hades also used the ultimate just to get out of dodge right here, and FMM will be chasing and burning down Ademir.
That is fortunate, I gotta have to say. Team Flash, they don't have that jump techniques anymore onto Dak. And Dak, he's actually out of the fight for a very extended period of time.
Yep.
And he still didn't get caught by anyone at all because Team Flash, right now, yes, they do have Hades. Yes, he is a Lancelot that can jump over the back lines, but just how much damage can you actually push out? Because once you pick out that Faramis, which is the final pick, right? You essentially force your team into a team fight composition already. You're keeping that Lancelot just for the neutral objective.
Yeah. I think Deck really playing out of his mind right now. He has a lot of impact, especially when it comes down to a lot of these team fights that we talked about. Lousy always getting first to get picked up. Vanix was doing his best, trying to stay in position, but Sagitnu is just pushing him away from the core. Yeah, that's an Oracle right there. So another Power Spike item. He's going to be sustaining himself all the way through.
So much shields and so much healing. Man, I don't even know what to do with that much heal and not much shield.
And then, honestly, that is not the only thing that we're gonna have to look out for as well. Bleed can echo the ultimate, or rather the Nether Realm from the side of Bleed, so that is a 1-for-1 thing already. The other thing that we're gonna have to look out for is the win condition. Deck versus Vanek. Who has a better time? Who is having an easier time in a team fight? Understandably, that is gonna be Deck. There is no backline divers from the side of Flash, while Bleed, they have a JPL.
And not only just that, there's also a lore marching down all the way up top. Adamir forced to use the last insanity just to try to zone. Team Flash will lose the top side turret for now, but then again, they go in for the kill. Right here, KelVJ on the run at the same time. Losey goes into, but hold on a second, Hades, what he's doing? He's all the way on the other side of the map, and then it's forcing Bleed to respond. And right now, the whole team fight, and Hades comes in to rejoin the fight at the same time. Embraces Wrath going in the same time. KelVJ getting burned in terms of the immortality. The chase as well. And ladies and gentlemen, Team Flash find themselves up in a very awkward position.
The Flash can very well just cycle them through. 30 seconds on the death timer for both QBJ and Deck. JPL coming up soon. They do have a little bit of minions. Flash needs to make this quick and decisive.
Man, the persistence coming from Flash ultimately put them in this spot.
Wait, hold on a second. Team Flash is actually kind of forcing it right here. Sagitnu going into Brave Warrior at the same time. And he still picks down JPL. Sagitnu right now with the red round coming up for FMM is trying to keep him alive. The Mimiko coming in for the same as well. And with the last to clean up and wipe Bleed down to the ground. And Team Flash takes game number 3.
They forced a double flicker on the opponent's side, and they both flickered at the same exact direction, giving Adamir that free last insanity burst.
Massive positioning coming in from Hades. Everyone was so busy up on top side on that Lord pit, on the Lord. But they forgot about Hades, and Hades just repositioned himself. He found Deck, he found the right kills on the flanks. The angle was just crispy cream right there.
Hades is literally bringing the PH flavor all the way to Team Flash, right?
Yeah.
Not only just the fact that, hey, they can actually hold them themselves with a 4v5, and against a Lord, make them 4v6. And then you've also got Hades literally, like, you know, pressuring on top of the core. Man, that's absolutely insane coming out from Hades.
Yo, Adamir is the weakest link. He just went in on a anchor mission. He went on a mission to break up the anchor, pushed out 4 members from the side of Bleed, just so that they would not be able to keep the Lord's health alive for any longer, allowing Flash to go in indiscriminately and rush down against Bleed. They got a kill down on JPL thanks to, well, whatever that item that Adamir has on his hand. But ultimately, that is not a game for Bleed to lose.
Yeah, that is not, because don't forget, Bleed was already knocking on Team Flash's door, right? Literally beckoning to break it all the way down, but because Hades was putting so much alternative pressure, not only just the fact that Bleed has to look at the team fight at hand so that they can actually crack open the topside turret, they also have to look all the way back to base where Hades was just split pushing like a mad lad.
If you notice his items, he actually swapped out his Rose Gold for the Windtalker at the last second as well, just to try to get a little bit more attack speed, a little bit more movement speed to chase up to Deck, as well as going in to destroy the base as well.
Yeah, I mean, the chase on the Deck is a small little thing that people may not think about it. They'll be like, oh, you know what, it's luck. But let's not forget that all these pro players knows timings very well.
Yeah.
The most basic knowledge and the most basic foundation you need to know is 11 seconds and 41 seconds creep wave comes out. But at which point in time does it reach the first tier defense turret for the Lancelot to actually come in to snag that kill off of Beatrix? That is something that Hades will know.
Yeah, I think it's just the out macroing coming in from Hades, and the rest of the team just avoided or prevented Bleed from recalling into the base. So Sagitnu got there in time, but he was just too far. He wasn't able to defend. When you want someone to be a tanky front line, it should be either Sagitnu or it should be QVJ. Forcing Sagitnu back opens up the opportunity for Flash to really cycle them through, and that was just one team fight, one Lord defense that overturned the entirety of the game.
It's a defense that became an offense, and not only just that, they are defending with 4, with a Lord marching down right at their doorstep, right? So that makes a 4v6. Team Flash was still able to hold up on their own and somehow punish Bleed for tunnel vision. I feel like that was a checkmate coming up from Team Flash.
I think that the one thing that Bleed is really afraid of is losing to Flash. I think that mentality eventually and the psychology eventually really got to their head. Playing in an offline arena like this with so many people watching and so much stakes on them, they started to feel that pressure. And as such, they started to play very safe. With a single Adamir spinning right in front of them, they immediately started to back out. But it makes sense because they have a lot of front lines that is afraid of that true damage. But just how much respect can you give them? You have FMM, you have Deck. Are you able to whittle down that amount of Faraga armor before he even finishes the breaking point of that last sanity?
That's right. So for the side of Team Flash, right, you see Adamir just decides to he's suicidal maniac, right? Just decides to go in with Last Insanity. He's actually buying time for Hades to split push in the backline. So yeah, that's crazy plays coming out from Team Flash. But that said, ladies and gents, we're gonna have to take a look at MVP. Oh boy, this is gonna be a
tough one because I would hands down just say that Adamir, because Adamir single-handedly gave them that win.
I'm saying Hades, yeah, it is Hades.
Damn.
Very, very nice numbers all across the board. 888.
He's a happy man. He's a very happy man.
Look, one thing that I didn't realize is that Lancelot has a rose petal in his mouth.
You didn't notice that?
I thought it was just falling petals, and it just so happened to be.
I think it's illusion. I think it's optical illusion at this point.
Or is it his tongue? You can never unsee that anymore.
He also has pretty nice hair for that Lancelot using Heads and Shoulders.
Yeah, but then again, okay, dude, the reason why I feel like he okayed, production decides to give him an MVP was he's always creating a lot of space for the team elsewhere, right? Remember, Bleed, they're very strong in terms of this, 5v5, and they learned back then against RSG, they learned how to split it up, but no, this time around, they went back into this classic 5v5 and the step ball.
I think that the other thing that we can build up onto that is that Hades played to his role. He did what he needed to do, took down every single one of that neutral objective. And that is what you need to do as a Lancelot. The moment you lose one, especially against a Fredrin, you know that something's wrong.
All right, let's take a look at the mic chat between these two teams. Well, especially for the side of Team Flash. Let's see how they communicate for this win.
They shout tapok, 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 tapok.
Get on me.
Hey, Lapu first, guys. Lapu first behind.
Hey, Lapu first.
Yeah. I'm on Iridel.
Hey, watch me.
Iridel.
Chill.
Hey, solo.
I stand by. Santai. Relax. Matilda Airlines, bro. 100% no lose, bro. Nice.
Hey, I can get mid.
Hey, can you
Hey, don't give them recall, Ken. Hey, don't let them recall.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I clear off first.
Cho!
Oh, no, Nice.
Chow there.
I got him. Nice. Help. Yeah, coming. Stand.
Stay inside.
I flip FMM.
And
Nice! Bro, nice lah, guys.
Nice one, bro.
Nice one, Enis.
Wow, he just carry us, yeah.
That's one.
Not a single word of tapok.
All right.
But it's Matilda Airlines.
Matilda Airlines, and not only just that, nice one, Hades. Hades carried us. I feel like it's going to be Hades esports right now for Team Flash.
Yeah. Look, I'm just trying to look at a different angle. Okay?
All right.
Everyone's been saying Hades esports, esports, but come on, every single one of them is just so good in their own rights.
That's right.
Yeah, and the fact that I called, they didn't call him, but I called out that they agree that okay, I don't wanna dig myself even further.
Yeah. I feel like you're really digging that grave right there.
Yeah,
Okay, you
it's
can hide.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
yeah,
You can.
just
Yeah.
come on.
It's all started from the Cyclops game, ladies and gents. But of course, coming up next, we should
It's all
have-
the Cyclops game's
Yeah,
fault, okay?
it is all definitely the Cyclops game that we have to blame. I'm looking at you, Youngin, but of course, you know what, Churros? This is a crazy series, right? It's a 3-game series, and it ended with a win over the side of Team Flash. Even though all odds are against Team Flash, they devised a very devious plan to hold them hostage in front of the turret, whereas Hades, assassin player, yes. Assassinate other players, maybe not. Assassin core objectives and even the base as well. With that said, ladies and gents, we're going to throw over to Cheryl to interview the winning team. Cheryl, what do you have for us?
Thank you, guys. Definitely Team Flash is making all gamers heroes. And take a look at this logo. It's great big balls of fire right there. Did you guys see the crazy Lancelot doing that backdoor, especially during the lot? Mind blown right there. So I have the brains behind Team Flash right now beside me. I waited very long for you, KZP. Have you been avoiding interviews?
I never avoid you.
Is it?
Yeah,
I literally interview everybody, reminiscent as well, and then finally hear you on the very last day. Now, just a very quick question. Like, when it comes to drafting, you guys have solid 5 players, all strong in every role. Do they get to decide what they want to play, or you have like a big brain play that you already have planned out?
Basically, it's just to play towards their strength. Then, whatever the enemy or opponents is picking, we try to counter a bit here and there, but more towards our strength than the enemy's strength. Yeah.
Right. So, if in certain events, do players get to choose what they have to play, or you kind of like decide like, hey, this is the lineup that you have planned out?
Actually, in my drafting experience, right, I give players choose, I think 3 times, and all 3 times lost. So I think third time is a charm, so no more. So I'll just pick for them.
Right. But of course, you pick according to their hero pool, and then in a planning stage, you kind of know what they're going for. So you won't let them choose overall. Advice against.
I would not recommend them to suggest, because I'm heavily influenced by whatever decisions that they want. If they last minute pull off that, like they want a certain hero, I will be also pressured to give them what they want. But that's why we have reminiscence as well. So we will try to be disciplined in terms of our picking of heroes.
Right. So when it comes to the games today, facing Bleed Esports, and it was very, very integral that you guys won this to really overtake RSGSG in the first position. So how did you guys approach this game today?
Because our objective is never about the regular season. Regular season is more of like a phase of training, whatever that we have been training before the playoffs, what we have learned as a team. So I also make some mistakes here and there, whether is it drafting or objective, to guide them. But nevertheless, it sort of pay off a little. So we managed to win most teams, and we make some good mistakes here and there that causes us to lose Homebois. So overall, I would say that this regular season journey is quite good. Yeah.
So how has being a player value added to you now being a coach?
Because I am a player, I can see more things than other coaches out there that wasn't converted from player. So I think it's quite a high level thing to explain, but overall it's just like the in-depth details of how each hero is being picked, how we can utilize those things at every minute of the game. Then that is a good value add from me. But overall, I still need my players to work hard.
Right, and overall when it comes to all of your players, right, they're all very unique individuals that are very loud. So how do you come on board as a coach to be like, hey guys, we gotta play serious sometimes and not like it's all fun and games that we see over in interviews? How do you manage these boys?
To me, it's not a weakness, it's more of a strength, and I try to enhance their strength to well, we are loud, but in a way, we get more information compared to players that just don't talk, right? If players that don't talk shows a lot of things regarding of how he plays the game. So being loud, I think, is a good point because I myself was quiet at once and I was once a loud player at once. So yeah.
Nice. So heading over to playoffs in 2 weeks' time, what are certain things that you have learned and picked up during regular season that you wish to rectify before heading into playoffs?
Cannot say. Say then people know. So we must keep cool first. Then maybe playoffs. If you manage to interview us, then I will share a little bit throughout the journey.
Right. So when we met in season 4, because I came on in season 4, right? We always known Team Flash as in a flash, Team Flash is gone. But right now, Flash is the team, Frankenstein Flash. So what do you have to say to all of those people, or even the casters out there who are currently watching, who once called you guys, Team Flash, gone in a flash? What do you have to say now that you are, probably maybe number 1 or 2 in overall standing so far?
We will definitely try our best. Regardless, is it the back or like showing you guys a good performance during the upcoming playoffs. But I would say just stay tuned. Never know what's gonna happen, right?
He does seem very, very sneaky, and I feel that there is something definitely up their sleeves that we're about to see during playoffs. So thank you so much, KZP, for joining us right here for this interview. Thank you. So yes, what a game, guys. This is truly what differentiates the good and the great, the adaptability of the players right here in the land of Dawn. And we're so excited to see Team Flash slay over at playoffs. Now for the final match of the day, closing off the regular season, is about to happen in a few moments' time, where we see at 6:15 the final match of the day. Now this is Vanguard Esports going head-to-head against Homebois SG, so stick around as we come to a regular season close.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee. I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
Yeah, my name is Chot and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esport.
My name is Ryan and I play EXP lanes.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play Golin.
I believe right, this is just the process of us going into MPL lah. As our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL. Yeah.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a roamer ma, so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe they should put like more changes to the roam because roam only use support and tank for the emblem. So like quite shy
I would say the emblem is much better now because now more fighters are more viable and there are many options to choose from because the emblems make some older, not so used heroes slightly better like Xbox.
I feel like the team and me we are excited to face them because we want to show that we are the new dark horse of MPL SG yeah. And besides that, I can't wait to face Bleed vs JPL because I want to prove it to you that he is below me. Yeah.
Same for me. I just want to do my best and win every team.
I can't wait to face Stellar cause that time they knock out Zion but I was not playing If I playing, confirm different
Hello guys, my name is Enya. I'll be playing the goal lane for Homebois SG.
My name is Devi. I'll be playing the roam for Homebois SG.
My name is Jox. I'll be playing the jungler for Homebois SG.
My name is Pete. I'm playing in mid lane for Homebois SG.
Hello guys, my name is Firnocure. My role is XP lane. I play for Homebois SG.
I would say it's much easier because we know each of our playstyle individually. It's just that there's additional of 2 more imports player from Indonesia, and I think this would be better for us.
Nick Stain. For me it's Nick from Vanguard. Cause we are close friends Then he was also my ex-teammate. And then like he didn't really like play in MPL scene before, so like this is first time, so like we're quite excited to go against him.
FMM from Bleed because he's a better goal laner than me, and hopefully one day I could win him in the goal lane.
Fight Oki or Lucian?
Oh, I think Oki.
Oki.
And Lucian, my friend.
Maybe just Oki. Oki, my friend, and we best friend. I think. I can. I want fight. Oki.
Bantai Oki.
Ya, bantai Oki.
Bantai
Oki,
cok.
siap-siap Oki.
I think this season will definitely be the toughest among all the other previous seasons, like maybe season 3, season 4, and season 5. Because back then, season 5, I think there were only maximum 2 teams playing import. So I think this season there are more teams playing import. So I think this season will be more interesting. I don't think it will be like one-sided games anymore already. Like a one-sided team, like a more favor team like that to win champion this season. So hopefully I think that is what everybody wants to see.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders. Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
Yeah, my name is Chot and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esport.
My name is Ryan and I play EXP lanes.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play Golin.
I believe right, this is just the process of us going into MPL lah. As our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL. Yeah.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a Roma ma, so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe they should put like more changes to the roam because roam only use support and tank for the emblem, so like quite shag
I would say the emblem is much better now because now more fighters are more viable and there are many options to choose from because the emblems make some older, not so used heroes slightly better, like Xbox.
I feel like the team and me we are excited to face them because we want to show that we are the new dark horse of MPL SG Yeah. And besides that, I can't wait to face Bleed vs JPL because I want to prove it to you that he is below me.
Same for me. I just want to do my best and win every team.
I can't wait to face Stellar cause that time they knock out Zion, but I was not playing If I playing, confirm different
Hello guys, my name is Enya. I'll be playing the goal lane for Homebois SG.
My name is Devi. I'll be playing the room for Homebois SG.
My name is Jox. I'll be playing the jungler for Homebois SG.
My name is Pick. I'm playing in mid lane for Homebois SG.
Hello guys, my name is Firnocure. My role is XP lane. I play for Homebois SG.
I would say it's much easier because we know each of our playstyle individually. It's just that there's additional of 2 more imports player from Indonesia, and I think this would be better for us.
Nick Stain. For me it's Nick from Vanguard. Cause we are close friends Then he was also my ex-teammate. And then like he didn't really like play in MPL scene before. So like this is first time. So like we're quite excited to go against him.
FMM from Bleed because he's a better goal laner than me, and hopefully one day I could win him in the goal lane.
Fight Oki or Lucian?
Oh, I think Oki.
Oki.
And Lucian, my friend.
Maybe just Oki. Oki, my friend, and we best friend. I think. I won't fight Oki.
Bantai Oki.
Ya, bantai Oki.
Bantai
Oki, siap-siap Oki.
I think this season will definitely be the toughest among all the other previous seasons, like maybe season 3, season 4, and season 5. Because back then, season 5, I think there were only maximum 2 teams playing import. So I think this season there are more teams playing import. So I think this season will be more interesting. I don't think it will be like one-sided games anymore already. Like a one-sided team, like a more favor team like that to win champion this season. So hopefully, I think that is what everybody wants to see.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
MPL SG Season 6 is brought to you by Moonton Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Official partner, Head & Shoulders. Level up your game and wipe out dandruff and itch with the new Head & Shoulders MLBB Anti-Dandruff Shampoos, now available in all supermarkets and online stores. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, right here to the final match of the final day right here of the regular season. And things are just absolutely amazing right here on this last day. There has been no short of surprises as well. But even though right now as we speak, the upper and lower bracket spots have all been more or less cemented, we can still see shifts right here in this very last match itself. Now we'll see the likes of Vanguard Esports go head-to-head with Homebois SG. So let's find out what will happen in this deciding match. So first up, let's see the wonderful faces of Vanguard Esports. Now, smiles all around right here at their respective desks. Now, the boys are getting comfortable to cause all havoc over at the Land of Dawn. Big smiles, really happy to see that. So next up, let's see Homebois, our own boys. Let's see their wonderful faces. Now, our own boys, Homebois right here, are like superstars in their very own right. As you guys can see on your screens, they're supporters right up front with their flashes of cameras all around taking Instagram stories. It's just absolutely amazing, the electric energy that we have here at our live venue. Now, they are super known for picking unorthodox picks, especially here with Coach Dale. So what will they bring to the table for the final match of the day of regular season? Let's find out. I'm going to hand my time over to the casters. Take it away, friends.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final series of the final day of the regular seasons for the final time. I'm done with saying final. My name is Abstract. With me here is Churros as well as Scrubby Cheeks. The three of us is going to be your caster for this very exciting series where both of these teams, Homebois as well as Vanguard, has pulled off some special surprise for us, whereby Homebois, they managed to beat Flash, right?
They did.
And for the side of Vanguard, they managed to beat Evil. So I think that is the kind of thing that we gotta have to look out for, if whether either one of these teams will give us the kind of surprise that we're looking for.
Yeah, for both these teams right here, Vanguard is sitting at the second lowest in terms of the standings so far. Homebois is third, so they're slightly above Bleed in terms of the standings so far. But this narrative that I want to build on is the battle of the imports. So Choose Slowly versus Pex and Vernocure. Yet again, they have shown a lot of impact, changes to the way they play as well.
Now, of course, we gotta have to take a look at Vanguard itself, right? Since we were talking about that, both teams have got imports, but I would like to find out a little bit more about Vanguard Esports imports.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the lineup, right? We have Lakshan Stain, Chute, Super Ryan Slowly, as well as Nick Stain. Now, they have been performing, you know, pretty okay for expectations, right? I mean, you didn't really, or at least I didn't think much of them at the beginning, but they actually beat a team like Evil, right? Who has proven themselves in the community. So for them to come up from the qualifiers and be able to do that, I think it is super, super amazing for them.
And Super Ryan.
Yes.
Yes.
Super Ryan.
Should have seen that coming.
They have the Stain Bros though. Like I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Stain Bros have actually like improved in terms of the synergy as well.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit more about Homeboys this time.
We'll have a change in the gold lane. So initially it was Enya in the start of the regular season.
Right
now it's Mitsuri coming in for the gold lane. I think they have played in the last week. So Mitsuri has had a lot of success and impact over the entire team. And of course, you know the rest, Pex, Vernocure, Super Jocks, and Dairy. Super Jocks and Dairy pretty much mainstays in the Singaporean community, MPL community. Pex and Vernocure having a lot, again, impact in the game and in the way that they played around Homeboys SG. But I also want to bring across the two coaches that will be drafting for them. For Vanguard, it will be Coach Riston. For Homeboys, it will be Coach Dale. So a lot of import flavor coming in for both teams.
Riston, shout out to my boy. He's been slugging his way out and now he's found himself in the Vanguard roster. I really hope that his time in Vanguard ever since the midway of the regular season, you know, the new changes to the roster, to the lineup has been nice to him. And I shall be the witness of how he's going to be pulling the game behind the curtains. And, you know, Vanguard's lineup maybe will be looking at something a little bit special. But, you know, keys to victory. Vanguard Esports haven't really had a very good time, but not necessarily a very bad time either. But run us down here, Scrubby.
I mean, 50-50, right? Especially coming up against a team like Homeboys, watching out for Dairy's aggressive role. We know he likes to play those catch heroes, invade the jungles, especially in the early game, to get his team that lead. So watching out for those kinds of roamers and his ability to do that. Now, Slowly's hero pool on fighters, and assassins, right? He has been pretty good and being able to flex, I think, both of these types of heroes in his role here. So if he's able to capitalize on that, that might potentially help them to maintain or get the EXP lane so that they can rotate around the map a lot easier. And last but not least, dragging it to the late game and digging in when behind. If they manage to survive in the late game using a bit of that macro to come up against Homeboys, hopefully they can come up against Homeboys.
Now, for the side of Homeboys, one thing that I explicitly say, and I still believe, is that Pigs is the playmaker. And
Yes,
that's my personal keys to victory for them. But what do we have here other than that?
Well, I have to add on to your point first, right? Pex and Dairy, they actually are basically like two peas in a pod for Homeboys, having a lot of success within the mid lane duo. But of course, individual matchups are superior in the laning phase. We've seen that time and time again. You have a lot of micro mechanics that basically Homeboys are able to utilize and able to push over through to the early game. So early game aggression is something that Homeboys will be looking at. Punish Nick Stain when it comes to over-committing into initiations or invading into the jungle is something that they have to look. So a bit of a reactive play for the side of Homeboys, but I think that works very well in their play style. Ganking Lakshan Stain in the gold lane, so shifting the win condition over Lakshan Stain, trying to have him have a difficult game, especially farming up and getting his core items, moving into his power spikes.
Now, of course, as we move on to the upcoming part of the game, which is, well, generally taking a look at their stats. I do want to talk a little bit more about Homeboys, right? Because we have seen before, you know, Pegs, you know, being relegated to position 4 before, and that didn't work out too well because I believe that Coach Dale was just kind of like testing things out and just trying to see what is the extent of their abilities. The other thing that I definitely want to see as well is going to be their draft, because ganking on the Lakshan lane, the gold lane, is going to be one of the KTVs. So if whether they're going to pick up Bruno early in the first phase in order to, you know, show a more goal-oriented game, that's the question. But for now, it is going to be the player statistic that is going to be shown on the board right now. Is there anything that, you know, kind of sticks out like a sore thumb here, Scrubby?
A sore thumb? Well, I don't think so. But Nick Stain, though, this average damage taken 43, I think
It's I think per game. Per game.
Per game. Okay. Okay, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
I mean, earlier on we saw a per minute one, so that would be astounding if that were the case. Lakshan State average GPM with 703. That's actually not too bad, right? So allowing him to farm that up, I think we talked about that key to victory will be very crucial for Lakshan State to be able to start joining the fights and get those kills in.
Yeah, I think something to add on to Lakshan Stain is that he's basically one of the better gold laners within the entire league as well. The only thing is, will his team be able to amplify his performance and amplify his impact over to that late game? And this is something that is yet to be seen right here. We know that Nick Stain likes to play in a lot of these setup tank positions, and I'm really looking out for the Stain brothers, to be honest with you.
For damage, for average damage taken per game. Okay, so this looks a little bit more better, right? So how about Dairy? Okay, so that's like double, right?
Yeah.
That is double. I mean, Derry is known as one of the players who likes to pick up all these kinds of set-up tanks. He knows when to engage, when to disengage. He's playing a sacrificial lamb kind of position where he throws his body to be able to keep his gold lane safe. So this might look like an inflation right here. It might be looking like 851 gold per minute, 8.50. Mitsuri has actually came into Homeboys pretty much last week, so he's pretty new.
So
in terms
just
of
last week's
just
game.
last week, correct?
And he's got an average GPM of 850.
Yeah, it's actually looking pretty good based on like the statistics for 2 games, but it might be an overinflation right here.
Overinflation, huh? I mean, we do have a very small sample size, so perhaps we'll be able to make things a bit more averaged out, balance the numbers out a little bit, provided if Homeboys SG doesn't really do very well against Vanguard SG. So we gotta have to wait and take a look at how that's gonna go. But, the main thing, the other main thing, predictions. This is gonna be fun. Even though we don't have Vertigo here, I think that it's still gonna be fun. As we flash that out right on the screen, we've got all 3 of us on the Homeboys 2-0. Not fun at all.
You could have gone for Vanguard.
Look. I have no excuses.
Wow. Set that up so high. And
set it up perfectly for myself.
I think our Malaysian supporters or Malaysian counterparts down below are really excited of how Homeboys are being praised right now. I mean, they are still in the upper brackets. This game against Vanguard might not change too much in their standing so far. So if they win, they might be a hit in terms of a point or 2 against Bleed Esports. So something like that, we have to take a look at what you guys think on the overall audience predictions presented by McDonald's.
75% is leaning over to the side of Homeboys for the YouTube portion, and 86% is for heading on to Homeboys on the Facebook portion. So at least I would say that a lot of the fans and viewers, they do echo our thoughts as well. So this actually, there is actually a lot for Vanguard to prove.
I mean, we're going by the stats here, right? This
Just
is
the stats,
someone from the lower bracket coming up against someone from the upper brackets. You would naturally expect Homeboys to be the one taking the lead here and obviously taking the majority of the votes. You know that's where the guest coins are.
Well,
this season, that though, I think it's because Homeboys is pretty much, they have their sister counterparts, Homeboys Malaysia, who have like seeping fans into like Singapore. So like, there's a lot of influences.
So let's listen out to the both of these teams and see what they have got to say for themselves.
I feel like they are going to be another dark horse in MPL SG lah, mainly because they got like pro players from like the MPL Indus scene like Winokyo. So like I feel like he's a very strong EXP laner to look out. And he'll bring a lot of stability to their team. And besides that, they have experienced players from MPL SG like Jux, Derry, and all those. So I feel like they will also make their team very stable, and like it will be a very big challenge for our team as well lah.
I think Homeboys will be the same as last season. Yeah, cause it's roughly the same player. It's just different organization now.
I think you can say that they are one of the unexpected team you can look out for this season. Because I think individually, I think some of them are very, very strong. as a group, as a team, I don't know much because I don't know much about them or if they have they are facing any difficulties in their training. But I think on the surface they look quite strong.
Because we are busy preparing and practicing by our own. Maybe if I have a time, I can replay it, and then because since Vanguard already qualified, and they are considered as enemy, so I need to study them one by one.
I feel that Vanguard Esports individually they have still a lot to learn, but the player that actually stands out will be their jungler, which is Slowly. The way that I see him play, it actually amazed me is that he can adapt to situations very fast. I think they will still pose a threat because they managed to go into qualifiers. So we still have to give them the same respect as we give to every other single teams out there.
One thing that you gotta have to note is that most, if not all, of these interviews were done during the media day. So before any of these teams have played before. So now, the teams definitely have a way better idea as to what the other teams are capable of. But regardless, I think that they will still keep on to the same sentiments, especially for the side of Homeboys, where they still gotta have to give the respect, the same kind of respect that they give to Vanguard as compared to the other teams.
Yeah, I think Homeboys, something to note is that Vanguard regards them as something like a dark horse. They don't know what kind of improvements they can make. They do have some mainstays. They do have international experience as a team as a whole. And something that I have identified right from the get-go is the threats in the jungle. So something that they want to look at, want to be looking out for, especially when they have this matchup together.
I mean, on paper, they were right about the fact that they look the same. But in the meantime, Nixon has also mentioned the fact that they are a team that can potentially be a lot more stable with the introduction of Vernocchio, and there's a lot of these kind of changes to the draft that eventually made Homeboys who they are now.
I think the question back then was, can these players from abroad, right, fit in to the team well, and do they have the chemistry to do that? But I think so far they've proven themselves way beyond that and certainly been able to do that. Now, as the local team here, though, Vanguard, right, well, majority speaking, have they been able to do the same, right? We know Nick Stain was a prodigy of very prominent players here. JPL, he said, was his mentor in some sense as well as Youngin. So I think some of that has definitely rubbed off on that in terms of how he plays and brought that to Vanguard to be able to bring themselves to this level today.
I think going into the draft, it will be, okay, no coach on both sides, but Homeboys does have Coach Dale, or
the falling
Mr.
stars
Worldwide
brought us
himself,
here.
doing the analysis for them on the backstage. Vanguard does have Liston doing the analysis.
Inventions.
Paquito, Novaria being banned out by Vanguard, Homeboys banning out all the support roam heroes. So I think that Homeboys want to stay to their guts. The same recipe for success, which they found in setup tanks like the Edith, like the Kufra, that Derry is very, very comfortable on. On the side of Vanguard, though, Nick Stain has shown a lot of prominence and versatility in playing the support hero. So Homeboys definitely ramping up towards facing up a support kind of a strategy coming in from Vanguard.
I think interesting also that Homeboys is choosing to ban out some of these support-based heroes, right? Matilda and Angela coming up against Nick Stain, because so far Nick Stain, I feel like he's been playing really just those catch and tanky roamers rather than support. So he hasn't quite flexed
the
that yet
hunter of all the evil gods.
Although it doesn't eliminate the fact that the possibility that Chute might play, for example, a mid Angela. So I think taking out those as well. Now Vanguard gonna go ahead to ban out the last year Edith actually being taken out.
Yes, they're a signature hero, so it's definitely one of the more respectable bans coming in from Vanguard. So firstly, right off the bat, Valentina wide open, Fredrin wide open. You can see value in both of these heroes right off the bat. Valentina, Fredrin really gives you a lot of free play and flexibility. We've seen the Fredrin actually being played by Super Ryan in the EXP lane as well. So Vanguard tries to go for a lot more open flexibility. But for Homeboys, though, I do have to say, they are trying to protect Mitsuri quite a bit. So a lot of these heroes that they've banned out so far is mainly targeted at homing missile kind of approaches. something that dives into that back line and just really catches Mitsuri off guard. Derry has two roles to play in this game. Protecting Mitsuri and opening up the map for Super Jocks to have an effective farm. Vanguard opens up the draft with the Valentina.
Yeah, interesting that you pointed that out, right? Because I think Veronokyo at this moment has been playing a lot of Benedetta, for example. So not so much the peel type that can help to peel for Pex or Mitsuri, but then he really dives deep into the backline for that disruption during the team fights, right? Or the split push for that matter. Now,
You know, I gotta say, like, I do love myself a good Benedetta game. I want to see it now.
For abstract as well, I would imagine.
We'll see it off stream.
We'll see it Just hint again right over there.
Vanguard picking up the Valentina here. A little bit surprised actually, because I thought Fredrin might have been a really hotly contested hero, especially because both Slowly and Super Jocks have been using this a lot. So they're choosing to prioritize this Valentina for Chute and give the Fredrin over to Super Jocks.
I think it is up to their plan, right? Like, Vanguard just wants that flexibility, that free roam to just counteract and set the draft. I've said this in Season 4 and 5, that whenever you pick up a Valentina, basically you control the draft. Homeboys, at the very least, is unable to pick up a lot of these setup ultimates that might work well in their favor. Vanguard actually picks up
Exorcist of the Dragon
Fanny. So
Spirit.
slowly we'll be playing the Fanny. He's going to have fast fingers on that. He has found success with the Fanny as well. With the Valentina, though, really cycling themselves up for Derry's, Clash ultimates.
Going back to, we were talking about keys to victory, how he can play the assassin junglers as well, and immediately just busting that out for Slowly. Quite excited to see him play on this.
Yeah, this is where we usually have the idea that whenever a team goes for a Banner of Joy, they will have the same idea that, we're gonna have to ban Fanny because we see a potential weakness over the backlines. We don't want our backlines, we don't want our marksmen to get that kind of pressure. But in this case, they ban out 2 of the enchanted supports, and then we have a Joy. So this pretty much gives Vanguard an idea. You know what? We're gonna pick up Fanny for this one. To make things worse, it was a prior pick onto the side of Homeboys, picking up an Irithel. Personally, I'm not a big fan of that, but we're gonna have to see in the later stages of the draft to really see what Coach Dale have got for us.
So picking up the Irithel, I think it's more of like, okay, can we pressure Luxionstein in the gold lane so that he will have a difficult farm? Having up Irithel is basically winning the game early game. You have early game skill damage for your S1 and S2. So Luxionstein will have to be picking something that is a little bit more long-rangey, a little bit more sustainable on its own, especially since Homeboys want to capitalize on their EXP lane, try to set that tempo over into Vanguard's gold lane.
Initially, I was thinking that, you know what, if we are talking about trade, because that is something that Irithel is very good at, trades. However, there's another hero that excels in the gold lane, that excels in trades as well. That's the Harif. However, there is a Kufra on the opposite side, so unfortunately that's going to be crumpled up in the paper, thrown right out of the window.
You know, I would have thought that Homeboys would ban out Bruno, try to limit that out from the Vanguard, but they're opening up all the marksmen, they're banning out a lot of the tanks, so they're giving a lot of respect over to Nick Stain's hero pool. Vanguard, on the other hand, they ban out the Benedetta, so we won't see a Benedetta game right now. And the Kadita, of course, this is them creating a minefield in the jungle.
Yeah, and also setting themselves up, I think, to protect. So we talked about protecting Mitsuri on the side of Homeboys, right? But I think similarly, for Luxionstein as well, he needs that space to be able to farm in his gold lane, and even in the team fights to be able to make that difference. So removing that Kadita and Benedetta, huge threats for Luxionstein to be able to come online and participate. Your team. Oh my goodness!
Again with the Nana.
Once more. Wow.
I'm at a loss for words again, but like it's just because of the Nana pick. But all hail Lord Nana once again. Pex has been so phenomenal with that Nana. Remember that one game where he picked up the Nana? The Nana was untouchable. Sure, you can chow down on the Nana, but here's the second life from Molina.
At least it's not the Cyclops.
It's you again with the Cyclops, that's right.
Yo, I'm fine.
Look at how Luxionstein is smiling. He's like, he knows the Nana's definitely gonna come out.
Yeah. So now the question is, what do we have from Riston? What do you have for the counter? Because right now it seems as though you're winning in draft. You have an answer for the Irithel. You have the only problem is there's a Kufra, but is that really going to be an answer, or is that really a problem? So they're then picking up a Cho as well as a Beatrix. So technically speaking, the two of them are essentially a pair, right? We're looking at them kind of like as a package. Whenever you see a Cho, you want someone that is able to take advantage of that lockdown capabilities, that catch capability. And Beatrix is a perfect answer for that.
Yeah, very, very good bursty kind of combo if you pick up a Cho. So the Beatrix very, very viable in all stages of the match.
Sand rises when I give
on
the
other
word.
Hand, will solidify their draft with a Khalid. It does look like Homeboys want to play a clash comp, whereas Vanguard wants to go for a split push or a pick off kind of composition. They have a lot of bursty heroes. Cho can very well combo with a Fanny, with the Beatrix, with the Valentina. You have Super Ryan on the Yuzhong going straight to that back line, try to disrupt Mitsuri. But Homeboys, on one hand, they have a lot of frontline defense. And of course, to add salt to that wound, you have the Nana to deal with as well. So you cannot very nilly-willy go down into the face of Nana because you'll be transformed into a Molina.
So right now, with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, as we are preparing the battlefield in the Land of Dawn, we are definitely going to be seeing the resurgence of Nana once again by the very own hands of Homeboys SG. What kind of composition we have from Coach Dill, and what does Riston have for us as well?
5 seconds till the
This is
enemy
gonna
reaches
set the pace,
battlefield.
right? Very interesting
Smash them.
picks. Again, Homeboys pulling out this Nana. It was the first time in the very first game that they pulled it out. Question is whether teams have
Welcome
seen
to
through
Mobile
this strategy
Legends.
and whether they can counter it.
It's more to do with like range battles, but taking a look at the macro overall plays, it does look like Homeboys wants to go for the quick level 2 or fast 2. On the hand of Vanguard though, they have to defend. Vernucure actually taking a lot of damage, but they do get their level 2. With the early game rotations coming in, Homeboys could very, very well set the pace and set the tempo for the early game skirmishes.
Yeah, I mean, looking right now, they're focusing on the top side, actually. So, like you said, the tag team, right? They're rotating a little bit together. Nick Stain, Chute, as well as Dairy and Peck. So, kind of quiet so far in terms of this early first minute of the game.
Weapon Master actually built by Pex. That's the tier 2 battle emblem that Pex is equipped on. Does look like there won't be a lot of rotations coming in from this Nana right off the bat. I think early game he'll just stay in his mid lane island and just play very, very safely. I think rotations will be coming in definitely by Vernucure from the EXP lane, so clearing that wave and then coming down to deal a lot of damage.
Now, of course, Homeboys, they are more or less prepared for this this Fanny, because one thing that I remembered, of course, is Molina, right? Molina is a pretty annoying control ability that can definitely stop slowly right there and then. Unlike many other abilities like suppress or stuns or knockups, if slowly is in the air, he will still continue with the inertia, right? He will continue running through. However, if you get transformed, you actually get stopped right there and then. As such, I believe that is actually a very good idea of what they're trying to go for, but that also means that they're gonna have to lock down slowly at first, initially, before she even starts flying, because she's got the mobility. She can run away from the range of the Molina pretty darn easily too.
Going into the first sort of fight, I think Homeboys actually identified that the EXP lane has a little bit of a gap right there in terms of EXP. Super Ryan slow to that level 4, and if you're playing a Yuzhong, basically you want to win in all of these objective team fights. Homeboys are keeping them at bay, aggressively invading into the jungles. It does look like they want a contest for this purple buff, but the Blackberry point comes up.
Now, of course, Super Ryan is just going to be flying all around the country. But unfortunately, he did not manage to lock down the Vernucure. He didn't have to expand out his flicker. And even with a quick sand guard, it's not going to be enough for him to stay alive. With both Vernucure as well as Davey taken down, they're just on the opponent's side. Vanguard is going to be continuing the assault onto Super Jocks, whereby he is just way too deep into the fight. Which is the problem about Nana, whereby she just don't really deal that much damage in the early game.
Oh, actually, slowly, they were trading their purple buffs in the midst of the fight. So Super Jocks prioritized getting that purple buff, whereas on the north side of that battle, it does look like Super Ryan had an easier time. It's 3 kills right off the bat, 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I think that's fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, during that fight, actually, Super Ryan managed to nail a 2 or 3 man stun with that Raging Sandstorm all the way in the back. So Homeboy is just, I think, a bit too deep in the jungle there for them to be able to back out of that fight.
Well, I think Homeboys is basically doing what their draft entitles them to do. They can afford to be a little bit more aggressive into the jungles, but Cure actually taking a lot of damage to sustain coming through. It's an easy kill for Super Ryan.
That is as expected. What you will want to see from a Yuzhong, which can pretty much bully the lane. But of course, we are also looking at Khalid, right? Great sustainability. Of course, great wave clear as well. But in the meantime, down to the bottom lane, Nick Stain did manage to find a really good catch down on Dairy. Dairy forced to flicker, at least with a sliver of health.
Just that one fight alone, though, Vanguard is up on top. 4 minutes into the game, 2,000 gold lead. Vanguard has a lot of these advantages.
They're playing to, you were talking about their plan here, right? To pick off and exactly what they have been doing.
And now Kill finds himself once again being in the target on Slowly as well as Super Ryan. It forced Super Ryan to actually pop with the ultimate though. Not sure why, or maybe just a little bit too late.
I think it's a defensive mechanism that Super Ryan wants to do. He was tanking the turret damage all the way through. Homeboys, another try though in purple buff.
Nick Stain once again, another Wheel of Dragon that will be connecting on the Super Chop, but that is going to put him in a very bad spot actually, because he actually gave in an opening movement for Super Chops.
Oh, this is very, very smart coming in from Nana. Throw the Molina right underneath the nose of that Fanny. So slowly kind of struggling to get that purple buff. Turns into Molina, and that's where Homeboys are able to overturn the situation.
You're really using that kit to their advantage, right? Knowing that Slowly is going to be at that buff and kind of pre-planning that skirmish in advance, and they were successful at it. So off the top of that, they're also going to be able to convert that into a turtle. So despite them having a hold on Nick Stain, though, being pressured here.
Well, ganking Lakshan Stain in the goal lane, after all, is going to be the keys to victory for the side of Homeboys, and it seems as though they want to focus on that, with Lakshan Stain being the first person taken down, and they would want to follow that through onto Nick Stain. But unfortunately, not quite enough of a frontline body for them to do that. 1-for-1 trade, pretty good.
It's favoring the side of Homeboys, right? You take down the gold laner for a roam position. It doesn't really matter for Homeboys. Homeboys are just styling on Vanguard right now. It's always a 4-man skirmish. Take a look at the itemizations. It does look like Vanguard trying to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of their item builds, item outputs. BOD, first item to be bought by Lakshan Stain. You follow that up with a Fury Hammer, but not in this case. Homeboys, on the other hand, having a little bit of balance between defense and offense.
Yeah, and on the other hand though, Lakshan Stain, while he's getting that BOD, Mitsuri's already secured himself that Haspa. So it's gonna have a bit of a bump for him there, and not to mention he was a level ahead of Lakshan Stain as well.
Oh, so here's the thing, it's a very orchestrated move from Homeboys to just casually walk into the purple buff. And Vanguard has pretty much learned about that. They know the kind of rotations that Homeboys want to do, constantly just choke up the purple buff as much as possible, which Vanguard was very well prepared for that.
I'm not sure why Beatrix swapped up into the EXP lane, because the turtle is actually spawning up right on the EXP lane. So Homeboys actually do have the advantage of getting a free kind of lane down in the bot side.
I guess, does it mean that they just want Lakshan Stain to be part of the battle?
Might be. I mean, if you have the BOD, you have that damage coming through, especially when you play with the rockets and the machine guns coming in from Lakshan Stain. Yep, there we go. The rockets in. So they're really, really sizing up for this turtle fight.
Well, there is, I mean, the early damage coming from Wesker, right? Potentially, right now, at the very, very early parts, you could take someone down. So there might be some value in Lakshan Stain participating in those team fights. But it is kind of a risk, right? And right now, it looks like they're risking it to take this turtle.
Oh, concealed play from Nick Stain, but unfortunately was not used to catch anyone out. The Wheel of Dragon just going to be connecting on the Virno Cure, but it doesn't seem like that managed to help them do anything for now. Slowly just going to be riding onto this train. He did manage to force the passive of Pegs, while Super Ryan joins in, hoping that he'll be able to clip him off. But in the end, it's going to be Jude that managed to do that. So Vanguard essentially lost 2 members from that fight alone, make that 3 members. And Homeboys has essentially got a free turtle for themselves. Slowly got to deal with this alone. That's not going to be good.
Massive fight from Homeboys, right? Like, they took down 3 members from the side of Vanguard. They took down the turret down in the bottom lane. They had Mitsuri move up into the mid lane to try to cycle them through. That was so well played from Homeboys. And again, Super Ryan with a missed time with the Black Dragon form. If he was a little bit earlier, if he targeted himself onto Super Drop, it would have been better. Oh, Cure actually taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I also feel like in that previous fight, it seemed like Vanguard was really going all the way in for Pex, right? Invested so much just to take him down, and you have to take him down twice, right? That's the thing. So the amount of resources that you have to put in order to get Pex, and in the meantime, Homeboys is gonna be able to save all their cooldowns and resources for when you try to disengage from the fight.
There's actually a lot of damage coming in from Mitsuri already. Homeboys could very well go for a pick off and then try to cycle them through in numbers. It's a numbers game for Homeboys as of this point. Will be hard for Pex to really come online. Super Jocks tries to taunt onto Nick Stain. I think one of the main win conditions for Homeboys right now is really to find out where Luxury Stain is at all times of the map, but it does look like they are trying to go for a 3-2 kind of composition where Dairy and Mitsuri are always on the offside.
Yeah, they're roaming together, right? You saw them from the bottom all the way to the top as well. So far, they've been doing that, but Nick Stain, though,
doesn't seem like Stain is gonna get out of this alive. Luxury Stains, unfortunately, with the Neighbor's Passion, it didn't really clip anyone, as a matter of fact. Misery got out of that with not a single health lost.
Okay, I understand what Vanguard is doing. It is basically split pushing right now. Homeboys are a very difficult bunch to break if they are a 5v5 kind of fight. So slowly shifting his objective, going for that split push capability that they have. Oh, Luxury Stain!
Oh, Dairy! Not like this, not like this. And because of that mistake, Super Ryan pops off into Black Dragon form, and it seems as though he's actually targeting onto Dairy, not necessarily onto Mitsuri. And that is only going to put himself in a very bad spot. As such, he finds himself petrified, or rather he finds himself petrifying one member, but at least Luxury comes in together with the Way of the Dragon. They manage to bring Dairy and Mitsuri down.
rotation coming in just nice from the rest of the team, right? Nick Stain as well to help to close out that fight with Homeboys. I think quite unfortunate as well. Super Ryan chased that down all the way in, couldn't close that out. Luxury Stain at this point fighting with the Lord, but he's pretty low on health.
I think what Vanguard did was very good. They cycled them just right. They are lacking a setup and they're lacking damage coming in from Mitsuri. So Vanguard could very well take this Lord, but with a Fanny, that might not be enough. It's slowly!
Oh.
He actually got it! It was a little bit slow on that one.
I see what you did there. But now, with Vanguard getting themselves the Lord, they effectively managed to buy a little bit more time for themselves in order to scale more into this game. 1,000 gold lead on top of Homeboys. That is definitely not something that Homeboys is going to be happy about. But remember still, we're looking at a Nana. And Nana requires items to really come off with some damage. They have a lot of utilities, but damage not quite there.
This might be Homeboy's plan after all. Give the Lord and then try to force Vanguard into a dive situation where they put themselves exposed into the mercy of the turrets. Okay, it does look like Nick Stain will not want to go for that. No commitment after all by Vanguard, but the Lord slowly pushing down on that bottom side. Homeboys just back on their defense. They're waiting for the right move. They're waiting for the right encounter. All they want to do is just react to Vanguard's approach.
Red team turret has been
now
destroyed.
the Lord is pushing up to the bottom side, preparing to pillage and plunder. But Homeboys is not gonna let that happen at all, as they immediately melted this Lord down with some flames and bubbling the Lord up almost instantaneously. The Lord didn't really even do much in the bottom lane, but hey, as the top lane got pushed, the middle lane's first tier defense turret got down too.
It's almost like a distraction, right? I mean, yes, you have the Lord, but they knew that Homeboys would be there to defend it as well. So sending slowly, like you said, Churros, to split push all the way. And so far, Homeboys has been forced to react across the map, even though they kept up in the early game, you know, got that few objectives in as well. Overall, in terms of the control, they've lost a lot of pressure to Vanguard.
Taking a look at itemizations right now in the mid stages of the game, does look like both teams are going for the drone boost, but Precarious taking so much!
Wow, look at that flash from Slowly! But you are trying to take a final Vinocure who have the quicksand gun. Oh, the flicker from Vinocure! He really wants to get himself away, but unfortunately he will be beating himself with the Luxury Stain instead. While Dairy is going to be in the eyes of Luxury Stain. Homeboys finding themselves with 2 persons taken down, and Super Jock's gonna have to be a man against the world. Pegs doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. He can only stay behind a little while longer, but look at the amount of tankiness that Super Jock's have, allowing them to do quite a lot. Unfortunately, that is still a mid-3 that will yield to the hands of Liechtenstein.
Liechtenstein dealing so much damage. Give him enough time. This is where he shines. The Stain brothers are coming up.
That timing was impeccable as well. When Nick Stain came in, flickered in with the kick, caught two, and Liechtenstein's Bennett's Rage landed right on that to be able to put two members of Homeboys immediately out of the fight. And this is really giving them that itch right now, stripping Homeboys out of the resources that they can take from the jungle.
Vanguard manipulation at its finest, just splitting Homeboys up at 1% at a time. This is what their composition entitles them to do, and they're doing it so perfectly. It doesn't matter if slowly goes down, because the rest of the team has so much mobility, so much rotation power that Homeboys are rendered useless. This is a fight that Vanguard wants to take. Try to push the Lord out, try to draw Homeboys in, and then slowly finding a flank onto any one members of Homeboys.
At this moment, it's a bit of a reset, right? I mean, even though Homeboys lost in that fight, on top side slowly.
Oh, I thought that it would be one point in time where we can actually see
It reminds me of Diablo.
I know, right?
I know. Every time, like, Diablo just facing a Fanny 1v1.
That's not Badal.
That's not Badal. It's still his hero, though.
That is still his hero, yeah. Literally, that man single-handedly made Singapore play Khalid.
That's true. Singapore and other regions buying into the Khalid craze right now. Next thing with the concealed play, trying to find Mitsuri.
Oh, he did manage to get a knockdown, a knock-up onto Derry as well. Super Jog, but not necessarily going to be the answer that he's looking out for. But now, Ryan, he actually focused on the Derry. They are actually going onto the front lines. And that means that they have no one going over to the back lines, giving Mitsuri the free hit. But now slowly joins into the fray. He came in to get a quick little cut through on the Derry, forcing the immortality out.
This is the position that Homeboys want to take, so Chu just giving a little bit more vision on the Lord. It does look like slowly is trying to do a drive-by. He needs to time it just right.
It did seem like he could find an opening there. I think he was trying to go all the way into the back line, but it was a quick retreat by Homeboys. And right now, they're going to have the lead here by taking down this Lord objective as well. Vanguard, they don't really have an answer to that right now.
Oh,
yeah. Homeboys really likes this kind of like team fight kind of plays.
Yeah.
Because Vanguard is caught in a chokehold. They're like tunnel vision. They just slowly pick them off one by one. Homeboys like this front to back kind of aggression coming through within team fights. Vanguard though has to really split them up apart in order to make their composition work.
Yeah, Homeboys is a team that essentially like to play team fight, right? They will always try to look for domination within of the rivers, and they will want to always get themselves the neutral objective. They move together as 4 really early into the game. That has been very consistent with most of the gameplays coming in from Homeboys, and we gotta have to really identify that to see how that actually helps them translate to the kind of situation that they find themselves in right now, or perhaps even 5 minutes ago.
Very slow approach from Homeboys down, trying to get all 3 lanes synced up.
Yeah, and when you mentioned that they're moving as 4, right? I mean, not just that. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god!
Slowly going down at this moment in time, not necessarily good at all. Vernocchio is just going to be jumping himself right in the front, only to be taken down by Nyx.
Gary with the huge
catch!
catch!
Of course, that is what we're looking for. With 3 men down from the side of Vanguard. Mitsuri just constantly on the move, on the run with a great crossbows. But unfortunately, we do not have any more minions that will be pushing down.
Oh, what?
Has been slain.
Super Jocks? Hi. You have no health.
And he was just standing there. It's open pickings for Chud.
So yeah, Mitsuri can't stay here any longer.
There was
Pix
a,
can't stay
okay,
here any longer as well.
breaking it down though, there was a massive setup from Darian. This is the kind of picks that he wants to set up for the rest of his team.
Yeah, playing exactly to his strengths, right? We spoke about how Davey plays a lot of these cat roamers as well, and that's exactly the kind of play that you're looking for when they roam as 5, like you said, and come together in a team fight. If he manages to pull that off, then Pex can also lay down the CC together with Vernocchio. So even though, I mean, Vanguard's trying to split them apart, when it comes down to pushing through the base, Homeboys has that ability to engage into them and force them into the fight.
To add oil to the fire, right now in this stage of the game, late game, Nana, taking a look at the damage, taking a look at the itemizations, this is Nana's damage coming through really, really effectively. That is a 2-hit burst onto Slowly. Super Jogs jumps in,
Oh,
terrifying.
Super Iron manages to catch up onto Vernal Cure and immediately pops to the Black Dragon form and chasing down onto the front lines of Homeboys. But unfortunately, he did not manage to find the right timing, or rather, the right positioning to actually do that. Stain. Oh! Theory! He manages to catch down on the Jude, one of the main anchors from the side of Vanguard, and thus pandemonium occurs. Luxionstein finds himself walking away and away from the ultimate of Super Jocks. But that also means that Vanguard has got 2 men down. A little bit tough to deal with this upcoming lock take.
Homeboys already setting their sights up for that Lord. 30 seconds until Jude and Nick Stain come back online. This will be an uncontested Lord for Homeboys, but slowly trying to look for an opportunity to drive by. He needs a little bit of vision. He's there alone though.
I don't know if they can do that, right? It's a bit dangerous for Slowly to go in, but he has done that before, so we could try to look out for that. Has to be careful of
Slowly?
Slowly?
Wow!
Going with the split push though.
Yeah, he's...
Oh! Luxionstein actually takes the Lord! I was waiting for it!
What?
What just happened there?
Super Jocks.
He had the retribution.
Okay, so here's the thing. What I would believe is that Super Jocks, he knew the location of Fatty.
Yeah.
He knew that he went all the way upwards, so he thought to himself, you know what? I don't need to retribution onto this Lord because I can save this retribution for the purple buff so that we can aggress onto this Fanny even more, whereby he won't get a purple buff.
There's a massive Lord steal from Vanguard. It brings them up ahead, but they need to find the right pickoff. They need to find Mitsuri or Pex. They need to get them out of the game so that the window opportunity is wide open for Vanguard's pickings.
I wouldn't even say that was a mistake from Super Jocks at all. It was literally just going to be a great timing from Luxionstein, and he was stealthy as a ninja. And now Vanguard is going to be having the Lord pillaging and plundering down to the bottom lane, and just going to be shifting his focus onto the middle lane turn for some bloody reason. But hey, at least the main thing is the top lane inhibitor turn is going to be destroyed as well. Vanguard came here for what they wanted for, and that is going to be the inhibitor turrets.
That's huge! Just off of that one Lord steal, Vanguard taking 2 base turrets off the hands of Homeboys. This is absolutely insane. I think, you know, Luxionstein must be very, very pleased with himself right now because that really earned them a place back into this game.
Massive game changer right there, just from Luxionstein alone. 2 tier 3 turrets are off. So on the side lanes though, this opens up a lot of opportunities for hiding. And for hiding, I mean a base rush, a split push, and an end, a backdoor end.
Especially when you have Slowly on that Fanny and you know that consistently, time and again, he's been playing across the map and forcing Homeboys to respond. So 60-ish seconds till the next Lord is there. But the thing is, what Homeboy's gonna look out for Slowly coming through that base? They've also gotta make sure that Luxionstein doesn't steal that again.
It's a very boxing match kind of thing that's going on right now. Vanguard and Homeboys pushing and pulling, but no one is tugging on the string. No one's tugging on the wires. Homeboy on one hand, they don't mind the approach from Vanguard to try to get an offense onto their base because they do have that high ground. They do have AoE burst damage, especially coming in from the Nana. 6-1 and 7 Pex is having a good time. Vanguard needs to open up that map. They want to draw them into the jungle. They want Fanny to try to find an engage onto the back line.
Oh, Vinokyo. He's gonna have to run right now because he tried to go for the quick Senga but only to get terrified. As such, he's not gonna stay alive for the longest time ever, but apparently he's still gonna be A-okay. Slowly just drive by, I guess, high and by. But Nick Stain now lost his immortality. Jude's HP dropped all the way down because of the bloody boomerang from Pex. That guy is painful.
They touch and they go, but so much damage blows were traded by both teams. Vanguard still slowly but surely coming back on top. The Lord has spawned up. Homeboys trying to take control of the lane manipulation coming from both sides. At any one point in time, if Homeboys ignore their long lane, Fanny slowly could very well just go in for that backdoor ambush.
But it's a lot easier now for Homeboys, right? They've popped the immortality off of Nick Stain as well, so you know that in this next team fight here, he's not going to have it. That gives them a lot of leeway to be able to contest it, although right now it seems like Homeboys might have a different strategy in mind here.
Yeah, 3-2. I think they're just trying to get Super Jocks to try to pull that Lord away, so it's the bait coming through. The Glyph will actually review their location, so Vanguard is very well aware of what Homeboys is trying to do. How will they respond, though? What will they pick off, or who will they pick off? It does seem kind of hard to pick off Pex and Mitsuri, which are seemingly the main damage dealers for Homeboys.
That's been posing a huge challenge for them, right? You can see time and again slowly trying to find an entry into the back line of Homeboys, but you just know that Dairy is going to be there. If not Dairy, then Fear No Cure or Super Jocks to be able to peel for Mitsuri. Not to mention the Molina Blitz coming from Pex as well. That would just stop you in your tracks.
Oh, slowly!
That is going to be the passive that is gonna be pumped. That is a few minute timer that is gonna be onto the passive. And Surge, Vanguard, more or less ready for this upcoming fight.
Again, the entire jungle is a minefield for Homeboys. Now, knowing that Slowly is away from the Lord, they want to capitalize on this. They want to take down the Lord as fast as they can. Conceal play coming up. Nick Stain trying to look for an angle right here.
He's trying to look for someone, but unfortunately he can't see. He's got completely stunned right now. Slowly finds himself the kill onto the Lord, and that is not going to be great at all. Slowly immediately cables himself right out of there as Vanguard came in here for what they wanted. That is going to be the Lord.
How can you let this happen again? This is insane. This is really painful for Homeboys, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you lose a lot once, fine, but again now, but this time you lose it to Slowly. And the thing is, I think they were preoccupied with the rest of the members there, potentially Nick Stain coming in with the flank, right? Putting their sights on them, but missing out the catch onto Slowly.
To be honest though, this is a wasted Lord for Vanguard. They will make quick work of this Lord. It will go down. 30 seconds until Super Ryan and Nick Stain come back up online. Homeboys are still taking full control of the map. There is still a lane management problem down on that south lane. And Homeboys, they want to capitalize. They want to cycle Vanguard as much as they can.
I think, yes, it is a wasted Lord, but the flip side is if Vanguard had given up that Lord to Homeboys, then it could really have been devastating for them, right? But the fact that they popped Pex's Molina early on, you know, the passive is gone. They knew that they could go in for an engage safely and try to catch them off guard. And this time, well, Vanguard, I think, played that really, really well. Question is whether they can repeat that once again.
Well, again, I mean, this has been 2 minutes since Pex's passive has been broken. It should be back up online. So Vanguard, another hurdle they have to cross again.
For sure, and not to mention immortalities as well, right? You have that up in the time that the Lord's going to take to spawn. It's almost like a complete reset here for both of these teams, having to come back and think about how they want to play this next big fight. And whether or not Slowly can pull off that split push, force Homeboys to react to that and still make it back in time to be able to help the team out with that objective.
So Homeboys is actually really psyching up for a split push opportunity from Vanguard. That's why they're all hunkered down in the long lane, away from the Lord spawn. What they're imagining is going to happen is slowly swooping down onto the long lane, try to take Slowly out of the way, try to pop his immortality at least, and then go for that Lord and go for the end. If Homeboys secure this next Lord, it will be huge for them. Yes. Still play coming in?
Oh, it does seem as though with Nick Stain, they're just gonna take the brunt of the damage, but Homeboys, they're not gonna be baited to throw more damage on this Nick Stain.
That was actually quite humorous for a moment. I think I saw Molina flying on a cable.
Wait, was she actually flying on a cable?
I think I have to replay that, but I feel like I saw Molina flying through the cable.
Okay, if Molina is actually flying on the cable, that's gonna be bad for me.
That's very cute and funny.
Okay,
right?
apparently Molina really was flying on the cable. I honestly thought that Molina, if you get transformed, you would just stop right there and then, but apparently not.
No, you just
you're
just
flying
get a flying
Molina.
Molina.
Yeah, it's a flying Molina.
yeah,
I think the cables go through first, and then the transform comes in as your character flies. But again, Vanguard trying to look for a smooth approach over to the back line. Vanguard still desperately trying to get their lane management up to par with Homeboys. Homeboys, full control of that Lord pit. The bottom lane, they have to go back and defend. It's not in the right time. Homeboys just baiting the rest of Vanguard out.
Oh, Homeboys, please don't play in my feelings anymore.
It's simply to a 30-minute game.
Yeah, please take this lot properly. Okay, so now the problem is, will Super Jocks lose the Lord a second, no, third time, fourth time, sorry. Was it fourth?
Jerry ramping up. won't want to commit into anything. They seek out Nick Stain.
Slowly.
They know where Slowly is. All 5 members of Vanguard actually have their immortality.
There's long lane. We don't really. Okay, long lane. Vanguard has got the slow push. That's one thing that we gotta have to remember as well. All right. Homeboys is not really gonna be focusing on that. They are trying to focus on Nick Stain, while the flicker is just gonna be expanded almost immediately. Lord reset it, and yeah, we're back to square one.
Well, square one, but a little bit of a minus, right? Taking out that flicker from Nick Stain is actually pretty big, because you know that now he cannot come in with a surprise engage with the flanks, and which is super crucial to this team fight when they want to take this lot. You want to get that kick onto maybe Super Jocks, prevent him from pulling off that retreat, and that gives the window for Slowly to come in and make that steal.
Slowly is desperately trying to get the waves all synced up, or trying to get that lane priority over to the side of Vanguard. Homeboys, though, just slowly seeping it down. Without the Molten Essence, Super Jocks is really making that Lord work for that time. Oh, no cure. It's a 2v1 situation. Immortality popped up.
He went to answer to the slow push at the bottom lane. And now that they know that the Fanny is no longer at the bottom lane, their Homeboy is just going to be taking this fight. Expected managed to get a kill down on Super Ryan. The Lord's HP. It doesn't seem like Super Jocks. Oh, yes, he managed to! This time, he don't even need a retro. Or maybe he did use a retribution, but the fact stays is that Super Jocks took the Lord for himself, and because it's 11 seconds in, the Lord moved on together with the new creeps. Even though Super Jocks finds himself taken down, Luxury Stain, Chute, and Nick Stain, they are not exactly in very safe territory just yet.
Oh, Vanguard unfortunately couldn't clean that one up. Felt like it was a bit of a coin flip there, right? Yes, Nick Stain losing that flicker. So maybe let's try to make a play down there if we can catch Virno Cure and then make it in time, back in time for the Lord there. But it's just off like a split second for them to be able to do that.
Hey, you know what? Good timing from Homeboys. They knew that Virno Cure is actually settling Nick Stain and Slowly all at once, so they attempted to go for that Lord. This is going to be very, very crucial for Homeboys. They have the advantage. They have the push.
They have time. They actually have a lot of time, especially since we are literally going to be looking at the 1 front line and 2 back lines. The question is, which composition is better in this 3 versus 3 game? With Chute taken down already, Mitsuri's he currently still have got the immortality. So at this point, something will still work out as Super Ryan pops up the Black Dragon form. Unfortunately, they did not manage to clear this game fast enough as 3 members petrified, and now Mitsuri is going to be the one that will be taken down. Super Ryan is still going to be staying alive because of all the Shard residue, and even the Raging Sandstorm connects down to Super Ryan. Homeboys, they are fighting right back. Slowly is back. This cycling is never ending right now. Nick Stain gets a kick down.
Oh no!
Down, but unfortunately, even Slowly, the Cable Master is unable to find an end and cycle Homeboys to oblivion.
Massive, massive play from Homeboys. What a showcase of micro mechanics onto every single hero. This game went on far too long, but all is for naught. Homeboys takes game number 1.
Well, in a crazy fashion, right?
In a crazy fashion.
That last fight at the base lasted so long. You can see how Abstract is pretty much out of breath from that.
I'm so lost for words.
I'm fine.
and for the timers to be able to come back again onto Vanguard, right? And you can see them filtering out, trying to stop that as much as possible. But the Molina smooch was so much from Pax. He just threw them out again and again. And Vanguard was just CC'd, right? Just polymorphs time and again, and there's nothing that they could do.
I think that the Nana was basically the most impactful key character in the game. Every single one of Vanguard is unable to go to that back lines. Mitsuri was still up and alive. Pex 11-1 and 11. What is this 1-1-1? Make a wish. Make a wish, Abstract.
This is Nana Esports right now.
Nana
right?
Esports.
I believe that Nana actually swapped out her items. I believe that she, Nana did have the with the Truncheon
as well.
Right? Yeah, I think you kind of like swap around with Immortality with the Truncheon. Super Jocks also swapped out one of his items for more sustainability with the Queen's Wings, which is an item that has been long forgotten.
Yeah.
Until Super Ryan bought it too. Okay.
Yeah, the Queen's Wings. It's just to get them a little bit more sustained, especially when you have life still on your side. Something that I just want to point out is that Luxury Stain at the last second, he was a sliver of health. He bought the Rose
Gold
Gold Meteor.
Meteor.
You saw that too, Scrubby. It was just so, oh man, that was like chef's kiss right off the bat. The Demon Hunter Sword bought by Luxenstein as well, just to try to shred down the front lines, but all is for naught. Homeboys, the entirety of the team kept on coming, kept on pillaging. It was stun locks after stun locks, CCs after CCs. Vanguard couldn't do anything.
Exactly right. Try as they may, and I think that play, like you said, was super clutch and it kept Luxenstein alive for a bit to be able to try to fend off and clear the minions as much as possible. But obviously, Homeboys, with the amount of control that they have over that fight, it just wasn't enough. And I think with the death timers as well, couldn't make it back in time to save their base.
If you take a look at Slowly as well, I think it shifted a little bit, but he actually sold his Retribution boots. So the jungle boots was sold. He got a little bit more defensive items as well. But taking a look at the emblems right now, nothing out of the ordinary seems to stand out to me, except for the fact that this Beatrix went for the Weapon Master. In the late game, he is dealing a ton of damage that none of Homeboys was able to counter-react. So waiting for the Bandit's Rage, waiting for all of his ultimates to just be burned up, Homeboys really layered in a lot of the team fights and really singled out Luxenstein.
Which was, I think, what we talked about as their key to victory, right? Being able to try and get Luxenstein in the back line. I think on the flip side, Slowly did try to go for Mitsuri a lot of the time, but there's just basically every other member of Homeboys has the ability to peel for him.
Yeah, it's Clash comp for Homeboys essentially.
Now, there's one thing that I also remembered and realized from itemizations is that, number one, Pegs is a scary Nana. Or rather, Nana is a scary...
Look at the damage dealt by Pex.
Yeah. That brings me to the question. Why doesn't Super Ryan respect that? He didn't buy Athena Shield.
There's no Athena Shield, there's no magic damage. Magic
the only
defense.
thing was a Oracle. And even for the boots, he actually didn't go for tough boots as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would believe he actually was receiving a lot of damage off of Pegs and was having a little bit of difficulty on top of that.
I mean, to add salt on that wound, it's like Super Ryan, every time he flies in, Mitsuri is there ready to peel him down with his auto attacks. So Super Ryan having a very, very tough time. And the end of the day though, I think Pegs, ultimately he played out of his mind. This was a Nana MVP, if I could say so myself.
I gotta say, Nana.
It was actually Darius. The production team likes to troll us, right?
Yeah. I mean, if it was a Cyclops, they would have put a Cyclops up there.
Did they put the Cyclops up?
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
They did the first game today.
Heck yeah, they did.
A lot of mobility also in terms of the emblems that he has chosen to be able to rotate. I think the way that he has rotated around the map with Mitsuri to be able to ensure that he can scale his way up to the late game definitely helped that as well. And the catches. Just the catches.
Yeah, I think it was the catches that solidified Darius' position as the MVP of the match, right? Like, a lot of the times, the Tyrant's Revenge came out of nowhere, and it was just 2-man catch, 3-man catch, and the rest of the team just hunkered down and just pillaged their entire village.
Yeah. I mean, there are definitely a lot of people that just looks at the game and they're just thinking, yo, Homeboys should have won this game a long time ago. Although I really like to echo that, I think that this is a very equal game through and through. Vanguard won all these neutral objectives by their own merits, and it's not necessarily because Homeboys screwed up all the time, but because they just did well.
So this was the fight. This was the fight where Homeboys actually stayed way too long, way too deep. They popped the Pex's Molina's passive, and they still stayed in, try to get a hit onto Mitsuri, which really bit them in their foot.
Yeah, I think they tried to chase that down, right? You can see Mitsuri getting some kills off of that. But at the end of the day, he went down instead. So it's
the Haas things, yeah.
Didn't quite go in his favor there. Here, when they tried to siege it, Dairy, there you go, with that 2-3-man catch, right? Really makes a huge plays for Homeboys.
Yeah, I thought like this moment, to your point, actually, it would have been the end if they synced up all 3 waves, and then they could come crashing down, you cycle in the minions, and this was the desperate attempt by Vanguard to just defend onto their base. They're going in one by one. If you take a look at where Chute went, it was one pop, one hit of Pex's ultimate that deleted him.
I don't think maybe they didn't see Pex for some reason coming back out. They were chasing it and Pex just came back down the mid lane to do that. But you can see just the way that Pex has been able to shut them down and walking right up there to make sure.
Yeah, look. You know, in most games, we look at hitboxes. In this case, we are looking at vision. At this point in time, Nana is so small, we can't see her. And that is an innate... that is just an advantage to playing Nana itself.
Just a small,
Just because she's small.
kid.
You can't see a small little creature on your small little phone. How are you supposed to see the bloody Nana throughout all of that?
I wonder if that actually does have an impact, realistically speaking.
Maybe it does. Maybe it does. I mean, you hide in the bush, you just do a flyby. Oh, I didn't see Nana right there and then. But a lot of impact in the game. Nana really serving us up a delicious meal.
Yeah. Now, of course, with that segue on, we're gonna serve you guys the all-new McDonald's chicken McCrispy.
I'm gonna hold you right there. All new and improved.
All
chicken
new and improved chicken McCrispy, right? Because in the end, the road to your glory will never be even tastier without McDonald's. So you're gonna have to get a McDonald's meal up on your table right now. As much as we have our cups and our box, if we unravel the boxes, we probably find a chicken McCrispy inside, or perhaps my favorite McSpicy in there. As you catch all of the MPL SG Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved chicken McCrispy with McDelivery, which you guys hear all the time in the opening show.
I can't get over that.
McDelivery. Because it's tough to say it fast, right? McDelivery. McDelivery. So it's gonna be like emphasized McDelivery.
Oh wow.
But hey, that's not all, man. Tons of prizes, tons of diamonds to be won in game. So, hey man, McDelivery, $1 mystery gift.
At the end of the show, we will break that box and we'll find something inside.
Yes. Take a look at players. It does look like, man, Vanguard Esports, they are, I don't know, they lost the first game, but they're pretty happy. They're pretty positive.
They look pretty pleased with themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? We've got Liechtenstein stealing a lot off of the hands of Super Jocks.
But usually
We've got
it's a
slowly with a
apathy.
drive-by.
Yeah.
How do you not be disappointed at the game like that? I mean, sure, your team would probably be like, look, we could have won that game. But on the other hand, you can also think like, yo, we played damn well for that, huh?
They did. It was a 30-minute game again. Like today is basically the last day is the day of like the longest games ever within MPL Season 6. We had a 32-minute game this morning. We had a 30-minute game in the afternoon. And right now, it really is psyching up to be a 2-to-1 kind of situation, don't you think?
It's super important as well, right? For them to keep their spirits up, I think, especially in such long games and series like this. Probably patting themselves on the back right now and, you know, telling themselves, yeah, we actually made a difficult time out of that game for Homeboys. Probably more than they even expected in the first place.
Slowly with the highs, like just covering his face. There's a heart right there. Is that how he plays Fanny? Is it like really long fingernails? That's how like get that fast hands as well.
Probably.
Really?
Chewed just.
That's a bit
he's just tired,
counterintuitive.
wants to sleep. Very, very counterintuitive. I have like my girlfriend's fingernails. I always get angry about that. How do you play?
How do you play?
Yeah, with the fingers blocking half your screen.
Exactly, like we are using the tip of our fingers to play, right? In the meantime, our significant others just be like using the flat part of your finger and just playing it. I was like, how?
Unless
You gotta play like powerful.
style. Yeah, powerful style. Yeah, that's what I want to say, Scrummy.
Wait, how does powerful play?
Just put it on the
phone,
table.
yeah.
You just
It
put the
plays
phone
with
on
his
the table.
four
for real?
fingers. Yeah.
Yeah. So he has like 8 fingers. So like no slow fingers at all. It's just 8 fingers down on every single button.
Holy crap! So
one finger for emote, one finger for skill, one finger for ultimate. There's a finger for everything.
Yo, so that
I know
means
that
that
sounded
for
weird.
powerful, you gotta need #1 a powder to make sure that your fingers are super slippery on the surface. In the meantime, you also need an anti-slip surface on your mobile device. Anti-slip surface on the table so that it
Thumb
don't
gloves.
move around, right?
Well, no, finger gloves because he doesn't use his thumb in this case, right? He uses
He
his,
uses like
his-
4 fingers, so the finger glove for the thumbs is actually useless in this case.
Maybe. But Homeboys, a lot of positivity going right around. There's like a Mitsuru with the glasses.
I
Mitsuru with the
think-
glasses, the Spider-Man on the way through.
about Mitsuri as well. One thing is, I mean, he's come in for a couple of games now, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, he's fitted in so well with the team and the way that they're playing.
They must have been like playing together, secret training,
Yeah.
behind the scenes.
I would believe so.
I think most of them are streamers as well, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Gary's a streamer. I think India as well.
mean,
Jocks once in a while.
Yeah, like Dairy streams. I think Jogs doesn't stream that much anymore. But I know that Dairy streams every once in a while.
So that's where they got their start. Okay, so into the draft we go. Homeboys, right off the bat, we'll take down Matilda. If all my predictions are right, they will also ban out the Angela, or they could very well leave it open for the second game. They're on the first pick anyways.
Oh, would they ban the Fanny this time?
A punch
It is a
for a
bannable-
punch.
It's a bannable target, yes, but technically speaking, they managed to deal with a Fanny. But the question is if whether they want to deal with a Fanny again. You know, drive by, high
Time to
by,
drop the
take the
beat of the flash.
Lord, that kind of thing. But based on the pattern here, with a Joy second ban, seems like it to me.
It's running actually pretty much the same bans from the previous game, right? They had the Matilda, the Joy, the Angela as well, and on the side of Vanguard, they also didn't want to deal with that Paquito. Now, what remains is Novaria, Edith with their priority bans as well for the last game, so they could run that again. I
The falling
don't
stars
see
brought us
them
here.
having
Team
Fanny
is
banned
banning.
out in the first phase since they still managed to win after all.
Yeah, I think Homeboys could very well open the Fanny. They might look to ban out the Angela right here because of their composition. They might not even use the Angela, even though their first pick. Dairy, it doesn't fit Dairy's playstyle. He really likes that in-your-face kind of setup tanks. That it's really on brand for Dairy. So I think the Angela will be banned out right here. Vanguard might very well ban out something that is more like a Valentina, so it doesn't give Homeboys options. I think that's my prediction right up there.
Your team
Okay,
is
one
the
for one.
greatest
Angela getting
inventions.
banned out.
Yeah, so still the same bans. Yeah, maybe the Valentina, right? I mean, even though they won that game, it's like it would make your life so much easier, especially when you have some control over that mid lane. Or Pax, alternatively, could take it for himself if they wanted to first pick that in the game.
Yeah, I don't think they will go for the Nana again. Remember, it's a case of like, bite me once, shame on me. Bite me twice, shame on you.
No,
is it the right quote?
Fool me once,
Fool me
shame
once,
on
bite
you.
me once. What?
Shoot,
am I
fool me
saying?
once, shame on you.
Remember
fool me
they did
twice,
it.
shame on me.
They did it twice on RSG. They took one game away from RSG
the
with the
Nana?
Nana,
I
and then
am
they
the
did it
priestess
again.
of primal lightning,
But they are
the hunter
ready
of
for it.
all
I
the
don't think
evil
Homeboys will be
gods.
playing Nana again. It would be a better choice if they pick the Valentina up here.
Hey, also, one thing that I
Let's
noticed is
go.
that we don't see Coach
Your
Dale
team is picking.
standing behind, right? I don't think that Coach Dale is around, right?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Kristen is
So-
coaching for
Yeah.
Vanguard. Homeboys is no coach.
So you are saying that Homeboys drafted a Nana without the influence of Coach Dale?
Well, maybe Dale gave them the influence, like, okay, so if Vanguard picks this, you pick this, it's a counter.
Probable.
They'll give them like an Excel sheet to go through. Okay,
Probable,
step
yeah.
1, step 2, step 3, right?
You mean they have
Detective Frederick on the case
The Bible.
24/7.
Well, this time Vanguard gonna opt to take the Kufra and the Fredrin for themselves, so not only securing themselves, actually 2 picks away, both of them from the hands of Homeboys that they played in the previous game. Super Jocks, I think, has been playing this a lot, and to help him secure those objectives as well.
Isn't it like a mirror matchup? Like Homeboys picked up the Kufra and the Fredrin in the first game. Vanguard are responding with like, hey, you know what? Since it's open, might as well. I'm gonna pick up the Kufra and the Fredrin. I think a very, very good start for Vanguard. Works well to their entire composition. They don't have a support mid. They could very well go with the Rafaela again, but it didn't work out well in the previous games.
Now, because one thing that we are looking at here from Homeboys SG is that they actually prioritize onto the Irithel,
need no
which is
protection
the
from
main
your
question
team
that I
is
have
picking.
here. What's
Guess
the
who's
main,
the stunning
what
brainiac
puts them-
detective?
What makes them want to make Irithel a priority?
This is
Yep,
interesting
it's
because
me,
Irithel is one of the
Lilia.
highest objective rate kind of heroes. If you want to melt down a turret, you want to focus on objectives, you want to kite around, it's very difficult to catch an Irithel if once she pops her ultimate and her sprint. It's basically a 1-1, but on
Sir,
on a cat,
what's your command?
On a,
Your
on a
team
wolf, on a
is
panda? Panther?
No, I don't think it's a Panther. But did you know Molina is a panther.
When the body
No
suffers,
way.
Molina is a panther, guys.
No.
Molina is a panther. Search it
Okay.
up, guys.
Okay, okay, again, going back to the draft, Vanguard picking up the Fanny. Again, Homeboys will need to deal with the Fanny this time around, but with the added change, Baxia is actually one of those heroes with a very high rotation speed around the jungle, so the off-lane kind of defense, the off-lane lane prioritization for Super Jocks will be a little bit simpler for Homeboys.
A lot of mobility and opportunity for them to rotate, right? You mentioned the kiting on the Irithel.
Yeah.
They also have that Lilia to be able to add to
I
that
didn't
movement
cure
speed
the
and just
pain.
going
Your
around, or
team
slow the
I
enemy
heard.
so that they can catch up to them and basically help to play front to back, right? On the other side, Slowly actually still opting for that Fanny, but the difference being this time they've locked in that counter for themselves. So they have that Kufra. Maybe this time Slowly can play this a little safer with the knowledge that he's not going to get knocked up or fly into the
Sun
face of a
rises
tyrant.
when I give the word.
Vanguard
Is
actually
banning.
focusing the bans onto Vernon Cure, wanting to give Super Ryan an easier time. So this is going to be Super Ryan on the Fredrin EXP. Homeboys could very well pick up the Franco for themselves. It's a natural counter to the Fanny, and Derry is a natural beast on the Franco himself. So Homeboys looking to ban out a lot of the mid lane kinds of heroes. I think a Yeep or a Farsa would be a better kind of ban going into the next phase.
They're still missing a marksman for Lakshan Stain as well, right? So whether or not they want to narrow that pool a little bit, or whether or not they want to take down the majors. So far, they've had at least 2 options now taken out for Chu to be
Payback.
able to play in the mid lane. And there you go, another one added to that Farsa as well.
Yeah, Farsa would be very, very good for Vanguard if they picked it up right off the bat. It's able to zone not Cure, the Irithel out of the way, especially since Irithel is very low in range. You really have to be in your face to be able to deal a lot of damage. So Farsa would be a natural counter for Homeboys. Now, the counter for the response from Vanguard.
Now, okay, so a quick question, the main
Among
thing that
the
we're looking at the
planes
Fredrin
exists
is
the
as a
equilibrium,
priority pick
which
is
I
we're
was
looking for
made
flexibility.
for.
That's right.
Could it be that because of the fact that the side of the Homeboys actually picked up a Baxia, they thought that, hey, you know what, if they pick up a Baxia on the jungle, we shouldn't play Fredrin into the jungle because of the natural affinities between these two heroes?
Yeah, I think so. It's sort of like, but again though, to your point, Abstract, Baxia is the fastest tank jungler in the meta. He downs the purple buff, he downs the orange buff at level 1, the fastest out of all the tank junglers. So Fredrin will have a difficult time. But if you throw Fanny into the equation, Fanny will be worse in terms of jungling speed. Homeboys now has the rotation power that they so desperately need to overtake the early game. So I'm vying to see a lot of early game invades and early game switches. Vanguard
I am
picking
the
up
power of light and
Fredrin
kindness.
as a defensive
Your team
response
is
into the invade coming into Fanny's blue, purple buff especially.
Wow, now with that Grok and Kaja topped off as well, fine, you can have the Kufra, but I'm gonna still threaten you with a lot of CCs, right?
Yeah.
Or even just basically block your way if you wanted to cable out of this. So even though on the side of Vanguard they have the Yi for some sort of a zone control, I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough against the aggressiveness here of that Divine Judgment.
Again, Homeboys are playing their clash composition very, very team fight oriented, very explosive oriented over to Homeboys. Vanguard, though, they have a lot of split push insurance coming in from Fanny alone. They need a lot
Come
of
on,
damage coming
Dexter.
in.
It's our
but Claude
showtime.
will be picked up. I remember Jace was saying, oh man, Claude was actually nerfed all the way to the ground. But then you pick Claude up when your natural counter is a Kaja. This is something that I don't know. You go in, you try to bait out the divine justice from the Kaja, and then Lakshan Stain actually goes in with the Blazing Duet. What do you guys think?
This is looking really dangerous for Vanguard, I think.
Yeah.
And not just a clash composition that you talked about, right? They have a very much ability to pick them off one by one as well.
Yeah, very, very late game oriented approach for Vanguard esports right off the bat.
It feels like there's a little bit more cons than the pros, because the only pros I can think of is they just want to dive. But, well, perhaps we'll be able to find out a little bit more as to how Vanguard wants to play this game as we jump in over to the Land of Dawn between these two teams on match point with Homebois SG on a roll.
So going into the second match of the
Welcome
series,
to Mobile
Homebois
Legends.
at match point. I'm looking to see a lot of early game rotations, especially with the composition such as a Baxia, such as a Lilia. You clear the wave, and then you join in team fights, convert those into objectives. You have a very, very strong objective taker in that Irithel alone, so Homeboys playing towards that gold lane is something that I am looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, we always turn our focuses to that, right? Because we talk about how Luxionstein as well as Mitsuri, we want to see them farm towards late game. I think the difference now, they actually still choosing to focus on the bottom side, the EXP side, and a bit of a skirmish happening here.
Yeah, the way you play Baxia though is like usually in a typical rank game, you clear out your purple buff, go straight, dive into the orange buff of your opponent's jungle.
Kind of vertical jungling kind of thing.
Yeah, vertical jungling kind of thing, and then you set your sights up on the a heavier side of the map. But in this case, Superjock's playing it very, very safe down on his own jungle.
They're gonna rotate up top here now, slowly clearing that for himself, trying to get one onto Dairy here.
Oh, hello, Pegs. Pegs, unfortunately, does not have the black shoes just yet, but Superjox is hard on the tails of Slowly. And Slowly, burning out from the top. This is Poissons. I didn't think that that would be so much damage on
That's the power
Fanny.
of a Baxia. That's the power of a Baxia. You slow them down, you slowly peel them off with your skill 2. The shields are just gonna be so annoying because it's basically a no cooldown kind of skill, right?
They're topped off with that Impure Rage as well, right? To add on to the damage that he could potentially output onto Slowly. That being said though, they both are at level 4, so he might be in a position to try to take this turtle again. Oh, Mitsuri
finds himself a little bit, you know, kind of disturbed by the Kufra. But one thing that we know for sure is that Kufra was at the top lane, so at least I would say that Homeboys, they're gonna have to be a little bit more careful at the northern side. And especially since Dairy did give the information that the Fanny went over to steal the buff, Homeboys gonna have to respond.
The Homeboys playing it very, very safe now. They know that Vanguard is setting their sights up on that gold lane. Homeboys just taking control of other opportunities that they left wide open. Now, playing against playing a Fanny though, you don't naturally go for a lot of these turtle objectives. You basically want to just pillage the jungles and then just choke your opponents out. And then try to just pick them off one by one. But Homeboy, they understand how you play against a Fanny. Superjox is basically an assassin player himself.
One thing that I usually see from the side of Homeboys is that they actually crowd around as a team of 4 actually very early into the game. So this is very different from how they would usually play because now they are actually prioritizing onto their goal lane a lot. Despite the fact that Grog has low amount of mobility, they're still focusing on the top. But in the meantime, we're just going to be looking at this, right? Because Slowly is the main equation changer as to why Homeboys is starting to play a bit differently. Since we're looking at Irithel versus a Claude. Irithel definitely wins, right?
Yep.
So it makes perfect sense that you actually bring a lot of your forces down to the bottom side and force fights there and let a natural duel between the Claude and the Irithel play out. But you can't leave the Irithel out alone solely because of the Fanny.
The thing I like about Homeboy is that they're not very reactive to Vanguard's approaches. Okay, the lockdown.
It does seem like Dairy is going to be finding himself in a bad time as he immediately got locked down and bursted out. That is a 1 free kill for the side of Vanguard. I wouldn't say free, but they used a lot for that.
Yeah, it was pretty expensive actually. I would say they expended at least 4 ultimates there just to take down
all
one
5,
Dairy.
right?
Well, I think Vernal Cure was on the bottom lane, so he wasn't there. But right now in the jungle.
Okay, Fanny doesn't have to take the buff. Superjock stole it away. Doesn't have the retribution, but based on the turtle objective, it does look like Homeboy still will have a easier time to peel for the turtle. Now the quick rotations coming in. Mitsuri going down to the EXP lane because of the turtle. Getting that turtle started.
Look, thanks to the observer that actually showed us the farming of Claude, I realized how much I hate the skin.
Why?
It's just way too chill.
Too chill.
Bloop.
It's like bubbles.
Yeah.
Just throwing bubbles.
That doesn't hurt at all. You're throwing bubbles at your enemies and you expect them to hurt?
It's true though. Right now, at this point of the game, you can see Lakshan Stain really doesn't hurt at all.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
One thing I want to point out though, very small micro move from Super Jocks, taking the purple buff and leaving the small little lizard still alive, so that Vanguard
in their own jungle.
In their own jungle. So that's a point that I want to bring out.
Wow. Okay, so they are very confident with what they're trying to do here, and that is constantly just trying to invade onto Vanguard's buff all the time. So this is a very big risk.
Slowly doesn't have that purple buff. He will have a struggle taking the purple buff. Even if Slowly goes into the purple, the Homeboys jungle, he won't be able to secure any buff whatsoever. So Fanny's gonna have a slower start as of now. Super Jog's already level 9, Slowly still level 8. He's struggling right here. Burn the cure. Takes down the kill. That's an alley-oop.
I mean, with the Blade of Heptases, right, it's a lot of damage that you can output on that next thing. Bottom lane gets taken down by Hex here.
It is a very worth it trade if you ask me. A single Grog for Slowly and Nick Stain. Yeah, I'll take it any day, buddy.
And it's not a good place for Slowly to be in, right? Mitsuri taking out that bottom tier 1 turret. Slowly so far, yes, he's been giving up these objectives, these turtle takes. And the thing is, when you give that up, you want to be able to find compensation somewhere else on the map. You want to take off the jungle buffs. Initially, he might have stolen 1 or 2 from Super Jocks, but right now...
Should manage to get the orange buff, but that is Super Jocks without a retribution anyways. Now, I do want to, kind of push this topic, right? That Homeboys haven't gotten a single... Oh, sorry, they haven't gotten all of their first tier defense turrets. So breaching into Vanguard's jungle would prove to be slightly tougher. Would you think that this is actually a risky play for Jocks to actually leave the purple buff like that?
I think Jocks is really doing... He's making the work count, right? Just giving a lot of tempo, giving a lot of space, open, knowing where Vanguard is all the time. All he needs to do is try to negate Slowly's ability to farm up and get his power spike items. When he does that, Mitsuri is pretty much safe. There's no way in heck that Slowly's able to just do a drive-by, but hold on a second right here.
Pegs forced to use the black shoes, but Lakshan Stain finds himself taken down. Dairy Mitsuri as well. Pegs just going to be focusing every single thing that they have down onto Nick as well.
There's just so much that you can use, right? The sun coming out from Super Jocks, and then Dairy has a Divine Judgment on his own. There's no way that you can even peel for your teammates. Nick Stain, there's nothing that he could do because either him or Lakshan Stain will get pulled and suppressed by that Divine Judgment. So it's not a good look for them right now.
Oh my goodness.
The Homeboys taking full control of the map. You see what just happened?
They even left a small little purple buff of both camps?
They did. Super Jocks doesn't really need the purple buff. It's just a little bit more cooldown, a little bit more mana regeneration.
Please kill it. Lakshan Stain, please kill it. Lakshan Stain, kill it!
He's not gonna touch. Okay, Lakshan Stain, he listened to you.
Thank you.
But on the top side though, look at where Homeboys is, just sitting comfortably in their own jungle. So every single one of the minions in the jungle is basically looking like they are leaving it wide open. So it's like a warm welcome. Slowly come into my jungle. Everything's yours for the taking. If you can take it, if you have the courage to do so.
Man, this is grim. Super Jocks is all the way onto the back lines. He's just pushing Chutes away while didn't even lose much of his health. While Chutes is all the way in the back line, he does have the RWM, but he's popping. But the only one that is hitting is Super Jocks, but he's still not dead just yet. But Pegs and Dairy, the two of them is taken down. That is one of the main few things we gotta have to look out for. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but let's not forget about the middle lane first tier turret that has been taken down.
It's a very one-sided game, favoring Homeboys at this moment. 8 minutes into the game, the next Lord will spawn up in 10 seconds. Homeboys have a better chance in zoning out and preparing for this Lord. This would be very, very pivotal if they can pillage and take down the tier 2s.
I don't even think there's any contest to that, right? You know for sure that this is going to go in the hands of Homeboy. So again, Slowly, so far he's been having a tough game. Whether or not that plan B, the split push, can actually beat any form of insurance, but he has to play that to the maximum.
For Vanguard though, Nick Stain, it's all down to him. He has to find a very nice catch onto Mitsuri, knowing that Mitsuri doesn't have to purify. If he finds a catch, Vanguard can overturn any type of situation. Super Jocks again with the disruptive play onto the jungle, slowly choking out.
You might be able to get a catch onto Mitsuri, but then what next, right? If Lakshan Stain tries to go in, you're susceptible to the Divine Judgment. Pegs, Magic Shoes.
Forced to magic shoes, but it doesn't seem like Nixon was prepared for that shoes to pop, unfortunately.
It's a very low cooldown. Pegs could use it defensively. It's basically, after the patch though, it's a very, very defensive use of black shoes.
But I was hoping that they will be able to make full opportunity of that. Super Jumps comes in over to the anchor. He tries to get a kill down on the Super Ryan, but look at that health. He flickers himself right out of the way. As such, yeah, the Lord is also going to be pushing right in. Super Ryan is going to be defending with not a lot of health, so he's going to have to really watch out for that. Next day, he actually managed to catch, but unfortunately, Derry responded in time, and he made sure to pull Nick away. But now with only a sliver of health, unfortunately, they wasn't able to clear it out. Luxionstein versus Mitsuri. Dude, you can't do that! You can't Blazing Duet in the face of an Irritel.
Oh, Luxionstein a little bit too close for comfort there. That was a very, very good response from Homeboys.
Oh,
slowly but surely, Homeboys are taking full control of this game. 8,000 goal lead and counting.
Yeah, and that's not gonna stop at all. We do have the valley that's all the way up in the northern side though, so at least that counts for something.
Yeah, I think a little bit, right? But the thing is, the pressure coming from Slowly right now is not even enough to force Homeboys to react to that on the top. Only now Cure going up to the top, and still, he's made it in time to be able to take off the creeps. I think in that previous fight as well, I was just thinking that even though Vanguard might traditionally have the high ground here, but with the nerfs coming in through onto Yves as well as Claude, in terms of their wave clear, right? It no longer affects minions as much for both of them.
Catch.
They find it.
Down onto Derry, immediately bringing him down, and no more suppression, no more Divine Judgment. But they're gonna have to deal with a tanky boss, a raid boss if you ask me. Super Jocks just taking everything. In fact, actually, it didn't take much because Vanguard was just full on back.
Mitsuri's on fire right now. Malefic Roll already built up. I think the Berserker Spirit Haas Claws is just secondary at this moment. Homeboys looking to peel down very, very often onto Vanguard's jungle. Homeboys, they could very well just pull them out into their jungle, finding a flank, especially for here. Derry already back up online. They are going to be zoning out for this Lord.
I would say that the win condition from Homeboys right now really is gonna be the Lord. I cannot imagine anyone to just casually jump in and do something about this. Other than Davey, right? He gotta have to expend the flicker. But that also means that he gotta have to find the right targets in order to do that.
Very easy Lord take secured by Homeboys. To conceal play coming through.
I don't think that they will be able to catch that, unfortunately. But the main thing is they do have the Lord, so they do have their initiative factor. They do have their initiative way to break down Vanguard.
The first initiation is the Lord itself, right? But if you look at Homeboys, there's so much opportunity for them to start that fight, right? It could be Derry picking off someone, could be Super Jocks coming in with the Shield Unity. Cure also has that wild charge on top of the damage that he does already. So Vanguard, I'm not even sure their high ground is even worth that much right now.
It's all down to Nick's name. My eyes are on him. He's springing up. He will commit, but he's caught in the middle.
Oh, that is Nick's getting dragged out into the oblivion.
Like an open book.
None of the members from the side of Vanguard can even respond to that. There's absolutely no way. But hey, Mitsuri, he got sniped out by Slowly, and that is probably the saving grace of Vanguard. But one thing that they forgot, it is still a 5v4 as the Lord plunges down with his trusty trident down in the bottom lane. Enough to bring down the inhibitor on the bottom lane.
Massive farm by Slowly, taking down Mitsuri out of the game, and denying Homeboys any other opportunity to take down the tier 3 mid.
I mean, big win, right? But at the same time, Homeboys has already chunked down 2 base turrets, which are critical to Vanguard's defenses here.
Just a little bit more defense coming in from Homeboys, though. Homeboys still adamant trying to draw Vanguard out into the jungle. They do have a better chance of success within a lot of these team fight clashes if Homeboys fight within the jungle, and this is precisely what they are trying to do. Although they do need to have one loose man to try to defend against the backdoor approach by Slowly.
That seems like the only way that he might be able to get it, right? Otherwise, the only other possible method is
Oh.
Just speaking of slowly, and he almost is caught out there. But he will have to find some way to catch Mitsuri like he did just now. But the thing is, the odds are stacked against him so high. So either he split pushes all the way to madness, or he somehow finds a miracle and gets Mitsuri in the backline.
You know, the more I watch Homeboys games, the more I am very, very sure that Homeboys is a team that just generally like to play late game. Even though they may not have heroes that allows them to scale infinitely into the late stages of the game, they're just a team that knows how to bring the game into the late stages of the game. Or, you know, if they are winning, they'll bring it all the way to the late stages. And unfortunately, this is not really something that is like a compliment or something, but it kind of shows that, you know, either number one, they have a lot of problems and trouble trying to end the game. Number two, they are playing the game like as though they don't have a 10,000 gold lead.
100%. I mean, Homeboys, they need to be able to use that divine justice a little bit more defensively right now. Vanguard slowly but surely walk into that late game. Luxenstein coming up online, slowly damage is coming through. They really need to be very disciplined on how they approach this. Homeboys down, looking at where they are standing though. A 3-2 approach, trying to draw as much as they can right now.
As now everyone's just going to be jumping onto Vernal Cure. He's going to be the first one taken down throughout this entire team fight. Super Jocks, he's still alive though. No one is actually really touching him. Mitsuri and Derry is on a flank mission, but I'm not too sure about this positioning from Mitsuri though. Is it really working out for him? That is going to be a no, as Jude was able to clip him right at the edge of the RWM, brings him down immediately. That is a very bad positioning from Homeboys as they became a lot more complacent right there. As now Derry as well as Super Jocks, they are now down to a sliver. Pex is the only one that still seems relatively healthy. As such, immortality popped. Derry doesn't have much health to work with, while Jude is just continuing on to the pursuit. Is that going to backfire on him? Doesn't seem so.
Oh, the base is cracked open. Minions are pillaging in onto that top side. Homeboys, this is their time to take down this Lord. Slowly needs to find a right angle, right time to get a drive-by. Lord still, that they've done so well in game number 1.
Yo, up until now, Slowly still doesn't have a buff.
No.
Poor guy. But that was really quick of Vanguard, right? Recognizing that Mitsuri was in the top lane and they had the opportunity to pull that trigger there, right then and there onto Homeboys, and actually taking down Very No Cure, which is a critical source of appeal for Homeboys as well. And unfortunately, I think Homeboys, even though they were on a bit of a back foot, they still managed to make that out. Just the sheer damage output and positioning by Pex clawed back a number of kills for them.
I felt like Homeboys could have just ended it right there and then. They had the right opportunity to go for a backdoor initiation onto that base. It was cracked wide open. Lane management was favoring the side of Homeboys on the top side, but they wanted to go for a flank. Albeit they got that Lord in the process, though. Vanguard needs to go back on the defense. They have a little bit more high ground. Let's see how this plays out.
The purple buff, the battle for the purple buff may eventually be the end of the game. We shall see how that's going to work out, as a lot of the members for the side of Vanguard are just going to be pouring every single one of their abilities onto Super Jocks. They finally managed to bring him down. Mitsuri rushes right into the face of, onto Vanguard. But surprisingly, Mitsuri is still not dead just yet.
It's just a very, very slow game right here. Slowly still does not have his purple buff. Man, Homeboys, 3 lanes trying to push in.
He's been trying really hard. You can see him, split pushing while the rest of the team is fighting in the team. Oh, taking some damage
close.
here.
Too close for comfort, I gotta have to say. But now the members of Homeboys, they don't really have a very good way to just continue to fight or even jump right in to extend the health of the Lord. As such, the best insurance here is to bring down the inhibitor turret in the middle lane. But would that allow them to do something? Yes, they will, with Vernal Cure immediately jumping right in with the dive as the flicker. They manages to bring Luxenstein down, and the rest of Homeboys finishes things off onto the core, and Homeboys finally did it, ending the game with that 7,000 gold lead.
What a play there by Vernal Cure. I mean, that flicker and the wild charge, it doesn't seem like Vanguard was expecting it at all.
I wasn't even expecting it. It was out of nowhere, but that was a beautiful, beautiful last-ditch effort to try to secure that game. It's gone on way too long.
Yeah.
Let's just end it there and then.
This is kind of like the very weird moment where, number one, if we can't see it coming despite having a wide view, how does the player see that?
That's right.
Number two, right as I say, yeah, they don't have a way to initiate.
They have a way to initiate, man.
They have many, but I think the thing is Homeboys has also evolved so much, not just as a team, but also the players themselves, right? I think back then we would always see maybe one of the players going out for a catch, but they were so disciplined, albeit slow, but disciplined in the way they wanted to win the game.
Yeah,
Slowly, huh?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. The play-by-play caster just always becomes so punny.
That is the kink of being a play-by-play caster. it's a good skill to have. Okay, going into the itemizations,
Purple
going
buff
into
onto Vanguard.
purple buff into Vanguard, 2 purple buff. That's in the early game, so slowly's first purple buff, and then the second one from the before the turtle.
From the opposite steel.
Yeah.
Correct, from the opposite steel.
And that's by.
That's basically it.
That's all.
That's basically it. There was, I don't know. Homeboy's just doing such a great job just denying slowly from having any impact whatsoever in the entirety of this game. Even if slowly wanted to go for a split push, it doesn't have enough damage, doesn't have enough shoot capabilities to try to secure any form of objective takes. He even sold his jungle boots away to get defensive items because he keeps finding himself getting bursted down by either Pex or either Darien Mitsuri.
Yeah, and I think looking at Vernukyo as well, right? Not only does he have the ability to initiate and engage like that, you also have to be aware of the damage, right? He could take, I think that was a 1 kill that he had in an early game onto slowly as well. So that's something else that Vanguard needed to be wary of.
Yeah, I think Vernukyo actually played out of his mind this game. The way that he positions himself is basically like an alley-oop. So you peel down all the way into a sliver of health, and then Vernukyo appears out of nowhere, has a one-hit approach, and then flickers out of the way. That was, I think, Vernukyo definitely, this was one of the games that he created a lot of space, a lot of impact, a lot of opportunities for Homeboys to try to ride on this momentum that Jox has created. So every single one of the players, well done. They did a phenomenal job.
And also topping that off, he did pick up the Master Assassin as well, just go up against, if he wanted to, right, to especially take those fights up against slowly.
Well, yeah, this is a damage-focused rock.
Yeah.
So
he had like the Blade of Heptases, I think the BOD as well, so full
Malefic
on.
Roar.
Yeah.
A lot of damage, a lot of penetration coming in from just this one rock alone. It's very hard to deal with, right? Taking a look at the damage dealt, Peg's still up on the top of the charts in terms of his damage, in terms of his gold per minute, in terms of his assists. So it does look like 3 of the 4 different sort of like
what?
Yeah, he's taking in so much. 94% kill participation.
How is it possible that you are the carry and the forgotten one? That There's no way. Hex broke the system.
Fair.
He broke the set.
He's the carry and the forgotten.
Hey guys, I'm the one that carried you. Oh, so I'm the forgotten one, huh?
But look,
I'm the one who carried you.
I think the thing is, he dealt so much damage. Although he was playing in the backline, his positioning, the ability to make sure that the team fights went the way of Homeboys was just impeccable.
It's definitely Pex for the MVP, right? We can't deny that.
Yeah, the analyst also has some puns of her own. Impeccable. Impeccable victory.
Welcome to the team. Scruffy cheeks. Welcome.
She wasn't the team. What are you talking about? 6-1 and 9 KDA. Goal per minute 7-5 and 3. Kill participation at 93%. Emblem choices are very, very heavily reliant on a lot of rotations. Have a lot of movement speed. Right off the bat, you see him kiting around Fanny when Fanny was trying to focus fire on him. Even so, he uses his black shoes defensively, tries to get out of the way. All items are even built up at this late stage of that game. This is really just how you play Lilia to the fullest of its potential.
When you have too much money and you don't know what else to get and you don't have a space, boots is optional. I have my boots behind me anyways.
He had Flicker as well, instead of the Purify, even though there was Nick Stain on the other team. So adding on to that mobility and his ability to just go around the map. And he had, I think, 2 emblems at least for movement speed.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. No, that's impressive. But you know what's more impressive? The mic check. Let us just roll the clip and listen to what they say.
Yuzong missing ah. One try. Watch Devi. Funny back. Nice one.
Ada.
It's okay. Mid, don't forget mid yeah. Yeah. The who free farm.
I got it.
It's okay back. Mati dia. Coming.
Nice.
Wah, nice one, Joe.
No picker, fight it out, picker. No picker.
Penalty. Nice one.
Picker,
Aton. Nice one, Dewi.
Flicker.
Yeah. It's okay.
Picker na turret, Cok.
Yeah, go back.
Boom, nice. Nice one, Dewi.
Nice one.
Kelas, Dewi.
Mati.
Kayaknya. Sumpah.
Slowly ya.
Santai. Laksasin.
Oh, nice. Flicker. No picker. Funny. Bisa. Guys.
No one, Patrick. You win ya?
Yeah.
Nice one, Pes. Kelas. Recall. One.
Freestyle.
One. Nice one. Sorry guys. Sorry. Me ya?
Yeah.
E-flow.
I go caught.
Wah, I dah Cok. I
Kau
cannot.
dah.
Nice. Level. Nice.
Nice one.
Mid. Okay.
For ya, Fanny. Fanny no blue.
Yeah, Fanny no blue.
Use us.
Okay.
I cancel.
Thank you, Derry.
It's okay. I save you.
Got box. Santai.
He ulti me. It's fine.
No damage.
No damage.
Nice one.
Nice.
Kelas.
Hey, no box.
Can go. What do you mean? Go.
Kelas.
Nice.
It's 7 seconds.
Kaya Fanny.
7 seconds.
Dah ya. Nice one.
Nice one. Nice game.
Nice game. Very santai, they're very chill. I thought like they would be like no go, but they're very chill, they're composed, very calm.
I'm very impressed by that
Was that really
composure and
Derry?
stability. Yeah, and I mean, I think Youngin mentioned as well, right? The communication, Jock's really stepping up to that.
Yeah.
And even when they lose things, they're like, don't sweat it, let's move on. And Jock's is like, sorry, but the team's okay with that. They just cover for each other's mistakes, move on and continue with the game.
If you notice at the start of the season, a lot of these mic checks were flooded, right? They were just saying the same thing over and over again. I got. Those happens a lot. But as the season moves on, I think the players are starting to get a lot more comfortable and starting to really understand how to make full use of their communications and not flooding the channels.
Yeah.
That is just just lovely to see. But ladies and gentlemen, that's at the end for us. My name's Abstract. This is Churros, and of course this is Grubby Chicks, as well as Jace at the back. We're just going to pass it over to Cheryl Yao.
Thank you, guys. Now here I have closing off the final show, Derry right beside me. Why suddenly? You're so shy. Like we were talking off cam, everything was okay. Now, I just have a few questions for you. Firstly, beautiful win. Now, moving on to playoffs, what are certain things that you guys learned in the regular season that you guys will work on during these 2 weeks before heading off to playoffs?
I think basically we need to work more on our discipline and our communications. I think discipline is one of the more important key factors to winning a game.
Right, so based on game 1 earlier, need to take the rotan and then whack your good a few times, is it? That's the discipline you're mentioning?
I think go back later, if got review, all kena scored already.
Sepak one time, good.
Confirm.
Okay, and then moving on as well. Now, you guys are going to be meeting a lot of different opponents in the playoff season. Who is someone or a team that you're looking forward to face off most in the upcoming playoffs?
I think any of the upper bracket teams, we will be looking forward to face them. But if you ask me, my one team that I really want to face maybe is RSG.
Right, okay. Now today we noted that Coach Dale is not around. So you guys get to pick whatever you guys wanted, or it's already pre-planned by Coach Dale?
No, it's already pre-planned by us because we this series when we fight Bengal we self-draft. So we just because Coach Dale got tell us some notes, then we just take into consideration, then we just plan accordingly, and we just stick to the draft, stick to the comfort hero. That's about it.
All right, and of course, you guys have a huge fan base. So is there anything you want to say to all of your fans for the upcoming playoffs?
I think if y'all have time, y'all can come down playoffs and support us, continue screaming, shouting for us. The more the merrier lah.
If y'all have time, no time also must watch. Yeah, available on all online platforms as well. So yes, thank you so much, Davey, and all the best to Homebois SG.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was Dairy, guys. And this wraps up our regular season with 4 wonderful matches today. And there are shifts in the overall standing. So let's take a look. So now the overall standings is here. After much back and forth, Team Flash SG and RSG SG are tied neck to neck in 17 points. However, Team Flash SG is still first in positioning due to head-to-head with RSG earlier in the regular season, making them up first in the first position. Now, right behind their tails, we have Homebois SG with 15 points to their name, and Bleed Esports right at the last position of the upper brackets with 13 points to their name. Evil, though fighting valiantly hard, have scored themselves 10 points in 5th position in the lower brackets. Now, we also see Vanguard Esports with 7 points in 6th position, Stellar SG with 3 points at 7th position, and Alchemy scoring 2 points right here on the final 2 days of the regular season. Wow, valiant efforts from all of our wonderful teams, and now we have locked in our upper brackets and lower brackets. So let's see the schedule for the playoffs day 1. So yes, this is day 1 of the playoffs bracket, and this will be happening on the 20th of October. Now for the first match itself, we will be seeing Team Flash versus... First match is Evil versus Alchemy happening on 20th of October, starting off the show, and then we will have Vanguard versus Stellar. Match 3 would be Flash versus Bleed, and that would be the upper brackets. And match 4 will be RSG versus Homeboys on 20th of October. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, those are the matches that you can see on the day itself. Now, the lives will be happening on the 20th of October, as mentioned, happening at Suntec City between Tower 1 and Tower 2 Atrium. Now, of course, we would love to see you join us physically as a live audience and really feel the electric energy that we have on the venue itself. And there is so much for you guys to do, engage with us, meet your favorite casters and players as well. So we'll definitely hope to see you at Suntec City Atrium between Tower 1 and Tower 2. Now, if you guys aren't able to make there physically in person, you guys can also join us on all of our wonderful social media platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Twitch, and more. Now, let's not forget, if you want to find out the details on how to join us as a live audience for the playoff season, remember to join us at mpl.sg.official on our Instagram page to find out the latest details on how to join us as a live audience. Now, friends, MPL SG Season 6 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 6 is powered by Mutan and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's, I'm loving it, and our official partner, Head & Shoulders, and finally, our partners in esports, OSIM. So we'll see you on 20th October at Suntec City. My name is Cheryl, and we'll see you then.